My name is Lin Bai, and I am a sophomore at Diannan University. Deep within my heart lies a secret that has been buried for a long time. I feel as though I am not an ordinary person. Or perhaps, I am uncertain whether I can truly be deemed human. I possess the ability to accomplish many feats with remarkable ease, feats that elude the grasp of the average individual. Initially, I believed this would garner the admiration of others. Yet as time passed, I came to realize that this distinction did not elevate me above the crowd. Rather, it rendered me increasingly alien to this world. The gazes directed at me are etched in my memory expressions of shock, confusion, and a palpable undercurrent of fear. From the moment I recognized this, I understood that to thrive in this realm, I must conform to the norms of the majority. In an effort to conceal my differences, I diligently emulated the lifestyle of a typical individual. However, on a winter night, the cogs of fate began to turn, and I found myself ensnared in an abyss from which there seemed to be no escape. Chapter 1. Officer Ouyang Xiaowei. Officer, he has awakened. You may proceed with the questioning. This was the first phrase I heard upon regaining consciousness, accompanied by the acrid scent of antiseptic, a fragrance that was quite unpleasant, causing me to involuntarily furrow my brow. Hello, comrade. Can you hear me clearly now? A melodious voice reached my ears, belonging to a strikingly composed female officer, whose appearance was as delightful as her tone. After a moment of silence, I slowly nodded. Upon seeing my assent, the female officer finally exhaled in relief and introduced herself succinctly. Hello, my name is Ouyang Xiaowei, the head of the Major Crimes Unit at the Public Security Bureau of Yunnan Province. I have a few questions to ask you. Would you be willing to answer them? Though there was no mirror before me, I surmised that my eyes must appear hollow and my condition likely less than favorable. My mind was a blank slate, seemingly devoid of any recollection. This phenomenon had manifested numerous times over the past few years, rendering me accustomed to it, devoid of any panic. I spoke slowly. Officer, please go ahead. I will share whatever I can recall. Ouyang Xiaowei's graceful brows furrowed slightly, and with a look of confusion, she inquired, Can you recall? Is it possible for you to forget events that pertain to your own experience so swiftly? With a resigned smile, I explained, I apologize, officer. My memory often becomes disordered, so I cannot guarantee that I will be of assistance with your inquiries. Ouyang Xiaowei nodded thoughtfully and said, That's all right. Let's start with some straightforward questions. Could you briefly introduce yourself? My name is Lin Bai. I am 19 years old, currently in my second year at Diannan University, majoring in mechanical engineering. Where is your hometown? Yunfei Village. Do you recall any memories from before your unconsciousness? Recall that on the evening of November 2nd at 9:30 p.m., I departed from the library of Diannan University and returned to my dormitory. The moment I lay down, I lost consciousness, and when I regained awareness, I found myself here. Do you remember the time so distinctly? Because the library closes at 9:30 p.m., I invariably exit at that hour each day. Ouyang Xiaowei's voice abruptly ceased, as if she was contemplating some profound revelation. She retrieved a book titled In Search of the Traces of Memory from her bag. Eric Kandel, the Nobel laureate in physiology or medicine and a renowned expert in neuroscience. This book is quite remarkable, primarily addressing memory-related disorders. Do you hold a particular fondness for it? I realized this was the book I had borrowed most frequently from the library, indicating that the police had indeed investigated our university. Officer Ouyang, I have mentioned before that my memory often becomes disordered. It is only natural that I would peruse relevant literature, is it not? That is indeed understandable. But it is now 4 p.m. on November 4th, whereas we have determined your last memory was at 6 p.m. on November 3 RD. This signifies a complete lapse of 20 hours, during which you possess no recollection, correct? I could not suppress a quiet gasp, astonished that 2 full days had elapsed. During the interrogation, Ouyang Xiaowei unconsciously inched closer to me, a subtle fragrance of gardenia enveloping her presence, delightful yet inconsequential to my current state of mind. For my thoughts were consumed by a relentless cascade of fleeting images that a torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens. Corpses lay piled high like mountains. Pale masks encircled me, haunting in their stillness. In my grasp was an ancient-looking short sword, already stained with blood. The earth beneath my feet was saturated with crimson. The images in my mind halted at this point, yet a vague unease lingered within me. Had I truly committed some grievous act during this amnesiac interlude? For most, the loss of memory might seem trivial. However, I was acutely aware of the potential devastation I could wreak upon this world. Noticing my silence, Ouyang Xiaowei patiently awaited my response, even extending a gentle inquiry. Would you care for a glass of water? You appear rather unwell. I accepted a glass of warm water, and, as I swallowed, Warmth spread throughout my body. I apologize, Officer Ouyang, I truly cannot recall anything. Ouyang Xiaowei, having ascended to her current position at such a young age, was no ordinary individual. Her instincts informed her that this seemingly innocuous youth before her was concealing something. Allow me to assist you in recalling, Lin Bai. The school surveillance indicated that you indeed left the library on the evening of November 2nd and returned to your dormitory. However, after that, you vanished from Yunnan University. Vanished? How could that be? I couldn't help but shake my head. In this day and age, with cameras everywhere, how could anyone possibly disappear without a trace? However, Ouyang Xiaowei continued earnestly, I find it quite astonishing. Yet the truth remains, we have scrutinized all surveillance footage from Yunnan University, and your presence is nowhere to be found. And we have traced your location to Yunfei Village, which lies 400 kilometers away from Yunnan University, your hometown. Therefore, why did you suddenly return to Yunfei Village? And how did you evade the surveillance to arrive there? Ouyang Xiaowei's beautiful eyes fixed intently upon me, as if awaiting my response. I opened my mouth, my lips moved slightly, yet no sound emerged. At that moment, a voice of impatience erupted from behind Ouyang Xiaowei. Captain, this kid is the prime suspect. Why are you treating him with such courtesy? The speaker was a young police officer, his angular features radiating an unmistakable audacity. Seemingly eager to impress Ouyang Xiaowei, the young officer adopted a stern demeanor and declared, Lin Bai, remaining silent will not resolve your predicament. Only through your cooperation can we apprehend the true culprit and restore your innocence. Otherwise, your future will be irrevocably tarnished. Suspect, culprit, innocence. I keenly seized upon these pivotal terms, realizing that someone had indeed perished, and I now bore significant suspicion. In that instant, my mind became a tumultuous whirlpool. I was at a loss for words, contemplating that I had been missing for 2 days, and my parents must be deeply concerned for my well-being. That I exhaled slowly, ignoring the mail officer, and turned to Officer Ouyang Xiaowei, pleading softly, Officer Ouyang, could you please make a phone call to my home? I've been missing for 2 days and the school should have already alerted my family. I don't want them to worry. A flicker of emotion crossed Ouyang Xiaowei's face, and after a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke, Lin Bai, your parents have already. Seeing her expression, a wave of intense unease surged within me. Simultaneously, images began to crystallize in my mind, unmistakably revealing the faces of my parents among the corpses. Have they died? My tone was unexpectedly indifferent, prompting Ouyang Xiaowei to glance at me with increased curiosity. Please accept my condolences. Although you are directly involved, this case is exceedingly complex, and to avoid causing panic, I cannot disclose specific details at this time. I hope you can understand that only by recalling as many memories as possible can you assist us in solving this matter swiftly. I nodded, feeling an inexplicable disconnection upon learning of my parents' tragic fate. I sensed that I should be grieving, yet sorrow eluded me entirely. I endeavored to summon the images in my mind. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted from the depths of my consciousness, violently disrupting my recollections. Desperate, I clasped my head and let out a pained scream. The doctor outside rushed in at once, his expression grave as he inquired. The questioning male officer raised an eyebrow, clearly disdainful of my reaction. Lin Bai, posturing is futile. Revealing everything you know is your only option. That I yearned to speak, yet an excruciating pain surged through my mind, rendering me mute. Within mere moments, my complexion had turned ashen, and beads of cold sweat adorned my forehead. I could see that moment. Ouyang Xiaowei sensed the disquiet and hurriedly approached, saying, Lin Bai, do not rush, take a moment to steady your emotions. The male officer's words reached the ears of the attending physician, who, visibly irate, interjected, fellow officers, please step outside, the patient requires treatment at this time. The male officer seemed poised to retort, but Ouyang Xiaowei firmly pulled him away. In the corridor outside the ward, the male officer expressed his impatience, saying, Captain, this fellow has been in the hospital all day. After finally regaining consciousness, he experiences a headache the moment we ask him anything. Is this not plainly deliberate? Let's take him back to the station and confine him for 2 days. He will surely comply. Ouyang Xiaowei, her expression grave, reprimanded, Ma Fei. How many times must I remind you? He is merely a suspect at this stage, not a criminal. When will you amend your rash tendencies? Captain, this is the most significant case our team has encountered since its inception, especially during such a critical period that if we mishandle this, our entire team will face repercussions. Can you blame me for my urgency? This young man is the sole survivor of this incident. Only by prying open his lips can we uncover the truth of what transpired in Yunfei Village. The male police officer named Ma Fei, though somewhat reluctant, continued to voice his opinions incessantly. Ouyang Xiaowei was well aware of the urgency of the situation, yet her instincts as a police officer led her to believe that the matter was far from straightforward. All right, I will handle the questioning. You are to remain silent and refrain from provoking Lin Bai, understood? Disobedience will result in your immediate return to the station. Ma Fei's mouth opened slightly, yet he ultimately uttered no words, trailing behind Ouyang Xiaowei as they returned to the hospital room. Doctor, how is his condition now? The doctor frowned, expressing a degree of difficulty. Comrade police officer, the patient's emotional state is quite unstable. It would be best for him to receive treatment. First questioning at this juncture. Before the doctor could finish, a frail voice interrupted. It's all right. I can manage that. I struggled to sit up, leaning against the headboard. My complexion remained pale, yet my gaze was resolute. The doctor hesitated momentarily, but upon my fervent insistence, he acquiesced. Then please converse with the 2 police officers. I will be just outside. Should there be any unusual changes in your condition, summon me immediately. I forced a faint smile and expressed my gratitude, saying, thank you, doctor. With that, the doctor exited the room. At that moment, I finally had the opportunity to survey the hospital room. Perhaps due to the peculiar nature of my current circumstances, this was a private room, spacious and well-appointed, featuring a separate bathroom. It appeared to be an exceedingly luxurious suite. Ouyang Xiaowei once again seated herself before me, cautiously inquiring, Lin Bai, can you recall what transpired during the period of your memory loss? Gazing into her sincere eyes, I found myself momentarily tempted to share the images swirling in my mind. However, after a brief hesitation, I refrained from voicing my thoughts. This scenario had unfolded numerous times before. No one would believe me. They would merely perceive me as a madman. Should I articulate the visions in my mind, the most likely consequence would be immediate confinement, though I have faith that the police could uncover the ultimate truth. Yet, in this moment, it seemed as though an unseen force was guiding me to seek the truth on my own. If I could simply ascertain what I had done over the past 20 hours, then the myriad peculiarities surrounding me would surely find an explanation. Thus, I chose to remain silent. Seeing my reticence, Ouyang Xiaowei could only rise in resignation, leaving behind a business card. If you remember anything, please contact me at your earliest convenience. With that, she turned towards the door. Ouyang officer, what exactly occurred in Yunfei village? Can you enlighten me? Ouyang Xiaowei paused, then replied in a somber tone, I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information as it pertains to an ongoing investigation. I tucked Ouyang Xiaowei's business card into the pocket of my jacket and murmured an apology before lying back down. Upon exiting the ward, Ma Fei could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Captain, this fellow is nothing but a slippery character. How can we proceed with our investigation if he remains tight-lipped? Are we truly not bringing him back to the station? Ouyang Xiaowei cast him an exasperated glance and remarked, shall I reiterate? He is merely a suspect at this moment, not a criminal. Ensure that 2 officers keep a vigilant watch over him and report any irregularities to me without delay. Ma Fei grimaced, reluctantly responding, very well, but what about you? I must return to the bureau for a meeting. Do exercise caution on your way, he replied. No sooner had he spoken than a police vehicle roared to life, swiftly departing from the hospital. Fei watched the car's retreating silhouette with lingering regret before turning back to the ward. Chapter 2 Hospital under attack. At the door of the ward, 2 local police officers stood up politely, took the boxed lunches brought by Ma Fei, and said politely, thank you, Officer Ma. Ma Fei nodded, took out 2 cigarettes from his bosom, and handed them over. You 2 brothers have worked hard. Keep your spirits up tonight and don't be careless. The 2 police officers replied with a smile. What are you talking about, Officer Ma? This is the job we signed up for. What's there to complain about being tired? By the way, Officer Ma, I heard that group leader Ouyang is about to be promoted soon. What a pity that this happened at this crucial moment. Ma Fei patted the 2 of them on the shoulder. No one wants accidents to happen. We are policemen. We have to investigate any case, right? The 2 police officers nodded in agreement. Ma Fei then pushed the door open and walked into the ward. Although the voices of the 3 of them were very low, my hearing is far beyond ordinary people, so every word was clearly heard by me. No wonder Ma Fei was so polite to these 2 police officers, but so mean to me. It turned out that the trouble I caused affected the promotion of Officer Ouyang. Ma Fei saw that I was staring blankly out of the window, wondering what I was thinking, and said speechlessly, come on, stop pretending to be all melancholic. Have some food first. As he was speaking, he opened the lunchbox in his hand and placed it on the table attached to the high-class hospital bed. There was a bowl of millet porridge, 2 eggs, a serving of stir-fried lettuce, and a cold dish. He kept chattering, don't say that I'm abusing you. The doctor said that you can't eat anything too greasy now. I nodded and replied politely, thank you, Officer Ma. Ma Fei originally didn't take it seriously and said, "All right, don't be so polite to me. Get well soon." Halfway through his words, Ma Fei's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp and he said coldly, "I never told you my surname is Ma. How do you know my name?" Only then did I realize that I had let it slip. It seemed that being in a coma for too long had really dulled my mind. I explained somewhat embarrassedly. "When you were talking to the other two officers at the door, I overheard you. Your voices were a bit loud at that time. I didn't mean to eavesdrop." After Ma Fei gave me a suspicious look, he didn't continue talking but sat on the chair on one side and opened his dinner. It was a relatively sumptuous boxed meal with an extra roasted chicken leg that was oozing with oil. Immediately, the rich smell of meat filled the whole room. I gulped down my millet porridge, but out of the corner of my eye, I kept glancing at the chicken leg and Ma Fei's boxed meal. Soon, the food in front of me was eaten up completely. Although I wasn't quite full, having something to eat always made people rather happy. I stroked my stomach and fantasized that it would be great if there were a piece of meat. Just as I was thinking like this, there really was an extra piece of meat in the bowl in front of me. Ma Fei tore off a piece of meat from his chicken leg and put it into Lin Bai's bowl. A smile instantly bloomed on my face, and I said, "Thank you, Officer Ma." Ma Fei's face remained cold. "I've said it, don't thank me. Although I don't know if you really lost your memory. It would be more beneficial for us if you recovered earlier." After satisfyingly eating that piece of chicken, I got out of bed by myself and walked into the bathroom. At this moment, the weather had turned slightly cool, and the cold water hitting my face instantly woke me up a lot. In the mirror was a rather handsome young man with neat hair, big eyes, double eyelids, and fair skin, giving a very clean feeling. Looking at my own hands, I fell into deep thought. There must have been a major in Yunfei Village, and I couldn't always be within the police's sight. To recall what exactly happened in Yunfei Village, I had to go back to Yunfei Village. Although this police officer Ma looked cold, he wasn't a bad person. If I could persuade him to take me back to Yunfei Village, it didn't seem impossible. After making up my mind, I pushed open the bathroom door. I saw that Ma Fei had already cleaned up all the trash and was standing at the ward door with a very solemn expression. I was pressed onto the bed. Ma Fei pushed open the door and walked out, then came in again after more than 10 seconds. "Lin Bai, can you hear what I just said at the door?" I helplessly repeated, 9876543321. Only then could Ma Fei be sure that I could really hear his voice through the door. "This is the intensive care unit. The patients here are either rich and noble or people with special identities like you, to ensure that patients can get good rest. The sound insulation of this door is very good." I couldn't even hear the conversation between the two police officers outside when I was pressed against the door. "Yet you could hear every word clearly from your bed, Lin Bai. Your hearing is excellent." I smiled helplessly, but Ma Fei didn't give me a chance to respond. He took out handcuffs and cuffed me to the bed. "I'm very sorry, but now I suspect you might have received professional training. For the sake of safety, please bear with it for some time." Looking at the handcuffs attached to the edge of the bed, I said even more helplessly, "Officer Ma, is this necessary?" Ma Fei nodded as a matter of course. "Are you sure you're not doing this to vent your anger for your goddess, Officer Ouyang? Without the Yunfei Village case, I'm afraid your goddess would have been promoted by now." After Ma Fei stared at me and sized me up carefully, he marveled, "You kid, do you have cat ears? You can even hear this. But I'm not as low as you think. It's true that I'm reluctant for the team leader. But it's also true that I have to be on guard against you." I shook my head helplessly. I often surfed the internet at school and deeply understood a truth. It's impossible to reason with an infatuated person. The idea of discussing with him whether he could take me back to Yunfei Village instantly vanished. I closed my eyes and began to think about how to escape. Ma Fei then moved a chair and sat in front of me, strictly implementing the spirit of keeping a close eye on me. Time passed by little, and in a blink of an eye, it was already 11 o'clock at night. I, who was originally lying in bed, suddenly opened my eyes. A mysterious feeling welled up in my heart, as if there was something extremely dangerous approaching rapidly. I sat up, my expression solemn. Ma Fei looked at me as if I was a lunatic and said, "In the middle of the night, if you don't sleep, what are you going to do?" I lowered my voice and said, "Officer Ma, I know you still suspect me now, but you must believe what I'm about to say. We are in danger now. You should immediately call Officer Ouyang and request backup." Ma Fei looked at my serious face. Instead of being as dismissive of me as before, he seriously asked, "How do you know there will be danger?" I knew that if I didn't tell some truth at this time, he wouldn't believe me. So I slowly said, "I have a special ability to sense the aura of danger. Don't you wonder why I suddenly left Diannan University and returned to Yunfei Village? It's because I sensed danger in Yunfei Village, so I dropped everything and rushed back." Ma Fei listened to my explanation in shock, trying to digest the information contained in the conversation. Finally, he said somewhat suspiciously, "You mean you have supernatural powers?" At this moment, I could already feel that the danger was getting closer and closer to us. So I said anxiously, "Officer Ma, whatever you think, but now time is really running out. I can sense that those masked people are about to arrive. You must believe me." "Masked people?" I, who was originally reclining on the bed, suddenly opened my eyes. A sense of profound mystery welled up within me, as if there was something perilous approaching with great rapidity. I bolted upright, my countenance solemn. Ma Fei regarded me as though I were a lunatic and inquired, in the dead of night, "If you forsake slumber, what on earth are you about to do?" I lowered my voice and uttered, "Officer Ma, I am cognizant that you still harbor suspicions towards me at present. Yet you must give credence to what I am about to articulate. We are currently in jeopardy. You ought to promptly summon Officer Ouyang and request reinforcement." Ma Fei gazed at my earnest visage. Instead of being as disdainful of me as hitherto, he probed earnestly, "How do you come to know that there will be danger?" I was aware that if I did not impart some veracity at this juncture, he would not place faith in me. Consequently, I enunciated slowly. "I possess a unique faculty to perceive the aura of peril. Do you not marvel at why I abruptly departed from Diannan University and returned to Yunfei Village? It is because I detected danger in Yunfei Village. Hence I relinquished everything and hastened back." Ma Fei listened to my explication in astonishment, endeavoring to assimilate the information encapsulated in the dialogue. Ultimately, he queried somewhat skeptically, "You are suggesting that you possess supernatural abilities?" At this instant, I could already discern that the peril was drawing nearer and nearer to us. Thus, I beseeched anxiously, "Officer Ma, however you may think. But now time is truly running out. I can sense that those masked individuals are on the verge of arrival. You must believe me." "Masked individuals?" Ma Fei's expression also grew solemn. After associating with my abnormal hearing, instead of mocking me, he took out his phone and walked directly out of the ward. In the dim corridor of the hospital, Ma Fei skillfully found Ouyang Xiaowei's phone number. Just as the call was dialed, a slight noise suddenly came from the stairwell, instantly attracting Ma Fei's attention. Ma Fei placed his hand on the pistol at his waist. This was the special care ward area of the hospital on the top floor. Hardly anyone would use the stairwell except for cleaning staff. It was already 11 o'clock at night, and the cleaning staff had long since left work. How could there still be a sound? Those who could enter the provincial major case team at this age were naturally not fools. When Ma Fei gradually approached the stairwell, the lights on the entire floor suddenly went out, plunging into eerie darkness. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound rang out. Although Ma Fei had been on guard, he only just managed to dodge, leaving a deep wound on his shoulder. Bang! 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 3 consecutive gunshots resounded throughout the hospital. At this moment, Ma Fei looked shocked. How could someone dodge a bullet at such a close range? Could all this be an illusion? But the pain in his shoulder reminded him that all this was real. Before Ma Fei could take the next move, a dagger stabbed into his chest. A pale mask was the only thing Ma Fei saw. All this happened in the blink of an eye, at the first gunshot. 2 policemen at the door had their alarms go off instantly. They both drew out their pistols and felt their way to the staircase. Before they could get closer, a strong smell of blood wafted into their noses. "Go. Take Lin Bai away." Ma Fei's weak voice suddenly sounded. Only by the light of the flashlight did the 2 policemen see that there was a sharp wound on his heart. Blood was gushing out nonstop. The 2 policemen exchanged glances and immediately ran towards the ward. However, in the darkness, it seemed as if there was something invisible following them. This short distance seemed like an insurmountable chasm. Shwa shwa, glints of cold light flashed. The 2 policemen fell down unwillingly when they were less than 2 meters away from the ward door. At this time, 4 figures in broad white robes appeared outside the ward door. They wore the same pale white masks on their faces. After pushing open the door, the 4 masked men entered the ward like ghosts. But all that greeted them was an empty bed and a handcuff hanging by the bedside. The moment I saw the white masks on their faces, the memories in my mind resurfaced again. A dozen or so masked men of the same kind had massacred in Yunfei Village, and the blood had flowed all the way to the small puddle at the village entrance. The desperate wails of countless familiar figures seemed to appear in my ears out of thin air, although I didn't know whether this memory was true or false. The scene of them killing 3 policemen was vivid in my mind. For some reason, boundless killing intent welled up in my heart. My gaze hardened, and a golden short sword inexplicably appeared in my hand. Countless instincts of battle suddenly emerged in my mind. I swooped down from the roof suddenly. 4 masked men reacted quickly. They dodged my attack in an instant at a speed almost invisible to the human eye. However, I was not flustered at this moment because I could clearly feel that my speed was faster than theirs. Even in the darkness, my eyes could still see their every move clearly. Moreover, their movements seemed to slow down countless times in my eyes and were easily dodged by me. But the 4 masked men were incredibly, for cold glints of light rushed towards me from 4 directions. I narrowly avoided the 4 attacks and leaned against the wall of the ward. The 4 masked men didn't pause at all and attacked me again. I had no choice but to dodge again. This couldn't go on like this. From the corner of my eye, I glanced at the direction of the ward door. Suddenly, the short sword in my hand seemed to be in tune with my mind and emitted a stunning golden light. An indescribable feeling surged in my heart, as if I was incredibly powerful and invincible at this moment. With a single sword swing, the 4 masked men seemed to sense the danger and chose to dodge immediately. Taking advantage of this gap, I quickly escaped from the ward and disappeared into the night. Chapter 3: The Tragedy of Yunfei Village, Yunnan Province, Public Security Department. As the highest public security institution in a province, the people who could appear in the meeting room of the Public Security Department were all elites among the elites. Ouyang Xiaowei was wearing a police uniform, standing gracefully in front of the large screen in the meeting room. Her mobile phone was placed on the table in front of her, and it was showing a call from Ma Fei. But after ringing for 49 seconds, it automatically went out. Opposite her, dozens of solemn policemen were sitting upright, their eyes all focused on the screen in the conference room. Clearing her throat. Pictures were continuously shown on the big screen. Each picture had 1 to 4 deceased, and the fatal wounds were all on the necks. Surprisingly, there were actually hundreds of such photos. Ouyang Xiaowei pointed at the pictures on the screen in a heavy voice and said, "Leaders, this is the scene of the 112th case. On the night of November 2nd, 2023, in Huahua time, all 817 villagers in Yunfei village were killed overnight. All the villagers' wounds were fatal with a single knife strike, and the fatal wounds were all on the necks. Moreover, the wounds were almost identical, which can be confirmed to be from the same kind of sharp weapon. And the time interval between deaths was no more than 25 minutes. At 6:45 a.m. on November 3rd, a villager from a neighboring village went to Yunfei village to return farming tools and found the body of the first victim's family, and immediately called the police. After the local police station arrived, it controlled the scene in the first place. Then, when the local police found that none of the villagers in the village survived, they directly reported it to the provincial department. So currently, the news has not spread widely. The only survivor of this case is called Lin Bai, an adopted son of the Lin couple in Yunfei village. He is 19 years old and studies at Diannan University. He has excellent grades. He was found fainted in the village head square. There were no obvious external injuries on his body. He has been sent to the hospital. After diagnosis, it was shock caused by physical exhaustion. Currently, he is suspected of having amnesia due to being overly stimulated. Surveillance shows that Lin Bai was still at Diannan University before 10 p.m. on November 2nd. The time of the villager's murder in Yunfei village was around 12 a.m. That is to say, Lin Bai had no time to commit the crime. However, suspiciously, the surveillance at Diannan University did not capture how Lin Bai left the university. Nor was there any record of any taxi or online car-hailing service going to Yunfei village. Lin Bai himself does not have a driver's license. So how did Lin Bai appear in Yunfei village, which is 400 kilometers away, within less than 9 hours? The villagers in Yunfei village have always lived in peace and had no disputes with the world. So the motive for the crime is unclear. After a preliminary search of the crime scene, the perpetrator left no trace. Therefore, Lin Bai is the only breakthrough in this case currently. As Ouyang Xiaowei explained, the expressions of the policemen present became increasingly solemn. Although the policemen present were all experienced old criminal policemen, it was really the first time they had seen a case with such a large number of victims. Soon, a policeman pointed at a close-up of a villager's wound and raised his question, "Officer Ouyang, for such a professional wound, even a professional soldier would find it difficult to inflict. The murderer must have received extremely professional training. Since Diannan province is adjacent to the border of Huahua, is it possible that it was the work of foreign mercenaries?" Ouyang Xiaowei's expression was solemn. It cannot be excluded that there is such a possibility. However, I think the current focus should still be on Lin Bai. Without the help of others, it is impossible for him to return to Yunfei village. Who helped him? This might be the key to solving this case. Ouyang Xiaowei is the flower of the police force and has solved many major cases. Therefore, her words are quite persuasive. And many people nodded in agreement with her inference. At this time, a discordant voice sounded in the corner. Just now, Officer Ouyang said that the time interval between deaths is no more than 25 minutes. I wonder how this data was obtained. The speaker is a middle-aged man with messy hair, wearing a dark windbreaker, with a strong build. Perhaps because of the messy beard on his chin. The whole person gives a very decadent feeling. However, no one dares to ignore the words of this man. Because the middle-aged man is a special advisor to the Provincial Public Security Department, named Xiao Qingbing, and has reached the position of the third-level police superintendent at this age. If Ouyang Xiaowei is a rising star, then Xiao Qingbing is a legend that has come to an end. During his tenure as the head of the major case team, the detection rate of cases in southern Yunnan province was the highest in the country, and he solved countless major and important cases, and was commended by the Ministry of Public Security many times. Just when everyone thought he would continue to rise steadily, an accident happened. 6 years ago, Xiao Qingbing led the team to carry out a confidential mission, but finally suffered heavy losses. And even he himself was seriously injured in the operation and had to retreat to the second line, which is a pity. However, it is undeniable that even though he has declined, he is still the person with the strongest criminal investigation ability among everyone present, and is jokingly called God Xiao by countless frontline police officers. When a big shot of such great weight posed questions, Ouyang Xiaowei naturally didn't dare to be careless and quickly replied, Advisor Xiao, after the preliminary examination by the forensic doctor. The time of death of all the murdered villagers was around 11:55 at night. The temperature at this time of year is relatively low, and the bodies have not been specially treated, so there won't be too much error. Even if there is an error, it will be within 25 minutes. That's why I said the time interval between deaths is no more than 25 minutes. Xiao Qingbing nodded. Her gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, and she continued to ask, that is to say, the murderer killed more than 800 villagers with the same type of weapon within 25 minutes. Then, may I ask, how many mercenaries would it take to accomplish such a feat? This soul-stirring question left everyone silent. Also, everyone, look at the wounds of each deceased. Whether it's the depth or the technique, they are almost exactly the same. I would like to ask, what kind of mercenaries can achieve such a high level of? Finally, what was the murderer's intention in massacring the village? For money? For fame? It seems not. So there must be something in Yunfei village that is worth the murderer doing this, or they are trying to achieve their goals by massacring Yunfei village. Sitting at the head was an old man with a full head of white hair wearing a white shirt. He coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention. Although the old man was advanced in years, he looked very hale and hearty. The first-class superintendent rank on his shoulder and the unique police number both showed the old man's identity, Chen Jingyang, the director of the Public Security Department of Yunnan Province. Advisor Xiao, share your thoughts. Such a high level of unison. Xiao Qingbing stood up and came to Ouyang Xiaowei's side, saying slowly, I haven't been to the scene, so I can't give the most accurate judgment. However, I have a speculation that the murderer is a very ferocious and well-trained organization. The goal they want to achieve should be related to Lin Bai. Therefore, under their operation, Lin Bai was taken back to Yunfei village. After all, an organization that has the ability to silently kill more than 800 villagers must also have the ability to quietly take Lin Bai away from the school. But there must have been some accidents during this process, so their goal wasn't achieved. Lin Bai is still alive and has fallen into our hands. Even though he has lost his memory now, for the murderer, he is a time bomb. If I'm not wrong, this organization will definitely continue to target Lin Bai. Therefore, the top priority is to organize enough police force to protect Lin Bai first. Once this speculation came out, everyone present fell into discussion. Some people thought this was the truth of the matter. Even Ouyang Xiaowei thought this speculation seemed to be the one that could most reasonably explain all the strange points. Different from the excitement of others who finally found a breakthrough, Xiao Qingbing's eyes were full of worry as she said, What about the security force watching Lin Bai in the hospital now? Ouyang Xiaowei's face changed. She quickly picked up the phone on the table, and Ma Fei's missed call was clearly visible. With a nervous mood, she called back, but there was only a busy tone on the other end of the phone. Xiao Qingbing's eyes froze, and she turned to look at Chen Jingyang. After a slight hesitation, Chen Jingyang immediately said, The Yunfei village massacre is the biggest case the Yunnan Provincial Public Security Department has encountered since its establishment. The number of deaths is even more appalling. I announced the establishment of the 112 Special Investigation Group, with Xiao Qingbing as the group leader and Ouyang Xiaowei as the deputy group leader. The case must be solved within the shortest possible time, since the perpetrator of this case may be involved with an overseas organization. The Armed Police Brigade will also be temporarily under the command of group leader Xiao Qingbing and Ouyang Xiaowei saluted solemnly at the same time and said, Yes, we guarantee to complete the task. With Xiao Qingbing taking action personally, everyone had full confidence in solving the 112 case. Ouyang Xiaowei walked directly up to Xiao Qingbing. After hiding her admiring gaze, she said humbly, Group leader Xiao, please take care of me. Although Xiao Qingbing's name gives people a very cold feeling, she smiles warmly. At least, that's what Ouyang Xiaowei thinks. Officer Ouyang, nice to meet you. However, the top priority now is to dispatch a large number of police officers to the hospital to protect Lin Bai. Ouyang Xiaowei nodded and said, naturally. At this moment, a sudden vibrating sound rang out inappropriately. Xiao Qingbing didn't mind and nodded, saying, It doesn't matter. You can answer the call first. I'll go and contact the Armed Police Brigade now. After Ouyang Xiaowei apologized embarrassedly, she walked to one side and answered the phone. What? Say that again. Hearing Ouyang Xiaowei's suddenly excited voice, Xiao Qingbing's heart skipped a beat. The experience of being a criminal policeman for many years made him realize that something must have gone wrong. What's wrong? What happened? Ouyang Xiaowei swallowed hard and said nervously, Lin Bai is missing, and the 3 policemen watching him are all dead. What? Xiao Qingbing's eyes narrowed instantly. The other policemen looked at Xiao Qingbing with even more shock in their eyes. He really guessed right. Soon, a large number of armed police officers blocked off the hospital. Xiao Qingbing and Ouyang Xiaowei rushed to the crime scene with the members of the serious crime unit in a hurry. Ma Fei's body was lying in the stairwell deep in the corridor. The bloodstains on his chest had dried up, and his eyes were wide open, as if he died with a grievance. Looking at this colleague who had followed her since graduation, tears couldn't help streaming down Ouyang Xiaowei's face. Ma Fei came from a wealthy family and had many better choices when he was employed, but out of his yearning for the police and the justice in his heart, he resolutely chose to join the police force. Although he was sometimes a bit impatient, it was undeniable that he was kind-hearted to the core. Although she didn't have romantic feelings for Ma Fei, it didn't prevent her from regarding him as her closest partner. When her vision was completely blurred by tears, a tissue was handed in front of her. Xiao Qibing had somehow stood beside her. Actually, I can very well understand how you feel now and all your actions. But I just want to ask you one question. Do you want to catch the murderer who killed him with your own hands? Xiao Qingbing's voice is very steady, giving people a sense of peace of mind when listening. Ouyang Xiaowei suddenly raises her head, takes the tissue to dry her tears, and regains her former calmness. I will surely catch the murderer with my own hands. Xiao Qibing nods, glances at the wound on Ma Fei's body, and murmurs to herself. The wound is the same as that of the villagers in Yunfei village. The murderers are the same group of people. Moreover, the target of the murderers is Lin Bai. Chapter for the damaged surveillance. Ouyang Xiaowei suddenly raises her head and asks her own question. Could Lin Bai be in league with these murderers? The reason they attacked Ma Fei was to rescue Lin Bai? Xiao Qingbing shakes her head and whispers, "Come with me." The two come to the ward door. The other two police officers are lying quietly on the ground, which makes people feel heavy. Look, these two comrades are facing the ward door. What does this mean? At the last moment of their lives, they wanted to return to this ward. Why? Push open the door of the ward, and the handcuffs by the bed are still hanging there. Ouyang Xiaowei guesses. They wanted to return to the ward to protect Lin Bai and leave? Xiao Qingbing takes 2 steps back, her eyes full of wise light, and continues to ask, Ma Fei called you before he died, but didn't get through. So what kind of situation would it be that would make him enter the stairwell after calling you? Ouyang Xiaowei shook her head and said, equally puzzled. I can't figure it out. Ma Fei is a member of the serious crime unit and would never neglect his duties. So most likely he was in the ward with Lin Bai. How could he appear in the stairwell? Obviously, Ouyang Xiaowei's main attention was on Ma Fei, so she overlooked this detail. Xiao Qingbing lit a cigarette as if there was no one else around. After taking a deep puff, he slowly exhaled. His bearded cheeks were faintly visible in the smoke, and his eyes flickered, as if he was seriously thinking about something. After exhaling the last puff of smoke, he crushed out the cigarette butt and threw it into the trash can. Looking more energetic, he said, let me first state my speculation. Is there a possibility that during the conversation between Ma Fei and Lin Bai, he made some discoveries? So he walked out of the ward and came to the corridor, wanting to call you to inform. But you were in a meeting at that time and didn't answer the call. After you didn't answer, Ma Fei wanted to go back to the ward. But then he noticed something strange in the stairwell, so he went into the stairwell to check. As a result, he was killed in the stairwell. After killing Ma Fei, the murderer entered this floor from the stairwell, killed 2 policemen in the same way, and finally took Lin Bai away. Ouyang Xiaowei looked at Xiao Qingbing in shock. As expected of the legend, the god Xiao lived up to his reputation. Just by looking at the crime scene, he could speculate so much. Without a doubt, Xiao Qingbing's speculation was currently the most likely scenario. Subsequently, Ouyang Xiaowei's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, that is to say, as long as we find the person who took Lin Bai away, we can find the murderer who killed the villagers of Yunfei village? Xiao Qingbing shook his head. He always felt that things were not that simple. Returning to the stairwell, he stared at the bullet holes on the wall and asked, what's Ma Fei's combat ability like? Ouyang Xiaowei sighed. He has excellent combat skills and can rank among the top 3 in the serious crime unit. With such good combat skills, holding a firearm and missing all 3 shots, and being counter-killed by a cold weapon, the fierceness of the murderer is self-evident. In the future, when going out to investigate cases, we must be accompanied by the armed police force. Only in this way can we ensure the safety of our police officers. Ouyang Xiaowei nodded heavily. No one wanted the same tragedy to happen again. Xiao Qingbing turned his head to look at the surveillance cameras in the hospital corridor, with a smile on his lips and said, but don't be so pessimistic. There are surveillance cameras everywhere in the hospital. Even if the entire floor lost power at the time of the incident, the surveillance cameras in other places should provide us with some clues. The nearby police officers looked at Xiao Qingbing with amazed eyes. Just when everyone thought the case was about to be solved, an unexpected news came. The hospital's surveillance cameras were broken. In the security room, the hospital security guard held a burn box in his hand and said fearfully, police officers. This thing is called a network digital video recorder and can store surveillance files within 7 days, but I don't know why it became like this. Ouyang Xiaowei looked at the distorted hard drive that had been burned and couldn't help but feel extremely angry. As a security guard in the hospital, didn't you even know that the surveillance files had been burned? How could you be so irresponsible? The security guard was clearly terrified, fearing that he would lose his job because of this, so he quickly apologized and said, sorry, police officer. The door to this surveillance room has always been locked, so I don't come to check it often. I didn't know this would happen. You can't file a complaint against me with the hospital. Ouyang Xiaowei still wanted to say something more, but Xiao Qibing had already reached out and taken the damaged hard drive, handing it to the police officer behind her. She instructed, send it back to the technical department to see if it's possible to repair it. Then she didn't forget to comfort the elderly security guard and said, don't worry, we won't file a complaint against you. If you receive any punishment because of this, you can also come to us. We'll negotiate with the hospital. The security guard burst into tears and kept saying words of gratitude. Seeing this, Ouyang Xiaowei didn't say anything more. Instead, she followed behind Xiao Qibing and left. Consultant Xiao. We've already checked. There are no signs of any man-made damage to the lock of the room where the surveillance equipment is stored. Xiao Qibing nodded, and a rare solemn expression appeared on her face. It was evident that the development of this case had exceeded her initial judgment. Could this mysterious organization be so powerful that it could manipulate the situation at will? Xiao Qibing stared blankly, lost in thought, not knowing what she was thinking. Ouyang Xiaowei also felt her thoughts were in a complete mess and asked absent-mindedly, Group Leader Xiao, what should we do now? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Qibing replied in a steady voice, release Lin Bai's portrait and issue a wanted notice to find his whereabouts as soon as possible. Ouyang Xiaowei was startled and said, didn't you say the murderer isn't Lin Bai? Whether the murderer is Lin Bai or not, they're after him. Finding Lin Bai will bring us closer to the truth. If we don't flush him out, we'll be like headless flies. Isn't that stupid? As she was speaking, Xiao Qibing lit another cigarette and smoked it regardless of others. Ouyang Xiaowei nodded and said, okay, I'll do it right away. Is there anything else? Xiao Qibing slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and said in a low voice, take me to Yunfei village. Also, send a few brothers to check on Lin Bai's past, which high school and junior high school he attended, and if he has any close friends. We need to find out everything. Seemingly unable to stand the smell of nicotine in the smoke, after writing down these things, Ouyang Xiaowei stepped back a distance and kept making phone calls, and Xiao Qibing found a step to sit on by herself, not caring at all whether the step was clean or not. When Ouyang Xiaowei turned around after arranging other work, she saw Xiao Qibing sitting alone on the step, staring down at the ground with a deep gaze. For some reason, she suddenly felt an inexplicable sense that Xiao Qibing's back was very lonely. A kind of inborn incompatibility with the world. He must be a person with a lot of stories, Ouyang Xiaowei thought to herself. After Xiao Qibing finished smoking the cigarette, the two drove to Yunfei village. For safety reasons, 30 fully armed police officers closely followed behind them. Yunfei village is located deep in a remote and secluded mountain. It is far from the national highway and provincial road. There is no shortcut to enter the village. There is only a winding village road that snakes along the foot of the mountain for more than a dozen kilometers before one can enter the village. Without a local guide, it is very difficult for outsiders to find this hidden place. The village is built on a steep slope. Not far away is a snow-capped mountain. The houses are built along the mountain, row upon row, stacked layer by layer, quite densely. Moreover, with the high mountains and steep slopes here, not much can be grown. The most produced is corn. Every year in autumn and winter, golden corns are hung in front of every household. Looking from afar, it seems there is a yellow ocean in the deep mountains. This is a beautiful paradise. This was Xiao Qibing's exclamation when she first saw Yunfei village. Even though Ouyang Xiaowei had not come here for the first time, she had the same feeling. Yes, most of the villagers in Yunfei village have never left here in their lifetimes. One wonders what kind of heartless people would harm these simple villagers. Xiao Qibing shook her head, exhaled a puff of turbid air, and began to search house by house. Although the houses in Yunfei village are dense, it still took more than 3 hours to go through all the houses. Standing at the highest point of the village, Xiao Qibing overlooked the entire Yunfei village, and her expression became increasingly complex. Props Ouyang Xiaowei came from another direction. When she saw that Xiao Qibing still had a cigarette in her mouth, she couldn't help frowning slightly, but still stepped closer. Team Leader Xiao, have you found anything? Xiao Qibing didn't answer directly. After a moment of silence, she slowly said, Officer Ouyang, there are 367 houses in the whole village, and 359 of them are inhabited. If it were you, without doing anything else, just asking you to go through all the houses, could you do it within 25 minutes? Ouyang Xiaowei shook her head, her eyes full of confusion. No. So we've been unable to figure out exactly how many people are needed to kill all the more than 800 villagers within 25 minutes. And the wounds left are as if they were made by the same person. Xiao Qibing didn't say a word and exhaled another puff of smoke. As if smoking could help her think. The crime scene was too clean. The murderer didn't leave any traces at all. Such a professional method was really inconceivable. Ouyang Xiaowei had never encountered such a situation either. She said helplessly, yes, and there are no surveillance cameras in the whole village. This case is really full of eeriness everywhere, just as the two of them were at a loss. A strange golden light suddenly burst out in the deep mountains not far away. After the two looked at each other, without any hesitation, they led the armed police and rushed towards the location where the golden light was emitted. Chapter 5 Return to Yunfei Village. My name is Lin Bai. I seem to have contracted a very strange illness as my memory is constantly plagued by various problems. I always forget the things I've done. Not long ago, I lost another segment of my memory. The police informed me that during this period, my parents passed away, and in the fragments of my memory, I saw their bodies. To find out what exactly happened in Yunfei village, I had to conceal certain things from the police and look for an opportunity to escape and search for the truth alone. However, unexpectedly, there is a group of masked people constantly chasing me, and the policeman who protected me sacrificed his life as a result. Although I didn't know him for a long time, he was willing to share his chicken drumstick with me. I liked him very much. It's a pity that he can no longer see. After escaping from the hospital, I managed to shake off the masked people and return to Yunfei village. Somehow, I possess a very strong anti-detection ability. Neither the police cameras nor the masked people can capture my figure. After running for an unknown length of time, I finally returned to Yunfei village. But the Yunfei village in front of me seems extremely strange and eerily quiet. The once familiar villagers have all disappeared. I didn't have time to grieve and rushed back to my home. The house remains the same as before, with antique furniture and dim lighting. Usually, every night, my mother would knit clothes under the dim light while I would watch the only TV in the house with my father. But now, everything has changed, and they will never come back. When a wave of grief welled up in my heart, a sharp pain struck my mind again, and a strange memory emerged in my head. Time went back to the night of November 2nd. As usual, I returned to the dormitory from the library. Just as I lay down, a very strange feeling suddenly arose in my heart, exactly the same as when I was in the hospital. The thought that my parents were in danger germinated in my heart and lingered for a long time. To verify my idea, I avoided everyone and returned to Yunfei village. But when I arrived at Yunfei village, countless figures wearing pale masks shuttled back and forth in the village, and the blood flowing out of each household was carried by the rain and flowed to the entrance of the village. The once peaceful Yunfei village had now become a living hell on earth. A middle-aged man in a high-class suit and with a plump build was clearly stunned when he saw me. Your ability has recovered? No. The thing in your head should keep you from using your ability for at least 30 years. Two sharp glints suddenly burst out from my eyes, and I said in disbelief, you know me? The fat man shook his head and muttered to himself, it seems your memory hasn't recovered yet, but it doesn't matter. Soon your current memory will also be erased. Then, he waved his hand, and the masked people behind him rushed towards me in unison. Without much time to think, the instinct of battle made me fight back, but my once proud speed didn't give me much of an advantage. Soon, I was firmly suppressed. Two masked people controlled my arms and escorted me in front of the fat man, only to see the fat man looking at me with a greedy glint in his eyes. It's really unexpected that you still have such abilities after being sealed. You really gave me a pleasant surprise. I struggled to calm myself down and asked calmly, where are my parents? Your parents? The fat man frowned and took a long time to come to his senses. Oh, you mean those two peasants? Go find them and bring their bodies here. In a short while, the bodies of my parents were brought out. Their faces still showed the usual serenity, but they had already lost their vitality. No. I let out a painful roar, and an extremely sorrowful emotion burst out from within me, and a golden light projected from my eyes. At the same time, I felt a miraculous power in my body gradually awakening. In the blink of an eye, the golden light covered my whole body. The fat man looked at my transformation in disbelief, and his expression became extremely terrified. How could you break through the seal? Impossible. And I only felt that my whole body was filled with strength. I looked at him expressionlessly, as if looking at a dead man. The fat man also sensed something was wrong, turned around and got into a car, and sped away. Dozens of pale masks blocked my way. At this moment, all I had in mind was the desire to kill. With a swing of the sword, I felt all my strength being drained away, and I fell straight down. The last scene in my memory was that all the masked people blocking my way were reduced to nothingness under this sword. I heaved a deep sigh, and the memories came to an abrupt halt. It turned out these masked men were sent by that fat guy. Who on earth was he? From what he said, he seemed to know my past. Why did they target these simple villagers in Yunfei village? Because of me? A wave of indescribable guilt welled up in my heart, and I slumped down dejectedly. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw that shabby dining table. I reached out involuntarily to a crack under the table. A piece of yellowed paper had been folded several times and was placed under the table corner. As I slowly unfolded it, I found it said Kane Biotech Company Limited. It was my own handwriting. Although I didn't know what it meant, I still took out a new piece of paper and wrote down the name of this company again. Then I changed out of my hospital gown and put on a light-colored denim outfit. I put the note in the inner pocket of my clothes and prepared to leave. At this moment, my ears twitched slightly, and there was a very soft sound of footsteps coming from 300 meters away. I knew it couldn't be the masked men as they wouldn't make such an obvious noise. I was like an elf hidden in the darkness, landing silently on the rooftop. In the darkness, I could clearly see that the person making the sound was a police officer from the nearby police station. My father always called him Xiao Lu. I shook my head. Originally, I wanted to just turn around and leave, but at this time, I saw a pale mask approaching Xiao Lu quickly. Something is wrong. He's in danger. Recalling the 3 policemen who sacrificed themselves to save me in the hospital, without any hesitation, I directly blocked that masked man. Lu was stunned at first. After seeing it was me, his face showed great joy, and he said, "Lin Bai, why are you here?" I put my finger on my lips, signaling him not to speak. Then I directly held the short sword across his neck. In his shocked eyes, my short sword blocked the dagger shining with cold light. "You go first," I said with absolute confidence. A masked man is no match for me. And I just saw the scene of them killing my parents, so I am eager to vent now, perhaps due to the boost of emotions. The masked man retreated step by step under the attack of my long sword and was already forced into a corner. I seized an opening of the masked man and directly stabbed the short sword into his chest. After the masked man looked at me, he directly fell down. Only then did Lu come to his senses at this time, and said in a trembling voice, "Lin Bai, you killed someone." I ignored Lu and stepped forward curiously to remove the mask of the masked man. I was curious in my memory about what kind of face was hidden under the masks of these masked men, but the face under the mask shocked me. How is this possible? Immediately afterwards, in my shock, the body of the masked man began to burn and was reduced to nothing in a short time, not even leaving any ashes. I gasped in surprise. What a powerful flame. Lu was also stunned to see this scene and couldn't understand what exactly had happened at all. And at this moment, I also turned around and asked, "Why did you come to our village at this time?" Xiao Lu swallowed his saliva and looked at me with full of fear, saying, "All the villagers in Yunfei village have been killed. I was the one who handled the case. I really couldn't sleep at night. So I thought I might as well come over to see if I could find some clues. Who would have thought that I would meet you?" I already guessed what would happen next. I shook my head and advised, "This is not something you can handle. Go home." After saying that, I turned around and was about to leave. "Wait a minute, Lin Bai. Since you're so capable, could you do me a favor?" Obviously, my skills just now left a very deep impression on him. "What favor?" "Over there on the Western Hill, there's a place that seems strange. Could you go with me? I suspect that place is related to the case in Yunfei village." "Huh? Then why didn't you tell the police handling the case?" I asked calmly. Xiao Lu clearly had some concerns and whispered, "I also wanted to, but the chief wouldn't allow it. And I didn't dare to go by myself. Although I always felt something was not right, after thinking for a moment, I still decided to go with him to take a look. After all, Xiao Lu didn't pose any threat to me and was an acquaintance. To speed things up, I grabbed Xiao Lu and ran towards the direction of the Western Hill. It seemed that he couldn't bear such a fast speed. Xiao Lu put his arms around my waist and hugged tightly. I still found it a bit funny that a policeman could be so timid, but soon, I couldn't laugh anymore. A very slight pain came from my waist. But my senses were extremely sharp. How could I not feel it? In an instant, I flung Lu away, gazing at him coldly with a frigid stare. Why? At this moment, Lu was in floods of tears, and a slender silver needle glistened on the ring in his hand. "I'm sorry, but my family is in their hands and I have no choice." Looking at Lu in his current state, the short sword I had raised slowly lowered. For some reason, the sensory abilities within my body were rapidly weakening. My head was growing heavier and heavier, and my movements were becoming increasingly sluggish. 2 masked men rushed up to me at extremely high speed. Lu crawled on his knees to the 2 of them and pleaded, "I've done everything you said. Please let my family go. I'm begging you." The 2 masked men exchanged glances, and a dagger directly slit Lu's throat. All this made my eyes bulge with fury. Yet I was powerless. Lu looked in my direction, his lips moving constantly. I could make out that he was saying 3 words. "I'm sorry." "Oh." Along with a roar, it seemed that some kind of seal on me was gradually being lifted. The short sword in my hand once again emitted a golden light, even stronger than before. The thick clouds burst apart, the starlight shone, and the golden sword glowed directly cleave through the bodies of the 2 masked men, splitting them into 4 pieces and flying out in all directions. What shocked me even more was that their blood had evaporated in midair, and their bodies had also spontaneously combusted into ashes, leaving me standing there dazed, a wave of dizziness washing over my mind. If it weren't for Lu's body lying beside me, I would even have thought that all this was just a dream. I approached Lu's body. For a moment, there was some silence. Another policeman had died because of me. In my daze, suddenly there came a large number of footsteps and flashlight beams from behind. Due to the fading of my keen sense of the 5 senses, I didn't detect it in advance. Feeling my consciousness gradually fading, I immediately turned around and ran towards the depths of the forest. At the moment I turned my head, I saw a pair of familiar eyes. Ouyang Xiaowei, who I had met once, was also staring blankly at me. "Lin Bai, stop." Her voice rang out, but I couldn't stop. Although I was affected by that silver needle, my speed was still terrifyingly fast, and I soon disappeared into the darkness. Ouyang Xiaowei's shout also exposed Lin Bai's identity. Xiao Qingbing stopped the who was about to continue chasing. Rubbing his beard on his chin with his right hand, 2 dangerous glints shot out from his eyes. "Don't chase. You saw his speed. You can't catch up and it's too dangerous. Then he murmured to himself, it's really interesting. Who on earth are you, Lin Bai? Chapter 6. The blank passed, seeing me disappear from her sight again. Ouyang Xiaowei stamped her foot helplessly. He's run away again, team leader. What should we do next? Xiao Qingbing didn't answer, but bent down and carefully observed Lu's body. That abnormal ring immediately caught his attention. But Xiao Qingbing didn't make a sound and quietly put the ring into his pocket. Check the identity of this policeman and send the body back to the police station. Ouyang Xiaowei nodded. Several armed police officers carried Lu's body back into the vehicle. Team leader, this Lin Bai is really audacious. There are so many matters on him that haven't been explained yet, and he even dared to commit murder again. Xiao Qingbing shook her head and counter-asked. How do you know that police officer was killed by Lin Bai? This question left Ouyang Xiaowei stunned for a moment. Then, looking at the crime scene, she said, Team leader, there isn't a single person in sight within a radius of several kilometers. Only Lin Bai was there himself. If he isn't the murderer, then who else could it be? After Xiao Qingbing remained silent for a moment, she slowly said, as you've said, it's desolate for several kilometers around. Then why did this police officer appear here? This. Ouyang Xiaowei was momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Qingbing continued, frowning, Officer Ouyang. You also saw the speed at which Lin Bai escaped just now. Even our well-trained armed police couldn't catch up. Therefore, this case can't be handled according to normal logic. Leaning against the car seat somewhat distressedly, Ouyang Xiaowei found that since taking over this case, there had been eeriness everywhere. Let's go back first. On the way back to Yunfei village, after Xiao Qingbing smoked a cigarette, she looked up at the sky and said in a concentrated voice, check where Lin Bai's ID card was issued. Ouyang Xiaowei turned her head and asked, what's the use of checking this? Xiao Qingbing coughed lightly and said mysteriously, Team leader Ouyang, aren't you curious about where Lin Bai got such terrifying skills? Without day-after-day practice, it simply wouldn't be possible. If we want to catch Lin Bai, we need to figure out his past. Ouyang Xiaowei nodded half, understanding. After all, as the head of the provincial major case team, it was natural for her to obtain such information with ease, and she quickly got the location of the nearby police station. Because the location of Yunfei village was extremely remote, there were only a few policemen in the nearby police station. An older policeman looked a bit dazed when he saw Ouyang Xiaowei and Xiao Qingbing. Who are you two? From the provincial department. We need your cooperation to answer a few questions. Hearing that they were from the provincial department, the old policeman immediately became solemn. After all, they rarely saw people from the municipal bureau here, let alone those from the provincial department. Are you here for the matter of Yunfei village? Xiao Qingbing put on a serious face and her tone was rarely severe as she said, if you know, that's good. This matter is still in the confidentiality stage, and you are not allowed to spread it outside. Do you understand? The old policeman nodded hurriedly and said, I understand. I understand. Are the two officers here this time to ask for our cooperation? Do you know a child in Yunfei village named Lin Bai? Hearing the name Lin Bai, the old policeman directly nodded and said, yes, that child is very strange. When the Lin couple wanted to adopt him, I advised them, but they didn't listen. Could the matter in Yunfei village really be related to that child? Xiao Qingbing's eyes widened angrily and her imposing manner of being awe-inspiring without anger burst out as she scolded again, don't pry into things randomly. You just said Lin Bai is very strange. Why do you say so? Startled by Xiao Qingbing, the old police officer immediately became much more obedient and said honestly. It was 5 years ago. On the way to the mountain to harvest corn, the Lin couple found the unconscious Lin Bai. This child looked fair and clean, quite handsome. But his mind seemed not very good. He knew nothing no matter what he was asked. Later, seeing his pitiful state, and since they didn't have a son or daughter of their own, the Lin couple took him in as their adopted son. It was me who registered his household and got his ID card for him. Originally, everyone was quite happy for the Lin couple, but soon strange things happened. That child seemed not human in some aspects. Oh, Xiao Qingbing also became interested and couldn't help asking, not human? Please elaborate. The old police officer lowered his voice and continued. That child could hear clearly even if you whispered tens of meters away from him. Those eyes could see ants on the ground at night. You know, in a neighborhood, there are always gossips among families. But in front of this child, you have no privacy at all. As time passed, everyone was afraid of him and didn't dare to approach him anymore. Even the Lin couple was isolated by everyone. That's not all. There were even more strange things. It rained heavily for days recently, and there was a flood in the mountains. Although Yunfei village is built on the mountain, some families are closer to the foot of the mountain. A child from a family was washed away by the flood due to the negligence of the parents. The mountain flood is often more rapid than the flood on the plain, so no one dared to go down to rescue. Just when everyone thought the child was doomed, Lin Bai actually stepped on the mountain flood and floated on the sea to save the child. Can you believe that a human being can do such a thing? Since then, others have been even more afraid to approach him. However, not long after, the tragic incident in Yunfei village occurred. After listening to the description of the old police officer, Ouyang Xiaowei couldn't help taking a deep breath. That is to say, Lin Bai only came to Yunfei village 5 years ago. Before that, no one knew what he did or where he came from, right? The old police officer nodded. Ouyang Xiaowei slapped the table and said angrily, "This is simply absurd. How could you dare to issue an ID card and register a household for such a person with an unknown background?" The old police officer was also startled and said timidly, "Officer, at that time, I just felt sorry for the child, and in addition, the Lin couple really wanted to adopt him, so I got muddled for a moment." During the conversation, Xiao Qingbing had been observing the facial expression of the old police officer. After making sure he wasn't lying, she directly pulled Ouyang Xiaowei out of the police station. "Team leader, why are you stopping me? They are really irresponsible." Xiao Qingbing comforted her helplessly. "It's meaningless to argue with them. It's obvious that Lin Bai is much more mysterious than we thought. The top priority is still to solve the case." Speaking of Lin Bai, Ouyang Xiaowei couldn't help asking, "Team leader Xiao, is what the old police officer said possibly true? A child of a family was swept away by the flood due to the inadvertence of the parents. The mountain torrent is often more turbulent than the flood on the plain, so no one dared to go down to rescue. Just when everyone deemed the child hopeless, Lin Bai actually stepped on the mountain torrent and floated on the sea to rescue the child. Is it conceivable that a human could achieve such a feat? Since then, others have been even more reluctant to approach him. However, not long after, the tragic incident in Yunfei village took place. After listening to the account of the old police officer, Ouyang Xiaowei couldn't help gasping. That is to say, Lin Bai only arrived in Yunfei village 5 years ago. Prior to that, no one knew what he did or whence he hailed, correct? The old police officer nodded. Ouyang Xiaowei slapped the table and exclaimed angrily, "This is simply preposterous. How could you dare to issue an identity card and register a household for such a person with an unclear background?" The old police officer was also startled and said timidly, "Officer, at that time, I just felt pity for the child, and moreover, the Lin couple truly intended to adopt him, so I became muddled for a moment." During the conversation, Xiao Qingbing had been observing the facial expression of the old police officer. After ascertaining that he wasn't lying, she directly tugged Ouyang Xiaowei out of the police station. "Team leader, why are you holding me back? They are truly irresponsible." Xiao Qingbing consoled her helplessly. "Arguing with them is futile. It's evident that Lin Bai is far more mysterious than we imagined. The top priority is still to investigate the case." Speaking of Lin Bai, Ouyang Xiaowei couldn't help querying, "Team leader Xiao, could what the old police officer said be true?" Xiao Qingbing was rarely silent, just gently shaking his head. He didn't know whether to believe it or not. The world is full of wonders. Vaguely, Xiao Qingbing had a feeling that if what the old policeman said was true, then both the Yunfei village case and the hospital policeman murder case were inextricably related to this Lin Bai. Both of them were lost in their own thoughts, and no one spoke again. To break the strange silence in the car, Ouyang Xiaowei deliberately brought up a topic and said, "Team leader, what should we do next? Should we continue to investigate Lin Bai?" Xiao Qingbing's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said seriously, "Hey, you know what? I suddenly remembered there was a very important place we haven't been to yet. Come on, I'll take you there." Looking at Xiao Qingbing's unprecedented solemnity and the various mysteries surrounding Lin Bai, Ouyang Xiaowei couldn't help but feel nervous. "Team leader, should we call for some backup?" "No need." Soon, the two arrived at a semi-basement small restaurant with a sign saying Sister Zhang's wonton hanging above. Xiao Qingbing walked in with familiarity, found a place to sit down, and shouted, "Boss, 2 bowls of fresh meat wontons, 2 skewers of chicken skin, 2 skewers of chicken hearts, 2 skewers of chicken and vegetable skewers, add more chili." A woman in her 40s who looked overly thin and was wearing a red cotton padded jacket came out from the back kitchen and greeted warmly, "Oh, Officer Xiao is here. This is your colleague, right?" Ouyang Xiaowei nodded politely in response. Sister Zhang wiped the table briefly with a rag that had been cleaned countless times and said, "You too. Please take a seat for a while. It'll be ready soon." Looking at the shabby environment and the tabletop that reflected like a mirror, Ouyang Xiaowei hesitated for a moment and then sat down. "Team leader Xiao, this is the important place you mentioned?" Xiao Qingbing naturally took out a cigarette case and said matter-of-factly, "Yes. Is there anything more important than eating in this world?" Seeing that he was about to light another cigarette, Ouyang Xiaowei directly snatched the lighter and frowned, saying, "Team leader Xiao, don't you know that smoking is not allowed indoors?" Xiao Qingbing scratched his head and said awkwardly, "All right, then I'll go outside to smoke. Give me the lighter." Ouyang Xiaowei said helplessly, "Team leader, your smoking frequency is too high. We've been together for less than 24 hours and you've already smoked 2 packs. Can your body take it?" After taking the lighter, Xiao Qingbing said indifferently, Fine, I'll try to control it in the future." Then he got up and walked towards the outside of the store. Ouyang Xiaowei stopped him again and said, "Also, team leader, I don't eat spicy food. Can you tell Sister Zhang to make 1 portion without adding chili?" Xiao Qingbing was stunned, slapped his head, and said, "Look at my memory. Just now I only ordered for myself and forgot to order for you. Order whatever you like. I'm treating today." Before Ouyang Xiaowei could react, Xiao Qingbing had already gone out with the cigarette. Ouyang Xiaowei looked at the door in disbelief. Although she had only been in contact with Xiao Qingbing for a short time, she really couldn't understand this man who had left countless legends in the provincial department. It wasn't that Ouyang Xiaowei was arrogant. She was extremely beautiful, and there had been countless suitors around her since childhood. It was undeniable that beautiful women would receive some preferential treatment wherever they went. In the eyes of this man, her appearance seemed to be ignored. Although his reasoning ability was breathtaking, his straightforward personality was also one of a kind. When Xiao Qingbing finished smoking and returned to the room, the wontons had already been cooked and were served on the table. "Aren't you hungry? Why didn't you order something for yourself?" Ouyang Xiaowei shook her head and said angrily, "Not hungry. The case hasn't made a breakthrough yet, so I have no appetite." Seemingly sensing the dissatisfaction in her tone, Xiao Qingbing gave her a strange look, then lowered his head and wolfed down the wontons. In just 15 minutes, the 2 servings of wontons and fried skewers in front of Xiao Qingbing were eaten up completely. This speed and appetite made Ouyang Xiaowei couldn't help but secretly marvel and give a thumbs up. When she wanted to make a teasing comment, her phone suddenly vibrated. After Ouyang Xiaowei opened WeChat, she suddenly showed an ecstatic smile and said excitedly, "Team leader, the hospital surveillance has been restored." Xiao Qingbing's expression wasn't one of happiness, but rather a bit solemn. However, Ouyang Xiaowei didn't notice this detail and directly opened the restored file. Because the file was severely damaged, only a general view could be seen. In the first half of the surveillance, everything seemed normal. Suddenly, Ma Fei walked out of the ward, took out his phone at the stairwell door, and made a call. After failing to get through, Ma Fei carried a pistol and cautiously entered the stairwell. The footage ended abruptly here. Apparently, the power supply on this floor was cut off after that. Ouyang Xiaowei sighed disappointedly. "Alas, team leader, everything is as you speculated, but there are no useful clues." However, Xiao Qingbing shook her head and paused the footage at the moment Ma Fei opened the ward door. "Officer Ouyang, look." When Ma Fei walked out of the ward, his expression was very solemn, and his phone was already on the dialing interface. That is to say, before leaving the ward, he was already about to call you. Then who asked him to call you? Ouyang Xiaowei's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she guessed, Lin Bai. Xiao Qingbing sighed. The reasoning in this case has reached a deadlock. Everything revolves around Lin Bai. Only by finding Lin Bai can there be a breakthrough in the case. Just as the two were deep in thought, the ringtone of Ouyang Xiaowei's phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. "Hello?" There was no response from the other end of the phone. When Ouyang Xiaowei thought it was a harassing call and was about to hang up, "Officer Ouyang, it's me. Lin Bai." Hearing this familiar voice, Ouyang Xiaowei's pupils suddenly constricted, and Xiao Qingbing's gaze froze, directly grabbing Ouyang Xiaowei's hand. Xiao Qingbing's hands were warm. Ouyang Xiaowei, who was held by him, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of peace. After nervously swallowing her saliva, Ouyang Xiaowei asked, "Lin Bai, where are you? If you want to know the truth, come to the library of Diannan University alone at 10 o'clock tonight." After saying this, there was a beeping sound of hanging up on the other end of the phone. Ouyang Xiaowei immediately called back. This time, the voice of an old man answered the phone. "Hello, are you looking for the student just now?" "Well, he was here just now. Where has he gone?" After saying sorry, Ouyang Xiaowei hung up the phone helplessly. Chapter 7, the first meeting of the 3-person group after hanging up the phone for a long time. Ouyang Xiaowei noticed that her hand was still being held by Xiao Qingbing. "Team leader Xiao Yu." Xiao Qingbing withdrew his hand embarrassedly and asked thoughtfully, "You met Lin Bai in the hospital. You should be able to tell his voice." Ouyang Xiaowei's face turned slightly red, but this small episode couldn't affect her professional judgment. "I'm sure it's Lin Bai's voice." Xiao Qingbing nodded, raised his arm, stroked the beard on his chin, and suddenly laughed. "This Lin Bai is really interesting." Compared with his calmness, Ouyang Xiaowei asked nervously, "Team leader, Lin Bai's skills are far above ordinary people. Let's bring more people and control him first." Xiao Qingbing's eyes glistened with a wise light as he slowly uttered a sentence. "If Lin Bai is truly as miraculous as we imagine, he wouldn't have appeared after we called for backup." Hearing this, Ouyang Xiaowei's hand that was about to dial the phone paused, and she said hesitantly, "Do you want to go and see him? But if he means us harm, we'll be in great danger." Xiao Qingbing suddenly looked up, stared straight at Ouyang Xiaowei, and asked word by word, "Officer Ouyang, do you trust me?" Ouyang Xiaowei looked into those sincere eyes. After much hesitation, she still chose to nod. Only then did Xiao Qingbing show a hint of a smile. Although Xiao Qingbing wasn't a handsome man in the traditional sense, and there were always scattered stubbles on his chin, at this moment, Ouyang Xiaowei's heart still fluttered a bit. "Team leader Xiao, you look really nice when you smile." At 9:50 p.m., a police car slowly drove into Yunnan University. After showing their police identification, Ouyang Xiaowei smoothly entered the campus. As the best university in Yunnan, Yunnan University could rank among the top 10 nationwide, and and the management of such a school was naturally very strict. The library closed at 9:30 p.m. and the dormitories turned off the lights at 11 p.m. So after around 10 o'clock, there were basically very few students still outside on campus. At the parking lot in front of the library, after Ouyang Xiaowei parked the car in the parking space, she took a few big breaths nervously, still seemingly rather tense. Don't be nervous. Lin Bai won't hurt you. Just go in boldly. Ouyang Xiaowei nodded and walked directly to the entrance of the library. After touching the pistol at her waist, she felt a little more settled in her heart and then pushed the door open and walked in directly. Xiao Qibing sat in the car, rolled down the window, and lit a cigarette. The library of Diannan University is very large and has a strange style. It is high on both sides and low in the middle. Looking at it in the night, it is like a giant's head gazing at the earth. Slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, Xiao Qingbing's face suddenly changed. Her right hand subconsciously reached for her waist, but the chill on her neck forced her to stop. A very calm voice sounded from the back seat. Are you also a policeman? Xiao Qingbing carefully twisted her neck, and there was not much panic in her tone. That's right. My name is Xiao Qingbing. If I'm not mistaken, you are Lin Bai, right? After hearing that Xiao Qingbing was a policeman, the sense of oppression on her neck slowly disappeared. Xiao Qingbing calmly glanced at the short sword in my hand and wasn't as nervous as she expected. Instead, she sized me up with great interest. In Xiao Qingbing's eyes, I have a very delicate face. Although it's not green, the fine hair at the corners of my mouth shows my youth. The thing that doesn't match the whole face the most is my pair of eyes, deep, calm, and with a hint of indifference, a kind of indifference that doesn't take this world to heart. I put the short sword back into my bosom and said apologetically, sorry. I was afraid you were one of them. Them? During a moment of absent-mindedness, Xiao Qingbing noticed that the cigarette in her hand was about to burn out. She quickly took a deep puff and then flicked the cigarette, but out of the car. Who were they? Were they an organization or a group? Facing Xiao Qingbing's questions, I thought for a moment and then shook my head. I don't know. I don't even know why they were after me. Xiao Qingbing narrowed her eyes and carefully observed every subtle expression on my face. After me? I nodded, and the carriage fell into silence for a moment. However, Xiao Qingbing didn't dwell on this question but continued, what exactly happened in the hospital that night? My pupils suddenly constricted, and then I told her everything that had happened in the hospital in detail. My physical functions hadn't fully recovered, so I couldn't save those 3 policemen. I'm sorry. Xiao Qingbing nodded and noted down every detail in my words. Then she looked at me intently and asked, then why did you make an appointment with Officer Ouyang? What information did you want to convey to her? I sighed, took out the business card that Ouyang Xiaowei had left me from my upper pocket, and said helplessly, I don't know who else I can trust. Even Lu near our village was threatened. Officer Ouyang is one of the few people I can trust in my memory, so I had to take the risk. Lu? Xiao Qingbing's eyebrows suddenly frowned, and she asked, is that the policeman you killed last night? I shrugged and told her about Lu as well. Xiao Qingbing nodded thoughtfully, took out a ring from her pocket, and asked, do you mean this ring? I nodded and asked in surprise, how did this ring end up in your hands? Xiao Qingbing didn't answer. After a moment of silence, she said slowly, I'm willing to believe you, but you must come back to the police station with me. Only in this way can I protect you and better clear your suspicion. But I stubbornly shook my head. No, I can't go back with you until I've dealt with them. That would harm you. I've already harmed those 3 policemen. I can't harm you now. Seeing that he didn't trust the police, Xiao Qingbing could only patiently try to explain to him that with the highly developed technology nowadays, no criminal could threaten a witness under police protection. Don't move. A sharp shout came from outside the window, and a muzzled gun was pointed at Lin Bai's head. It turned out that Ouyang Xiaowei had waited in the library for a long time, but didn't see Lin Bai. So she came out of the library angrily. Unexpectedly, she saw Lin Bai in the car. It seemed that he had hijacked Xiao Qingbing, so she quietly approached from the side. Such a move naturally couldn't escape me, but I didn't resist either. Instead, I smiled bitterly and said, Officer Ouyang, we're not enemies, are we? At this time, Xiao Qingbing also said, Xiaowei, put the gun down. Although there was Xiao Qingbing's order, Ouyang Xiaowei still stared at Lin Bai warily. She took out a pair of handcuffs and threw them into the car. Cuff yourself first. Lin Bai shrugged, obediently put on the handcuffs himself. Only then did Ouyang Xiaowei put away her gun, opened the car door, and sat next to him, glaring viciously and saying, you explain it clearly to me. How exactly did Ma Fei die? Lin Bai, having no choice, repeated what he had said just now. However, compared to Xiao Qingbing, Ouyang Xiaowei showed greater emotional fluctuations. No matter what you say now, I won't believe it. First, go back to the police station and explain everything clearly before we talk. Xiao Qingbing also chose to remain silent. Apparently, for him, taking Lin Bai back to the police station was also the best option. With a stomp on the accelerator, the police car roared out and headed towards the police station. I sighed helplessly again. You too will regret it. You simply can't stop them. Ouyang Xiaowei confidently patted the pistol at her waist and said, little brother, although you've lost your memory, You should recognize this, right? I just took a glance and then casually said, the waist is very slender and very white. Hearing this, Ouyang Xiaowei gave my head a hard tap and scolded, at such a young age, not being well behaved. What on earth are you thinking all day long? Xiao Qibing, who was driving, also showed a meaningful smile. Suddenly, as if Xiao Qingbing saw something strange, he slammed on the brakes, turned the steering wheel sharply to the right. The car uncontrollably veered to the right until it hit the roadside railing and stopped. The whole person was dazed from the impact. In the back row, due to inertia, Ouyang Xiaowei was uncontrollably pressed on me. However, I didn't have time to relish this rare encounter with a beautiful woman because I already felt it. They were coming again. Under the intense impact, Ouyang Xiaowei only felt dizzy as if she were about to faint. But out of the instinct of a police officer, she immediately took out her gun and used the other hand to protect me behind her. Looking at Ouyang Xiaowei shielding me in front of her, there was a strange glint in my eyes. Officer Ouyang, why are you all willing to protect me with your lives? Ouyang Xiaowei spat and said, who's protecting you with their life? I'm a police officer. Before you're sentenced, you're a citizen of our country and no one can harm you. Ouyang Xiaowei's words set me thinking. Guns are useless against them. You go first and I'll deal with them. My voice was ice cold. Only then did Ouyang Xiaowei notice that the handcuffs on my hands had been opened without her knowledge, and I had directly appeared outside the car. Under the illumination of the vehicle's headlights, in front of me were 4 masked men wearing ghastly white masks. Even in the darkness, the 4 glinting daggers sent chills down one's spine. Without any conversation, the 4 figures moved like ghosts, far beyond human comprehension. Only bursts of sonic booms remained in the air, and with a cold glint in my eyes, my speed was no slower than that of the masked men, even faster. For some reason, my speed and combat skills had improved rapidly with the increase in the number of battles. The short sword in my hand continuously clashed with the daggers. With the naked eye, one couldn't catch any trace at all, only the brilliant sparks splashing when they collided could be seen. Ouyang Xiaowei stared blankly at the shocking scene happening right in front of her eyes. Was this a movie being filmed? It's the 21st century, Big Brother. Are these some martial arts masters? After Xiao Qingbing regained his senses and also saw the scene of me fighting with 4 masked men, his pupils couldn't help but constrict violently. A past memory appeared in his mind, causing him to be absent-minded for a moment. But Ouyang Xiaowei had already come to her senses, got out of the car, dragged Xiao Qingbing, and hid in the shadow behind a tree on one side. Then took out her phone to record everything. The 4 masked men not only had extremely fast speeds but also good teamwork. With daggers in their hands, they stabbed at me from left and right, up and down, and I flipped in place contrary to the laws of physics and rose into the air. The long sword in my hand slashed down with a force of midair. In an instant, an indescribable momentum burst out from my body. A faint golden light even emitted from the sword body, and it stabbed into the heart of a masked man with an invincible force. Seeing that they were no match, the other 3 masked men didn't hesitate at all and directly fled the scene. I turned around, glanced in the direction where the 2 were hiding, then chased in the direction where the masked men had fled. But that meaningful glance of mine made Xiao Qingbing tremble. Ouyang Xiaowei behind the tree looked blank, as if she hadn't yet recovered from the shock just now. Team leader, are they human? Xiao Qingbing didn't answer but dragged his injured leg and quickly walked up to the dead masked man. Ouyang Xiaowei noticed that Xiao Qingbing's expression was a bit off, so she immediately chased after her. Team leader, what are you going to do? Xiao Qingbing still didn't say a word. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she trembled as she reached out her right hand to remove the mask. Chapter 8. Xiao Qingbing's past when she saw the face hidden beneath the mask. Xiao Qingbing stood rooted to the spot, her mouth slightly open, as if she had seen something incredible. Ouyang Xiaowei fixed her eyes and looked over. Her beautiful eyes were also full of shock, and she exclaimed, how is this possible? Beneath the mask was actually Lin Bai's face. Before the 2 could react, an even more shocking thing happened. The body of the masked person started to self-ignite, and the raging flames forced the 2 to keep retreating. In just over a dozen seconds, the body of the masked person was completely burned, and not even a wisp of ash was left at the original place. If it weren't for the damaged car still there in the distance, Ouyang Xiaowei would even have thought this was a dream. Team leader, what on earth is going on? Xiao Qingbing had a strange expression. She didn't answer Ouyang Xiaowei's question, but instead looked somewhat sentimentally at the place where the masked person had self-ignited. After a long time, Xiao Qingbing looked at Ouyang Xiaowei and pleaded, Officer Ouyang, could you please promise me one thing? Ouyang Xiaowei instinctively said, Team leader, just say it. As long as I can do it. The video on your phone, could you not report it for now? What? Ouyang Xiaowei looked at Xiao Qingbing with a complicated expression. Could you give me a reason? Xiao Qingbing shook her head. It's still the same question. Do you trust me? Ouyang Xiaowei was momentarily speechless. She said, somewhat out of control of her emotions, it's not that I don't trust you. It's that you're hiding something from me. Do you know something? Why can't you tell me? After saying that, she grabbed her hair and squatted down helplessly. looking at the somewhat broken-down Ouyang Xiaowei. A trace of heartache suddenly appeared in Xiao Qingbing's eyes. He knew very well how she felt at the moment. All these were things he had experienced before. The world he once knew was broken in a short moment, and he couldn't tell what was true and what was false at all. When encountering things that one couldn't understand or even explain with science, a person's psychological defense line is very fragile, just like her now. He sighed and put his arm around Ouyang Xiaowei's shoulder. Give me 3 days. After 3 days, I'll tell you everything. Okay. Ouyang Xiaowei looked up, and their gazes intertwined in the air, sparking a different kind of spark. Behind the two of them, several police cars drove slowly towards them with their sirens blaring. On the way to the hospital, Xiao Qingbing and Ouyang Xiaowei were both very silent. Facing the arriving police, Ouyang Xiaowei finally didn't tell the truth. She just said car accident and then remained silent. Since both of them were cadres of the public security department, the police didn't make things difficult for them. After seeing Xiao Qingbing's injuries, they even took the initiative to send a car to escort the two of them to the nearest hospital. When they arrived at the hospital, the two of them underwent a comprehensive examination. Ouyang Xiaowei's situation was simple. She just had a slight concussion. As for Xiao Qingbing, the doctor showed a very strange expression and remained silent for a long time. Ouyang Xiaowei asked nervously, "What's wrong, doctor? Is he seriously injured?" "This gentleman's leg injury is not serious. He just needs to rest for a few days," said the doctor. Then, shaking his head, the doctor took out several X-ray films and continued. However, 14 shadows were scanned in this gentleman's body, mostly near the heart, lungs, liver, and other vital organs. And they have been there for some years. It's really a miracle that he has survived until now. Ouyang Xiaowei was stunned for a moment, then snatched the films from the doctor's hand. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion and shock. She turned to look over. Xiao Qingbing habitually took out a cigarette, but was scolded by the nurse. "This is a hospital. Smoking is not allowed." "All right," Xiao Qingbing said helplessly and put the cigarette back, closing his eyes silently. "What kind of man is he? What on earth has he experienced before?" "Doctor, I'm Chen Jingyang, the director of the Provincial Public Security Department. The person inside is our police officer. His situation needs to be kept strictly confidential. What do you think?" Somehow, Chen Jingyang also came to the hospital. Maybe Ouyang Xiaowei was too focused, so she didn't notice. After looking at Chen Jingyang's ID, the doctor didn't dare to be careless at all and quickly said, "Don't worry, leader. Our hospital will never disclose anything. I'll go and tell them right away." Chen Jingyang nodded and said amiably, "Thank you. Go ahead." After the doctor left, Chen Jingyang came to Ouyang Xiaowei's side and whispered, "Can you tell me what happened to you? I know both of you very well. It's impossible for the car accident to happen without any reason." After much hesitation, Ouyang Xiaowei still didn't tell the truth and said in a low voice, "Report to the director. I was distracted while driving on my way back. I'm sorry." Chen Jingyang's gaze was like a knife, as if he could see through people's hearts. Under his gaze, Ouyang Xiaowei couldn't help but lower her head. "Xiaowei, you're one of my favorite students, and your father is also my old leader. If you have any problems, you can tell me." Ouyang Xiaowei still stubbornly shook her head. Chen Jingyang sighed, "Fine. Whenever you want to talk, just tell me." Then he walked towards Xiao Qingbing in the ward. "Director, wait a minute." Chen Jingyang stopped and asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" Ouyang Xiaowei bit her lip and said with difficulty, "Director, why is the team leader so seriously injured?" Chen Jingyang looked at the film in her hand and said with a somewhat regretful look in his eyes, "You should have heard that before. Consultant Xiao was involved in a major case. At that time, I wasn't the director yet, so I didn't know the details of the case. I only knew it was related to the Huagua military department. At that time, Consultant Xiao solved major cases one after another and was high-spirited. He was the youngest star in the police world. At the peak of his life, he participated in that case with the most elite team from the provincial department. However, an accident occurred, and he was the only one who survived in the entire team. Among the sacrificed police officers was his disciple whom he regarded as his own son. Since then, Consultant Xiao has been relegated to the second line due to injuries and has never regained his former glory. He suffered these injuries at that time. Although he saved his life, these problems in his body made him live in pain all the time. To relieve the pain, he could only rely on cigarettes to numb himself. If it weren't for the special nature of the 112 case, I wouldn't have asked Consultant Xiao to charge to the front line again." Listening to Chen Jingyang's statement, tears had already welled up in Ouyang Xiaowei's eyes. She really couldn't understand what kind of belief could make him persevere in such pain for 6 years. Thinking of Xiao Qingbing's always calm appearance, she felt even more uncomfortable, as if her heart was being held by someone. What exactly was that case? Can't even you find out? Chen Jingyang shook his head. Everything related to this case was transferred away by the military overnight without leaving a single trace. Ouyang Xiaowei slowly exhaled. She only felt that her chest was as if being pressed by a huge rock, making it difficult for her to breathe. Seeing her expression, Chen Jingyang couldn't help but say, "Xiaowei, don't get close to him. It's very dangerous." But at this moment, Ouyang Xiaowei obviously couldn't listen to his words. Shaking his head helplessly, Chen Jingyang turned around and walked into the ward. Xiao Qingbing is a legendary figure in the provincial department. Naturally, countless colleagues flocked to her, bringing fruits and condolences that even filled the entire ward. It was not until around 10:30 at night that the visitors gradually dispersed. Ouyang Xiaowei offered to stay and take care of her, carefully peeled an apple and handed it over. Xiao Qingbing had a smile on her lips and whispered, "Thank you." Ouyang Xiaowei forced a smile and joked, "What's going on? Since when has team leader Xiao become so polite?" Xiao Qingbing shook her head, lifted the apple and said, "Not for this. I'm thanking you for being willing to believe me and not telling anyone the truth about the car accident." Ouyang Xiaowei turned her head away and snorted. "You said that after 3 days, you would tell me everything. I remember that." Xiao Qingbing nodded seriously, naturally. "But staying in the hospital for 3 days won't do. Let's be discharged now." "Discharged?" Ouyang Xiaowei exclaimed in surprise. "Be discharged now? Are you crazy?" Xiao Qingbing turned her head and said pitifully, "Didn't you say you believe me?" Ouyang Xiaowei simply turned around. "Why don't you look at me? I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back from hitting you." Soon, a brand new BMW X7 drove out of the hospital's basement. Xiao Qingbing looked around at the luxurious interior of the car and couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect this. You're actually a rich woman." The corners of Ouyang Xiaowei's lips curled slightly, and she said somewhat proudly, "There are still many things you don't know." 2 people galloped all the way and finally stopped at a very dilapidated veterinary hospital. The veterinary hospital is located in the suburbs, where few people come and there isn't even a village around. It's really unknown which genius opened a veterinary hospital in this desolate place. Xiao Qingbing walked to the gate and patted it. The shabby gate was locked with a chain, making a clattering sound as it was patted. "Lao Huang, don't sleep like a dead pig. I'm here to find you." Along with Xiao Qingbing's rough shout, the originally pitch-black veterinary hospital lit up. An old man wearing a tattered grayish-brown turtleneck sweater walked out groggily. He was still muttering, "Who is it? Can't people sleep at this late night? I've even hidden here. And there are still people who can find me?" When approaching, Ouyang Xiaowei could clearly see the person in front of her. He was wearing a pair of slippers whose color couldn't be distinguished. His pants were full of grease, his beard on his face was messy, and there were even a few grains in the corners of his eyes. At the same time, Lao Huang also saw Xiao Qingbing. The originally impatient expression instantly became visibly happy. "Lao Xiao, you son of a bitch aren't dead yet? Come in quickly, come in quickly." As he was speaking, he opened the gate. The moment the two met, they hugged tightly without showing any sign of disgust. "Hey, this girl is so beautiful. Is she your mistress? Get lost. This is my friend. I came to find you today for something serious." Hearing about something serious, Lao Huang also put away his playful demeanor and led the two into the veterinary hospital. The interior of the hospital looked as dilapidated as its exterior, filthy everywhere, and there were even a few live cockroaches scurrying on the ground. Chapter 9. The Most Powerful Veterinarian, Old Huang. "You two have a seat." Old Huang greeted them warmly. Xiao Qingbing didn't show any disgust and sat down directly. However, after Ouyang Xiaowei looked around for a while, she could only say awkwardly, "It's okay. I'm not tired. Standing is fine." Xiao Qingbing smiled and took out her phone, playing the video of Lin Bai fighting with the masked man for him. The more they watched, the more shocked Old Huang's expression became. By the time the body occurred, Old Huang had fallen into silence, seemingly deep in thought. "Do you think the masked man here is one of those who attacked us 6 years ago?" Xiao Qingbing nodded. Then she took out that ring again and said in a deep voice, "Old Huang, take a look at this." After Old Huang took the ring and smelled it carefully at the tip of his nose, he suddenly changed greatly and said, "Where did this thing come from?" Xiao Qingbing let out a breath and said, "This is the means those masked people used to suppress that child." Old Huang sighed, his expression full of struggle. He confirmed again, "Old Xiao, are you sure? Once you make this decision, there will be no turning back. Do you want to think about it again?" Xiao Qingbing shook her head firmly and said, "You know that for the past 6 years, the only belief that has supported me is to avenge them." Old Huang paced back and forth, seemingly in a tangle, while Xiao Qingbing just watched him calmly. Helpless, solemnly, greatly changed countenance, greatly the interior of the hospital looked as dilapidated as its exterior, filthy everywhere. And there were even a few live cockroaches scurrying on the ground. Chapter 9. The Most Powerful Veterinarian, Old Huang. "You two have a seat." Old Huang greeted them warmly. Xiao Qingbing didn't show any disgust and sat down directly. However, after Ouyang Xiaowei looked around for a while, she could only say awkwardly, "It's okay. I'm not tired. Standing is fine." Xiao Qingbing smiled helplessly and took out her phone, playing the video of Lin Bai fighting with the masked man for him. The more they watched, the more shocked Old Huang's expression became. By the time the body spontaneously combusted, Old Huang had fallen into silence, seemingly deep in thought. "Do you think the masked man here is one of those who attacked us 6 years ago?" Xiao Qingbing nodded solemnly. Then she took out that ring again and said in a deep voice, "Old Huang, take a look at this." After old Huang took the ring and smelled it carefully at the tip of his nose, he suddenly changed countenance greatly and said, "Where did this thing come from?" Xiao Qingbing let out a breath and said, "This is the means those masked people used to suppress that child." Old Huang sighed, his expression full of struggle. He confirmed again, "Old Xiao, are you sure? Once you make this decision, there will be no turning back. Do you want to think about it again?" Xiao Qingbing shook her head firmly and said, "You know that for the past 6 years, the only belief that has supported me is to avenge them." Old Huang paced back and forth, seemingly in a tangle, while Xiao Qingbing just watched him calmly. "Alas, well then, since you've said so, let's do it." It seemed like making a very difficult decision. At this moment, old Huang's firm tone was as if he was going to take the civil service exam. "You too. Come with me." Old Huang took the lead and walked into a room that looked like a pharmacy. Ouyang Xiaowei supported Xiao Qingbing and followed behind, whispering, "Team leader. Is this old guy really reliable?" Xiao Qingbing smiled bitterly and said, "In this world, there is no one more reliable than him." Seemingly hearing the conversation between the two, old Huang was clearly in a good mood and started humming a tune. After groping in the darkness for a while, old Huang suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, I found it." Click. A very slight sound rang out, and the cabinet that originally held the medicine suddenly split apart, revealing a bright, clean elevator that could accommodate dozens of people. Under Ouyang Xiaowei's shocked gaze, old Huang shook his head and said, "What are you waiting for? Come here." The two stepped onto the elevator. Ouyang Xiaowei couldn't help muttering in her heart, "Sure enough, your old man is still your old man." After the elevator slowly descended, it finally stopped. As the elevator door slowly opened, a brand new world came into view. It was a space of about 4,000 square meters. Whether it was the top, bottom, or walls, it was mainly white, looking extremely clean. There was a row of independent small rooms at the innermost part, blocked by metal doors at the moment. It was unknown what they were used for. Alas, well then, since you've said so, let's embark on this endeavor. It appeared as if making an arduous decision. At this juncture, old Huang's resolute tone was as though he was about to take the civil service examination. "You too, accompany me." Old Huang led the way and strode into a chamber that resembled a pharmacy. Ouyang Xiaowei supported Xiao Qingbing and trailed behind, whispering, "Team leader. Is this old fellow truly dependable?" Xiao Qingbing smiled ruefully and stated, "In this world, there is none more trustworthy than him." Seemingly overhearing the dialogue between the two, old Huang was evidently in high spirits and began humming a melody. After fumbling in the darkness for a while, old Huang suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, I've discovered it." Click. A very faint sound reverberated, and the cabinet that had originally contained the medicine abruptly parted, unveiling a bright, immaculate elevator that could accommodate dozens of individuals. Under Ouyang Xiaowei's astonished gaze, old Huang shook his head and declared gracefully, "What are you waiting for? Approach." The two stepped onto the elevator. Ouyang Xiaowei couldn't help murmuring in her heart, "Sure enough, your elder is still your elder." After the elevator slowly descended, it finally came to a halt. As the elevator door gradually opened, a brand new realm came into sight. It was a space of approximately 4,000 square meters. Whether it was the ceiling, floor, or walls, it was predominantly white, appearing extremely pristine. There was a row of independent small chambers at the innermost part, obstructed by metal doors at present. It was unknown what they were utilized for. In the central hall, numerous seemingly sophisticated instruments were neatly arranged here, none of which Ouyang Xiaowei had seen before. "Well, little beauty, are you feeling shocked?" At this time, old Huang had also changed into a tidy white coat and was wearing a pair of neat Dr. Martens boots, looking very stylish. Ouyang Xiaowei couldn't help but open her mouth wide. "Good heavens, this world is too crazy." Xiao Qingbing interrupted old Huang's showing off helplessly. "All right, old Huang. Time is pressing, let's start." Old Huang gave him a sidelong glance and muttered, "You've waited for 6 years, can't you wait a little longer?" After saying that, he walked towards a room on his own. The moment the door opened, a white figure flashed out. Ouyang Xiaowei was startled and asked in confusion, "Just now? Was that a big white rat?" Xiao Qingbing smiled without saying a word, while old Huang let out a roar. "Geez, you've smeared the poop on the wall again." At this time, a ragdoll cat with very big eyes and long fur came over and stared warily at the two unexpected guests in the dark. Generally, girls have no resistance to such furry little animals, and Ouyang Xiaowei was no exception. She stepped forward and hugged the little cat. "Wow, little cat, you're so cute. Its name is Cheese and it's old Huang's pet. It's very obedient." "Cheese? What a cute name, right?" Ouyang Xiaowei buried her whole head in Cheese's soft belly, and a smell of a little kitten wafted over. After Lao Huang finished shoveling the cat litter, he added some water and food, then said to Xiao Qingbing, "All right, after taking care of Cheese, it's your turn." Xiao Qingbing nodded, and a relieved expression appeared on her face. She followed Lao Huang into another room. "Xiaowei, we might need about 2 hours. You can rest outside for a while first." Ouyang Xiaowei nodded, too lazy to ask what they were going to do. Anyway, Asking would just mean hearing the question, "Do you trust me?" Again. It would be better to spend that time playing with Cheese. After the two went in, Ouyang Xiaowei showed a worried look and whispered, "Cheese will be fine, won't he?" Cheese blinked its big eyes. Although it didn't understand what she was saying, it still meowed as a response. 2 hours wasn't a long time, but for Ouyang Xiaowei, it was the longest 2 hours in her life. During this period, she didn't know how many times she looked at the metal door. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time was up. But the metal door remained tightly closed and showed no sign of opening. Ouyang Xiaowei kept taking deep breaths to calm herself down. Another hour passed, and there was still no movement. Ouyang Xiaowei couldn't hold back anymore and moved towards that room. Just then, the metal door finally opened, and Lao Huang walked out looking extremely tired. Behind him was Xiao Qingbing, looking full of energy. Not sure if it's just her imagination. Ouyang Xiaowei felt that Xiao Qingbing was different. She seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, exuding a fresh and vibrant aura all over. And Xiao Qingbing also noticed the worried look in Ouyang Xiaowei's eyes. She said softly, "Xiaowei, have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow when you wake up, we still have a lot of things to do." Ouyang Xiaowei nodded obediently. Since the Yunfiakan case, she hadn't had a good night's sleep. Today, after going through a series of ups and downs, she had reached the limit of her physical strength. With Xiao Qingbing by her side, she felt at ease. Soon, she fell into a deep sleep in the bed. After she drifted into, Xiao Qingbing gently stroked her hair, her eyes full of tenderness. Old Huang beside her side. "Old Xiao, do you really like her?" Xiao Qingbing didn't answer and chose to remain silent. But in the adult world, silence sometimes is a good answer. Old Huang shook his head. What a fateful entanglement. I don't even know if what I did today was right or wrong. Xiao Qingbing's expression changed, and the cold killing intent made the surrounding temperature drop a bit. She murmured to herself, "Now that I've regained my peak combat power, this time, I will definitely make those who hurt little five pay the price." Old Huang naturally knew how powerful Xiao Qingbing used to be, but still worriedly said, "Old Xiao, I know little five's death is a pain in your heart, but the enemy is far more powerful than you and I can imagine. Should we report it to the superiors?" Xiao Qingbing shook his head and said coldly, "Why was the top secret operation we carried out 6 years ago leaked? It's still a mystery until now. They surfaced again. This time I will never let them go." Lao Huang also knew that he couldn't persuade him, so he could only pick up Cheese, who was playing alone beside him, and said with emotion, "The world of humans is really complicated. Don't you think so, Cheese?" Cheese stuck out her delicate little tongue, struggled out of Lao Huang's arms, and ran to the other side. Xiao Qingbing continued to guard Ouyang Xiaowei in a highly secret laboratory in Yunnan province. The fat man who once appeared in my memory stared fixedly at the computer screen, and there was also an old man with thick black-rimmed glasses and half-white hair standing beside him. The screen was showing the scenes of my several confrontations with the masked man. "Professor, have you seen this? You swore that he wouldn't be able to break through the seal you set in his body within 30 years, but now? For third-generation bodies combined are no match for him. Do we have to deploy the second-generation body?" There was also an incredible expression on the professor's face, as if he couldn't understand why this situation occurred. "Director Lin, don't be anxious first. I'm sure that the target hasn't broken through my seal yet. You also know his strength back then. If the seal is lifted, he wouldn't be restricted by these third-generation bodies." The fat on the fat man's face couldn't help trembling. "Anyway, the target has gradually got out of control. It is necessary to catch him within the shortest time. What happened 6 years ago must never happen again." The professor also knew the gravity of this matter, but still said worriedly, "However, the second-generation body doesn't completely accept our control. Once it gets out of control, it will be a devastating blow to us." The fat man's eyes were cold, and there was a trace of murderous intent in his tone. "Professor, if the target falls into their hands, we'll also be reduced to pieces." Helplessly, the professor had to agree. Only then did the fat man walk to one side contentedly and answer a call. "Hello, boss, it's all arranged. You can rest assured." "What? 2 policemen witnessed the whole process?" "Don't worry, I'll arrange it now. It definitely won't ruin your important matter." Where the fat man couldn't see, a crazy look also appeared in the professor's eyes. Chapter 10, Cane Technology. Early the next morning, Xiao Qingbing and Ouyang Xiaowei directly came to Qin Jingyang's office. Qin Jingyang looked at Xiao Qingbing, who seemed to have been reborn just overnight, and couldn't help blinking his eyes a few times. "I said, Consultant Xiao, what kind of magic pill did you take? Not only has your leg injury healed, but it seems you become 10 years younger." At this moment, Xiao Qingbing was exuding full confidence all over. "Director Qin, I'm here to ask you for some help this time." Qin Jingyang glanced at Ouyang Xiaowei behind him and suddenly said, "You two were together last night?" Ouyang Xiaowei's face suddenly blushed, and she said coquettishly, "Uncle Chun, what are you talking about?" Qin Jingyang's face turned solemn, and he said seriously, "I've said it many times. Call me by my official title when working. And you, Consultant Xiao, has there been any progress in case 112? I assigned you two to work together on the case, not to date each other." Facing Qin Jingyang's continuous chatter, Xiao Qi-bing had to interrupt him forcefully. Director, there has been progress in Case 112, but if we want to continue the investigation, we need your approval. Qin Xingyang picked up the teacup and asked puzzledly, if there's progress, just continue the investigation. Why do you need my approval? Xiao Qi-bing said astonishingly. We want to investigate Kane Biotechnology Company, Limited. Qin Xingyang spat out a mouthful of tea, his eyes widened. What are you investigating Kane Technology for? Does this company have anything to do with Case 112? Xiao Qi-bing affirmed. Director, I'm certain there must be an inevitable connection between the two. It's just that I don't have evidence now. Before Xiao Qi-bing could finish speaking, Qin Xingyang waved his hand and said, Stop. Kane Technology is the leading enterprise in southern Yunnan. The tax payments over the years are astronomical. It's also the representative of the province's investment promotion. The foundation established by Chairman Lin Kane has funded so many mountain children. Even a part of our public security stability maintenance fund is provided by them. If you don't have evidence, what are you investigating? Looking at Qin Xingyang's attitude, Xiao Qi-bing knew she had to use her trump card again. Ouyang Xiaowei pursed her lips and turned her head to the side. Xiao Qi-bing held Qin Xingyang's hand and said affectionately, Director, do you trust me? Qin Xingyang. After a moment, Xiao Qi-bing left the Public Security Bureau contentedly with the co-investigation document stamped with the official seal of the General Office. Kane Technology Building, as the headquarters of the leading enterprise in southern Yunnan province, is naturally located in the most luxurious area. And it looks full of a sense of technology from the outside. The receptionist at the front desk is a beautiful woman with a height of 170 centimeters and a very sweet appearance. A pair of black stockings perfectly outline the curves of her legs. Officer Xiao, the chairman is still in a meeting. I can take you to the office to wait. After calling several times in a row, Xiao Qi-bing came to her senses and nodded. Okay, thank you very much. Ouyang Xiaowei beside her showed a trace of playfulness in her eyes and whispered in Xiao Qi-bing's ear, Is it good looking? Xiao Qi-bing subconsciously replied, Yes. Kane Technology is really long and straight. Oh, but the sharp pain in her waist instantly woke her up. Xiaowei, listen to my excuse. Ouyang Xiaowei turned her head away angrily and pouted without saying a word. The chairman's office is very simple, and there are even no decorations. Only a painting hanging on the wall. It is the Tree of Life by the Polish artist Andrzej Malinowski. In the center of the picture, a vibrant tree of life stands proudly. Its branches and leaves are lush, and its fruits are, as if it is a gift from nature, symbolizing the prosperity and vitality of life. Accompanied by this tree, two female images emerge vividly on the canvas. Their costumes are light and elegant, just like fairies in the wind, adding a touch of mysterious and graceful color to the picture. Their hair sways gently in the wind, and their facial expressions are calm and focused, as if pondering the meaning of life, leading the viewers to explore the mystery of life together. Just as Xiao Qi-bing was gazing at the oil painting, a hoarse but energetic voice came from behind. Officer Xiao, do you have some research on oil paintings? Xiao Qi-bing shrugged and replied casually, I can understand a little. Chairman Lin, at your age, still has an insatiable pursuit of life. It's really admirable. Lin Kane's official information shows that he is 81 years old, but he looks very hale and hearty. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses makes him appear gentle and scholarly. Officer Xiao, you're flattering me. I'm just impressed by his exquisite skills and profound thinking. After all, a painter who can integrate the philosophy of life into his paintings through brushes and colors is easy to move people, isn't he? Regarding such a statement, Xiao Qi-bing naturally wouldn't refute it. But he didn't come here today to discuss oil paintings, so he got straight to the point and said, Chairman Lin, hello. Nice to see you again. After smiling and sizing up Xiao Qi-bing, Lin Kane joked, These years. I've always heard that Consultant Xiao fell into decadence because of what happened 6 years ago. Seeing you today, you're in high spirits and radiant. It seems that not all rumors can be believed. Even when Lin Kane mentioned what happened 6 years ago, Xiao Qi-bing's expression remained unchanged. Instead, she said calmly, There are new clues regarding what happened 6 years ago, so naturally there are some changes. Oh, there was a slight change in the look behind Lin Kane's glasses. Then congratulations, Officer Xiao. And this is? Ouyang Xiaowei introduced herself. Hello, Chairman Lin. My name is Ouyang Xiaowei. I'm from the Provincial Public Security Department. I'm here because there's a case involving Kane Technology, so I'm here to inform you. Lin Kane pushed up his glasses on his nose and said, looking a bit confused. There's a case involving us? What case can you disclose? Ouyang Xiaowei shook her head and said, Sorry, as the case is still under confidentiality, it's not convenient to disclose. Lin Kane nodded and immediately stated, All right, Kane International will cooperate with the police unconditionally. But I have a meeting soon. Well, I'll call someone and ask him to cooperate with you. After saying that, he directly dialed the phone. Chief Lin, come up here. Soon. A middle-aged fat man walked in quickly. Chairman, what are your instructions? These two are leaders from the Provincial Public Security Department. They need our cooperation in investigating a case. You represent the company and communicate with the two of them. Hearing this, the middle-aged fat man immediately showed a humble smile. Oh, are you two police officers? My name is Lin Chong. I'm in charge of the research department at Kane International. Just tell me how you need me to cooperate. After Lin Kane came, Lin Chong greeted the two of them and then left directly. Looking at Lin Kane straight back as he walked away, Xiao Qingbing asked thoughtfully, is Chairman Lin still so busy at this age? Lin Chong chuckled and said, Kane Technology is such a large enterprise, and there are naturally many things to handle every day. Xiao Qingbing nodded. Suddenly, in a joking tone, she said, hey, Chairman Lin has the surname Lin, and you also have the surname Lin. Moreover, he handed over such an important department to you. Could the two of you be related? Lin Chang quickly shook his head and explained, although one stroke can't write two Lins, I have no family relationship with the chairman. Xiao Qingbing chuckled and said, just joking. Why are you so nervous? Seeming afraid that Xiao Qingbing would continue to ramble, Lin Chang cut to the chase and asked, Officer, what exactly do you need Arcane Technology to cooperate with you on? Xiao Qingbing's expression also changed, and she said seriously, it's very simple. We need the list of all laboratories under Kane Technology, their specific locations, and the purposes of the experiments. Lin Chang's face changed drastically, and he directly refused, saying, this is impossible, officer. This involves our business secrets. Even an officer can't require us to provide them. Xiao Qingbing waved her hand and said, don't rush to refuse. You can call your chairman now and ask for instructions. After Lin Chang looked at her, he silently walked to one side and took out his mobile phone. Ouyang Xiaowei didn't expect Xiao Qingbing to be so straightforward. She couldn't help but whisper, group leader, if you ask for it so directly, how could she possibly give it to you? However, Xiao Qingbing didn't take it seriously. Don't worry, just wait and see. Sure enough, after Lin Chang hung up the phone, he walked back with a gloomy face. The chairman has agreed. Please follow me, ladies. Under Ouyang Xiaowei's shocked gaze, Xiao Qingbing gave her a charming wink. Following behind Lin Chang, they came to a vault-like security door that rivaled that of a bank. Ladies, the next area is the confidential area of our company. So please wait here. After saying that, after Lin Chang input the password, verified his work ID, and scanned his palm print to pass 3 verifications, the security door slowly opened. Behind the security door was a long corridor. On both sides were transparent mirrors. The meticulous Ouyang Xiaowei quickly noticed the tiny holes on the mirrors that were almost negligible. The classic scene of the Resident Evil naturally flashed through her mind, and she wondered if this thing would also emit lasers. At the end of the corridor was another door. Lin Chang pressed his glasses against the verification area, and after scanning, the door slowly opened. After Lin Chang slipped in, the door closed behind him. Ouyang Xiaowei pursed her lips. It's just a company. Do they really need to be so mysterious? Kane Technology is worth tens of billions. All its core technologies are here, so of course, it has to be strictly guarded. Upon hearing the figures in the tens of billions, Ouyang Xiaowei did not show the shock of an ordinary person. Instead, there was a faint look of disdain, which made Xiao Qingbing secretly click her tongue in amazement. Just how wealthy is this young girl's family? After nearly 10 minutes, Lin Chang came out with a USB flash drive in his hand and solemnly cautioned, 2 police officers, let me remind you that once the information in here is leaked, Kane Technology will suffer huge losses, and you will be held responsible. Xiao Qingbing shook her head, took the USB flash drive, and turned around to leave directly. Don't worry, if it gets leaked on my watch, you can come straight to me. Ouyang Xiaowei also closely followed behind Xiao Qingbing, and the two left Kane Technology. One in front and the other behind. After getting back in the car, Xiao Qingbing suddenly asked, Xiaowei, are you hungry? Ouyang Xiaowei looked at her with a contemptuous look and said helplessly, what do you think? Xiao Qingbing smiled sheepishly, stepped on the accelerator to the floor, and the superior performance of the BMW SUV was immediately displayed. With the boost of super acceleration, it shot out like a bolt of black lightning. Chapter 11. The Inspection Department of the Public Security Bureau Zhang Jie's Wonton. This was the second time Ouyang Xiaowei had come here. Xiao Qingbing still ordered the same. Sister Zhang, 2 bowls of fresh meat wontons, 2 skewers of chicken skin, 2 skewers of chicken hearts, 2 skewers of chicken and bone. Extra spicy. Alright, you two please take a seat first. Ouyang Xiaowei also ordered a bowl of fresh meat wontons this time, but without the chili. Team leader, do you bring other girls to this kind of place to eat too? Xiao Qingbing poked her fingers shyly and said, to be honest, I rarely go out to have dinner with girls alone, so I'm a bit rusty. Sorry about that. Looking at Xiao Qingbing's shy appearance, Ouyang Xiaowei's mood suddenly improved a lot, and she said, it's okay. I forgive you, miss me. For some reason, Ouyang Xiaowei always felt that there was something different about Xiao Qingbing, but she couldn't put it into words. Soon, 3 bowls of wontons were brought up. Looking at the steaming wontons, Ouyang Xiaowei's appetite was also greatly stimulated, and she ate them in small mouthfuls. It formed a sharp contrast with Xiao Qingbing's gobbling. Team leader, why do you always like to come to this store? Xiao Qingbing's gobbling action paused, and then she said calmly, I had a former apprentice named Xiaowu. He didn't come back, went on a mission. This store is run by his old lady. The old lady has no husband, only a son. And now her health is not very good. The conversation stopped there. Ouyang Xiaowei seemed to have guessed something and said softly, "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Xiao Qingbing shook her head and said, "It doesn't matter. It's all in the past. We who are alive always have to look forward." Ouyang Xiaowei nodded. For some reason, the wontons in the bowl seemed to have lost their flavor. When the atmosphere between the two fell into silence, a hurried ringtone broke the silence. After Xiao Qingbing answered the phone, her face also became solemn. "What's wrong?" After hanging up the phone, Ouyang Xiaowei quickly asked. Xiao Qingbing heaved a sigh and said, "Let's go back to the provincial department. We're in trouble." Trouble? Under Ouyang Xiaowei's puzzled gaze, the two of them returned to the provincial department. These two are comrades from the supervision department. They want to verify some information with you. Chen Jingyang's complexion was not very good looking either. He sat on one side. The two supervisors looked at Xiao Qingbing and Ouyang Xiaowei. Their tone was still polite. They took out a surveillance video. It was exactly the footage of the two of them and Lin Bai in a car outside the library of Diannan University. Two police officers. After the identification by the technical section, this video is authentic. You clearly saw the suspect in the 112 case. Why didn't you bring him back to the police station? Ouyang Xiaowei bit her lip and didn't say a word. Xiao Qingbing said indifferently, "Because he's not a criminal. We wanted to use him to draw out the real criminal." "Then why didn't you report it to your superiors?" "Because this plan needs to be highly confidential. Not even Director Chen can know." Xiao Qingbing glanced at Chen Jingyang beside him and nodded. The two supervisors exchanged glances and said seriously, "Consultant Xiao, you should know that Director Chen has the right to know all your action plans. If you insist on not saying, we will doubt the existence of the plan you mentioned." After Xiao Qingbing was silent for a moment, she still didn't speak. Seeing that Xiao Qingbing wouldn't relent, the two supervisors could only turn their attention to Ouyang Xiaowei. "Officer Ouyang, you're still young. Presumably you won't joke about your future. Can you tell us what happened at that time?" Xiao Qingbing let out a sigh and uttered, "Return to the provincial department. We're beset with trouble." "Trouble?" Amid Ouyang Xiaowei's bewildered look, the pair made their way back to the provincial department. These two are comrades from the supervision department, seeking to verify some particulars with you. Chen Jingyang's countenance was not overly pleasant either. He took a seat on one side. The two supervisors cast looks at Xiao Qingbing and Ouyang Xiaowei. Their tone remained civil. They produced a surveillance video, precisely showing the scene of the two of them and Lin Bai in a vehicle outside the library of Diannan University. Two police officers. Following the verification by the technical section, this video is genuine. You evidently beheld the suspect in the 112 case. Why on earth didn't you bring him back to the police station? Ouyang Xiaowei clenched her lips and remained silent. Xiao Qingbing stated indifferently, "Since he isn't a criminal, we intended to utilize him to unearth the actual culprit. Then why wasn't it reported to your superiors?" "Because this plan demands strict confidentiality. Not even Director Chen can be informed." Xiao Qingbing glanced at Chen Jingyang beside her and nodded. The two supervisors exchanged glances and declared gravely, "Consultant Xiao, you should be aware that Director Chen has the right to be privy to all your action plans. If you persist in remaining silent, we will cast doubt on the existence of the plan you mentioned." After Xiao Qingbing was silent for a spell, she still refrained from speaking. Observing that Xiao Qingbing wouldn't yield, the two supervisors could only shift their gazes to Ouyang Xiaowei. "Officer Ouyang, you're still youthful. Presumably, you won't trifle with your future. Could you tell us what transpired at that time?" Ouyang Xiaowei also shook her head and said, "My answer is the same as Consultant Zhao's." The two inspectors sighed helplessly and said, "In that case, we can only record truthfully. Before the incident is investigated clearly, the two of you have to be suspended from duty for now, and the special task force will select new leaders." At this time, Chen Jingyang suddenly stepped forward and said, "Two inspectors, can we talk in private?" After all, he is the director of the public security department. The two inspectors naturally gave him some face to some extent. After the three of them walked to the corridor, Chen Jingyang pulled himself together and said, "Guys, you know, their criminal investigation methods are very powerful. To quickly solve the 112 case, we can't do without them." The inspector also looked embarrassed and said, "Director Chen, we also want to help, but as you can see, they just don't cooperate, and we are really in a difficult position." Chen Jingyang pleaded again, "I know you're in a difficult position, but there's really no way out right now. Please help." After the two inspectors looked at each other, they lowered their voices and said, "According to the regulations, the two of them should be detained in the inspectorate until the investigation is clear before they can come back. But since you've said so, and considering that the special task force really needs to hand over, let them stay in the public security department first. But once there are any problems, it will be the responsibility of your provincial department." Hearing this, Chen Jingyang's eyes lit up and he quickly thanked them, saying, "Oh, thank you, thank you." The two inspectors shook their heads and sighed. They're really lucky to have a good director like you. Then they turned around and went back to the inspectorate. Chen Jingyang finally let out a sigh of relief and returned to the room. Come on. Tell me what's going on exactly. Can you give me the whole truth, you two? Xiao Qingbing glanced at Chen Jingyang and slowly uttered, 6 years ago. The people who attacked us have reappeared. This time, their target is Lin Bai. What? Chen Jingyang's eyes widened suddenly, and he asked incredulously, are you telling the truth? Xiao Qingbing nodded. Chen Jingyang turned to look at Ouyang Xiaowei. Girl, do you know about this too? Ouyang Xiaowei said helplessly, I don't know. He said he would tell me everything within 3 days. Now 1 night and 1 morning have passed. Chen Jingyang walked around in circles on the spot and said with a solemn face, have you informed the 749 Bureau? Xiao Qingbing smiled bitterly and said, I can't tell them now. 6 years ago, our operation was leaked without a clear reason. I don't trust them. Chen Jingyang slapped the table and roared. Are you being ridiculous? So many elite forces suffered heavy losses 6 years ago. What can you two do? Xiao Qingbing sighed. Director, please rest assured. Now it's just an investigation stage and everything is just speculation. As long as I get conclusive evidence, I will report it to the 749 Bureau immediately. Is that okay? Ouyang Xiaowei also stepped forward and shook Chen Jingyang's arm, coquettishly saying, Uncle Chen, just promise us. We promise we won't cause you any trouble, okay? Chen Jingyang helplessly looked at his 2 favorite subordinates and could only nod helplessly. Fine, you two remember, no matter when, you must ensure your own safety. Do you understand? Hearing this, Ouyang Xiaowei said in surprise, got it. You're the best, Uncle Chen. Chen Jingyang withdrew his arm and said seriously with a straight face. I've told you so many times that during work, address me by my position. Okay, then can we leave now? Be careful when you go out. You two are still on suspension. Don't let anyone see you. Got it. Thank you, Director. After the two left, Chen Jingyang couldn't help but smile ruefully. These two fellows. Sigh. After leaving the Public Security Bureau, it was almost dark. The two first returned to Lao Huang's veterinary hospital. How was it? What did you gain today? Xiao Qingbing smiled mysteriously and took off the clothes she was wearing today. In Ouyang Xiaowei's shocked gaze, she dug out more than a dozen micro cameras the size of rice grains from several positions such as the buttons, collar, cuffs, and back of the clothes. Damn. There were so many cameras hidden in your clothes, and I didn't even know. I was afraid you'd be nervous if you knew. As they were talking, Xiao Qingbing and Lao Huang had already connected all the cameras to the computer. Soon, a 3D projection of a building exactly the same as Kane Technology building appeared in front of the 3 of them. Ouyang Xiaowei couldn't help opening her mouth wide and was once again plunged into shock. Is this making a movie? Is China already at such a high level of technology now? Lao Huang said disdainfully, this is just the beginning. If I were back there, what I could make would be 10 times better than this. Based on her memory, Xiao Qingbing began to describe. The building has a total of 32 floors, with surveillance cameras everywhere. The surveillance room should be on the 21st floor, and there are probably 4 guards. The central control room of Kane Technology is on the 30th floor, with the most stringent defenses, 8 guards. And one has to go through numerous checkpoints to enter the control room. While listening, Lao Huang used his fingers to disassemble the corresponding projections with one hand, and soon came up with a countermeasure. When the two were discussing heatedly, Ouyang Xiaowei couldn't help but say, I said, what are you two planning to do? Are you going to break into Ryan Technology to steal core data? This is illegal. Lao Huang looked at Ouyang Xiaowei in surprise. Didn't Lao Xiao tell you? Ouyang Xiaowei said speechlessly, tell me what? I still don't know anything until now. Lao Huang shook his head and looked at Xiao Qingbing. If you don't tell her the truth, how could she follow you to do such a thing? Xiao Qingbing sighed and took out a piece of paper. This was secretly stuffed to me by Lin Bai, and it has the name of Kane Technology written on it. You've always been curious about what exactly I went through 6 years ago. After my investigations over the past few years, it's also related to Kane Technology. This time when I came back, I'll tell you everything. Ouyang Xiaowei's beautiful eyes stared closely at Xiao Qingbing. As a police officer, her reason told her that she shouldn't cooperate with him in doing something illegal. However, emotionally, she couldn't bring herself to say no. This was the only time, and also the last time. Hearing this, Old Huang pursed his lips and thought to himself, whoever gets involved with this guy is unlucky, and still wants it to be the last time. Chapter 12. Sneaking into Kane Technology building at 11:45 at night. There were still many employees working overtime in Kane International Building. The security guard at the entrance was already dozing off at this time. Hey, don't fall asleep. The security captain kicked the young security guard who was dozing against the wall. The young security guard scratched his head embarrassedly when he saw the captain, took out 2 cigarettes from his pocket. Bowing his body, he lit one for the captain. The security captain didn't refuse, but rather enjoyed this feeling. If it weren't for seeing that you have some sense, I would have kicked you long ago. The young security guard laughed obsequiously and flattered. That's right, Captain. You are the most promising person in our village. You got me this job with just one word. The captain rolled his eyes and began to lecture the young security guard. Little boy, listen to me. Just as he was imparting experience to the newcomer, He didn't notice that two figures had slipped into the gate he was guarding silently. In the monitoring room of Kane Technology, two young men wearing the same security uniforms, but with much more outstanding temperament, were staring at the screen boredly. Suddenly, the monitoring at the first-floor elevator flickered and then turned into a mass of snowflakes. What's going on? Is the monitoring broken? Another security guard said helplessly, "Our company is so rich. Can't we buy some better cameras? Every now and then, there are malfunctions. What do you know? This batch of cameras is supplied by the wife of the property manager." Well, after the two of them complained for a while, they picked up the walkie-talkie and said to the four guards outside the monitoring room, "The monitoring of the elevator on the first floor is malfunctioning. You go and check it." The four guards glanced at each other and two of them went towards the stairwell. Not long after the two left, a beautiful woman in a professional women's suit and high heels walked over. The remaining two guards frowned. "Which department are you from?" "This is the monitoring room." "Leave immediately." Ouyang Xiaowei showed a sweet smile. "Then I've come to the right place." Before the two guards could react, Ouyang Xiaowei grabbed their necks and slammed them into each other, then followed with a series of combination punches. It wasn't until the two were completely knocked out that Ouyang Xiaowei stopped. Inside the monitoring room, the two security guards were still chatting about the company's gossip and didn't realize the approaching danger at all. It wasn't until Ouyang Xiaowei used the access card on the guard to swipe open the door of the monitoring room that the two turned their heads and looked over. After seeing it was a beautiful woman, they didn't have much sense of vigilance and instead asked, "Beauty, who are you looking for?" Ouyang Xiaowei was stunned for a moment, then slowly approached, still sweetly saying, "Don't the two little brothers recognize me? I'm the secretary of Supervisor Lin." The images of that chubby figure instantly appeared in the minds of the two security guards, and they secretly thought, such a cute beauty being the secretary of that fatso is really a pity. "Oh, then what brings you here?" Ouyang Xiaowei slowly walked up to the two of them and said softly, "Nothing. Just wanted you two to sleep a little longer." After saying that, she struck two heavy karate chops on their necks. The two who had been stealing glances at the stockings instantly rolled their eyes up and passed out. Only then did Ouyang Xiaowei say into the microphone around her neck, "Done." Xiao Qingbing, who had been hiding outside the 30th floor, immediately moved. Having been promoted from a frontline criminal police officer to a senior consultant in the public security department, Xiao Qingbing's skills were naturally beyond reproach. With just a few moves, she knocked down all the guards. Standing in front of the safe door, one could see Xiao Qingbing holding her breath and concentrating. Her eyes gradually turned white. She slowly placed her hand on the door. The safe door actually started to freeze at a visible speed and spread rapidly in all directions. At the same time, the staff on the 20-odd floors couldn't help but shiver and began to check if the air conditioner was broken. After about 2 minutes, Xiao Qingbing gently exhaled at the door. The safe door actually cracked into pieces and turned into ice powder, falling to the ground. The corridor inside and the last door also became a world of ice. Without hesitation, Xiao Qingbing rushed directly into the control room. At the same time, Lin Kane, who was resting in the luxurious private room on the 32nd floor, was suddenly awakened by the alarm and sat up immediately. He turned on the computer on the bedside table, and the computer screen showed the picture of the control room. "Humph, Xiao Qingbing, since you're looking for death yourself, don't blame me." A sneer curled Lin Kane's lips as he pressed a button on the computer. Inside the hibernation pod next to his compartment, for teenagers with the same face as Lin Bai slowly opened their eyes. Mechanically, they put on yellow masks from a cabinet on one side, donned loose robes, and disappeared from the spot. After copying the data she wanted, Xiao Qingbing immediately tried to leave. But just as she reached the stairwell, she was blocked by 4 yellow-masked men. Xiao Qingbing frowned and sneered contemptuously. Again? The 4 masked men looked at Xiao Qingbing. After confirming their target, they immediately moved, turning into 4 blurred shadows and charging towards Xiao Qingbing. Daggers instantly appeared in their hands, gleaming with a chilling light as they stabbed over. Clearly, both their speed and strength were superior to those of the white-masked men. However, Xiao Qingbing neither dodged nor evaded. In the blink of an eye, the 4 daggers were in front of her. Strangely, it was as if the daggers had encountered an invisible barrier and couldn't advance any further an inch in front of her. For seemingly thin layers of ice were as indestructible as diamond, firmly blocking the daggers. At the same time, the cold air also traveled along the daggers into the bodies of the 4 masked men. Although the 4 masked men had instinctive combat skills, they didn't have the ability to make their own judgments and couldn't respond appropriately to the current situation. Soon, the 4 of them were frozen into ice blocks and stiffened in place. And at this moment, Xiao Qingbing was obviously not at ease either, as fine beads of sweat had appeared on her forehead. After determining that they were temporarily frozen, he quickly entered the elevator, grabbed Ouyang Xiaowei in the underground garage, and ran out. "There's no time to explain. Get in the car quickly." Ouyang Xiaowei looked blank and said, "Are you discovered?" Xiao Qingbing looked solemn, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and drove quickly towards the veterinary hospital. I'll tell you later when we get back. At this moment, the ice on the 4 yellow-masked men on the 30th floor also fell off one by one. Looking at the BMW SUV that had rushed out a certain distance, there was nothing but numb killing intent in their eyes. After a burst of rapid driving, the two gradually left the urban area and entered the small roads in the suburbs. Seeing that no one was chasing them, Xiao Qingbing let out a sigh of relief. Just about to speak to Ouyang Xiaowei, a cold light so fast that it was indescribable pierced through the front windshield of the car. The yellow-masked man holding a dagger stabbed directly at Xiao Qingbing's face along with the shattered glass. Even while driving the vehicle, Xiao Qingbing quickly reacted. An ice pick that appeared out of thin air directly stabbed towards the masked man's eyes. The masked man could only dodge sideways, but was directly knocked flying by the roof of the car. However, the vehicle's tire was also punctured instantly. Xiao Qingbing could only pull over and looked at Ouyang Xiaowei, who looked terrified beside her. Xiao Qingbing sighed. It seems that I don't have to wait for 3 days. You will know all the truth tonight. After slowly getting out of the car, Xiao Qingbing naturally lit another cigarette for herself and stared fixedly at the 4 masked men in front of her. 6 years ago, you should have died. God gave me 6 years. It actually wanted me to take revenge with my own hands, which can be regarded as fulfilling one of my wishes. Apparently, the masked man couldn't understand his meaning and only knew that killing his target meant the mission was completed. Slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, Xiao Qingbing flicked the cigarette, but in his hand. Today, let you see all of my strength. As the words fell, Xiao Qingbing clasped his fingers tightly and raised both hands high towards the sky. An extremely cold aura burst out from his body. Extreme cold storm. A tornado mixed with broken ice suddenly appeared and rushed towards the masked man at an extremely fast speed. The 4 masked men obviously knew how powerful the target was and didn't dare to take it head-on at this moment. They all quickly dodged and moved towards the target's body. Xiao Qingbing's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly retracted his hands, palms facing each other, fingers quickly forming seals and bending slightly inward. Ice arrows. In an instant, countless sharp ice arrows appeared around him. The 4 masked men had just dodged the attack of the tornado and were now being baptized by the ice arrows. They could only keep blocking the ice arrows with the daggers in their hands. But Xiao Qingbing's actions didn't stop. He placed the palm of his single hand downward, fingers tightly closed, and slapped the ground straight down. Frozen earth. A cold ice ray spread out along the ground in all directions. 2 of the yellow-masked men couldn't dodge in time and were directly frozen in place. After the only 2 remaining masked men exchanged glances, they immediately took action. 1 masked man charged towards Xiao Qingbing without dodging or evading, taking all the ice arrows on himself. Xiao Qingbing's eyes narrowed, and the ice arrows inserted into the masked man's body suddenly shattered, blowing the masked man's body to pieces as well. However, incredibly, another masked man was actually hiding behind the previous one, taking advantage of the moment when his companion had withstood all the attacks and bought him some time. He swiftly stabbed the dagger into Xiao Qingbing's chest with lightning speed. Puffed. Xiao Qingbing spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if all the strength in his body had dissipated in that instant, and the ice arrows and tornado disappeared simultaneously. No. Ouyang Xiaowei had been gaping in astonishment as Xiao Qingbing demonstrated his abilities far beyond ordinary people, feeling as if her entire worldview had collapsed. Somehow, she felt that Xiao Qingbing was now very far away from her, instilling in her a sense of fear. But when she saw Xiao Qingbing being stabbed, all her thoughts were cast aside. After letting out a roar, she drew out her pistol and started shooting at the masked man. But how could the pistol bullets, which even the white masked man could dodge, pose a threat to the stronger yellow masked man? The yellow masked man simply kicked Xiao Qingbing, then jumped into the air by leveraging the force, dodged the incoming bullets, and quickly rushed towards Ouyang Xiaowei. Xiao Qingbing, lying on the ground, wriggled his mouth but couldn't utter a word, and could only watch helplessly as the dagger was swiped towards Ouyang Xiaowei's neck. I'm sorry. I might never know the truth from your mouth. Ouyang Xiaowei closed her eyes in despair, but after dozens of seconds, the expected intense pain didn't strike. She slowly opened her eyes, only to see a familiar figure standing in front of her, with a golden short sword stuck in the chest of the yellow-masked man. Officer Ouyang, long time no see. Lin Bai. Along with Ouyang Xiaowei's surprised cry, my body finally reached its limit and I fell straight down. Seeing that the danger had been resolved, Xiao Qingbing in the distance also fainted. Only Ouyang Xiaowei was left standing there, crying and laughing after surviving the disaster. Why are both of you fainting? Chapter 13. The 749 Bureau surfaces. Looking at the mess on the ground, Ouyang Xiaowei gritted her teeth, put Lin Bai and Xiao Qingbing in the back seat of the car, changed the flat tire, and drove towards the veterinary hospital again. After the 3 of them left the scene, after some time, the eyes of the 2 masked men frozen in ice began to move again. Back at the veterinary hospital, seeing Ouyang Xiaowei, panicked, supporting 2 bloodstained men come in, old Huang was first stunned, then quickly stepped forward to help. Lao Xiao, how are you? Under the violent shaking, Xiao Qingbing regained a bit of consciousness, raised her finger at Lin Bai. Save him first. Old Huang spat. I decide who to save first, none of your business. After saying that, he injected a tube of medicine into Xiao Qingbing's body before he let out a sigh of relief. Girl, each of you support one, let's go. Old Huang carried Xiao Qingbing on his back, and Ouyang Xiaowei supported Lin Bai. The four quickly came to the underworld of the veterinary hospital. Qi stretched its neck and curiously sized up the strange Lin Bai, seemingly not understanding why there had been so many strangers coming to the house these days. After pushing Lin Bai into a small room, Old Huang came out again and pushed Xiao Qingbing in as well. Girl, I may not be able to get out for several hours. If there are any problems, it depends on you. Absolutely don't let me be disturbed. Please. Ouyang Xiaowei nodded seriously, and only then did Lao Huang feel relieved and walked in. Looking at the tightly closed metal door, Ouyang Xiaowei sat down on the ground dejectedly, her mind in a complete mess. The tragedy in Yunfei village, the mysterious Lin Bai, the masked people who are not like humans. And even Xiao Qingbing has power far beyond that of humans. What on earth is going on in this world? A vague guess formed in her heart. These masked people were created by Cain technology and are intricately related to Lin Bai. But that Xiao Qingbing has been obsessed with for 6 years was also caused by Cain technology. If her guess is correct, then Cain technology is the mastermind behind all these tragedies. But why do Lin Bai and Xiao Qingbing have power far beyond normal people? The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Ouyang Xiaowei could only painfully clutch her hair. Out of the corner of her eye, the elevator suddenly started to rise. At this time, why would someone come down from above? Ouyang Xiaowei's face changed, and she immediately became vigilant. She knew that the person coming at this time definitely wasn't good news. Holding the pistol with a new magazine in her right hand, she carefully aimed it at the elevator door. Bang bang bang. As the elevator door slowly opened and the corner of the masked person's clothes showed, Ouyang Xiaowei immediately fired. The masked person was obviously caught off guard. Although it didn't cause a fatal injury, they were still a bit flustered. After emptying the magazine, Ouyang Xiaowei immediately hit herself, constantly thinking in her mind about what to do. At this time, she staggered over, stared blankly at the masked men, as if thinking about who these two people were. However, in the world of the masked men, there was only the target. Before completing the mission, any creature standing in their way had to be eliminated. Seeing the masked man pull out the dagger in his hand, Cheese's body instantly hunched up. While exhaling to intimidate, Cheese also retreated backward. Ouyang Xiaowei's heart was in her throat, ready to step forward to save Cheese at any time. But the masked man's speed was too fast, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Ouyang Xiaowei let out a cry of surprise and jumped out from her hiding place. However, what surprised her even more was that Cheese was even faster. Its two furry little paws turned into two bolts of lightning and directly tore at the necks of the two masked men. The two masked men were also stunned. After looking at each other, they fell down unwillingly and turned into ashes after a moment. Meow. Cheese meowed and then burrowed into Ouyang Xiaowei's arms. It seemed extremely frightened and kept rubbing its head against her arm, and Ouyang Xiaowei mechanically hugged Cheese, afraid that it would give her a scratch too. After about 3 hours, Old Huang came out pushing Xiao Qingbing with sweat all over his forehead. Girl, I'll leave him to you. The situation inside is even more troublesome. After saying that, Old Huang returned to the small room. Xiao Qingbing had woken up at this time, and the wound on her chest had miraculously healed, but she still looked a bit weak. Xiaowei, are you okay? Ouyang Xiaowei pouted, and all her grievances burst out at this moment. She suddenly threw herself into Xiao Qingbing's arms. I'm not okay. I was so scared. Whoa. Tears streamed down as if they were free, wetting the gauze on her chest. Xiao Qingbing was also unprecedentedly gentle, gently patting Ouyang Xiaowei's back and whispering, All right. It won't happen again. After the brief outburst, Ouyang Xiaowei looked up, her eyes firm, and said, Can you tell me everything now? Xiao Qingbing nodded and slowly revealed a world that ordinary people couldn't access. Xiaowei, everything starts with a mysterious department. Since the end of World War II in the last century, as the two superpowers, the Eagle and the White Bear, got caught in the Cold War, an unprecedented arms race kicked off. And this arms race also involved an extremely special field, that is, the development and application of human supernatural abilities. To gain an invincible position strategically, both countries spared no expense in setting up supernatural ability research institutions and pinned their hopes on human special abilities, searching everywhere for people with extraordinary powers. The famous Stargate project in the Eagle country was established against such a background, and the White Bear country didn't show any weakness either. At the same time, it formed a special force called 10003, which used supernatural powers to achieve its strategic goals. To cope with such a complex international situation, our country has also established a department of the same nature, externally known as the Bureau of Abnormal Celestial Phenomena Research. With the code name 749, that is, the so-called 749 Bureau, which encompasses most of the extraordinary people with supernatural powers in China. And I am a member of the 749 Bureau with the code name Icebird, because the environment in southern Yunnan was complex at that time. The organization appointed me to serve in the Public Security Department of Southern Yunnan Province. I lived up to expectations and successfully sorted out the chaotic situation in southern Yunnan at that time. Just when everything was developing in a good direction, I received a secret mission. At that time, people and livestock disappearance incidents were often found on Yulong Snow Mountain in southern Yunnan Province. After investigation by the military, it was confirmed that the legendary Yeti actually existed. That Yeti was nearly 60 meters tall, with boundless strength, covered in white hair all over its body, and could control avalanches. I led the most elite team and cooperated with the military and colleagues from the 749 Bureau. Only after suffering heavy casualties were we able to subdue the Yeti. But at the last moment, dozens of masked people suddenly rushed out and launched an attack on us. Although we finally repelled the masked people, the Yeti also took the opportunity to break free from the restraint and carried out a frenzied massacre on us. My disciple Xiaowu blocked me in the most dangerous moment. Countless flying stones splashed and passed through Xiaowu's body and shot into mine. If the support from the 749 Bureau hadn't arrived and the snowman had chosen to flee, we might not have escaped the consequence of being completely wiped out. However, even so, out of the 57 people on the mission, only Lao Huang and I survived. Speaking of this, Xiao Qingbing let out a somewhat dejected sigh. What a pity about that kid Xiaowu. At just 20 years old, he stayed forever on that snow mountain. At this moment, Ouyang Xiaowei also fully understood Xiao Qingbing's past. She looked at the man in front of her with a bit of pity, not knowing how to comfort him, and Xiao Qingbing continued to tell. After that incident, Lao Huang and I stayed in southern Yunnan, wanting to avenge our fallen comrades. I also kept secretly looking for clues about those masked people until we were at Diannan University, and I saw them again. At this time, Ouyang Xiaowei suddenly realized something was wrong and asked, "But team leader, when you were at Diannan University, you were clearly an ordinary person just like me. Why did you suddenly become so powerful?" Xiao Qingbing was momentarily at a loss for words and didn't know what to say. And Ouyang Xiaowei pressed on, "Team leader, you promised me that you would tell me everything." Xiao Qingbing said with a complex expression, "Because of the injuries in my body, I can no longer use my superpowers." It was Lao Huang. He helped me temporarily return to my peak period. But what? Ouyang Xiaowei also tensed up. But the price is that it requires stimulating the potential of all life. In other words, from the moment I restored my combat power, my life entered a countdown. What? Although Xiao Qingbing's tone was very calm, full of contempt for death, yet in Ouyang Xiaowei's beautiful eyes there was a light of disbelief. Her tone was a bit chaotic and she said in a flustered manner, "It's impossible. It can't be like this. There must be some other way." Looking at Ouyang Xiaowei, Xiao Qingbing suddenly showed a smile. "I should have died 6 years ago. It was obsession that let me live until now. Most of the stories in the world that make people sigh are because they are full of regrets, Xiaowei. Promise me that after I die, continue to live well." At this time, Ouyang Xiaowei was already in floods of tears and sobbing. "There's a new discovery. You too." Lao Wang's voice came in opportunely. Looking at the somewhat awkward atmosphere he had disrupted, he asked embarrassedly, "Shouldn't I have come over?" Xiao Qingbing shook her head and said seriously, "You'd better just get to the point." Lao Huang's face was solemn as he said, "That guy inside. There is an extremely tiny chip planted in his body, right in his head. This chip will compress his memory nerves and can also block his superpowers. Once it is removed, his superpowers will fully recover and his memory will also return accordingly." Hearing this, Xiao Qingbing also became serious and asked seriously, "What you mean is that the current Lin Bai is in a state where his superpowers have been sealed?" Lao Huang nodded. This time it was Xiao Qingbing's turn to be surprised. With his superpower sealed, he still has such high combat power. Then once his superpowers are released, how powerful will he be? Chapter 14. Lin Bai's past. For a moment, several people were caught in a tangle. Lin Bai had always been a person without memory, and no one knew what kind of person he would become after recovering his memory. If they could control Lin Bai, that would be fine. But once Lin Bai's ability exceeded the limit they could control, taking out this chip might not be a blessing or a curse. After pondering for a while, Xiao Qingbing slowly uttered a sentence. "Lao Huang, take out the chip," in his mind. Lao Huang shook his head and refused Xiao Qingbing's proposal for the first time. "Lao Xiao, I understand your mood, but the energy contained in this child's body is really too great. Even in the 749 Bureau, I haven't seen anyone with more energy than his. Moreover, we don't know his past. We don't even know what kind of person he is. And not even he himself knows. This is too risky. I can't agree." Xiao Qingbing's eyes became profound and said in a low tone, "Lao Huang, my time is running out. I have contacted Lin Bai, and he doesn't seem like a heinous villain. I trust my own judgment. Those masked people have the same face as Lin Bai and have been chasing him tirelessly. If I'm not mistaken, if he recovers his memory, we can uncover the mysterious veil of Kane technology. Don't you want to know the truth 6 years ago? Lao Huang looked at Xiao Qingbing and confirmed again. Are you really sure? Xiao Qingbing nodded solemnly. Well, since you've said so, I'll just go all out and do it. After saying that, the old Huang didn't even look back and walked in resolutely again. My name is Lin Bai. For some reason, when I opened my eyes, there were two strangers in front of me. They were a couple. They were simply dressed and had sincere concern on their faces. Child, what's your name? How did you end up here? I shook my head blankly because I couldn't remember my own name or why I was here. Seeing my pitiful state, that couple took me home, and from then on I started living with them. They didn't let me do farm work but asked me to study, saying that only by studying could one have a future. Actually, I didn't think doing farm work was without a future, but to make them happy, I started studying seriously. For some reason, I learned things very quickly and ranked among the top in several exams. The nearby villagers all thought I was very smart. So they asked their children to come to me for tutoring, and soon I had a group of good friends. However, gradually, they found that I seemed different from normal people. The things I could do effortlessly seemed beyond their reach. I originally thought I would be like Spider-Man in the movie, using my abilities to protect the world and being admired by my little friends. But the reality was not quite what I had imagined. The way they looked at me became strange, even a bit fearful. This emotion reached its peak after I saved the drowning child. I went home and locked myself in the room, wondering why this had happened. My parents also became taciturn after they came back. I suddenly felt a bit scared and timidly asked, Dad, Mom, did I do something wrong? But doesn't the book tell us to be brave enough to do what is right? Father forced a smile and shook his head, saying, Child, you didn't do anything wrong. In the future, when you encounter such a situation, you still need to save people. Originally, getting my father's approval, I was a bit happy. However, thinking of the once familiar villagers and their distant looks when they saw me, I couldn't help asking, but why don't they like me after I saved someone? Father sighed and said meaningfully, they didn't do anything wrong either. When facing an unknown power, normal people will feel scared. Mother even pulled me into her arms and lovingly exhorted, Child, remember, you can't show the differences between you and normal people anymore. You have to learn to live like them. Only in this way can you live without being excluded. I nodded half, understanding. From then on, I never exposed my ability again, became introverted, and had no friends. Fortunately, I got into college and could live in this world like a normal person. The scene changed. In front of me was a sacred temple on top of a snow-capped mountain. A solemn master's face was filled with a holy glow as he slowly exhaled a puff of turbid air. Benefactor, the memory you want to explore. The old monk can't help you. I frowned and said disappointedly, Master, can't even you help me? The master shook his head and said, Benefactor, all the past events are like passing clouds. Why should you be so persistent? Since you can't remember, why not let go of everything and start a new life? Isn't it good? I shook my head and replied firmly, No, I can feel that the lost memory is very important to me. The master sighed, and his voice carried a touch of zen, saying, Since that's the case, then go into the mortal world. Only by experiencing all kinds of grudges and disputes in the mortal world can your soul be purified, which might be helpful to you. After thinking for a while, I slowly got up, bowed respectfully to the master, and then resolutely walked down the mountain. The mortal world is indeed not as peaceful as the mountain. Every day, one has to face various disturbances. Fortunately, I am a very powerful person with supernatural abilities, so almost all difficulties can be easily solved. One day, after saving a mountain climber, he followed me all the time to express his gratitude. He said his name was Lin Kane, and he was the boss of an enterprise. He was willing to do anything for me. I asked curiously, Can you help me retrieve my past memories? He was stunned for a moment first, and then solemnly promised that he would do everything he could to help me. I was very touched and willing to trust him. At first, he gave me all kinds of medicines and used various instruments, trying his best to help me. And I also easily solved the problems his company encountered with my own abilities. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. In what had been a long time for ordinary people, his enterprise had grown larger and larger, and the instruments he came into contact with had become increasingly advanced. However, there was still no sign of my memory recovering, and he had grown increasingly old, and the look in his eyes when he regarded me had gradually changed. But I was completely unaware of all this, until one day, he excitedly came to find me and introduced me to a professor, saying that the professor could help me. I was also very happy and obediently did whatever the professor said. After being injected with a reagent, I fell into a coma. Before losing consciousness, I was still filled with the joy of potentially finding my memory. But when I woke up, I found that my whole body was immobilized and I could no longer use my abilities. I looked at him in confusion, but found his expression so unfamiliar. A look of paranoia, incomprehension, and even madness. Why, after 20 years, are you still as young as ever? While I am already on the verge of death. Don't blame me. I'm dying and have no other way. Looking at the unfamiliar him, I fell silent and never said another word. In the days that followed, that professor would come every day to draw my blood and conduct various experiments. Sometimes he was puzzled, sometimes he laughed heartily, and sometimes he looked at me feverishly. But what he didn't know was that I was secretly accumulating my meager strength. Until one day, taking advantage of the lax guard of the people watching over me, I broke free from the restraints and escaped. On the run, countless masked people chased after me frantically. The snowflakes falling in the sky are getting bigger and bigger. I just keep running away without noticing what's happening behind me, until I lose consciousness and completely faint in a cornfield. The scene stops abruptly here, and I also open my eyes. In front of me are Xiao Qingbing, Ouyang Xiaowei, and an old man I've never seen before. Old Huang looks at me nervously, still holding a chip that is only 1/10 the size of a little finger, and says, "This thing is the one that has been pressing on your memory nerves and causing you to lose your memory. It's also the one that sealed your superpowers. Now you should have recovered, right?" Feeling the familiar power in my body, I slowly nod. "Thank you." Xiao Qingbing looks at me intently and asks, "Has your memory recovered?" I nod with a complex expression and say, "Part of it has." Xiao Qingbing nervously swallows her saliva and says, "Can you tell me the part that you've recalled?" This is very important to me. After I'm silent for a moment, looking at Xiao Qingbing, actually, I have a good impression of Xiao Qingbing, but my previous experiences have made me not dare to trust anyone easily. "You're about to die?" Hearing the words I said calmly, Xiao Qingbing's face changes greatly, and even old Huang has a look as if he's seen a ghost. How do you know?" I answer truthfully. "I can sense that the vitality in your body is rapidly draining." Xiao Qingbing smiles bitterly and says, "Yes, my time is running out. So can you tell me now?" I ask defensively, "Why are you so curious about my memory?" Xiao Qingbing knew that if she didn't dispel my doubts, I wouldn't tell her the truth. So she had to tell her own experience in detail. After I heard it, I was full of sympathy for her and immediately stopped hiding. "Sorry, if I'm not mistaken. 6 years ago, the reason why you were attacked by the masked people should be because of me." Then I told my memory. "If I'm not mistaken, after I escaped, I just kept running and happened to pass by the place where you were performing the task, so you were attacked." Xiao Qingbing's eyes were red. After learning all the truths, she couldn't control her emotions anymore. Lao Huang said thoughtfully, "No wonder, those masked people look exactly like you. It seems that they are virtual people synthesized with your blood, with abilities similar to yours, but they can't think independently." I nodded and looked at Xiao Qingbing guiltily. "Although I can't save you, I can make you live longer." Chapter 15 Thunder Girl. After I said this, Ouyang Xiaowei looked at me hopefully. "Is this true?" I estimated roughly and gave a definite answer. "Yes, although it's not long, it's about 7 days." Before others could react, Xiao Qingbing directly refused and said, "Forget it. For me, how long I can live no longer matters. But Lin Kane must die, and those masked people developed by Kane technology must not be left alive." Once these words were spoken, Ouyang Xiaowei fell silent. She was willing to respect his choice, and a glint of killing intent appeared in my eyes. "Since our goals are the same, let's work together to completely bury Kane technology." "Sorry, you can't go." A cold voice suddenly sounded, and a girl with a thunder symbol on her forehead slowly walked out of the elevator. The expressions of old Huang and Xiao Qingbing changed drastically. "Thunder Girl, why are you here?" Thunder Girl frowned and said in a deep voice, "Icebird, old Huang, you two are both members of the 749 Bureau. You should know the rules. Lin Kane is not a person with superpowers. You can't take action against him. As for those masked people, the Bureau has sent special personnel to handle them. You two come back to the Bureau with me immediately." After saying that, she turned her gaze to me again. "Lin Bai, you also have to go back with me. As a person with superpowers, your actions must be supervised by the 749 Bureau." I looked up and asked calmly, "Who are you?" Xiao Qingbing was afraid that we would have a conflict and quickly explained, "This is a high-level official of the 749 Bureau. The supervisor responsible for supervising that people with superpowers are not allowed to harm civilians. Her name is Thunder Girl. She's very powerful." I asked thoughtfully, "What does that have to do with me?" "The hatred between me and Lin Kane. I'll resolve it myself." After saying that, I wanted to leave. The Thunder Girl saw me ignoring her so blatantly. Her gaze sharpened, and she suddenly thrust her right hand out, grasping at the void. A cage made of lightning materialized around me, firmly trapping me in place. My steps towards leaving halted, and I asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" The Thunder Girl's tone was extremely forceful as she repeated herself, "Lin Bai, you're a person with supernatural abilities. According to the regulations, you're not allowed to take action against ordinary people." I shrugged my shoulders and sneered with a mocking smile. "Regulations? Whose regulations?" When the Thunder Girl saw my disdainful expression, her demeanor remained unchanged as she continued, "These are the regulations of the 749 Bureau and also the regulations for all people with supernatural abilities." I shook my head and said, "But my rule, Lin Bai, is to repay kindness with kindness and avenge hatred with vengeance. So I'm sorry, but I don't accept your rules." As the words fell, I waved my right hand and directly shattered the cage in front of me. That seemingly extremely powerful lightning didn't cause any harm to me and vanished into nothingness. For the first time, the Thunder Girl's face grew solemn. Who on earth are you? How could you have such powerful strength? I didn't answer, but walked towards the elevator on my own. Seeing that she was being ignored, the Thunder Girl was surrounded by dazzling lightning, looking like a thunder god descending to earth, full of majesty. I'm saying it one last time, stop. I still didn't stop. Lao Huang on the side was extremely anxious and shouted loudly, can the two of you go outside to fight? All these devices of mine were bought with my own money. Ouyang Xiaowei pursed her lips and said, I thought you were worried about them getting hurt. Old Huang shook his head and said, injuries are nothing to fear. As long as there is still a breath left in me, I can save them. Xiao Qingbing's pair of eyes stared fixedly at the two people in the arena. He was very curious. One was a well-known powerful figure in the 749 Bureau, and the other was Lin Bai, whose origin was mysterious but extremely powerful. Who was more superior between the two of them? Lei Nu raised her right hand and waved it in my direction. A purple thunderbolt shot out from her palm and rushed straight towards my back. Without dodging or evading, a dark blue short sword suddenly appeared behind me and blocked the purple thunderbolt without a scratch. I turned my head and said in a cold tone, if you attack me again, I will fight back. Lei Nu just stared blankly at the blue short sword and murmured in her mouth, how is this possible? You were actually able to block my thunder magic? After a momentary daze, what replaced it was even more solemnity. This is what you forced me to do. Lei Nu looked solemn, formed seals with both hands, and a hard-to-describe aura burst out from her body. At the same time, the originally calm sky suddenly became filled with lightning and thunder. A purple lightning bolt as thick as an adult dropped from the sky, splitting the ground and hitting straight on top of my head. Humph! The blue short sword instantly appeared above my head. With just a gentle wave, a black thunderbolt burst out from the short sword, directly dispersing the purple lightning and shattering the thunderclouds in the sky at the same time. Lei Nu's face turned pale, and she spat out a large mouthful of blood. The whole person instantly withered away. Xiao Qingbing's eyes widened, and he uttered an incredible swear word. Damn it. Old Huang even forgot to feel heartache. His mouth opened wide, and he couldn't close it for a long time. You know, thunder has always been the most powerful means of attack in this world. All demons and ghosts in the world will turn into ashes and disappear without a trace under the heavenly thunder. As one of the few supernaturals in the 749 Bureau who can control thunder, Lei Nu has always ranked among the top in terms of combat power. Even if Tin Xiaoqi Bing were added together, they might not be Lei Nu's match. Yet she was easily defeated by the Lin Bai in front of them. Just who exactly is this Lin Bai? Ignoring the shocked people, I flashed and came to Lei Nu's front, with a murderous intent in my eyes. I said that was the last time. Lei Nu looked at me stubbornly, without the slightest trace of fear, but said calmly, kill me, otherwise, you won't be able to get out. I held the long sword across her fair neck, sized her up from top to bottom, and curiously asked, your name is Lei Nu, right? Aren't you afraid of death? Lei Nu said righteously, as a supervisor, how could I be afraid of death? Do it. As if afraid that I would really do it, Xiao Qingbing quickly said, don't do it. She's a good person and doesn't deserve to die. I sighed, put away the short sword, and struck Lei Nu on the back of the neck with a palm, knocking her out directly. I said, are you still going? Xiao Qingbing glanced at the unconscious Lei Nu and resolutely said, I'll go with you. Ouyang Xiaowei immediately followed, I'll go too. The atmosphere has been built up to this point. Old Huang was boiling with excitement. Just as he was about to shout that he would go too, Xiao Qingbing cut in and said, Old Huang, you stay and watch over Lei Nu. After saying that, the three of them quickly left the spot. Old Huang looked at the mess on the ground and the unconscious Lei Nu, and said somewhat speechlessly, good job. So I'm still the logistics staff. In southern Yunnan province, there are numerous mountains, and there are countless peaks with an altitude of several thousand meters. Among them, the Hongduan Mountains are the largest and longest. Spanning 3 provinces, southern Yunnan, Sichuan Prefecture, and High Tibet, with an area of over 600,000 square kilometers. Inside the mountains, the peaks stand tall. Underground of an unremarkable peak, Lin Kane looked at the professor with a solemn expression and asked, if I fuse now, what's the success rate? The professor pushed up the glasses on his nose and refused, saying, Mr. Lin, I don't recommend you fusing now. After all, the state of the first-generation body is not stable. Once it fails, no one knows what will happen. Lin Kane's face was full of bitter smiles, and he said, I can feel that I don't have much time left. For second-generation bodies died simultaneously. The enemy is much stronger than we imagined. Beside the two of them, there was also a stout figure. Supervisor Lin said somewhat panically, Chairman, let's just run away directly. Let's go to the United States. Even if they have great abilities, can they still chase us to the United States? Lin Kane looked at Supervisor Lin, and a trace of relief flashed in his eyes. Kid, you've been with me for over a decade. You're the person I trust the most. You go. Don't follow me anymore. Save your life. The Supervisor Lin knelt on the ground with a thud, His voice choked with sobs as he said, "Chairman, if not for your sponsorship, my mother would have died long ago. I was just a chubby fellow looked down upon by others. It is you who gave me a second life. I won't leave. I'll stay here with you." Lin Kane patted the supervisor Lin on the shoulder and sighed, "Foolish boy, why do you have to do this? Well, then you may stay. Professor, start." The professor looked at Lin Kane and could only nod helplessly. His hands moved quickly on the computer and a device made of silver material, very similar to the hibernation pod in space movies, descended. "Mr. Lin, lie in the fusion pod." Lin Kane took off all the accessories on his body and directly lay in it, as the hatch slowly closed. Four other fusion pods of the same material surrounded it and tightly joined together. Then, the 5 fusion pods directly dropped into a blood pool 3 meters deep and disappeared from sight. The professor nervously watched the data on the computer screen, his hands tightly clenched. Once the fusion was successful, he would have opened a precedent. After the supervisor Lin looked at the blood pool for a while, he silently walked out. In 6 years, this laboratory would surely not have only developed the masked people. They had many other backup plans. When the professor's attention was all on the data, a dark shadow quickly shuttled in the darkness and finally wriggled on the professor's shadow. It actually transformed into a humanoid creature and slowly stood up. It was said to be a humanoid creature because it only had the shape of a human but no human organs. "Professor, it's time for us to leave. The people from Section 749 are approaching rapidly." The voice of the humanoid creature was harsh and hoarse, making it impossible to tell whether it was male or female. The professor sighed and said regretfully, "What a pity. If we waited a little longer, we could have seen whether this experiment was successful or not." The humanoid creature remained silent, standing beside the professor like the most loyal guard. The professor looked around the surrounding environment nostalgically and said softly, 6 years have passed here. It's really hard to part with it. However, it was indeed time to leave. He picked up the USB flash drive on the table, which contained the results of his 6 years. "Let's go." The humanoid creature nodded, once again turning into a shadow, slowly enveloping the professor's whole body, melting into the darkness and disappearing. Chapter 16. Heartless thunder rumbled, and one lightning bolt after another resounded deep in the Hongduan Mountains, occasionally mixed with bright golden light. Dozens of masked people's bodies were lying on the originally pure white snow, turning into ashes in the blink of an eye. Behind me, Xiao Qingbing protected Ouyang Xiaowei and silently followed me. Ouyang Xiaowei looked at the bodies of the masked people that were burning again and couldn't help asking, "Why do they burst into flames once they die?" Xiao Qingbing forced a strained smile and explained, "I've asked Old Huang about this. Kane Technology installed chips in each of their hearts. Once the heart stops beating, it will trigger a mechanism that causes spontaneous combustion. Since the blood of all the masked people is mixed with flammable substances, their bodies can be completely burned." Ouyang Xiaowei's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Everything she had experienced recently seemed so inconceivable. It turned out that there was so much darkness hidden in places where ordinary people couldn't see. At this moment, she noticed that Xiao Qingbing's face was getting uglier and uglier. She quickly asked nervously, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Xiao Qingbing shook her head, looked at my back, and whispered, "Lin Bai's ability is too powerful, and because he lost his memory, he's too simple. What if he's deceived by someone again?" My advancing steps paused. I turned around expressionlessly and said, "You know I can hear you." Xiao Qingbing smiled helplessly and complained to Ouyang Xiaowei, "Look, I said he was simple, didn't I? I deliberately said it for him to hear, and he still doesn't know it stupidly." I pursed my lips and suddenly asked, "I'm actually very curious. The main reason for the failure of your mission last time was because of me. Don't you hate me?" Xiao Qingbing was stunned. After seriously thinking for a moment, she suddenly said, "Why should I blame you? You were just trying to escape with all your might out of the instinct to survive at that time and didn't attack us. If I were to vent my anger on you because of this, wouldn't it seem that I'm being very unreasonable?" I was also stunned for a moment. Apparently, Xiao Qingbing's magnanimity deeply touched me in my innermost being. "Thank you." It seemed that she didn't expect me to say thank you. After giving me an unexpected look, Xiao Qingbing continued, "After the destruction of Kane Technology, what are your next plans?" I remained silent for a while and then slowly said, "I don't know. Maybe I'll continue to search for my lost memories." Ouyang Xiaowei rubbed her nose and said, quite puzzled, "Why do you have to pursue something you've already forgotten? Can't you just live anew?" I shook my head and said, with a somewhat desolate tone, "The old monk also told me this. Unfortunately, he died 10 years after saying this. Besides continuing to pursue my previous memories, I don't know what the meaning of my life is." Ouyang Xiaowei frowned, as if she had thought of something, and asked uncertainly, "Lin Bai, how old are you exactly?" This memory was too distant. After recalling for a long time, I gave the answer. "I met the old monk in 1968, encountered Lin Kane in 1998, and escaped in 2017. Ouyang Xiaowei opened her mouth wide and stared at me blankly, saying incredulously, "That is to say, in your own memory, you've already lived for 50 years? I originally thought she would be envious. After all, in the era I experienced, the average life expectancy of humans was less than 60 years old, and an old monster like me at least wouldn't die. But unexpectedly, the look in her eyes when she looked at me was full of pity. You are so pitiful. Watching your friends grow old and die right before your eyes while you seem like a mere passerby. I shrugged my shoulders and feigned nonchalance, saying, it's okay. After all, I'm a person with an indifferent nature. I don't seem to care much about the feelings you mentioned. At this moment, Xiao Qingbing suddenly spoke up, saying, Lin Bai, I think the reason the master asked you to seek answers in the mortal world wasn't for you to blindly explore like this, but rather to hope that you would see all the beings in the world. Only by witnessing the helplessness and struggles, hardships and confusion, dilemmas and choices of ordinary people can your emotions be awakened. By that time, perhaps the sealed memories will naturally surface. These short 2 sentences were like a heavy hammer, hitting my heart. For some reason, my intuition told me that I should trust this man whom I had only met a few times. Slowly exhaling a breath, I cast all thoughts out of my mind. I will seriously consider what you said. For now, let's first face the things in front of us. Xiao Qingbing also nodded in agreement. Originally, I thought that after regaining my abilities, I would easily destroy all the elaborate schemes of Kane technology. However, wave after wave of masked people have been bothering me. Since we arrived here, we have experienced dozens of ambushes, and I have killed hundreds of masked people. Even Ouyang Xiaowei couldn't help but click her tongue and say, how many masked people did they actually create? This is too terrifying. I shook my head with a firm look in my eyes. No matter how many masked people Kane technology has, I will destroy them today. Suddenly, I halted my advancing steps. Xiao Qingbing immediately became vigilant. What's wrong? She asked. I didn't answer but stretched my hand forward, only to touch an invisible barrier. It seemed there was a wall in the void. Well, you little brat are quite alert. However, you don't need to go any further. Our people have surrounded this place. A hoarse voice sounded unexpectedly. Then an old man with a celestial and refined appearance emerged from the void. Xiao Qingbing's complexion changed, and she greeted respectfully, saying, Venerable Chun, you've come here in person? The old man called Venerable Chan glanced at Xiao Qingbing and sighed regretfully. Alas, why do you do this? What an obsession. And I curiously sized up the old man in front of me. Your ability is rather peculiar. I've never seen anything like it before. Can you compress space? Venerable Chin smiled without saying a word and said enigmatically, Little fellow, as long as you promise to come back with me to the 749 Bureau, I'll tell you. What do you say? I remained silent for a moment and then stretched out my hand again. A profound and mysterious rhythm emerged on me. The space around my body suddenly became blurred. Then I passed through that barrier without any obstruction. The smug smile on Venerable Chen's face froze. He said in disbelief, How is this possible? You can actually manipulate space? I looked at Venerable Chen somewhat innocently, spreading my hands and saying, Is this so difficult? Xiao Qingbing was no longer surprised by my performance. She whispered aside, Venerable Chun, Lin Bai's ability hasn't been fully demonstrated yet. But I guess, apart from the director, no one should be his match. The corners of old Chin's mouth twitched, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. Lin Bai, although I can't stop you, I still want to give you a reminder. If power is not restricted, it is very likely to cause irreparable consequences. Although I didn't quite understand what the old man said, I didn't refute either. Instead, I wanted to move forward. But just as I lifted my foot, a powerful wave suddenly burst out from the mountains in the distance. Xiao Qingbing's complexion changed. I saw that the snow on the mountain peak was shaken, like the growl of an iceberg giant, pouring down like a huge wave. Old Chen's complexion changed. He suddenly leaped into the air and floated in midair. He put his hands together and then suddenly spread them apart. The space where the avalanche occurred seemed to freeze and remained motionless in the air. Old Chen muttered something in his mouth, whispering softly. I saw that the momentum of the avalanche was gradually subsiding and finally fell to the ground. After dealing with the avalanche, Old Chen looked worriedly in the direction where the wave came from. He could feel that there seemed to be a powerful force gradually awakening in that direction. Naturally, I also felt this force, and I faintly felt that this force was somewhat familiar. Take me there. Your powers can't control it? After a moment of hesitation, Old Chen nodded. He landed beside me from the air. Xiao Qingbing and Ouyang Xiaowei also came over. A flash of white light passed, and the four of us disappeared from the original place. When we opened our eyes again, we had already appeared at the entrance of a cave on a mountain peak. Dozens of figures gathered around, including men and women, the old and the young. The common thing was that there were fluctuations of supernaturals on them. After seeing Old Chun, they swarmed over at once. Old Chun, the fluctuations came out from this cave. Mountain Rat has gone in to investigate and hasn't come back yet. Old Chun nodded, then looked at me and asked, Lin Bai, what do you think? My gaze passed through the dark cave, and my lips moved as I said, He is fusing my power. Fusing your power? Xiao Qingbing exclaimed. He had experienced firsthand how powerful Lin Bai's power was. If someone really fused Lin Bai's power, he couldn't even imagine how terrifying it would be. Old Chen also realized the seriousness of the problem and immediately decided, no, we must interrupt his fusion right away. Suddenly, a figure sprang out from the snow. It was a supernatural being who was short, looked very thin, and had two somewhat wretched goatee beards. Mountain Rat. What's the situation in there? The supernatural being called Mountain Rat scratched his head and said in a somewhat funny manner, not good. There is a blood pool deep in the cave. The fluctuations came from there, but I couldn't get close, so I came back first. Also, I have another discovery. What discovery? Just as Mountain Rat was about to speak, there were even footsteps coming from inside the cave. You can see for yourselves. Mountain Rat didn't seem to have very strong combat capabilities, so he scurried behind the others in a flash. Meanwhile, over 1,000 children with livid complexions and numb expressions emerged from the cave. They all seemed to be around 12 or 13 years old. Everyone's complexion changed drastically. Ouyang Xiaowei couldn't contain the anger in her heart and said hatefully, these are all the children funded by Kane Technology. Back then, Kane Technology adopted many orphans in society and sent them to schools everywhere. Unexpectedly, they turned them into these inhuman creatures. Ouyang Xiaowei's words completely ignited the anger of the other 749 bureau members. This Kane Technology is simply devoid of conscience. Chapter 17 Integration successful amidst everyone's angry gazes. A stout figure walked out with a rampant smile, accompanied by 8 yellow-masked guards by his side. Ha ha ha, you trash from the 749 Bureau have finally come. These children are innocent. If you have the guts, kill them. Supervisor Lin's eyes were now bloodshot, and he looked like a madman, not at all like a normal person. After seeing Lin Bai's figure, his emotions became even more unstable. Lin Bai, why did you run? It's all because of you. You're the real culprit. My expression remained cold, and I wasn't affected by him at all. Looking at his current appearance, I even felt a bit of pity. Perhaps my look stung him. Supervisor Lin roared. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I'm pitiful? Ha ha ha. I'm not pitiful. It's you who is pitiful. The villagers of Yunfei village died because of you, and these children were also transformed by your blood. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. Ha ha. Yunfei village. When he mentioned this name, I couldn't contain the in my heart any longer. The golden short sword instantly appeared in my hand, and I slowly walked towards him. Lin Bai, don't be impulsive. Old Chen grabbed me. I said expressionlessly, let go. I'm going to kill him. Old Chen shook his head and anxiously advised, Lin Bai, calm down first. Seeing that I was stopped, the smile on Supervisor Lin became even more arrogant. He took out a thing that looked like a remote control and said triumphantly, a chip has been implanted in each of their minds. As long as I press this button gently, these more than 1,000 children will explode like watermelons. So, don't come near me. If I get nervous, they'll all be buried with me. After his words fell, these more than 1,000 controlled children seemed to have found their target and rushed towards me crazily. Old Chen's face tightened, and he reached out and pressed on my shoulder, teleporting me a certain distance away. Lin Bai, leave the matter here to us. You stay back. All the soldiers of the 749th Bureau instantly stepped forward and formed a defensive line, suppressing all the children within a certain range. Actually, in terms of combat power, these members of the 749th Bureau could easily eliminate them, but facing these innocent children, they really couldn't bring themselves to do it. And although these children were not very capable, under control they had no consciousness and only knew to charge blindly, and for a moment they actually gained the upper hand. I watched all this coldly, constantly thinking in my heart about how to solve the current predicament. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed beside me, and Lei Nu and Lao Huang abruptly appeared by my side, looking at the chaotic scene in front of her. Lei Nu stared at me angrily. Look at what you've done. I've said that we can handle these things. Why did you act on your own? I didn't respond at all, my eyes fixed on the hand of Supervisor Lin holding the remote control. Seeing that I ignored her, Lei Nu became even more furious. Just as she was about to flare up, Lao Huang scolded her. All right, what's the use of talking about this now? It's better to think about how to solve the problem. Lei Nu was momentarily at a loss for words and muttered, what can we do now? Are we going to kill them all? Then I suddenly said, perhaps I have a way. Lei Nu looked at me suspiciously. Are you serious? I nodded. Although I don't have 100% certainty, we can give it a try. Seeing my serious look, Lei Nu glanced at our struggling teammates and could only nod reluctantly. I must be crazy to believe you. You won't regret it. Just like that. The three of us returned to the battlefield again. Those kids became even more manic after sensing my aura. Old Chen frowned and said, why did you come back again? I didn't say a word, but looked at Xiao Qingbing. With just one look, he understood my meaning. I saw him slowly step back and once again activate his superpower to the maximum. Then he slapped the ground hard with his right hand. Icebound the land. In this extremely cold weather on the snow mountain, Xiao Qingbing's ice element superpower could exert its greatest strength. All the children were briefly frozen in place. The supervisor Lin frowned slightly, his eyes vigilant as he looked around. Suddenly, he felt a flash of lightning and thunder coming from his left side. The Thunder Girl was glowing with lightning all over her body and rushed over like a sharp arrow. The 8 masked men all got up and blocked the Thunder Girl. A sneer appeared on the corner of Supervisor Lin's mouth. Hee, it seems you really aren't willing to give up. Well, let these children be buried with me. After saying that, he was about to press the button in his hand, but suddenly found he had no strength. In his horrified eyes, he saw me use a golden short sword to directly cut off his right arm. Along with a shrill scream. All the children who were attacking stopped and stood still on the spot. And I stepped on his chest indifferently, coldly saying, "Do you have any last words?" Supervisor Lin was in great pain, his expression full of fear as he looked at me. "You freak, how did you suddenly appear in front of me? You're just a..." Before he could finish speaking, I cut off his head with a single sword strike. The Thunder Girl walked up to me, her expression complicated as she said, "Although he deserves to die, according to the rules, we still have to hand him over to the public security organs." I shook my head, helplessly saying, "Sticking to your rules every day? Aren't you tired of living? Perhaps because I helped them solve a problem?" The Thunder Girl's attitude towards me also softened and was no longer so cold. "Because you still don't understand the harm that our power can bring to ordinary people. The reason there are so many rules, although they will restrict our hands, is also a safeguard for ordinary people." I sighed and didn't pay any more attention, but prepared to continue walking into the cave. "Hey, how did you come up with the idea of using my lightning as a cover?" Leinu's voice came from behind me. I smiled freely and pointed at my head. "When fighting, use your brain." Leinu looked at my back speechlessly, thinking in her heart that this is really an arrogant guy. Inside the cave, we quickly found the blood pool that the mountain rat mentioned. Now the blood pool has evaporated by about half, revealing a cocoon emitting a mysterious glow. After Chun Lao and I circled around this cocoon, we still didn't find anything. Instead, Lao Huang, who followed in, kept staring at the computer and occasionally let out a ghostly scream. "Lao Huang, what on earth did you see?" Xiao Qibing was outside just now, and the superpower in her body was a bit overused, so her face was a bit pale at the moment. Lao Huang then marveled and said, "I really did see something. The person who designed this experiment is really a genius." This shout attracted everyone's attention. "Lao Huang, stop keeping us in suspense. What's the situation exactly? Hurry up and tell us." Seeing that Chen Lao had spoken, Lao Huang then began to say, "Let me put it this way. As you all know, those masked people outside are all built based on Lin Bai's blood. The white masked man has only inherited some basic abilities. Although he is already very powerful, he is only equivalent to the abilities of an ordinary superpower user. The yellow masked man, on the other hand, is even more powerful, with a substantial improvement in both perception and speed, but that's all. In addition, there are several special masked men who have undergone mutations on top of that and awakened some special abilities of Lin Bai. Among them, the ones we know about include lightning, perception, speed, and even immortality. The current light cocoon is to fuse these special masked men with the human body. Once successful, the person who undergoes the fusion will possess all the abilities. Do you think an experiment like this that transforms a person into a god could only be designed by a genius?" Under Lao Huang's excited description, everyone's expressions became solemn. Ouyang Xiaowei even said with some disgust, "Is this a genius? This is a lunatic." Old Chen also realized something was wrong and asked solemnly, "Can this experiment be stopped?" Lao Huang shook his head and said, "Once this experiment starts, it cannot be stopped." "Oh no. Xiao Qibing has been in contact with me the longest and knows my past." He suddenly realized a problem. "Old Chen, call for backup right away." Old Chen looked at Xiao Qibing and asked puzzledly, "What?" Although the situation is a bit tricky, it's not yet at the point where we need to call for backup, right? Even if he can fuse with Lin Bai's power, but Lin Bai is right here. Can't he control the situation? Xiao Qibing said seriously, "It's really not certain. Lin Bai has no memories from before, and his abilities haven't fully awakened. It was only after meeting Lei Nu that he awakened his thunder ability. And only after meeting you that he awakened his spatial ability. If Lao Huang's judgment is correct, then the person after fusion is very likely to master the power that Lin Bai hasn't awakened yet, and that would be troublesome." "What?" Elder Chen also realized the severity of the problem at this time, and immediately wanted to call for support. But obviously it was too late. The light cocoon in the blood pool suddenly burst out with a blood-red light, broke through the cave, and shot straight into the sky. Lei Nu and the other members of Section 749 who were cleaning up the mess outside stared blankly at the scene in front of them, all showing expressions of disbelief. This power fluctuation is probably already at the SS level. Among all the people present, the most powerful ones are Lei Nu, who is a supervisor, and Elder Chun, the leader of their group. But the two of them only barely meet the S-level standard. Lei Nu's face instantly turned pale as snow. She has never seen an ability user of this level except for the director. In the scarlet bloodlight, Lin Kane slowly opened his eyes, floating in midair. After feeling the powerful power in his body, he showed a, "Ha ha ha, I am the only god in this world." Chapter 18, Lin Bai after awakening god? There is no such hypocritical god as you in this world. a smug expression at this moment which he regarded as the most glorious. There was someone who dared to say such contemptuous words to him, which was simply unforgivable. Lin Kane turned his head to look at Ouyang Xiaowei. Two golden lights burst out from his eyes. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a sharp palm light that was indestructible instantly shot out. When it was about to fall on Ouyang Xiaowei, a virtual space door opened and transferred this attack to an empty area on one side. Boom. As a result, the power of the palm light remained undiminished and split a bottomless gully in the ground. Old Shin looked at this huge destructive power and his face turned a bit pale. This was definitely beyond the ability of them to resist. He was ready to retreat at any time. Lei Nu and other members of the 749 Bureau all nodded slowly. But at this time, I walked out directly regardless. Lin Kane's expression was extremely complex when he saw me appear in front of him. Big brother, you're here? I looked at this familiar face and all kinds of past memories came to mind. I asked puzzledly why? Why are you doing this to me? After a short silence, Lin Kane suddenly laughed and said, Big brother, do you know how much I envied you? You always maintain a young appearance and don't have to bear the pain brought by time. You can do anything, go to heaven and enter the earth. But I can't. If I don't do this, I would have died long ago. It's your blood that has allowed me to linger until now. Even, all your powers are in my hands. This feeling is so wonderful. I stared at him coldly and shook my head. These powers don't belong to you. I will take them back myself. After saying that, the golden short sword appeared in my hand, and a similarly powerful aura surged out from me. However, Lin Kane just waved his hand and said lightly, Big brother, you're not my opponent now. Moreover, I have a surprise to tell you. I've not only fused with your ability, but also awakened the memories you lost. Do you want them? What? My pupils suddenly constricted and I asked absent-mindedly, Are you telling the truth? Lin Kane nodded and sneered, Of course, big brother. As long as you're willing to help me and kill them all, then I'll return your memories to you. What do you think? My mind went blank. For so many years, I've been searching for my memories, yet this kind of person found them first. Is this world too magical? Seeing that I had been in a daze all the time, Old Chin vaguely sensed something was wrong. He made a gesture to everyone and slowly retreated. He knew very well that I was the only one with hope of Lin Kane. If even I was induced by Lin Kane, then it would be very difficult for everyone to leave alive. After retreating a certain distance, he suddenly noticed that Xiao Qingbing, Lao Huang, and Ouyang Xiaowei hadn't moved at all. His expression changed. After some hesitation, he still flashed to Xiao Qingbing's side. What are you doing? Why aren't you leaving? Xiao Qingbing turned around and smiled. Lin Bai won't listen to him. Old Chin scolded in a low voice. Nonsense. Don't you know how strong his obsession is to find his lost memories? How can you be so sure he won't listen to Lin Kane? Beside, Ouyang Xiaowei said calmly, because we believe in him. Elder Chin suddenly felt speechless, as if he couldn't understand this world anymore. Boom. A thick purple lightning bolt descended like a divine punishment, striking on top of Lin Kane's head. However, a white light lingered around Lin Kane's body, blocking the attack of the lightning. Before Lin Kane could regain his senses, a figure filled with lightning rushed over directly. Thunder descends to the world. The Thunder Maiden let out a delicate shout, triggering thunderclouds within a radius of hundreds of meters. There seemed to be a giant dragon within the thunderclouds, wriggling in the thick clouds and emitting imposing and deafening roars. Thick bolts of lightning illuminated the surroundings like daylight, shaking his body around and constantly tearing at his body. It seemed that being attacked by the ants he looked down upon made him feel that his dignity had been challenged, so he was extremely angry now. When his eyes opened again, faint black profound lightning flickered in his pupils. Glimmer of firelight. Today I'll show you what real thunder is. As Lin Kane's words fell, a black lightning suddenly burst out from around his body. The surrounding purple lightning pillars seemed to see their natural enemy and collapsed at the touch. Then he transformed into a black thunder sword and slashed down sharply, splitting open the thunderclouds along the way. The Thunder Maiden suffered a backlash, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and flew backwards, hitting the snow mountain. The Black Thunder Sword's momentum remained undiminished and rushed directly towards the Thunder Maiden. When it seemed that she was about to perish, a warm and jade-like hand embraced the Thunder Maiden and dodged this fatal blow. Looking at the not particularly handsome face of the man in front of her, Lei Nu asked in a daze, Why did you save me? I pursed my lips and said, I thought you were going to say thank you. After putting her on the ground, I also rose into the air and confronted Lin Kane from afar. Lin Kane looked at me in confusion and asked puzzledly, Why? Don't you most want to retrieve your lost memories? Why do you want to give up now? I exhaled and said, I will continue to search for the memories myself. But you must die. Lin Kane shook his head and sneered, Big brother, since you're asking for death yourself, then go on the road with them. I activated my mind, and the golden short sword appeared in my hand. I rushed towards Lin Kane, although he had merged with my abilities. He couldn't summon the short sword at any time like me, so I wasn't afraid in my heart and quickly engaged in battle with him. At this moment, Lin Kane was truly very powerful, and even many abilities that I hadn't mastered were already mastered. Most of my attacks on him were deflected elsewhere by his spatial power, while his attacks on me left. But as the battle between the two of us continued to lengthen, my combat skills became more and more proficient, and I began to have new insights into the abilities I hadn't mastered. My combat power was also gradually increasing. The people watching the battle below all looked nervously at the battle situation in the sky, because our speeds were really too fast, except for Lain and Old Chun. No one else could clearly see our figures. They could only feel the fluctuations generated by the battle. Improved version, gazing upon the countenance of the man before her, which was not particularly comely, Lain inquired in a daze, "Wherefore didst thou save me?" I pursed my lips and uttered, "I deemed thou wouldst say thank thee." Having placed her upon the ground, I too ascended into the air and confronted Lin Kane at a distance. Lin Kane regarded me with bewilderment and queried perplexedly, "Wherefore? Dost thou not most yearn to retrieve thy lost memories? Wherefore dost thou wish to forego them now?" I exhaled and spoke with a carefree air. "I shall continue to seek the memories myself. Yet thou must perish." Lin Kane shook his head and sneered, "Elder brother, since thou art courting death thyself, then go forth on the journey with them." I activated my mind, and the golden short sword manifested in my hand. I rushed towards Lin Kane vehemently. Although he had merged with my abilities, he could not summon the short sword at will as I could. So I harbored no fear in my heart, and promptly engaged in combat with him. At this juncture, Lin Kane was truly exceedingly potent, and even many abilities that I had not mastered were already fully integrated. The majority of my attacks upon him were deflected elsewhere by his spatial might, while his assaults upon me left behind streaks of wounds. However, as the battle between the two of us endured and lengthened, my combat skills grew increasingly adept, and I began to have novel insights into the abilities I had not mastered. My combat prowess was also steadily on the rise. The onlookers below all regarded the battle situation in the sky with trepidation, since our velocities were truly too swift, save for Lain and Old Chun. None of the others could clearly discern our forms. They could only sense the fluctuations engendered by the battle. Seeing that although I was in a complete mess all over, I still fought more bravely as time went on, Lin Kane finally got a bit flustered. He began to constantly recall with me all the past events. However, I turned a deaf ear to it. Finally, under the eye of Lin Kane, who was an excellent whetstone, I suddenly had a very profound and mysterious perception and slowly closed my eyes. Around me, four short swords in gold, blue, red, and purple tightly surrounded me. Under their mutual reflection, my body was set off as supremely holy. When Lin Kane saw this scene, he showed a shocked expression and murmured to himself, "What is this? How is this possible?" Naturally, he would not resign himself to capture. He gathered all his strength into a blood-colored light pillar, hoping to bury me forever before I woke up. But I didn't give him this chance. When I opened my eyes again, my eyes were one white and one black, like the two poles in the yin-yang bagua, filled with supreme Taoist rhyme. The four short swords plus the black and white dual-colored pupil lights shooting out from my eyes formed a magnificent and colorful poem. While completely shattering the oncoming blood-colored light pillar, it also stabbed a big hole in Lin Kane's chest. Looking at his chest, Lin Kane weakly dropped his arm and fell from the air to the ground, and I also followed closely behind and landed in front of him. "Is there anything you want to say to me before you die?" Lin Kane shook his head, looked at the surrounding scenery, and there was nothing but nostalgia in his eyes. "Big brother, don't go after your memories anymore. Live well. If you retrieve your memories, you won't be the person you are now." My expression changed. Just as I wanted to continue asking, he had already drawn his last breath and closed his eyes unwillingly. It was not until this moment that Xiao Qingbing and Ouyang Xiaowei and the others came to my side. Looking at the blood all over my body, Lao Huang was full of distress and quickly stepped forward to take out a test tube. "Oh, this blood of yours is just wasted. It's better to give it to me." Old Chun had a black line on his face and slapped Lao Huang on the back of the head. "Get out of the way." Lao Huang sheepishly hid to one side and said somewhat aggrievedly, "Look at you all. I'm just afraid of wasting it." I casually waved my hand, and purple chi burst out from my body. Under the nourishment of the purple chi, the wounds on my body healed visibly to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of time, I became radiant again. This scene left the people around even more stunned. Xiao Qingbing slowly asked me, "Lin Kane is dead, and Kane technology will also fall with it. Next, where do you plan to go?" I shook my head and looked around blankly. "I don't know. Maybe wander around like before." Lain on the side opened her mouth. Although she hesitated a bit, she still said, "Although I know I'm no match for you, I still want to say that going back to the 749 Bureau might be your best choice." Old Chin also extended an olive branch. "That's right, Lin Bai. You not only have strong abilities, but also are clear about grudges and favors. I represent the 749 Bureau and welcome you to join." Looking at the two of them with sincere expressions, I didn't reject immediately. However, Xiao Qingbing suddenly said, "The 749 Bureau is not the best choice for Lin Bai at present. He is like a blank sheet of paper now. If he doesn't experience the influence of society, Big problems will surely occur sooner or later due to his ability. After hearing this, Elder Chen also showed a thoughtful look and asked, according to what you mean, what should we do? Xiao Qibing seemed to have already thought of a way out for me and said without any pause, it's very simple. Let Lin Bai follow Ouyang Xiaowei and help her with the case, until he sees through the sufferings of the world, then recruit him into the 749 Bureau. After Elder Chen and Lei Nu exchanged glances, they both fell into silence. Chapter 19. The new trio assembles. I stared blankly at Xiao Qingbing, wondering why this person I wasn't very familiar with would think so much for me. Thank you. Although I don't know why, I'm still willing to listen to you. Xiao Qibing forced a smile. Suddenly, his face turned pale and he fell straight backward. Ouyang Xiaowei supported him from behind, feeling the coldness of his body. Tears couldn't stop flowing from her eyes. The expressions of Lei Nu and Elder Chen also changed. They looked at Huang with suspicion and asked, what's wrong with him? Huang shook his head weakly and said with some sadness, 6 years ago, there were too many hidden injuries in his body and he could no longer use his superpowers. He took the life-saving pill and bought himself 3 days. The Return to Heaven pill, a banned drug of the 749 Bureau, can fully stimulate a person's potential within 3 days, restoring their combat power at their peak or even stronger. However, once the 3 days are up, vitality dissipates and there is no cure. Lei Nu and Old Chun were once teammates with Xiao Qingbing. After hearing that he had taken the Return to Heaven pill, they both fell silent. For a moment, the atmosphere in the air became extremely desolate. Although Xiao Qingbing's face was now as white as snow, there was still a smile on his face. He said softly, they say that if you seek benevolence, you will obtain benevolence. If you seek a result, you will get the result. This is all my own choice. You don't have to feel sad. At the last moment of his life, seeing his enemy die with his own eyes and avenging his great hatred, and having you all send me off on my last journey, I have no regrets in this life. Lao Huang seemed to suddenly think of something. He grabbed my hand and asked Lin Bai, isn't your purple qi able to heal wounds? Can you cure him? My eyes dimmed, and I said in a low voice, his vitality has dissipated. Nothing can save him anymore. The expectation in Lao Huang's eyes also gradually disappeared. He slumped on the snow, and tears and snot streamed down his face. Xiao Qingbing struggled to raise his arm and mocked, Lao Huang, you should find a mirror and take a look at yourself. You look really hideous now. I bent down and said seriously, don't worry, I will stay by Officer Ouyang's side and protect her well. Xiao Qingbing's eyes instantly became bright, as if he had truly let go of his last wisp of obsession. Xiaowei. Ouyang Xiaowei grabbed his hand and choked with sobs. I'm here. You can say, forget about me. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have stepped into your life. Xiao Qingbing's voice stopped abruptly here. It was evident that he still had a lot to say to Ouyang Xiaowei, but his life had reached its end. The two hugged tightly, and even the air seemed to stand still. The time they spent together was not long, but every scene was as if engraved in their minds, deeply engraved. From the hospital, to Yunfei Village, then to Diannan University, Kane Technology Building, Lao Huang's Veterinary Hospital, Zhangjia's Wantan. I don't know how long it took before Ouyang Xiaowei came to her senses. At this time, the sky was about to dawn. No one left, and everyone remained quietly in place. Watching Ouyang Xiaowei carry Xiao Qingbing's body towards a brand new BMW SUV in the distance, Old Chen also let out a breath and said, it's about time. We should go back. Looking at Lao Wang with snot frozen on his nose, he couldn't help but feel a bit disgusted, but still asked, Lao Wang, do you want to go back with us? After all, you are also a member of the 749 Bureau. Lao Huang shook his head and refused, saying an old geezer, won't go back. My comrades all died in this mountain. I'll stay here and guard them. Otherwise, if they come back one day, there won't even be a familiar face. Old Chen nodded and then looked at me. Are you really determined to follow Officer Ouyang in the future? I didn't say a word and silently followed behind Ouyang Xiaowei. Lei Nu still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Elder Chen. Bing Miao's words weren't without reason. Lin Bai was too naive now and could easily be exploited. Letting him stay by Ouyang Xiaowei's side might not be an unwise choice. After hearing Elder Chen's words, Lei Nu didn't oppose anymore, but looking at my departing back, she was still a bit worried. She hoped that he could grow up quickly, returning to the city again. It seemed like a feeling of being reborn. Ouyang Xiaowei wasn't as dejected as expected. Instead, she personally led the police to seal up Kane Technology. Soon, the case of 112 was declared solved. The official notice stated that Kane Technology violated the law by privately researching and developing poisonous potions, causing more than 800 villagers in Yunfei Village to inhale poisonous gases and lose their lives in their sleep. When the police sealed up Kane Technology, they also found that they used the sponsored children for human experiments, and the means were so cruel that it was simply abhorrent. During the detection process, Xiao Qingbing, the team leader of the special case team and a senior consultant of the Provincial Public Security Department, heroically sacrificed her life. Lin Kane, the chairman of Kane Technology, and Lin Chong, the senior supervisor of Kane Technology, committed suicide out of fear of crime. The other people involved in Kane Technology were all detained by the public security organs. As soon as the notice came out, the whole nation was in an uproar. A post about what you should do if there was a Kane Technology near your home rushed to the top of the hot search. In addition, the news that Ouyang Xiaowei, as the deputy team leader of the special case team, received an award from the Ministry of Public Security and was promoted to the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment of the Provincial Public Security Department also made it to the front page. The title of Thunderbolt Police Flower spread far and wide and became extremely popular across the internet. At Xiao Qingbing's funeral, almost all the colleagues from the Public Security Department attended the event. I was also wearing the black suit that Ouyang Xiaowei had forcefully put on me, with a pair of sunglasses on. Looking at the portrait placed in the middle, I felt somewhat sentimental. Then lowered my head and flipped through the detective insights left by Xiao Qingbing. Could you understand this notebook? I looked up, and an old man with a wrinkled face but full of a sense of justice came into my sight. Grandpa, who are you? I'm Chen Jingyang, the leader of Xiao Qingbing and Ouyang Xiaowei. After I was silent for a moment, I suddenly raised my right hand to the height of my forehead and said seriously, "Good morning, leader." Chen Jingyang pursed his lips and said speechlessly, "Did Captain Ouyang give you this?" I nodded. Chen Jingyang said earnestly, following her, "There are some things you don't have to learn. By the way, here is your certificate." My certificate? After I took the certificate, I curiously opened it, and it clearly said, Junior Consultant of the Provincial Public Security Department, Lin Bai. I stared blankly at Chen Jingyang, and the latter explained, "This is what the higher-ups mean. Besides, you've read Consultant Zhao's notes, so of course you can be considered one of us. What, don't you agree?" I shrugged and put the certificate in my pocket. Agree? How could I not agree? With this, I can rightfully follow behind Sister Wei. Sister Wei? Did she teach you this too? Isn't it nice? It sounds like a triad. I'd better call her police officer Ouyang from now on. All right, Brother Yang. When at work, addressed by the job title. After a busy day, the funeral finally ended. I also sat in the passenger seat of Ouyang Xiaowei's car and left the funeral home. I was a bit hungry. Ouyang Xiaowei curiously asked, "With your physique, do you still need to eat?" I seriously thought for a moment and then replied earnestly, "Not eating won't kill me, but eating makes me feel physically and mentally." Ouyang Xiaowei nodded. "All right, I'll take you to have something delicious." In my expectant gaze, she drove the latest model Mercedes and stopped in front of a semi-basement wonton stand. "Sister Zhang, 3 bowls of wontons, 2 skewers of chicken skin, 2 skewers of chicken hearts, 2 skewers of chicken and vegetable skewers. Except for 1 bowl of wontons without chili, add extra chili to the others." "Okay, Officer Ouyang." Didn't Officer Xiao come? Facing Sister Zhang's question, Ouyang Xiaowei first fell silent for a while and then said with a smile, "Officer Xiao had a job transfer and was transferred to the neighboring province. Before leaving, she also told us to definitely take care of your business." After Sister Zhang heard that Officer Xiao had been transferred away, she still cheerfully said, "Good. I knew Officer Xiao would definitely get promoted again. You two sit for a while first. The wontons will be here soon." After Sister Zhang left, I looked at Ouyang Xiaowei somewhat confused. "Sister Wei, didn't you tell me that lying is wrong?" Ouyang Xiaowei sighed and said earnestly, "Then do you know what a white lie is?" I nodded half understanding, seemingly somewhat understanding what she meant. "Please, chicken and vegetable skewers Officer Xiao wonton is delicious and the fried skewers are fragrant too. I just don't understand why Sister Wei added so much more spicy to my portion." After dinner, Ouyang Xiaowei drove me directly into a manor. "Sister Wei, your family is so luxurious." Ouyang Xiaowei smiled without saying a word, seemingly laughing at my unsophisticated appearance. Soon, after the car stopped in the underground garage, the two of us went upstairs. "This villa has a total of 4 floors, 3 above ground and 1 underground. From now on, you will live on the 3rd floor and I will live on the 2nd floor. The 1st floor is the public area. Remember?" I nodded obediently, and Ouyang Xiaowei also stroked my head contentedly. "Little devil, I'll take you to meet someone else." After saying that, she took me into the elevator and pressed the button for the 2nd basement floor. Soon, after the elevator slowly descended, a space identical to the old Huang Veterinary Hospital appeared in front of me. Cheese rushed into my arms like a white lightning bolt, sticking out its pink tongue. And old Huang was busy removing the chips from the heads of those children controlled by Kane Technology. "Old Huang, what are you doing here?" Old Huang pulled a long face and shook his head, saying, "You still have the nerve to ask. You fought with Lei Nu and demolished my house. Fortunately, Police Officer Ouyang is rich and rebuilt a laboratory for me, so I have a place to stay." I pursed my lips and gave Ouyang Xiaowei a thumbs up. Ouyang Xiaowei said indifferently, "There's no need to thank me. He needs to work to pay off his debts. Starting tomorrow, he will be a forensic doctor at the Public Security Department. And you will hand in your salary from now on as rent and meal fees." "Me? All right. Looking at this magnificent manor, it doesn't seem like a bad deal." Chapter 20 The Murder Case at Yunnan University. When the first ray of morning sun shines on the face, That warmth is hard to describe in words. At least that's what I think. That's why I can wake up early every day without an alarm clock. In the morning, I heated a cup of milk for myself and then started frying eggs. These days, I search for tutorials on an app called Zaihongshu. It is said that the sandwiches made this way will be very delicious. It wasn't until around 7 o'clock that old Huang came up from the basement, picked up the sandwich on the table, took a big bite, and then his expression suddenly became very strange. Lin Bai, who taught you to put chili sauce in the sandwich? I pondered and said, the book says that different sauces can be added according to your own taste. After a moment of silence, old Huang silently took out his phone and opened the food delivery app. After a while, Ouyang Xiaowei came down yawning. Looking at the sandwich on the table, she asked curiously, Lin Bai, when did you learn to make breakfast? I casually spread my hands. What's so difficult about this? After Ouyang Xiaowei took a tentative bite, she sighed with a very expressive look. Lin Bai, let me teach you how to use the food delivery app. Come here. Just like this, a sunny young man's dream of becoming a master chef was stranded. After having breakfast, Ouyang Xiaowei's phone suddenly rang. After answering the call, her expression suddenly became solemn. She hurriedly swallowed the bun in her mouth before saying, You too, come with me to Yunnan University. There's been a murder. Old Huang stretched and asked curiously, Does a single murder case require you to go there in person? Ouyang Xiaowei said gravely, It's not an ordinary murder case. It's a serial homicide, and all the victims are students. The impact is extremely bad. Before Ouyang Xiaowei could finish her words, I had already sat in the passenger seat, and old Huang obediently sat in the back row with his toolbox. Ouyang Xiaowei glanced at the two of us and asked speechlessly, Does either of you know how to drive? I shook my head, and old Huang also shook his head. Ouyang Xiaowei sighed and muttered, You two seem to be my creditors. But despite the grumbles, after all, the case was urgent. Ouyang Xiaowei still stepped on the accelerator and drove us towards Yunnan University. Yunnan University, as the best university in Yunnan, covers a large area with a regular layout. There is a lake at the northwest end of the campus. The core area consists of a lake and 3 water systems, surrounded by forests, gardens, and the Century Memorial Corridor of Yunnan University and other main buildings. The layout is natural and seamless, covering an area of about 200 mi. Beside the lake, the sound of water gurgles, insects chirp, and birds sing. In the shimmering light, swans are dancing gracefully and fish are swimming in groups. In the harmonious coexistence of heaven and earth, life is at ease. But at this moment, besides a lake, there are countless policemen. The area within dozens of meters is separated by yellow police cordons. When the trio arrives, there are already countless students surrounding the outer perimeter of the cordon. Captain Ouyang, who are these two? The policeman in charge of the on-site security is a seemingly capable middle-aged male policeman. Ouyang Xiaowei briefly introduced, These two are my partners. Huang, the forensic doctor, and Lin Bai, a junior consultant in the public security department. After hearing about our identities, the male policeman stepped forward politely to shake hands and said, Hello. My name is Zhao Donglai, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment of the Municipal Bureau. Huang and I also shook hands politely with each other. Getting back to the main topic, Zhao Donglai introduced the current situation to us with a serious expression. Captain Ouyang, the deceased, is Li Xiaona, female, a junior student at Diannan University and the third victim within a week. The preliminary diagnosis of the cause of death is drowning. However, the strange thing is, here, Zhao Donglai's voice paused, as if he didn't know how to start. The time of the deceased drowning should be around 7:15 in the morning, when students were having morning classes. The people by the river were coming and going, but not a single person noticed someone falling into the water. It wasn't until after she had completely passed away and floated to the surface that she was seen by a passing classmate, and the police were called. Huang and I walked up to the corpse. Although I don't know what Huang did at the 749 Bureau before, judging from his techniques, he is really quite professional. Bearing pristine white gloves, the venerable coroner, old Huang, commenced his examination by gently prying open the deceased's eyelids. Subsequently, he scrutinized the nasal passages, oral cavity, and ears. Concluding this initial inspection, he delicately tapped the chest twice, meticulously heeding the reverberations. His diagnosis, pulmonary effusion, inclusive of alluvial deposits or miscellaneous aquatic detritus. Generalized pallor due to oxygen deprivation, coupled with cyanotic perioral discoloration, unequivocally indicated a death by drowning. Yet, an indefinable anomaly lingered in his perception. I rolled my eyes, retorting with a hint of exasperation, Old Huang, are you truly competent? Your pronouncements are utterly devoid of substance. Apparently piqued by the perceived challenge to his professional standing, Old Huang redoubled his efforts, meticulously palpating the cadaver for an extended duration. Abruptly, he exclaimed with a blend of astonishment and uncertainty, incongruous. The deceased's blood exhibits a peculiar state of coagulation. How can this be? Could it be that the woman's spleen has been excised? Yet, there are no discernible lesions on the body. Old Huang's assertion, while seemingly preposterous, instantaneously captured Zhao Donglai's attention. His eyes gleamed with admiration as he proclaimed, "Old Huang, your perspicacity is remarkable. To detect the absence of an organ without the benefit of an autopsy." He punctuated his commendation with an upraised thumb. This pronouncement bewildered Ouyang Xiaowei, who promptly inquired, "Captain Zhao, what is the significance of your statement? Has the deceased spleen truly been removed?" Zhao Donglai surveyed the surroundings, lowering his voice as he responded. "Not excised, but rather, absconded with by an arcane force." My brow furrowed in consternation as I questioned, "Absconded with? What do you imply?" Zhao Donglai continued. "As I previously stated, this marks the third fatality within the week. There were 2 preceding cases. The first victim was Zhang Yunting, who was scared to death and died by the side of Zhe Lake. When she died, there were no wounds on her body. But during the autopsy, it was found that her heart had disappeared. The second victim was Zhao Ruhui, who hanged herself on a tree beside Zhe Lake. Similarly, there were no wounds on her body, but her liver had disappeared. Do you think this is encountering a ghost? There were no wounds on the whole body, but the internal organs were missing. Such a thing would make people feel creepy, even in broad daylight." After a brief moment of daze, Ouyang Xiaowei continued to ask, "When was the first victim killed?" "At 3 o'clock in the morning on December 2nd. And the second victim?" "At 5 o'clock in the morning on December 5th. I had been reading the notes left by Xiao Qingbing during this period, so I really gained some insights into handling cases and couldn't help but subconsciously guess. Today is December 8th. That is to say, the murderer's pattern of killing is to kill one person every 3 days? Zhao Donglai nodded and said, "Our preliminary judgment is also like this. Moreover, the murderer committed the crime 3 times near Zhe Lake. So I'm going to arrange the police force around Zhe Lake to prevent the murderer from committing the crime again." Ouyang Xiaowei said approvingly, "Very good. Such an arrangement is quite proper. Also, arrange people to visit the interpersonal relationships of these victims to see if there are any common points." While Ouyang Xiaowei was arranging the work, I pricked up my ears, and the conversation among several girls outside the cordon clearly reached my ears. "Another person died. Is it still from the Psychic Society? I said they shouldn't walk on the ghost bridge at night. Now, one after another has died. Sigh. Don't talk nonsense. Even in broad daylight, I feel cold all over. Did you see? Chen Junyu and Yang Yingying seemed to go there that night. Maybe the next one will be one of them." Hearing the discussions among the crowd, a sweet-looking student suddenly turned deathly pale, and cold sweat uncontrollably flowed down from her forehead. "Hello, classmate." My figure somehow appeared behind this girl. The girl seemed to be startled and let out a scream and fell to the ground sitting down. I reached out my hand to help her up and gently asked, "Classmate, do you need any help?" Looking at the police uniform on me, the girl shook her head frantically and fled the scene as if escaping. Helplessly, I could only ask the several girls who were discussing just now, "Ladies, I just heard you talking about the ghost bridge. Can you tell me about it?" When the several girls saw me wearing a police uniform, they curiously asked, "Aren't you a policeman? Why do you call us ladies?" I scratched my head and explained with a smile, "I'm a sophomore at Yunnan University. I'm just a consultant at the police station. Of course, I have to call you ladies." These ladies quickly closed the distance between us, and several girls began to share the gossip with me. "You're a student at Yunnan University. You actually haven't heard the story of the ghost bridge. Ladies, let me tell you. When Diannan University was first established, a couple had sex during their relationship and the girl got pregnant. At that time, the school had strict management. To protect her reputation, she asked the boy to elope with her. The two agreed to meet at the Tongshin Bridge on Zhe Lake. However, the girl waited all night but didn't wait for the boy. Subsequently, in despair, the girl chose to jump into the lake and commit suicide. As a result, the next day, the heartless boy died in the dormitory. It was said that his death was very tragic, bleeding from all 7 orifices and dying with eyes wide open. Since then, this Tongshin Bridge has got a nickname called Ghost Girl Bridge. At night, no one dares to walk across it. Often, people can hear sobbing sounds coming from the Ghost Girl Bridge, and some people have seen the ghost of that girl wandering on the bridge. I deliberately showed a surprised expression and whispered, "So terrifying?" Then during this period, there have been successive accidents by Zhe Lake. Could it be related to this story? Obviously. Those girls were also intrigued by me and whispered back, "Of course. There is a psychic club in our school. They are always acting mysteriously. They are all members of the psychic club." I was listening with great interest when suddenly I felt a pain in my ear and was lifted up. "Good. I wondered why I couldn't find you. So you came here to chat up, little girls." Chapter 21, The Psychic Society. Perhaps it's because Ouyang Xiaowei is truly breathtakingly beautiful. After the senior schoolmates who had been chatting merrily with me saw her, they scattered in a hurry as if they had seen a devil. I turned my head and said discontentedly, "Sister Wei, what are you doing?" "I'm investigating a case." Ouyang Xiaowei narrowed her eyes and said in a hostile tone, "Investigating a case? How do I see you taking the opportunity to strike up conversations with little girls? Remember, you're a police officer now and should pay attention to your image." I pursed my lips and said helplessly, Fine. Think whatever you want. Ouyang Xiaowei looked at the departing senior schoolmates and said contemptuously, your taste is really not that great. You're far inferior to your sister Wei. I interrupted her narcissism and whispered, Sister Wei, just now I roughly inquired. The three deceased girls all belong to the same society called the Psychic Society, and their deaths should be related to the legend of a ghost bridge. After listening to my account, Ouyang Xiaowei also fell into deep thought. Lin Bai. When the police handle a case, they need to rely on evidence. What you said are all baseless speculations and can't be used as a breakthrough for the investigation. I was stunned for a moment and then said incredulously, don't you think there's an inevitable connection among these things? Ouyang Xiaowei patted my shoulder and said in an air of one with experience, Lin Bai, I know this is your first case, and it's inevitable that you're a bit excited. But let me tell you the way to think about handling a case. First, the breakthrough of this case should be placed in the following aspects. First, why did a part of the internal organs of all three victims go missing? Moreover, there were no wounds on the surface of the corpses. How did the murderer achieve this? Second, the death times of the first two victims were relatively early, and it was normal not to have any witnesses. However, the death time of Li Xiaona was exactly when the students were having morning classes, yet she was still not discovered. This only shows that she was thrown into the lake by the murderer while unconscious. Therefore, it is necessary to conduct further tests on the corpse to see what caused her to lose consciousness. Third, it is to visit the interpersonal relationships of the three of them to see if they have any common enemies or have offended anyone. This is the step to quickly lock in the suspect. As for what you mentioned about the Psychic Club and Ghost Bridge, at best, they can only be regarded as clues and are probably of little help to the case. Do you understand, kid? I shook my head. For some reason, I always felt that the deaths of the three of them were inseparable from the legend of Ghost Bridge. Seeing my stubborn look, Ouyang Xiaowei suddenly said, looking at your appearance, if you're not allowed to give it a try, you won't be willing to give up. Well, you can investigate according to your own train of thought, and I'll investigate according to mine. Let's see who solves the case first. How about that? Hearing that I could investigate according to my own train of thought, I excitedly nodded and said, okay, it's a deal. Ouyang Xiaowei grabbed me who was about to turn around and leave, and said angrily, what are you in such a hurry for? When the police handle a case, they must work together in pairs. Don't you know that? I'll assign you a partner. But you have to remember, if I solve the case before you, then in the future when we encounter another case, you must listen to me. Do you understand? I nodded and said, okay, what if I solve the case before you? Can I investigate according to my own thinking in the future? Fine. It's a deal. The partner Ouyang Xiaowei found for me is Guan Xiaoyu, also a young female police officer. Her short hair gives people a very capable feeling. Hello, Consultant Lin. Captain Ouyang told me to assist you. I reached out my hand and made a symbolic self-introduction. Hello, I'm Lin Bai. After some initial familiarity, I took Guan Xiaoyu and we inquired all the way and came to the Psychic Club at Diannan University. Perhaps affected by the recent turmoil, the Psychic Club was rather desolate at the moment. Hello, is anyone there? I knocked on the door politely. The person who opened the door was a very pretty girl. When she saw the police uniform on me, her expression became a bit flustered involuntarily. Officer, what's the matter? I nodded, showed my police ID, and said softly, don't be nervous. It's just a routine interrogation. Can we come in? Only then did the girl come to her senses and quickly stepped aside to make way. 2 officers. Please come in. The venue of the Psychic Club is not small. As soon as we entered, there was an inexplicable and strange sense of coolness. Inside the club, there were also 2 boys. One was tall, handsome, the school handsome type, and wearing a full set of brand name clothes. At first glance, he was the rich, handsome, and popular type. Another one looked rather ordinary, with long hair, possessing an air of a melancholy prince. After seeing the 2 of us, I keenly sensed that the emotions of all 3 were somewhat fluctuating. I let out a soft laugh and motioned for Guan Xiaoyu to open the notebook to record. Don't be nervous, 3 classmates. I'm just going to ask some simple questions. Could you briefly introduce yourselves first? The rich, handsome, and tall one was the first to speak. Officer Lin, hello. My name is Hu Yongxiang. I'm the president of this Spirit Medium Club. I'm a junior this year, majoring in civil engineering. The other boy was very in line with his cool temperament. My name is Feng Jun. I'm also a junior and a member of the Spirit Medium Club. The girl who opened the door finally spoke softly. Officer, hello. My name is Li Siwen. I'm a member of the Spirit Medium Club. I'm a sophomore this year, majoring in financial management. After Guan Xiaoyu finished recording the basic information of the 3, I continued to ask, according to our investigation, in the past week, 3 murders have occurred consecutively around Zhe Lake. The victims are Zhang Yunting, Zhao Ruhui, and Li Xiaona, all members of your Spirit Medium Club. Is that right? The complexions of all 3 turned a bit pale, and a sense of fear spread from them. As the president, although Hu Yongxiang was scared, he still endured and sighed. Alas, I've said it before. Don't let them go, but they just wouldn't listen. Now something really happened. What should we do? I frowned and pursued the question. Where didn't you let them go? Ghost Girl Bridge? Hu Yongxiang was startled and blurted out subconsciously. You've also heard of the legend of Ghost Girl Bridge? I nodded, indicating for him to continue. After Hu Yongxiang was silent for a while, he continued, when I established the Psychic Society, it was to attract a group of enthusiasts of supernatural events. We would share with each other the supernatural events we had heard or experienced ourselves, just to pass the time. But unexpectedly, that night, after Zhang Yunting finished telling the story of Ghost Bridge, the 5 girls actually had the idea of finding out for themselves. As a result, something happened the next night. When he said this, Hu Yongxiang stopped, seemingly feeling a bit terrified and not daring to continue. I patted him on the shoulder and guessed following his words. The next night, an accident happened to Zhang Yunting. Hu Yongxiang nodded with a pale face. My heart skipped a beat, and I said solemnly, You just said there were 5 of them? The other 2 girls are Chun Junyu and Yang Yingying, right? At this time, Li Siwen, who had been silent all this while, suddenly exclaimed, How did you know? Then she probably realized she had spoken out of turn and quickly lowered her head again. And I gave Li Siwen a meaningful look, without dwelling on it too much. Instead, I turned to Hu Yongxiang and continued, Please provide me with the information of the other 2 girls. Hu Yongxiang very simply gave me the information of the other 2 girls, and then lowered his voice and said, Officer Lin, will that female ghost not vent her anger on us after killing those 5? I shrugged my shoulders and comforted him a few words before walking out of the club with Guan Xiaoyu. It was only then that I noticed that Guan Xiaoyu's little face had somehow turned a bit pale, and she nervously asked me, Consultant Lin, couldn't this really be done by a female ghost? I heard that the deceased all had a part of their internal organs strangely missing, and there were no wounds on the surface of the body. How could a human do such a thing? I reached out and flicked her on the head. Don't think nonsense. If there were really ghosts in this world that could be this powerful, then what would we policemen be for? Guan Xiaoyu rubbed her head and pouted her little mouth. That look was even cute. Then Consultant Lin, are we going to meet those 2 girls next? I nodded. Of course. Only they 2 can tell us what they saw when they went to Ghost Girl Bridge that night. Chen Junyu and Yang Yingying lived in the same dormitory. After showing our police IDs, the dormitory administrator Aunt personally led us upstairs. Perhaps because we were wearing police uniforms, our appearance attracted the attention of most students. Guan Xiaoyu deliberately put on a serious face and scolded, Get out of the way. Interfering with the police in handling cases is liable. You should all know that, right? Guan Xiaoyu's shout really had an effect. Most students consciously returned to their dormitories. The dormitory administrator Aunt first knocked on the door. Is anyone there? 2 police officers want to come in and ask some questions. Can we open the door? A panicked voice of a woman came from the dormitory. Auntie, please wait a moment first. Subsequently, there was a commotion. Obviously, some contraband items in the dormitory were being packed up. After waiting for about 5 minutes, a girl opened the door. It was the sweet girl who had been frightened and fallen on the spot. When she saw me, she was also startled for a moment, and then said timidly, Hello, officer. I wore a gentle smile on my face and asked softly, May I come in? After hesitating for a moment, she still nodded and opened the dormitory door. Guan Xiaoyu and I walked in slowly. This was my first time in a girl's dormitory, which was completely different from what I had imagined, clean, tidy, and fragrant. Socks and underwear could be seen everywhere, and the wash basin on the ground was soaking something. Looking a bit turbid, a girl with very long legs had a heavily made-up face, wearing only a short skirt and a bra, sitting unrestrainedly on the chair. And the scenery under the skirt was faintly visible. She smoked numbly without even looking at us when we came in. Chapter 22 The female ghost on the ghost bridge. Looking at the indecent image of this girl in front of me, Guan Xiaoyu frowned and reminded, Classmate, there are male comrades here. Can you pay attention to your dress? That girl turned her head mechanically, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said in a hoarse voice, Pay attention to the image? Anyway, we're all going to die soon. What image do I need to pay attention to? You. Guan Xiaoyu wanted to say something more, but I stopped her with my outstretched hand. A panicked voice of a woman emanated from the dormitory. Auntie, kindly wait a moment. Subsequently, a commotion ensued. Evidently some contraband items within the dormitory were being tidied up. After waiting for approximately 5 minutes, a girl opened the door. It was the charming girl who had been frightened and tumbled on the spot. When she beheld me, she was momentarily startled, then timidly uttered, Hello, officer. I donned a genial smile upon my visage and inquired softly, May I enter? After a moment's hesitation, she still nodded and opened the dormitory door. Guan Xiaoyu and I entered slowly. This was my inaugural visit to a girl's dormitory, which was utterly disparate from what I had envisioned, immaculate, orderly, and fragrant. Socks and undergarments were strewn about, and the wash basin on the floor was soaking something, appearing somewhat murky. A girl with exceedingly long legs sported a heavily made-up countenance. Clad solely in a short skirt and a bra, sitting unrestrainedly on the chair, and the vista beneath the skirt was faintly discernible. She smoked apathetically without even casting a glance in our direction as we entered. Chapter 22. The female ghost on the ghost bridge. Gazing upon the unseemly image of this girl before me, Guan Xiaoyu furrowed her brow and admonished, "Classmate, there are male comrades present. Could you please be mindful of your attire?" That girl turned her head mechanically, exhaled a puff of smoke, and intoned in a hoarse voice, "Be mindful of the image? Anyhow, we're all on the verge of death soon. What image do I need to be concerned about? You." Guan Xiaoyu intended to say something further, yet I halted her with my outstretched hand. Another sweet girl said somewhat shyly, "Officers, sorry. Ying is not like this usually. She has been." I waved my hand to interrupt her. "Yang Ying, right? What's the use of putting on this act? If you're willing to cooperate with us, we'll try to protect you. If you're determined to die, then just pretend we were never here." After saying this, I pulled Guan Xiaoyu and turned around to walk out. Sure enough, when we were about to walk out of the dormitory door, a trembling, pleading voice came from behind. "Don't go. Save me." A smug smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Another sweet girl said somewhat bashfully, "Officers, pardon me. Ying is not normally like this. She has been." I waved my hand to cut her off. "Yang Ying, correct? What's the point of putting on such an act? If you're willing to cooperate with us, we'll endeavor to protect you. If you're hell-bent on dying, then just act as if we never came." After uttering these words, I pulled Guan Xiaoyu and turned around to stride out. Sure enough, just as we were about to step out of the dormitory door, a tremulous, pleading voice came from behind. "Don't leave. Save me." A smug smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. "You little girls, still trying to act sophisticated in front of me? Give you 3 minutes to get dressed, and then we'll talk." After leaving this statement, I forcefully shut the door. Guan Xiaoyu leaned close to my ear and whispered softly, "Consultant Lin, how did you know she would call us back?" I put on a mysterious smile and said, "You wouldn't understand this. Call me 3 times master and I'll tell you." After Guan Xiaoyu let out a sound of disgust and gave me a disdainful look, she ignored me. Yang Ying changed clothes quickly. After just over a minute, the door opened again. This time, Yang Ying had put on a layer of pajamas, completely covering her body. I nodded in satisfaction, walked back into the dormitory again, and looked at that sweet girl and said, "You're Qin Junyu, right? I saw you by Zay Lake." Qin Junyu's complexion is also very bad now. Before I could start asking, he asked proactively, "Officer Lin, were they really killed by a female ghost?" My eyes turned cold, and I asked curiously, "Weren't 3 girls dead? Why are there only 2? Qin Junyu seemed to suddenly remember something, slapped his head, and said, "Oh, look at my memory. I even got the number of people wrong. Sorry, I was just too scared." I shook my head and motioned for them to sit down. "You went to Ghost Girl Bridge that night, right? Can you tell me what happened?" The 2 girls looked at each other, but neither of them spoke. It seemed they had some hard-to-tell secrets. I cleared my throat and said slowly, "Is there anything you can't say? Only if we know what happened that night can we have a chance to save you. Do you understand?" It seemed that Yang Ying was constantly doing some mental preparation for herself. She then slowly began to speak. "That night, after evening self-study, we came to the psychic club, as usual. Just like every other day, we shared the recent supernatural events we heard. Everything was calm at first. But when it was Zhang Yunting's turn, she told the story of Ghost Girl Bridge. Since Ghost Girl Bridge is near our school, everyone was very curious. Zhang Yunting then proposed that we go to Ghost Girl Bridge to have a look. Initially, we were a bit scared. But Zhao Ruhui is a person who is really good at organizing. Under her instigation, the 5 of us girls came to Ghost Girl Bridge. At that time, it was almost midnight and there were hardly any people to be seen on the entire campus. I was already a bit scared on the way there. But because Zhang Yunting insisted repeatedly, we still kept walking forward. As a result, before we even reached the Ghost Girl Bridge, we faintly saw a slender figure of a girl wandering on the bridge. Everyone felt a bit creeped out and thought in their hearts that at this hour, why would there still be someone on the Ghost Girl Bridge? Since there were so many of us, we didn't think much and just went closer. As a result, that figure suddenly turned its head and showed its face. When it came to this point, Yang Ying was already trembling all over and couldn't express herself normally. Qin Junyu swallowed his saliva and then continued. That face was a terrifying cyan color. Her eyes were 2 dark blood holes. Her nose and mouth were bleeding continuously, and she showed a very eerie smile. After we saw it clearly, we were all extremely frightened and turned around and ran back to the psychic club. The 5 of us hugged each other, shivering constantly until dawn the next day. We originally thought that with the dawn, everything would be okay, and we could just act as if nothing had happened. But who would have thought that the next day, Zhang Yunting died, and she died on the Ghost Girl Bridge, scared to death. After that was Zhao Ruhui, who also hanged herself on the Ghost Girl Bridge. Then came Li Xiaona, who drowned in the river today. Maybe the next one will be one of the 2 of us. Somehow, this matter has spread far and wide, and even our roommates know about it. To stay away from us, they all moved out of the dormitory. When Qin Junyu finished speaking, Guan Xiaoyu and I both fell into silence. Even Guan Xiaoyu looked at the 2 of them with a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Yang Ying and Qin Junyu hugged tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. I could understand the helpless despair people feel when facing unknown forces. But my intuition told me that there must be something they hadn't fully told me. Don't worry. According to the pattern of the previous 3 deaths, even if there really is a ghost seeking revenge, there are still 3 days left. For these 3 days, the two of you don't need to go to class or go out. Can this female police officer accompany you in the dormitory? Now they are completely at a loss and nodded blankly. I gave Guan Xiaoyu a look, and she understood and followed behind me, walking out of the dormitory. You've had a hard time. Stay with these two for the next 2 days. Pay attention to calming their emotions. Also, don't trust them too much and be careful. After I finished speaking, Guan Xiaoyu obviously didn't understand why. Even though they were so pitiful, we still had to be on guard against them. But as a qualified partner, she still wrote down my words. Then where are you going? I shook my head and said in a relaxed tone, of course, I'm going to see what this legendary female ghost looks like. Guan Xiaoyu opened her mouth wide and looked at my departing back in disbelief. And I really staggered to near the Ghost Girl Bridge and waited quietly for night to fall. I don't know why. Even though I'm not lonely now, I still like to be alone. It seems that only in this way can I get enough sense of security. Just as I was in a daze facing the calm lake, the mobile phone bought by Ouyang Xiaowei for me suddenly vibrated. I picked up the phone and asked lazily, Sister Wei, what's the instruction? However, Ouyang Xiaowei's tone was not as relaxed as mine. Instead, she said somewhat solemnly, Lin Bai, where are you? I'm at Diannan University. What's wrong? This case is not as simple as we thought. It's a bit strange. I asked curiously, strange? What do you mean? Ouyang Xiaowei's voice sounded a bit nervous. After Lao Huang came back, he examined the bodies of Li Xiaona and Zhao Ruhui. There was no anesthesia or coma-inducing substance in their bodies, and there were no traces of any tools used for the removed organs. It's as if they were torn out forcefully, but strangely. There are no damage marks on the bodies. In other words, we think this is not something an ordinary person can do. After hearing what Ouyang Xiaowei said, I was silent for a moment and suddenly asked, Lao Huang only examined the bodies of 2 people? What about the first victim, Zhang Yunting? When it came to this, Ouyang Xiaowei suddenly said angrily, I'm so angry when I think about this. Before the case was over, Zhang Yunting's parents came to the police station to make a scene. They made a scene for several days, because of the impact and the fact that the autopsy had been done. The leadership agreed to let the family take her body for cremation. Cremated? I asked in astonishment. As a result, Ouyang Xiaowei confirmed her answer again. She was indeed cremated. So, Lao Huang didn't see Zhang Yunting's body. However, I heard from the leaders of the municipal bureau that Zhang Yunting's family conditions were not good. Maybe they took a sum of money from the school and didn't plan to continue the commotion, so they were eager to cremate her. Hearing this, I was stunned again. Zhang Yunting's family conditions were not good. This really caught me by surprise. Seeing that I didn't answer for a long time, Ouyang Xiaowei continued, Hello, Lin Bai. Are you still listening? What's the progress on your side? I slowly came to my senses and replied, I'll tell you when we meet tomorrow. I'm going to investigate a case at Diannan University tonight. I'll talk to you later. After saying that, I hung up the phone because I felt that there seemed to be some subtle changes in the surrounding magnetic field. I stared unblinkingly at the Ghost Girl Bridge not far away. A faint spiritual body slowly emerged in front of me. Vaguely, I could make out the outline of a girl, but because she was too weak, I couldn't see her face clearly. Could this be the ghost of the Ghost Girl Bridge? With a thought, I instantly appeared in front of this spiritual body and curiously sized her up from top to bottom. Are you the ghost here? The moment I appeared, the spiritual body distanced itself from me, seemingly very afraid of me. I was also a bit speechless. The legendary ghost who did all kinds of evil deeds was actually so timid. After observing me for a while, as if she could tell that I had no malicious intent, she dared to slowly approach me and circled around me. Kept circling around me, I asked in astonishment. As a result, Ouyang Xiaowei confirmed her answer again. She was indeed cremated. So, Lao Huang didn't see Zhang Yunting's body. However, I heard from the leaders of the municipal bureau that Zhang Yunting's family conditions were not good. Maybe they took a sum of money from the school and didn't plan to continue the commotion, so they were eager to cremate her. Hearing this, I was stunned again. Zhang Yunting's family conditions were not good. This really caught me by surprise. Seeing that I didn't answer for a long time, Ouyang Xiaowei continued, Hello, Lin Bai. Are you still listening? What's the progress on your side? I slowly came to my senses and replied, I'll tell you when we meet tomorrow. I'm going to investigate a case at Diannan University tonight. I'll talk to you later. After saying that, I hung up the phone because I felt that there seemed to be some subtle changes in the surrounding magnetic field. I stared unblinkingly at the Ghost Girl Bridge not far away. A faint spiritual body slowly emerged in front of me. Vaguely, I could make out the outline of a girl, but because she was too weak, I couldn't see her face clearly. Could this be the ghost of the Ghost Girl Bridge? With a thought, I instantly appeared in front of this spiritual body and curiously sized her up from top to bottom. Are you the ghost here? The moment I appeared, the spiritual body distanced itself from me, seemingly very afraid of me. I was also a bit speechless. The legendary ghost who did all kinds of evil deeds was actually so timid. After observing me for a while, as if she could tell that I had no malicious intent, she dared to slowly approach me and kept circling around me. I stared at her with some doubts, and a guess formed in my heart. Do you want me to follow you? That spiritual entity actually seemed to understand my words and floated forward unhurriedly, while I curiously followed behind it. Soon, she led me to the lake not far from the Ghost Girl Bridge. Looking from afar, there seemed to be a black figure burning paper, with some candlesticks and offerings placed beside it. I tiptoed over carefully and suddenly clasped my hand on the shoulder of the black figure. The black figure seemed startled and rolled directly on the ground. Although it was in the dark and against the firelight, I still saw clearly the face hidden under his hat. Why is it you? What are you doing here? Before the black figure could answer me, several flashlights suddenly appeared in the distance, and there were also a few shouts. Who are you? What are you doing there? Chapter 23 Appearances can be deceiving in the police station of Diannan University. I curiously sized up Hu Yongqiang sitting across from me. Hu Yongqiang, however, looked completely calm and showed no sign of panic. Soon, Captain Zhao Donglai, whom I had met during the day, walked in. First, he apologized to me. Oh, Consultant Lin. Sorry, the policeman on duty didn't recognize you, causing a misunderstanding. I casually shook my head and said, it's okay. I didn't give prior notice. Zhao Donglai then turned his gaze to Hu Yongqiang and asked sharply, this classmate, why did you go to the vicinity of Zay Lake so late at night? I stared at her with some misgivings, and a conjecture faintly took shape in my heart. Do you wish me to follow you? That spiritual entity actually seemed to comprehend my words and drifted forward unhurriedly, while I, out of curiosity, trailed behind it. Presently, she conducted me to the lake not far from the Ghost Girl Bridge. Gazing from afar, there appeared to be a dark figure burning paper, with some candelabras and offerings laid beside it. I crept closer warily and abruptly clamped my hand on the shoulder of the dark figure. The dark figure seemed startled and tumbled directly onto the ground. Although it was in the darkness and against the firelight, I still discerned clearly the visage concealed beneath his hat. Why is it you? What are you doing here? Before the dark figure could respond to me, several flashlights suddenly materialized in the distance, and there were also a few shouts. Who are you? What are you doing there? Chapter 23 Appearances can be deceiving in the police office of Diannan University. I curiously scrutinized Hu Yongqiang seated across from me. Hu Yongqiang, however, appeared completely composed and exhibited no sign of alarm. Soon, Captain Zhao Donglai, whom I had encountered during the day, entered. First, he apologized to me. Oh, Consultant Lin. Pardon me. The policeman on duty failed to recognize you, leading to a misunderstanding. I nonchalantly shook my head and said, it matters not. I did not give prior notice. Zhao Donglai then directed his gaze towards Hu Yongqiang and inquired sharply, this student, why did you venture to the vicinity of Zay Lake so late at night? Hu Yongqiang smiled bitterly and said, Officer, the 3 deceased female students were all members of our spirit summoning club. As the club president, I want to secretly pay my respects. Is that illegal? Zhao Donglai shook his head and said, it's not illegal. But then he immediately asked again, recently, the matter of Ghost Girl Bridge has been spreading like wildfire within Diannan University. You dared to come alone to the vicinity of Ghost Girl Bridge. Aren't you afraid? Hu Yongqiang still remained calm and said, if I were afraid, I wouldn't have founded the Spirit Summoning Club. You may not understand. For people like us, seeing ghosts isn't terrifying because people are far more terrifying than ghosts. Zhao Donglai didn't say a word. His eyes were fixed on Hu Yongqiang's face, seemingly trying to find some flaw in his expression, but he was disappointed. Hu Yongqiang's expression remained unchanged from beginning to end. At this time, I suddenly spoke up and said, since you're not the slightest bit afraid, then why did you pretend to be afraid when I found you this afternoon? I still vividly remember his deathly pale face in the Spirit Summoning Club this afternoon, which formed a stark contrast to his calm appearance now. Just when I thought Hu Yongqiang would reveal a flaw under my questioning, he still maintained that calm expression. Officer, if I didn't put on an afraid expression, would you think I'm different from others? After all, the other 2 students were so scared. I had to cooperate with them. After all, they were quite brave usually. Watching him trying to shift the blame onto Fang Jun and Li Siwen, I became even more convinced that he was up to something. The female ghost wouldn't have brought me to his side without a reason. However, all of this was just suspicion without any evidence. In the end, Zhao Donglai could only reluctantly let Hu Yongqiang go. When walking out of the police office, Hu Yongqiang suddenly approached me and said in a voice that only the 2 of us could hear, Officer Lin, you seem quite different from other policemen. I also sneered and said, you're quite different from other classmates too. Hu Yongqiang suddenly showed a sinister smile and said, Officer Lin, seeing how dedicated you are, I'll give you a clue. Looking at the smile on his face, although he was clearly very handsome, for some reason, I just had an urge to punch him. What clue? Let's hear it. Hu Yongqiang, you know, I have this habit. I like to put the letters I receive in the locker of the psychic club. Here's the key. Maybe you can find some clues from these letters. I took the key he handed over, wondering what trick he was playing. He didn't give me a chance to ask further and just turned around and left in front of me. Holding the key, I directly went to the psychic club. At the entrance, I saw that locker. Relying on the number on the key, I opened the locker door, and inside were dozens of letters. I opened them one by one and saw that they were all love letters from junior female students to Hu Yongxiang. I couldn't help but shake my head and thought to myself that although Hu Yongxiang was a rich and handsome guy, this was really too exaggerated. Finally, I found two familiar names in dozens of love letters, Zhang Yunting and Zhao Ruhui. Do they both like Hu Yongxiang? A smile played on my lips. Looking at the time, it was almost dawn. I rushed to the cafeteria, ordered 2 sandwiches, then took out my phone and called Ouyang Xiaowei. 30 seconds later, Ouyang Xiaowei answered the phone. Her sleepy and soft voice came. Hello, Lin Bai, what's up? Sister Wei, do me a favor. Check the family backgrounds and interpersonal relationships on campus of these 5 girls, Zhang Yunting, Zhao Ruhui, Li Xiaona, Chen Junyu, and Yang Yingying. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, then a deafening roar. Do you know what time it is? Can't this kind of thing wait until dawn to talk about? I looked innocently at the already bright sky and swallowed the soybean milk in my mouth, but it's already dawn. There was a heavy gasping sound on the other end of the phone, as if suppressing anger. Okay, you wait for me at Diannan University. I'll be there right away. After saying this, she hung up the phone. For some reason, I suddenly felt a chill down my back, as if something dangerous was approaching. Sure enough, when I greeted Ouyang Xiaowei with a smiling face, holding the bought breakfast, what awaited me was not gratitude. Sister Wei, this is the breakfast I bought. Hey, Sister Wei, ouch, don't be impulsive. 15 minutes later, I rubbed my slightly blackened eye sockets and carefully looked at Ouyang Xiaowei, who was eating heartily. Sister Wei, have you calmed down? Ouyang Xiaowei looked at me irritably without saying a word. After finishing breakfast, she handed me a thick stack of materials. I took it with both hands and sat aside to read it carefully. Gradually, my eyes began to light up. I think I know why Hu Yongxiang asked me to look at those love letters. After putting away these materials, I directly walked towards the girls' dormitory. Ouyang Xiaowei said behind me, Hey, where are you going? Seeing that I didn't answer, she could only follow me helplessly, entering the girls' dormitory again. The dormitory aunt already knew me and didn't stop me. I walked to the door of their dormitory familiarly. Guan Xiaoyu just got up to wash up and ran into me head-on. She was still a bit slow to react. Inspector Lin, why are you here so early? Have they both got up? Guan Xiaoyu nodded and then led me in. At this time, Ouyang Xiaowei just caught up and motioned for Guan Xiaoyu not to speak. Seeing me storm in angrily, Chen Junyu and Yang Yingying were both a bit confused and sat on the edge of the bed at a loss. They timidly said, Inspector Lin, what's wrong with you? I asked straightforwardly. You two knew Zhao Ruhui and Li Xiaona before, right? Your 4 parents know each other and have cooperated with each other a lot. So you 4 have been best friends since childhood. Why didn't you say so before? Yang Yingying's face instantly turned deathly pale and she stammered and didn't dare to speak. Although Chen Junyu was also scared, she managed to hold on and asked, Inspector Lin, does this have anything to do with this case? My eyes are as sharp as a blade, and I continue to ask. Zhang Yunting likes Hu Yongxiang, and Zhao Ruhui also likes Hu Yongxiang. Did you already know? Chen Junyu shakes her head and insists, we don't know. This is the private affection between the 2 of them, and we don't want to know either. Although she says she doesn't know. But Yang Yingying's lowered head makes me more certain. I take out 2 pieces from the thick materials and slap them on the table, coldly saying, You 2 look clearly. These are the records of you 4 bullying classmates in high school. I'll ask you 2 again. What exactly happened at night when you went to Ghost Girl Bridge? Did you really see the so-called Ghost Girl? Tears are already welling up in Yang Yingying's eyes and Chen Junyu also stammers and can't say a word. Just as I'm about to press on and make them tell the truth, a shrill voice comes from the door. Oh, my dear daughter. 2 middle-aged women looking like noble ladies push aside Guan Xiaoyu and enter the dormitory. They shield Yang Yingying and Chen Junyu behind them, glaring at me angrily like mother hens protecting their chicks. How can you, a male policeman, come to my daughter's dormitory? Just as I'm about to speak. Ouyang Xiaowei blocks me behind her and also coldly says, when our police handle cases, we naturally have the right to question your daughter. Moreover, the entire law enforcement process is accompanied by female police officers. If you have any objections, you can file a complaint with the higher authorities. This scene reminded me of the first time we met. When she shielded me in the car, a warm current welled up from the bottom of my heart. Seeing that Ouyang Xiaowei seemed quite formidable, the arrogance of the 2 women subsided somewhat. But they still clamored to take their daughters away. However, Ouyang Xiaowei flatly refused. Sorry. Your daughters are involved in 3 homicide cases and cannot leave the school for the time being. This statement made the 2 women fly into a rage again. Oh. The police are turning the world upside down now. What does the death have to do with our daughters? If you talk like this, I'll find a lawyer to sue you. Ouyang Xiaowei remained unmoved and said, Whatever, but your daughters can't leave. Fine, then talk to our lawyer. While they were bickering, I seized the last chance and said to Yang Yingying, Yingying, You know that if you don't tell what happened that night, the murderer won't stop. Yang Yingying's expression softened as she looked at me. Just as she was about to speak, her mother pulled her behind. Officer, your name is Lin Bai, right? If you talk to my daughter again, I'll file a complaint against you right now. Do you understand? Looking at Yang Yingying, who was completely blocked, I sighed helplessly. Soon, the lawyer hired by the two noble ladies arrived, and Zhao Donglai also brought the police to the scene. After an hour of negotiation, the final result was that although the two girls couldn't leave the school, they could live in an apartment they applied for alone, protected jointly by the bodyguards hired by their families and the police. Correspondingly, if the police want to interview two girls, they also need to obtain the parents' permission through a lawyer. Faced with such a result, I can only accept it helplessly. When leaving in front of us, Yang Yingying always kept her head down, while Chen Junyu held his head high and swaggered away, even turning back to show off to us. This scene really angered Guan Xiaoyu, who muttered in a low voice, "Bah, I even thought about protecting you." Seeing this scene, I suddenly had a sense of sentiment. Chen Junyu, who appears sweet and obedient on the surface, is actually so arrogant and domineering, while Yang Yingying, who was initially decadent and indulgent, still seems to have a shred of conscience. It really lives up to the old saying, it's easy to draw a human face but hard to draw the bones. It's easy to know a person's face but hard to know their heart. Chapter 24. The Mahayana sect watching the two most important witnesses swagger away in front of her. Guan Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel annoyed. Captain, Consultant Lin, what should we do now? I sighed and kept sorting out the known clues in my mind. I want to go back to Ghost Girl Bridge again. Ouyang Xiaowei didn't ask any more questions and simply said, I'll go with you. Guan Xiaoyu also stretched out her little hand and said, and me. The three of us returned to Ghost Girl Bridge again. Because the recent turmoil has been intensifying. Even during the day, there isn't a single person around Ghost Girl Bridge. I carefully inspected all the nearby corners from beginning to end and finally confirmed one thing. The ghost that Qin Junyu and Yang Yingying talked about was fabricated. The female ghost on the Ghost Bridge, I saw her with my own eyes. Her power was very weak and it was simply impossible for her to kill anyone, let alone be as described by the two of them. Moreover, I carefully examined the surroundings and found no traces of any setup mechanisms. I have full confidence in my eyes. If there were any, they would definitely not escape my sight. So why did they lie? There must be something they were trying to cover up. Also, why did the female ghost lead me in Hu Yongqiang's direction? I believe she definitely had her own deep meaning. Just as I was lost in thought, Lao Huang called. After Ouyang Xiaowei answered the phone. Even from a distance I could hear Lao Huang's smug voice. Little Xiaowei, what progress have you two made over there? Ouyang Xiaowei sighed and said in a low voice, there are some clues now, but there is still a long way to go before catching the murderer. Lao Huang laughed heartily and said, I've made some progress on my side. Although no substances that could directly cause coma were found on Zhao Ruhui and Li Shana. The insulin levels in both of their bodies far exceeded that of normal people. I've checked and neither of them has a history of diabetes. So I suspect someone injected insulin into their bodies, causing them to have severe hypoglycemia and fall into a coma. Insulin is not commonly available outside and is a prescription drug. Only patients with diabetes or medical students can get access to it. Lao Huang's words were like a bolt of lightning, suddenly waking me up. The detail that I had been ignoring all along suddenly appeared in my mind. I snatched Ouyang Xiaowei's phone and asked gravely, Lao Huang, have you heard of any way to remove a person's internal organs without damaging the surface skin? After a moment of silence, Lao Huang suddenly said, there is actually a cult in history that is rumored to have such a means. It is the Mahayana sect during the Northern Wei dynasty. Legend has it that the leader of the Mahayana sect, the Buddhist monk Faching, could penetrate a person's body surface and remove their internal organs for food in order to seek immortality. Originally, the Mahayana sect was just a small religion, but in a short period of time, through various strange means, it attracted a large number of followers. Finally, they rose up in rebellion and conquered half of the territory of the Northern Wei dynasty at that time, which is known as the Mahayana Rebellion in history. However, such an inhumane religion was ultimately not tolerated by the world and disappeared in the face of the Northern Wei court at that time. After listening carefully to Lao Huang's account, I fell into a strange silence. Lao Huang didn't know what was going on the other side and could only say worriedly, Lin Bai, what's wrong with you? These are just wild historical legends. You can't really believe them, can you? I ignored Lao Huang's subsequent words. After leaving Lao Huang, thank you, I quickly left Ghost Girl Bridge and came to the library. Ouyang Xiaowei and Guan Xiaoyu were both somewhat confused. It wasn't until I asked them to help me find books about the Mahayana sect that the two of them realized that I really believed what Lao Huang said. Guan Xiaoyu said speechlessly, Consultant Lin, Forensic Dr. Huang has already said that that's just a legend. I looked at her earnestly, giving her only two choices. Either help me find it or go back to the hall. And Guan Xiaoyu wisely chose to yield. After all, for a newbie like her, there aren't many opportunities to shine in front of a team leader. Even Captain Ouyang obediently flipped through the books. so it wouldn't be embarrassing for her to follow suit at this moment. Just like that, the three of us each held a stack of books and began to flip through them, hoping to find some clues about the Mahayana sect. During this period, people kept passing by and looked at us curiously, whether it was Ouyang Xiaowei's queenly style or Guan Xiaoyu's youthful look. They both had a very high rate of turning heads. In comparison, I seemed rather ordinary. Many male compatriots sincerely expressed their dissatisfaction. After failing to figure out where they had lost, they could only let out a helpless sigh. This guy must be very rich. Of course, the outside gazes didn't cause any interference to us at all. We just kept sitting in the library, even when it was time to close the library. We didn't leave, but continued to search for relevant information. Finally, when it was almost dawn, Guan Xiaoyu suddenly let out a surprised cry. "Ah, I found it." Ouyang Xiaowei and I immediately rushed to her side, our gazes attracted by the book in her hand. In the early years of the Northern Wei dynasty, the Buddhist monk Faqing in Jizhou caused disasters. So he persuaded Li Guobo from Bohai. Li Guobo's whole family followed him. He recruited villagers and made Faqing the leader. Faqing called himself Mahayana. This is the origin of the Mahayana sect. As recorded in the book, the Mahayana sect has two characteristics. One is the cruelty and love of killing, which is different from the traditional Buddhism's compassion for all sentient beings. The followers of Mahayana Buddhism believe in killing. One who kills one person becomes a bodhisattva of one pillar. One who kills 10 people becomes a bodhisattva of 10 pillars. Only when one kills 100 people can one be gilded to become a Buddha. The other is the pursuit of immortality. They think that using the internal organs of young girls who have not experienced worldly affairs can add endless lifespan for themselves. To ensure that the vital energy in the internal organs is not damaged, Faqing also created a technique that can take out a person's internal organs through the skin. It is said that after gathering the 5 internal organs with this technique, one can even summon the souls of the dead and make them achieve immortality. This is the legend mentioned by Lao Huang. However, what interests me is that according to the records in the legend, can this technique enable the dead to achieve immortality? A bold speculation emerged. Wong. The sudden vibration of a mobile phone text message sounded particularly obvious in this empty library. Ouyang Xiaowei looked at me curiously as I took out my phone. After all, she bought my phone and handled the number. Except for her. No one else seems to know my phone number. The content of the text message is very simple. "Officer Lin, Chen Junyu seems to be missing. Do you want to come and have a look?" Ouyang Xiaowei frowned and asked, "Who is this?" I shrugged and said, "Yang Yingying. I deliberately left my phone number for her yesterday during the day." Guan Xiaoyu also rubbed her nose and said a bit sulkily, "They insisted on moving out of the dormitory by themselves. Now they are calling us over. Do they think we are their nannies?" Ouyang Xiaowei seriously criticized, "Xiaoyu, you are a people's policeman and cannot bring your emotions into the case. They are all the objects we should focus on protecting now. No matter what they have done before, when they are in danger, we have to protect them. This is our responsibility as policemen. Remember?" Guan Xiaoyu nodded obediently and said seriously, "All right, Captain, I remember." When Ouyang Xiaowei said those words, she was awe-inspiring, and a sense of justice emanated from her whole body. Even I couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Ouyang Xiaowei suddenly smiled. "All right, you two, come with me and see what's going on." After saying that, she picked up the car keys and took the lead to walk out. There were little stars in Guan Xiaoyu's eyes, and she directly turned into a little fangirl. The captain is so cool and has such a sense of security. I shook my head and walked past her. The world of the Post 00S is really hard to understand. When we arrived at the apartment, the policemen on guard nearby and the hired security guards had already been in a complete mess. Everyone was going in and out, trying to find a clue. But strangely, Chen Junyu seemed to have disappeared out of thin air under everyone's protection and vanished abruptly. The arrogant noblewoman yesterday was now panic-stricken, with dull eyes, sitting on the sofa in a flurry. Seeing us coming from afar, she suddenly jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pointed at me, and said, "It's you. It must be you. You've been scheming to get close to my daughter yesterday. Give my daughter back to me." I have no doubt that if it weren't for Zhao Donglai bringing the police to stop her, she would really have pounced on me. However, I can also understand her current mood. She's like a drowning person, and I might be the only straw she can clutch at. Although I didn't say anything, Ouyang Xiaowei wasn't having it. She narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "Madam, if you continue to slander our police officer without reason, we'll sue you for libel." Guan Xiaoyu also said angrily from the side, "That's right. Officer Lin was with the two of us all night. How could your daughter's disappearance be related to him? We even came here to help. It's really like the dog biting Lu Dongbin, not knowing a good heart." Humph. Guan Xiaoyu's words carried a lot of information. I clearly felt that the male compatriots present looked at me with a hint of playfulness in their eyes. I shook my head, pushed through the crowd, walked up to Chen Junyu's mother, and said seriously, "If you want to save your daughter, listen to me." The noblewoman was taken aback first, then asked nervously, "Can you really save my daughter?" I nodded affirmatively and continued, I can, but the prerequisite is that I need to know all the truths. What exactly happened that night when the five of them went to the Ghost Bride Bridge? Hearing my words, the noblewoman fell silent, and Yang Yingying also stepped forward with a slightly pale face. I can tell you what happened that night, but you have to promise me that you must bring Chen Junyu back. Is that okay? I nodded solemnly and said, yes, I promise you. Chapter 25, Chen Junyu's disappearance. There is a kind of flower in the legend of hell called the heart-eating flower. It is snow white all over and extremely beautiful. However, beneath its beautiful appearance lies a vicious heart. After listening to Yang Yingying's narration, everyone at the scene felt a chill run down their spines. They wondered why these girls, who were clearly the most beautiful flowers, would do such terrifying things. Time went back to the day before Zhang Yunting was killed. Zhao Ruhui, Li Xiaona, Chen Junyu, and Yang Yingying were gathered in a coffee shop outside the school, smoking without any scruples. As the cigarettes in their hands burned out little by little, Zhao Ruhui's face became more and more. At this time, a waiter in the coffee shop came up and kindly dissuaded them, saying, ladies, smoking is not allowed indoors. What was originally a very simple statement instantly made Zhao Ruhui extremely angry. We are consumers. Why can't we smoke? Do you know who we are? The owner of the coffee shop heard the commotion and saw that Zhao Ruhui and the other four were also regular customers here. So he apologized and pulled the waiter away, thinking, they are all students in the neighborhood, from rich and powerful families. Just bear with it if you can. Although the waiter was a bit, she still listened to the owner's words and went to do other work silently. After the waiter left, the others then asked, Sister Hui, what's going on? Why are you so angry? Ugly, unconvinced Zhao Ruhui extinguished the cigarette in her hand and began to complain indignantly. You all know that I like our club president Hu Yongxiang, right? Hu Yongxiang is a typical rich and handsome young man. So Zhao Ruhui was attracted to him at the first sight and even dragged her three good sisters to join his psychic club together. This matter was not a secret. So the three of them all nodded in unison. Zhao Ruhui continued, that Zhang Yunting, relying on her somewhat good looks, hangs around Hu Yongxiang every day and doesn't take me seriously at all. What do you think we should do? Zhang Yunting is also a member of the psychic club. However, different from these people, although she is equally beautiful. Her family conditions are not good, and she is from the countryside where the preference for sons over daughters is very serious. So her daily life is very tight, and even her living expenses are earned by herself through part-time work. Such behavior naturally looked down upon in the eyes of these rich kids, and they also made things difficult for Zhang Yunting on weekdays. At this moment, when they heard that the Cinderella they usually looked down upon actually dared to rob a woman from their boss, they were even more indignant for a moment. Zhang Yunting? She's gone too far. Exactly. How dare she rob a man from our sister Hui? That's right. Such a person must be given a memorable lesson so that she will never dare to have other thoughts again. A glint of coldness flashed in Zhao Ruhui's eyes, obviously satisfied with the reactions of her good sisters. Just like this, after they had discussed it, they then left the coffee shop. On the second night, Zhang Yunting actually brought up the story of Ghost Girl Bridge herself and strongly demanded to explore it. This was exactly what the others had in mind. Just like that, the five of them came to Ghost Girl Bridge under the cover of night. Zhang Yunting, who was obsessed with seeking excitement, didn't notice at all that death was about to befall her. As there were fewer and fewer passers-by around, Zhao Ruhui gave a look to the other three. Li Xiaona understood immediately. While Zhang Yunting wasn't paying attention, she gave her a hard shove from behind. Zhang Yunting wasn't careful and was pushed onto the small path beside. What are you doing? Facing Zhang Yunting's, the others ignored her completely. Zhao Ruhui showed her true colors even more, sneering haughtily, just because of you. Do you think you're worthy of competing with me for a man? Only then did Zhang Yunting realize why they were targeting her and quickly explained. Male-female relationships are a very normal thing. Why can't others like what you like? Seeing that she still dared to talk back, two fierce glints shot out from Zhao Ruhui's eyes. Your mouth is still so stubborn. Fine, girls, teach her a lesson. In fact, for them, such things were routine. Since childhood, the number of girls they had bullied was countless. Sure enough, Chen Junyu and Yang Yingying held Zhang Yunting's shoulders down while Li Xiaona recorded with her phone. Zhao Ruhui slapped her left and right, and finally, not satisfied yet, the four of them, ignoring Zhang Yunting's bitter pleas, stripped her clothes off completely. And this process was all recorded. After finishing all this, several people left Zhang Yunting there, chatting and laughing as they went. However, what they didn't expect was that Zhang Yunting had a strong character. After putting on her clothes with a face ashen as death, she jumped into the Zay Lake without saying a word. Although several people's expressions changed, Zhao Ruhui said contemptuously, "It doesn't matter. She's just a poor student. Besides, she committed suicide by herself. What does it have to do with us?" After saying that, she pulled the others and wanted to leave. But Chen Junyu and Yang Yingying were a little scared and said tremblingly, "Sister Hui, don't let a life happen. Yeah, otherwise let's call the police." Unexpectedly, Zhao Ruhui's fierce light appeared completely, and she scolded angrily. Call the police? How can we explain why we were here so late? Once this matter is exposed, we will all be expelled. Li Xiaona also echoed on the side. Yeah, in order for us to get into Diannan University, our families have spent a lot of money. If we are expelled from school, the consequences are self-evident. Just like that, under the intimidation of the two, Chen Junyu and Yang Yingying finally chose to remain silent. The four of them actually ignored Zhang Yunting, who still had vital signs in the water. Early the next morning, the several people got up for class as usual. They originally thought that Zhang Yunting's death would eventually be traced back to them, and they had even prepared their confessions. As long as the four of them had consistent confessions, the police wouldn't be able to do anything to them. As a result, incredibly, there was no news of Zhang Yunting at all the next day. They thought that Zhang Yunting was just scaring them, that in fact she could swim and had found a place to hide. So it wasn't taken to heart. Unexpectedly, the news of Zhang Yunting's death came only after a day. It was said that she was scared to death. Only then did they realize something was wrong. Associating with the legend of the ghost bridge, they all guessed whether there was really a ghost. Unexpectedly, 3 days later, Zhao Ruhui was strangely hanged on the ghost bridge. Another 3 days later, Li Xiaona drowned. They originally thought that with so many people protecting her, she and Chen Junyu would be safe. As a result, a living person just disappeared right under everyone's noses, which was simply inconceivable. When saying this, Yang Yingying hugged her legs tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably, and kept muttering, "It's the ghost of the ghost bridge. She's come for us. I'll be next." After learning the truth of that night, everyone looked at the weak Yang Yingying with unfriendly expressions. It was hard to connect the person in front of them with the word bullying. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Chen Junyu's mother couldn't hold back anymore and stood up directly, scolding angrily. "What kind of looks are you all giving? Go and save my daughter. Didn't you say that if you tell you everything, you can save my daughter? Hurry up." Guan Xiaoyu was so angry that she clenched her fists and questioned angrily, "Isn't Zhang Yunting's life a life? If your daughter's bullying caused Zhang Yunting's death, your daughter should also be responsible." Chen Junyu's mother was stunned for a moment, then directly knelt in front of me and pleaded bitterly, "Officer, didn't you say you have a way to find my daughter? Please, I'm begging you. Save her." I sighed. In fact, to me, they were all strangers. Moreover, I really didn't have any good impression of Chen Junyu and his parents. It would be more accurate to say that I was fulfilling the duty of a policeman rather than seeking justice. Get up. I'll do my best. I do have this confidence. After all, Chen Junyu is just an ordinary college student. Naturally, he couldn't have disappeared without a trace. As long as it wasn't a spatial ability user of Chen Lao's level who took action, I could find some clues. Sure enough, when I entered the apartment, I quickly smelled the familiar perfume smell. That was the smell on Chen Junyu. It was very expensive, so few people used it. I followed the remaining smell to the bathroom on the second floor, pushed open the window, and looked down. There were several poplar trees that weren't very tall. I tilted my head at Ouyang Xiaowei, and the latter led more than a dozen policemen directly to wait for me downstairs. And I jumped down from the second floor, stepped on the top of the poplar tree, and landed steadily on the ground. This action impressed Zhao Donglai and others, and they all showed respect for me. With such skills, no wonder I became a special advisor to the provincial department at a young age. And I continued to explore along the remaining smell in the air. Ouyang Xiaowei led all the policemen and followed behind, not daring to make a sound for fear of disturbing me. Finally, I stopped at the entrance of an abandoned experimental building. Zhao Donglai let out a soft exclamation. Alas, isn't this the former chemistry experimental building of Yunnan University? Due to years of disrepair, it has become a dangerous building and the students of the chemistry department have all moved out. It should be demolished in 2 years. Consultant Lin, are you sure Lin Junyu is here? I nodded, my eyes constantly fixed on the dark chemistry building. Ouyang Xiaowei didn't hesitate at all. With a wave of her hand, more than a dozen policemen rushed in directly. By this time, the sky was gradually dawning, and the scene inside the experimental building was gradually becoming clear. In a laboratory on the 3rd floor, dozens of extremely slender syringes were scattered all over the place. There were still wet water stains on the ground, and a delicate hairpin was left on the ground. Looking extremely conspicuous, I walked over and picked it up. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise in my ear. "This hairpin belongs to my daughter, officer. My daughter really has been here." Chen Junyu's mother stepped forward and snatched the hairpin from my hand, tightly clutching it in her hand and crying her heart out. The way Zhao Donglai and others looked at me changed again. This kind of look was very familiar to me. It was the same look that other policemen had when they looked at Xiao Qi Bing, called admiration. Chapter 26. Li Siwen appears since Chen Junyu was rinsed with water in this experimental building and the smell on her body has dissipated. I don't know where she was transferred to either. However, I already have a vague answer in my heart. Sister Wei, Captain Zhao, I need to summon 2 students immediately. One is Fong Jun, a student from the medical college, and the other is Li Siwen, a student from the School of Finance. Hearing these 2 completely unfamiliar names, the 2 of them were obviously a bit confused. I had to explain, Both of them are members of the Psychic Society. I suspect they are related to Qin Junyu's disappearance. After Ouyang Xiaowei and Zhao Donglai exchanged glances, they each led a team of policemen and walked towards the two academies respectively. Qin Junyu's mother seemed to have grasped at a straw. She stepped forward and tightly grasped my hand. "Officer, you will surely save my daughter, won't you?" I didn't say a word because if I guessed correctly, Qin Junyu should be in mortal danger now. Seeing my silence, Qin Junyu's mother released my hand feebly and knelt on the ground despairingly. Sure enough, Ouyang Xiaowei and Zhao Donglai both returned empty-handed. Fang Jun didn't return to the dormitory last night and didn't attend the morning class this morning. The same was true for Li Siwen. I sighed and said in a deep voice, "Check whether they both didn't return to the dormitory on the nights when Zhao Ruhui was killed and when Li Xiaona was killed." Ouyang Xiaowei took out her mobile phone and went out to start making calls. Zhao Donglai then curiously said, "Consultant Lin, how did you come to suspect them too?" I shook my head and casually said, "I had been to the Psychic Society before." When they introduced themselves to me at that time, Fang Jun deliberately skipped his major. I then paid attention to check and found that he was a top student in the medical school. Recently, he had been following his tutor to conduct research on conquering diabetes. So when I knew that the insulin content in Zhao Ruhui and Li Xiaona's bodies far exceeded that of ordinary people, I had already started to suspect him. What truly confirmed it for me were the footprints on the ground. "Captain Zhao, look, these two footprints match exactly those of Fang Jun and Li Siwen. If Sister Wei can confirm that they weren't in the dormitory those 2 nights, then they are the culprits behind this series of homicides." Zhao Donglai curiously inspected the footprints on the ground. As the water stains on the ground disappeared, those 2 footprints were almost imperceptible, just a faint and unremarkable outline. Could one really confirm the coincidence with the footprints of 2 students they had only met once based on just these 2 footprints? This sounded like a fantasy. Were those who could become consultants in the provincial department all so amazing? Amid Zhao Donglai's wild imaginings, Ouyang Xiaowei walked in with a serious expression. "You guessed right. These 2 nights, they weren't in the dormitory." "What?" Zhao Donglai's face changed dramatically. "In that case, didn't these 2 students have major suspicion of committing the crimes? Immediately seal off Diannan University. Absolutely can't let these 2 students escape. Additionally, apply for police force and conduct a carpet search of Diannan University. Must find the missing Qin Junyu." Watching Zhao Donglai's orderly arrangements, I also let out a sigh of relief. "Sister Wei, are you hungry?" Ouyang Xiaowei imperceptibly nodded. "Let's go. I'll treat you to breakfast." Ouyang Xiaowei pursed her lips. "All your pocket money is given by sister. Using the money sister gave you to treat me? You little rascal have quite the nerve." These words reached Guan Xiaoyu's ears. Instantly, she smelled the scent of gossip. "Captain, what exactly is your relationship?" Ouyang Xiaowei flicked her little head gently and said impatiently, "Adult matters are none of children's business. Stop snooping and come on, let's go eat." In the cafeteria of Diannan University, I wolfed down the steamed dumplings, so hot that I bared my teeth. Because there were 2 beautiful women, one big and one small. At our table, the rate of people turning back to look was constantly high, but the 2 parties involved didn't seem to notice, apparently being used to such gazes. After Guan Xiaoyu simply ate a few bites, she put down her chopsticks, pursed her lips and asked, "Consultant Lin, where do you think Fang Jun and Li Siwen are hiding?" I shook my head. I'm not omnipotent. Diannan University is so big. If 2 people deliberately hide, it's not that easy to find them. Noticing my eyes always fixed on the remaining buns in front of me, Guan Xiaoyu wordlessly pushed them over and couldn't help complaining. "You've already eaten 3 baskets of buns. Aren't you full yet?" I ate the buns smilingly, marveling at how miraculous the human species is. An ordinary pasta can be made so delicious. Ouyang Xiaowei was obviously preoccupied with the case, and thus a bit absent-minded. "Where do you think Qin Junyu could have been taken by the 2 of them?" I thought carefully for a while, and then slowly said, "I don't know. But if nothing unexpected happens, they will probably still choose to be near the Ghost Girl Bridge." Guan Xiaoyu frowned and said, "Still choose the Ghost Girl Bridge?" Before, they chose the Ghost Girl Bridge to take advantage of the legend of the Ghost Girl Bridge to clear their suspicions. Now that things have been exposed, what's the point of choosing to kill at Ghost Girl Bridge? I looked at Guan Xiaoyu and asked calmly, "Do you think why those 2 wanted to kill those girls?" Guan Xiaoyu answered subconsciously, "I don't know. But they are all from the Psychic Society. Could there be some frictions usually?" However, Ouyang Xiaowei seemed to think of something and guessed, "Do you mean they are taking revenge for Zhang Yenting?" I nodded and agreed, "That's right. Right after Zhang Yenting died, they started to take revenge on the 4 girls. There was another deeper speculation that I didn't say out. I suspected that Fang Jun was the successor of the Great Vehicle sect. The reason why he chose a fixed location after killing people and took out people's internal organs was to resurrect the dead Zhang Yenting. After the 3 of us had breakfast, we came to lurk around Ghost Girl Bridge to see if there would be any unexpected gains. As soon as we sat down, the corner of my eye caught a glimpse of a furtive girl wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses. Although her whole face wasn't shown, I still recognized that she was Li Siwen whom we were looking for. Ouyang Xiaowei obviously also noticed this abnormality. Just as she was about to get up, I pressed her down with one hand. I quietly shook my head, signaling her not to be impulsive. Somehow, I always felt that Li Siwen's sudden appearance at this time was deliberate. Sure enough, after showing up near Ghost Girl Bridge, Li Siwen walked towards the distance. After whispering to the two people beside me, Guan Xiaoyu turned around to seek support. Ouyang Xiaowei and I then quietly followed her. Li Siwen was very vigilant and appeared in the school boiler room after winding around. Ouyang Xiaowei mumbled strangely, "That's not right. Why is it getting farther and farther from the Ghost Girl Bridge? What is she doing in the boiler room?" At this time, I keenly smelled a pungent smell in the air. This definitely wasn't the smell produced by burning coal. It was more like the smell of cremating a body in an incinerator. I immediately rushed out and blocked in front of Li Siwen, staring at her seriously with a straight face. Li Siwen was startled by my sudden appearance. "Inspector Lin, why are you here?" I ignored her. Ouyang Xiaowei also appeared from behind and directly controlled Li Siwen. I slowly walked towards the burning boiler, gave a sudden tug, and a body that had been burned beyond recognition suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This scene also happened to fall into the eyes of Zhao Donglai and others who had come. Looking at the exposed body, Chun Junyu's mother turned pale and fainted directly. Diannan University, police office. Zhao Donglai and Ouyang Xiaowei looked seriously at Li Siwen, who remained silent. "Li Siwen, you should be clear that if you don't say anything, we can only take you back to the municipal bureau and also notify your family. At that time, your studies may also be affected." Facing Ouyang Xiaowei's words, Li Siwen naturally bit her lip and said nothing. Shaking his head, Zhao Donglai said helplessly, "Fine, since you're so uncooperative, then take her directly back to the municipal bureau." "Wait a minute." Unexpectedly, Li Siwen suddenly said, "Can Inspector Lin be allowed to interrogate me?" Cast a profound glance at her, then turned her head towards me, asking for my opinion. I nodded, consenting to Li Siwen's request. After I sat down, I posed the first question. "Why must I interrogate you?" Li Siwen showed a faint smile, and all the previous uneasiness disappeared. "Because you're different from other policemen. What they always think about is catching the murderer. Only you are most concerned about the truth of the matter." I touched my nose non-committally and went straight to the point by asking, "Who is that corpse?" Li Siwen shook her head innocently and asked blankly, "How would I know who that corpse is? This matter has nothing to do with me." My intuition told me that she must be lying, but I didn't expose her directly. Instead, I continued to ask, "Then why were you in the boiler room and acting furtively? Also, on the 2 nights when Zhao Ruhui and Li Xiano were murdered, you weren't in the dormitory. On the night when Chun Junyu disappeared, you weren't there either. Can you tell me where you went?" I originally thought that under my rapid-fire questions, Li Siwen would show a trace of panic. But to my disappointment, she didn't show the slightest tremor. Instead, she looked at me with great interest. "Officer Lin, you really didn't disappoint me. Do you think you're already close to the truth? Then I'll give you a surprise." I frowned tightly. "What do you mean?" Li Siwen said calmly, "These 3 nights, I was at the Tingxua bar near the school. The bar owner, the waiters, and the guests can all testify for me, and even the surveillance in the bar can prove my alibi." "What?" After Li Siwen finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Chapter 27 Fong Jun's Letter of Surrender. The Tingxua Bar is a well-known bar, packed with people every night. It's a place where many students from Diannan University come to let off steam. So it was easy to gather evidence for Li Siwen's statement. And the result was indeed as she said. Whether it was the surveillance or the witnesses, they could all prove that Li Siwen was indeed at the bar all night and had no time to commit the crime. When we came back to Li Siwen again, she raised her hand showing the handcuffs and calmly asked, "Officer, can I leave now?" Ouyang Xiaowei's face sank, and she coldly questioned, "Li Siwen, I'll ask you one more time. Why did you appear furtively in the boiler room?" Li Siwen asked with a smile, "Officer, you can think of it as performance art. Or you can think I'm crazy, but none of this is illegal, right?" "You." Ouyang Xiaowei was extremely angry, but I had already calmed down. "If I guessed correctly, all this you did was to draw our attention, right? The body should not be Chun Junyu. Where did Fong Jun go?" Sure enough, Li Siwen's expression changed slightly. Although she quickly regained her composure, I still caught it. Sure enough, at this time, the autopsy result of old Huang also came out. According to DNA comparison, this body is indeed not Chun Junyu. My eyes narrowed, and a terrifying speculation immediately arose in my mind. Fong Jun is at Ghost Girl Bridge right now, isn't he? The sudden question left Li Siwen stunned for a moment, but I had already obtained the answer I wanted. "Sister Wei, take people to Ghost Girl Bridge. I'll rush over first." After leaving this sentence, I directly rushed out of the police station. Ouyang Xiaowei also came to her senses and immediately assembled the police force and rushed towards Ghost Girl Bridge. Because of Li Siwen's arrest and the discovery of a body Chun Junyu, the police force that had been deployed around Ghost Girl Bridge was withdrawn. When I arrived, from afar, I saw a raging fire burning under Ghost Girl Bridge. My heart skipped a beat, and with a single flash, I reached the place where the fire was blazing. I saw Fong Jun looking at me calmly, without any attempt to evade. Behind him, A bonfire made of dry firewood was burning fiercely, and the smell of gasoline filled the air. In the firelight, a vague figure could be faintly seen, already burned to a charred state. I sighed, activated my spatial power, and the water of Zay Lake poured down, completely extinguishing the bonfire. Is it worth doing this? Listening to my question, Fong Jun slowly raised his head. His eye sockets were sunken, and his skin was deathly pale. The whole person looked like a dried-up corpse. It seems that the backlash of the methods of the Great Vehicle sect is not small. Officer Lin, shouldn't they have died? I fell silent because I didn't know how to answer. Indeed, the sins of these 4 girls were not small, for the number of people they had hurt was countless. Shouldn't they die? Seeing my silence, Fong Jun gave a bitter smile and said, "It seems that you can't give me an answer either. They were born into wealth and didn't care about the lives of people like us poor folks. What can we do? Even if we take it to court, they won't be severely punished. Why? Are we just supposed to be bullied? Can't we even have the most basic right to live? Since the law can't punish them, then I'll use my own way to make them pay for what they've done. Am I wrong?" "You are wrong." Just when I didn't know how to answer, Ouyang Xiaowei appeared behind me with a large number of police officers. She continued in a powerful voice, "Do you think this is still the martial arts world you imagined? The only way for anyone to defend their rights is through the law. They violated the law and will surely be punished. No one can shield them. If you violate the law, you also need to be punished. This is the price you should pay." Fong Jun shook his head and gave a bitter smile. "The law? Will the law protect people like us? Officer Lin, are you interested in listening to a story?" For some reason, I nodded like a sleepwalker. Fong Jun spoke slowly in a calm tone. "I was born in the countryside since childhood. After my father and mother went out to work, they never came back. I lived with my grandparents since I was little. The family was poor and I was looked down upon. But they told me that only by studying could I change my fate. So I studied desperately and finally got admitted to Diannan University. After getting into college, I thought I could finally embrace a new life, but that wasn't the case. When I stepped into the campus in ragged clothes, what greeted me were still countless sneers and contempt. I really wanted to fit into their lives, but no one was willing to accept me. I didn't understand what I had done wrong. Just when I thought my life would be like this forever, a girl suddenly broke into my world. She was also from a poor background like me, but she was optimistic, cheerful, beautiful and generous, and had countless friends around her. She didn't despise me. Instead, she introduced me to everyone around her. Gradually, I also had friends around me. Encouraged by her, I became more and more confident and became the most prominent rising star in the medical school. But such a kind and upright girl was bullied by these several vicious women. They relied on their family backgrounds, were arrogant and domineering on weekdays, bullied their classmates. In their world, there was nothing that money couldn't solve. Speaking of this, Fong Jun's expression suddenly became very excited, with an abnormal flush on his face, and said viciously, "Since that's the case, I'll let them know that no amount of money can buy back their lives." After saying this, he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood and fell backward. My expression changed, and I took a step forward to support him. I could sense that his vital energy was rapidly dissipating. In that instant, I hesitated. I knew my purple chi could save him, as if sensing my thoughts. Ouyang Xiaowei sighed and shook her head at me. The hand I had just raised slowly dropped. Fong Jun used his last bit of strength to take out a letter of confession from his bosom. "Officer Lin, when I first saw you, I felt you were different from others. This letter is for you. Everything was done by me alone. It has nothing to do with others. I knew I couldn't hide it from you with your intelligence, so I took poison before coming here. Calculating the time, I should be about to go to her soon." I took the letter from his hand and looked at him calmly. "Is there anything else you want to say?" Fong Jun shook his head and said somewhat regretfully, "What a pity. It's still one short. Officer Lin, Li Siwen is a good girl. Please." After saying this, his head tilted to one side and his vital energy completely cut off. I placed Fong Jun's body on the ground, and everyone at the scene fell silent. Although Fong Jun had 3 lives on his hands, it was still very regrettable. With his talent in medicine, if there were no accidents, he would surely shine brightly in the future. But unfortunately, his life was forever frozen at the best age. In the letter of confession left by Fong Jun, he confessed without concealment to the crime of killing 3 girls. He obtained a large amount of insulin through his research project at the medical school, causing Zhao Ruhui, Li Xiaona, and Chun Junyu to fall into a coma due to hypoglycemia without any defense. Subsequently, he took them to the place where Zhang Yunting had an accident and killed them. On the one hand, it was to offer sacrifices to Zhang Yunting's soul. And on the other hand, it was also to use the legend of the Ghost Bridge to divert the police's attention. As for why the internal organs of the deceased disappeared strangely, it was not mentioned in the confession letter. I think this secret may never be discovered again with Fong Jun's departure. Soon, Fong Jun's body and Chun Junyu's body were taken back to the police station, and the much-discussed Ghost Bridge murder case officially came to an end. I sat by the lake of Zihu, staring blankly at the calm lake surface, and a strange emotion welled up in my heart. Originally, With the case solved, I should have been happy, but I just couldn't be happy. Ouyang Xiaowei walked over silently, sat down beside me, and whispered, "What's wrong? Feeling a bit lost?" I nodded, my mood very complex. Ouyang Xiaowei patted my shoulder and said earnestly, "This is the first case you've investigated. It's normal. There are many things where the law prevails over sentiment. As you experience more in the future, you'll see more clearly." I slowly exhaled a breath and forced a smile. "Sister Wei, I'm a bit hungry." Ouyang Xiaowei put her arm around my shoulder. "Let's go. Sister will take you to a restaurant." When we drove away from Yunnan University, we happened to meet Yang Yingying's parents coming to pick her up and leave. At this moment, the dark clouds hanging over her head have dissipated, and she has once again regained her former proud look like a princess, with arrogance all over her face. Only now do I realize that her previous weakness and pity were just her disguises. It turns out that she was just scared, not that she knew she was wrong. Although Yang Yingying was suspected of bullying, there was no actual evidence, so the police couldn't file a case. Although Diannan University gave her a notice with her family background and strength, she could easily transfer to another equally good university to continue her life. I rolled down the window and suddenly felt like laughing. The world is really different from what is described in textbooks. In a strange silence, I arrived at the familiar Sister Zhang's wonton. Looking at the same recipe in front of me, I couldn't help but ask the question in my heart. "Sister Wei, why do you always order 2 portions for me and add extra spicy every time?" Ouyang Xiaowei said domineeringly, "Because I think you'll like it this way." I thought for a moment and said, "Well, I think if I order 1 portion without spicy, maybe I'll like it too." Ouyang Xiaowei shook her head. "I don't want what you think. I want what I think." "All right." Sure enough, whether it's a male or female domineering president, the routine is the same. Chapter 28, the final truth. Maybe it's because I was too tired these 2 days. Since Fang Jun died, I've been sleeping at home for 2 days. During these 2 days, the hot search of the beautiful policewoman solving a strange case has occupied the front pages of major newspapers. Zhao Donglai has also received an award because of this. But all this has nothing to do with me. When I walked out of the room again, old Huang was in the kitchen, doing something furtively. I walked over curiously and whispered, "Old Huang, what are you doing?" Old Huang was startled by my sudden appearance and said in a bad temper, "I was just wondering how Fang Jun managed to remove people's organs without causing any injury. It's really amazing." I shook my head and didn't continue to watch old Huang's research. I just walked out of the house directly. "Hey, Lin Bai, where are you going?" I didn't answer and just hailed a taxi and went to the municipal bureau. Since I was the biggest hero in solving the ghost bridge case, Zhao Donglai is very polite to me now. When I asked to see Li Siwen, he didn't hesitate at all and let me in. When I saw Li Siwen again, her mental state was okay. At least she looked ruddy, with bright eyes and a calm face. I looked at the familiar yet strange girl in front of me and said in a calm tone, "Fang Jun is dead. Do you know?" I could clearly feel Li Siwen's body tremble uncontrollably. Then she pretended to be calm and asked, "How did he die?" I shrugged and suddenly asked, "In your plan, did he have a chance to live?" Li Siwen's body suddenly stiffened and she asked me blankly, "What do you mean by my plan? I don't understand what you're talking about." I shook my head, slowly got up, and turned off the video recorder and monitor in the interrogation room. Subsequently, I continued, "Now, no third person will know about our conversation. Fang Jun committed suicide. Before he died, he left a confession letter, taking all the blame upon himself. He also asked me to release you, so you are now free." Li Siwen's eyes flickered, fixedly staring at me. After a long while, she uttered, "Officer Lin, if only all the policemen in the world were like you." I suddenly laughed and seriously asked, "Is this supposed to be a compliment?" Li Siwen nodded and said, "Of course." I sat back down and voiced my speculation. "If my guess is correct, Fang Jun's revenge plan was probably formulated with you, right? You were responsible for attracting the police's attention, while Fang Jun continued to commit crimes during your detention. Naturally, the suspicion on you would be cleared." Li Siwen suddenly let out a laugh. "However, you're right, Officer Lin. Fang Jun was just the executor. I was the one who devised all the plans. Why? Because Zhang Yunting shouldn't have died in vain. She was my best friend. When I was at my lowest, she was always by my side, encouraging me until I walked out of the trough." I nodded, indicating my understanding. Then I asked my final question. "With your intelligence, you should have arranged things more perfectly. Why did you miss Yang Yingying?" Li Siwen suddenly stood up and asked incredulously, "What did you say? Yang Yingying isn't dead? How is that possible?" At this moment, I also realized something was wrong. Frowning, I pursued the question, "In your plan, will Yang Yingying also die?" Li Siwen nodded with a ghastly complexion and said in disbelief, "I know Fang Jun well. He won't let Yang Yingying go. How could he take poison and commit suicide before killing those 4 people?" At this time, the scene of that night on the lake repeated frame by frame in my mind. I found that I had overlooked an important question. I quickly pursued the question, "Do you know where Hu Yongshang is from?" Apparently, Li Siwen didn't expect me to ask an irrelevant question at this time. But she still answered truthfully, "The club president is from Shaanxi." "Why?" Shanxi. During the Northern Wei dynasty, Jizhou, the origin of the Great Vehicle sect, was in Shanxi. In an instant, the context of the whole case became clear in my mind. The Ghost Girl Bridge, Hu Yongqiang, the Great Vehicle sect. And this series of events all had reasonable explanations. My cold sweat flowed directly down my forehead. So that's how it is. I walked out of the interrogation room directly and found Zhao Donglai. Team leader Zhao, take everyone and go to the Ghost Girl Bridge. This case isn't over yet. What? Zhao Donglai looked blank, but due to my previous excellent performance, he still chose to believe me. He led the on-duty policeman and roared towards the Ghost Girl Bridge. And I still took a step ahead. On the way, I even took out my phone and sent a text message to Ouyang Xiaowei. I hope it's not too late. In this case, I've always overlooked a detail. From Zhang Yunting's death by fright, to Zhao Ruhui's suicide by hanging, Li Xiaona's drowning, and Chun Junyu's death by burning, the way each person died seems to be for the completion of a mysterious ritual. If the mastermind behind all this is Feng Jun, he has no reason to go to such lengths. Moreover, no one knows what exactly happened between Zhang Yunting jumping into the water and being scared to death. There is a mastermind manipulating all this, and that person is Hu Yongqiang. Everyone is a pawn, and he is trying to achieve his ultimate goal. In my frustration over my own carelessness, I finally return to Ghost Girl Bridge again. Just as I see the bridge of Ghost Girl Bridge, a large pentagram formation has been formed and is shrouded in a massive dark black light. Through the thick black fog, I see young Yingying. This young girl ultimately couldn't escape the arrangement of fate and is now lying on the ground, having lost all signs of life. There are several blood holes clearly visible on her white dress, and 7 bamboo sticks have passed through her body, with blood flowing all over the place. And Hu Yongqiang's hands are emitting a dim light. After gently stroking young Yingying's body surface for a while, a complete kidney actually emerges from her body under the wrap of the dim light and appears in Hu Yongqiang's hand. A golden light radiates from all over my body, and I directly rush into the enveloped formation. Hu Yongqiang, what on earth are you going to do? Hu Yongqiang looked at me coming over without the slightest surprise. Instead, he said curiously, Officer Lin, actually, the first time I saw you, I noticed the exuberant energy in your body. Sure enough, you're not an ordinary person either. My eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and a golden short sword appeared in my hand. Tell me what you're going to do, otherwise, you'll die right now. It seemed that he sensed how terrifying the power contained in my short sword was, so Hu Yongqiang wisely didn't resist. I know I'm not your opponent, but the people I wanted to kill have already been taken care of. You can kill me anytime, but don't you want to know about the birth of a miracle? I was even more puzzled in my heart. Miracle? What did he mean? Following Hu Yongqiang's gaze, a faint figure was looming in the formation. Unexpectedly, it was the female ghost in the legend of Ghost Bride Bridge. For some reason, her figure was more solid than the first time I saw her. A bold speculation emerged in my mind. I exclaimed in surprise, you want to resuscitate this female ghost? Hu Yongqiang's thoughts instantly became agitated. He roared with a red neck. She's not a female ghost. Her name is Dyer, and she's my goddess. That night, we were going to escape together. But I was locked up by my father who came from my hometown. I couldn't get out. When I came out again, she was already dead. Why, Dyer? Why couldn't you wait for me a little longer? My gaze was cold, and my look at Hu Yongqiang was full of chill. The legend of Ghost Bride Bridge has existed for more than 40 years. How could you be the person involved in the story? A terrifying and sinister smile emerged on Hu Yongqiang's face. All of this was still thanks to my father. He taught me the doctrines of the Great Vehicle sect. I killed all the clansmen in our family and finally achieved the body of the 10-pillar Bodhisattva, which is why I have gained so many more years of lifespan. I shook my head and sighed helplessly, saying, you're truly a lunatic. At this moment, Hu Yongqiang was already in a state of madness. He wrapped the freshly removed kidney with a black glimmer of light and moved it towards the last corner of the formation. There was already a ball of glimmering light in each of the other 4 corners. Without even thinking, one could guess what it was. Your Dyer is already dead. No matter what, I will not allow you to use 5 innocent lives to achieve your goal. As the words fell, the golden light on my body dissipated, replaced by a black, thunderous light. Rumble. Countless black thunders fell from the sky and struck the strange formation, shattering everything into powder. Thunder has always been the nemesis of all evil spirits, and cults like the Great Vehicle sect are no exception. Watching the soul body in the formation also turn into ashes under the heavenly thunder, Hu Yongqiang stood there stunned, and then let out a heart-rending scream. I'll kill you. But how could an ordinary person who secretly learned Buddhism, even if he achieved the so-called body of the 10-pillar Bodhisattva, possibly be a match for me? In just a few moves, he was already under my feet. I said coldly, next, let me guess your crime. The love letter Zhang Yunting gave you was deliberately shown to Zhao Ruhui by you, and then you instigated it, which led to the bullying incident at the Ghost Bridge. That night, after they left, you rescued Zhang Yunting and then killed her, disguising it as a death from fright. Then you found Feng Jun and used his feelings for Zhang Yunting to start a revenge plan. You promised him that you would resurrect Zhang Yunting for him. So he was willing to die willingly, taking all the blame on himself and making the police relax their vigilance. In fact, your ultimate goal was to resurrect your dead lover, right? You were simply heartless. Since that soul body dissipated, Hu Yongxiang has been completely disheartened. Facing my questioning, he didn't deny it at all. Instead, he shouted maniacally, "So what? It's their honor to die for my dire. I'm not wrong. The one who is wrong is you." I shook my head again, deeply feeling sorry for the dead Fong Jun. You really deserve to die. Hu Yongxiang's eyes were red with rage, constantly provoking me. So what? Do you dare to kill me? Oh. I took out the golden short sword and my eyes narrowed. In fact, I'm not really a good policeman. A sharp golden light that was impossible to resist flashed by, and Hu Yongxiang's head immediately flew off, and the blood splashed on the ground, but it couldn't wash away the evil in his heart. A slight thunderclap sounded. The figure of the Thunder Girl reappeared beside me. She frowned as she looked at Hu Yongxiang's body, which had been severed in two, and pursed her lips. I thought you knew I was nearby and wouldn't kill him. I shrugged, and the golden short sword retracted back into my body again. You should know me. If I didn't kill him, I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. The Thunder Girl nodded noncommittally. This is indeed your style. While we were talking, Zhao Donglai and the police officers arrived at the scene. Looking at the mess on the ground, he couldn't help asking, "Consultant Lin, what's going on?" Before I could say anything, the Thunder Girl threw out a certificate. 749 Bureau is on official business. You can go back. If you have any questions, you can directly ask Director Chen Zhenyang of the Provincial Department. Zhao Donglai was obviously stunned holding the Thunder Girl's certificate. Finally, after making a few calls, he led the team away. I gave a thumbs up and praised. The 749 Bureau is really a golden signboard. The Thunder Girl ignored my joking and directly handed me a certificate that read Senior Investigator of the 749 Bureau, Lin Bai, along with a photo of me. I looked at her. The Thunder Girl explained, "This is the director's intention. You can continue to stay by Ouyang Xiaowei's side. But you must admit your identity as a member of the 749 Bureau. Do you understand?" I nodded and waved the certificate in my hand. "Okay, then I'm leaving. You remember to clean up this mess." Looking at my gradually disappearing back, the Thunder Girl shook her head. A faint thunderclap resounded. The silhouette of the Thunder Maiden reappeared beside me. She knitted her brows as she beheld Hu Yongxiang's corpse, which had been cleft asunder, and curled her lips. "I fancied you were aware of my vicinity and would refrain from slaying him." I shrugged, and the golden dagger retracted once more into my being. "You ought to know me. Were I not to kill him, I wouldn't be able to slumber tonight." The Thunder Maiden nodded noncommittally. "This is truly your modus operandi." Whilst we were conversing, Zhao Donglai and the constables arrived at the scene. Gazing upon the disarray on the ground, he couldn't help inquiring, "Consultant Lin, what on earth is going on?" Ere I could utter a word, the Thunder Maiden flung out a credential. "The 749 Bureau is conducting official duties. You may depart. Should you have any queries, you can directly pose them to Director Chen Zhenyang of the Provincial Department." Zhao Donglai was evidently aghast holding the Thunder Maiden's credential. Eventually, after making several calls, he led the contingent away. I gave a thumbs up and extolled, "The 749 Bureau is truly a resplendent signboard." The Thunder Maiden disregarded my jesting and directly proffered me a credential inscribed with Senior Investigator of the 749 Bureau, Lin Bai, along with a portrait of me. I regarded her quizzically. The Thunder Maiden expounded indifferently, "This is the director's intent. You can continue to abide by Ouyang Xiaowei's side. Yet you must acknowledge your status as a member of the 749 Bureau. Comprehend?" I nodded and brandished the credential in my hand. "All right, then I'm off. You remember to tidy up this debacle." Gazing at my receding back, the Thunder Maiden shook her head. This guy really doesn't know what the bureau chief sees in him. Chapter 29, The Strange Beggar. When I opened my eyes the next day, there was a resentful face in front of me. I sat up abruptly and said speechlessly, "Sister Wei, what are you up to?" Ouyang Xiaowei narrowed her eyes and asked persistently, "What exactly happened last night? Why didn't you and Zhao Donglai tell me?" I spread my hands helplessly and shook my head. "Sister Wei, do you know what the confidentiality principle is? I've already said it can't be told, yet you keep asking. Is that proper?" Ouyang Xiaowei turned her head away and snorted. "Oh, the confidentiality principle, huh? Your pocket money for this month is gone. Do you think you can threaten me like this? Am I, Lin Bai, the kind of person who would ignore principles for pocket money? Soon." Ouyang Xiaowei learned all the details of the matter and played with the ID given to me by the Thunder Woman. She even marveled, "So I've become a senior investigator?" Sure enough, brute force is useful. I glanced at the time and couldn't help but remind, "Sister Wei, it's getting late. Shouldn't we go to work?" Only then did Ouyang Xiaowei notice that it was already late. Then she pulled me out of the room. We happened to run into Lao Huang, who was coming out to wash up. Lao Huang stared blankly for a moment when he saw me and Ouyang Xiaowei coming out of my room together. "You, too." Ouyang Xiaowei blushed. How could she not know what he was thinking wrongly? So she said angrily, "Lao Huang, if you keep having such inappropriate thoughts, I'll skin you alive." Lao Huang involuntarily shrank his neck and a large number of goosebumps appeared on his body. Then he slunk away. After having breakfast, the three of us set off on our journey to work. In fact, in this world, going to work is a thing that wears down the energy and spirit of most people. Before even entering the Public Security Bureau, one could see many colleagues with numb expressions on their faces, walking towards their work posts like walking corpses. Since the work of Lao Huang and me is relatively easy, after all, there aren't many major cases that can be transferred to the Public Security Bureau. So after punching the clock, Lao Huang took me to a snack street behind the back door of the Public Security Bureau. Lin Bai, I'll take you to eat something you haven't eaten before. With curiosity and anticipation for delicious food in my heart, I obediently followed behind Lao Huang until we reached a stinking stall. Frowning, I said somewhat speechlessly, Lao Huang, is this the thing you said I haven't eaten before? Lao Huang nodded excitedly and said, exactly, this is called stinky tofu, and it's very delicious. I pursed my lips. This smell is really indescribable and makes one unable to arouse the slightest interest. Seeing me about to turn around and leave, Lao Huang grabbed me and advised earnestly, Lin Bai, trust me this time. If it's not delicious, I'll give you all my pocket money for this week. This sentence made my steps of leaving pause. Sure enough, it's still the allure of money that moves people's hearts. However, when I saw Lao Huang taking out a serving of stinky tofu as if it were a precious treasure, I still instinctively felt resistance. But for the pocket money for a week, I still opened my mouth. After devouring a large chunk of deep-fried stinky tofu, a peculiar flavor spread across my taste buds. I slowly opened my eyes and suddenly became intrigued. Oh, not bad. Seeing that I approved of his delicacy, Lao Huang visibly beamed with joy. Ha ha ha. Squatting together in a corner of the street, the two of us finished a serving of stinky tofu, one bite after another. The sense of satisfaction was truly unforgettable. Just as we were about to leave after finishing, a down-and-out beggar beside the trash can caught my attention. For some reason, I sensed a strong aura of malevolence on him, yet he was an ordinary person. Due to the influence of this aura, he had become delirious and thus fallen into the state of a beggar. At this moment, the stinky tofu vendor, seeing me constantly staring at the beggar, sighed, this beggar is crazy. No one knows where he came from. He keeps mumbling strange things like a bear with a human face and a child popping out of a belly. He's been here for over a year. A bear with a human face? A child popping out of a belly? Two sentences that had no connection and even made no logical sense instantly piqued my curiosity. I turned to Lao Huang and asked, if the aura of malevolence presses on a person's cranial nerves, causing delirium, can you cure it? Lao Huang was using a toothpick to pick his teeth and replied indifferently, of course. If I can't even handle such a trivial matter, am I still Lao Huang? I nodded without the dirt and stench on the beggar. I picked him up and walked out. Lao Huang looked at me blankly. Little Lin Bai, you don't mean him, do you? I laughed, it's him. Anyway, I stayed here to experience more cases. I think there must be a story we want in this man. Lao Huang shrugged. All right, but can you give him a bath first? He stinks too much now. I thought for a moment, went to a deserted corner, put him down, flipped my palm, and a blue stream of water formed in my palm. It penetrated from the beggar's collar, easily washing away the surface dirt of the beggar and roughly cleaning his clothes at the same time. I casually threw the original blue stream of water on the ground. Then I flipped my palm again, and a flame gushed out from my palm, drying the beggar's clothes. After finishing everything, I clapped my hands and said proudly to Lao Huang, how about it? Lao Huang looked at me like I was a monster, gaping. How can you also have water and fire elemental abilities? What kind of freak are you? I spread my hands innocently. I don't know either. It just suddenly came to me in my mind. Lao Huang. Sure enough, when people are speechless, they don't want to talk. Because on the way back, Lao Huang didn't say a word to me. I nodded, not showing any revulsion towards the filth and stench on the beggar. I hoisted him onto my shoulders and walked out. Lao Huang stared at me blankly and said, Little Lin Bai, you don't mean him, do you? I grinned and replied, that's the one. Anyway, I stayed here to experience more cases. I believe there must be a tale we're seeking in this man. Lao Huang shrugged helplessly and said, all right, but could you give him a bath first? He reeks horribly now. I pondered for a moment, then carried him to a secluded corner and gently set him down. With a flip of my palm, a blue stream of water materialized in my hand. It seeped in from the beggar's collar, effortlessly cleansing the surface grime while also roughly laundering his clothes. I casually cast the original blue stream of water onto the ground. Subsequently, I flipped my palm once more, and a jet of flame burst forth from my hand, drying the beggar's clothes. After completing all these actions, I clapped my hands and boasted to Lao Huang, how about that? Lao Huang regarded me as if I were a monster, his mouth gaping in astonishment as he said, how can you possess both water and fire elemental abilities? What on earth are you? I spread my hands innocently and said, I have no idea either. It just suddenly popped into my mind. Lao Huang. Sure enough, when people are at a loss for words, they refrain from speaking. Because throughout the journey back, Lao Huang didn't utter a single word to me. The beggar also fainted under my. So we smoothly took him to Lao Huang's studio. While Lao Huang was treating the beggar, I guarded at the door. After about half an hour, Lao Huang pushed open the door. The malevolent qi has been dispelled. He should wake up soon. However, Lin Bai, are you sure this beggar really encountered something strange as you guessed? I shook my head. I don't know either. But even if not, we have helped a down-and-out person, haven't we? Lao Huang was stunned for a moment, then nodded and sat there, seemingly conducting some strange research. Perhaps due to long-term malnutrition, the beggar's physique was a bit weak, and he didn't wake up until it was almost dark. Who are you? The moment he woke up, he looked at me and Lao Huang with full, as if he was afraid that the two of us would harm him. Seeing him so nervous, I took out my police ID and said softly, I'm a policeman, and he's a forensic doctor. We saw that your mental state was a bit off on the street. So we brought you back for treatment. Policeman? After carefully looking at my ID, the beggar suddenly knelt down, emotionally collapsed, and pleaded, Are you policeman? Please, save my wife and children. I and Lao Huang exchanged glances, and a glimmer of light appeared in each other's eyes. It seems that this beggar really has his own story. I helped the beggar up and poured him a cup of warm water. The beggar also fainted under my contrivance. Thus, we smoothly conveyed him to Lao Huang's studio. While Lao Huang was treating the beggar, I guarded at the door. After approximately half an hour, Lao Huang pushed open the door. The malevolent aura has been dispelled. He should regain consciousness soon. However, Lin Bai, are you certain this beggar truly encountered something uncanny as you surmised? I shook my head. I'm not sure either. But even if not, we have assisted a destitute individual. Have we not? Lao Huang was momentarily stunned, then nodded and sat there, seemingly engaged in some peculiar research. Perhaps due to prolonged malnutrition, the beggar's physique was somewhat frail, and he didn't wake up until it was nearly dark. Who are you? The instant he woke up, he regarded me and Lao Huang with full vigilance, as if fearing that the two of us would do him harm. Observing his extreme nervousness, I produced my police identification and said gently, I'm a police officer, and he's a forensic doctor. We noticed that your mental state was somewhat amiss on the street, so we brought you back for treatment. Police officer? After carefully examining my identification, the beggar suddenly knelt down, emotionally distraught, and pleaded, Are you police officers? Please, save my wife and children. I and Lao Huang exchanged glances, and a glimmer of light emerged in each other's eyes. It appears that this beggar truly has his own tale. I helped the beggar up and poured him a cup of tepid water. Never mind. Take your time. As long as you have difficulties, we will surely help you. Hearing us say so, the beggar's mood gradually eased. After drinking the hot water, he slowly told us about his experience. My name is Zhang Yap. Chapter 30. The bear with a human face. Ouyang Xiaowei, as the captain of the Provincial Public Security Department, naturally shoulders a heavy burden, which is quite different from the two of us idlers. It wasn't until after 8 o'clock in the evening that she finished the work at hand. Looking up, she saw me sneaking a peek at her at the office door. If you have something to say, just come over and say it directly. Ouyang Xiaowei said impatiently. I walked over somewhat sheepishly, pulled her arm, and said, Sister Wei, come here. I'll introduce you to someone. Ouyang Xiaowei rolled her eyes, but still picked up her coat and followed me back to Lao Huang's studio. Pushing open the door, Ouyang Xiaowei saw Lao Huang standing together with another middle-aged man dressed in rags and was a bit slow to react. What on earth are you two up to? Furtively, Lao Huang pushed Zhang Yaping out and jerked his chin towards him, saying, This is the criminal investigation captain of the Provincial Public Security Department. If she helps, there's hope for saving your wife and daughter. Zhang Yaping seemed to see hope and immediately knelt in front of Ouyang Xiaowei, sobbing uncontrollably as he said, Comrade policeman, please help me. Seeing this, Ouyang Xiaowei quickly helped him up and said gently, Just tell me directly what's going on. We will surely uphold justice for you. Zhang Yaping took a deep breath and then began to slowly tell his story. My name is Zhang Yaping. I am 37 years old this year. I am a bridge engineer. Before this happened, I could be said to have had a smooth sailing, a happy family. I had a beautiful wife who loved me and a lively and lovely daughter. It seemed that God favored us and gave us a second child. To celebrate, I took a long vacation, took my wife and daughter, and embarked on a self-driving tour. At the beginning, everything was wonderful. We left precious memories in various places. Until that night, when we passed by the Yunnan Tibet line, an accident occurred. It was very late at that time, so there weren't many cars on the road. We planned to rest for a night at the next service area, but suddenly a huge object rushed out from the roadside. Before we could react, our car hit it hard. While hitting that unknown object and sending it flying, our car also hit the roadside guardrail installed. I got out nervously to check and found a brown bear that had been knocked unconscious. Whether it was my illusion or a concussion caused by the violent impact, I actually saw that the brown bear had a strange human face. Before I could take a closer look, many nearby villagers ran over and said that this was a brown bear raised in their village. They didn't watch it well, and it ran out. They also apologized to us again and warmly invited us to their village to rest and recuperate. Actually, I had already sensed something was amiss at that time. So I originally intended to decline. However, the vehicle had completely broken down by then, and calling for roadside assistance wouldn't arrive until tomorrow morning. The air at night was bitterly cold. It didn't matter much to me as a man, but my wife and daughter surely couldn't endure it. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, we still followed those villagers back to their village. Unexpectedly, this was the beginning of our nightmare. Their village was extremely secluded, requiring traversing 2 long woods and climbing over a small mountain to reach. The village wasn't large, with only about 200 households. Although it was already late at night, the village was still brightly lit. When they saw us, the gazes of everyone became strange. At this time, the village had received us. He was an old man with wrinkled face, looking kind. He warmly let us into his home and thoughtfully prepared meals for us. However, for some reason, I just felt that this village was permeated with eeriness everywhere. So I remained vigilant and scarcely ate any food or drank any water. In the small hours of the night, I suddenly heard faint sounds coming from outside. I nudged my wife beside me, only to find that she had fainted and lost all consciousness. Only then did I realize something was wrong. She must have been drugged. To figure out what exactly was going on in this village, I stealthily put on my clothes and went out. As a result, I found that the village head wasn't at home at all. I slipped into the village streets and noticed that everyone in the entire village was walking in one direction. I quietly followed them and witnessed the most terrifying sight in my life. In the village square, there was a very thick ancient tree, and tied to the tree was the brown bear that had escaped today. This time, I clearly saw the face of the brown bear, which actually had a painful human face. The villagers bowed and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times to a seemingly extremely evil god statue. After praying devoutly, they continuously poured bright red blood onto the brown bear. Immediately afterwards, the brown bear's belly started to wriggle nonstop, accompanied by its painful howls. Next, the most eerie thing happened. The brown bear's belly suddenly burst open, and countless little bears with human faces and bare bodies jumped out of it. They were caught by the villagers and put into cages. One of them happened to land not far from me. I looked over in a daze and actually locked eyes with that monster. I clearly saw that there was endless evil in the eyes of that monster, and my mind seemed to explode instantly, aching uncontrollably. Meanwhile, I was also discovered by the villagers. I was so horrified that I fled desperately, intending to return to the village head's house to take my wife and daughter away. However, when I got back, there was no sign of my wife and daughter in the bed. I thought of going back to the car first and calling the police, but I lost consciousness during my escape and spent an unknown amount of time in a daze. When I regained consciousness again, I was here. Zhang Yaping finished his story. Ouyang Xiaowei looked solemn and stared at Zhang Yaping suspiciously. After all, the story he told was really incredible. After a long silence, Ouyang Xiaowei suddenly asked, "What brand and color is the car you went on a self-driving tour with? What's the license plate number?" Zhang Yaping replied smoothly, "White, Audi A6. License plate number UA4XXX." Ouyang Xiaowei nodded and went out to make a phone call, seemingly to confirm the information about this car. Although there was a door between, I could still clearly hear the content of the call. "Okay, trouble you. Help me check it." "Oh, okay. It's near the Yunnan Tibet line, right? The family members have reported the disappearance, right?" "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Ouyang Xiaowei returned to us with a solemn expression and slowly said, "This car disappeared near the Sichuan-Tibet highway a year and a half ago. The owner, Zhang Yaping, and his wife and daughter are also missing. Half a year later, the car was found in an uninhabited area on the border. The local police's investigation result is that the suspected owner drove into the uninhabited area by mistake and died. But the bones were not found. The relevant police situation bulletin has been issued." Hearing this, Zhang Yaping said excitedly, "Impossible. I'm alive and well. Why do they say I'm dead? How could they be so irresponsible?" Lao Wang gently patted Zhang Yaping on the shoulder and whispered, "Don't worry first. Since Officer Ouyang knows about your experience, she definitely won't ignore it." However, I keenly noticed that Ouyang Xiaowei's face looked a bit embarrassed when Lao Wang said this. I had an idea and said to Zhang Yaping, "Don't worry first. Let's discuss how to help you. You stay by yourself for a while." After saying that, I grabbed Ouyang Xiaowei and Lao Wang and walked out. Lao Wang asked with a puzzled face, "What's wrong? Shouldn't we be planning how to explore that strange village now? What else is there to discuss?" I looked at Ouyang Xiaowei and asked in a low voice, "Sister Wei, is there any difficulty with this case?" Sure enough, Ouyang Xiaowei sighed and said, "According to the procedure, this case has to be sent back to the local sub-bureau for handling. We can't directly intervene in the investigation of local cases. It doesn't conform to the rules." Frowning, I asked, "Then why is the case of the Ghost Bride Bridge okay?" It was Zhao Donglai who submitted the application asking for the help of the department so that we could conduct the investigation legitimately. Moreover, for a missing persons case like this, with just a testimony whose authenticity is hard to determine, it's not appropriate for us to intervene directly. At this point, Huang snorted dissatisfiedly and said, Then what do you think we should do? Ouyang Xiaowei exhaled and said, return this case to the local police station and let them handle the investigation. If they encounter difficulties, then apply for our intervention. This is in line with the rules. Huang snorted again, clearly very dissatisfied with this plan. I also said, this will take too long. Besides, the wife and daughter of that person are still missing. What's more, what if the local public security organ doesn't ask the provincial department for help? Will we just have to watch helplessly? Ouyang Xiaowei advised helplessly, don't be so pessimistic. A year and a half has passed. What's the rush for these few days? We should still follow the rules. Huang simply turned his head away and said angrily, I don't care about what rules you policemen have. I only know that we can't just stand by and do nothing. As policemen, shouldn't we stand up for the common people? Always sticking to these rules. No wonder the relationship between the police and the public is so tense. Lin Bai. If you want, the two of us can go by ourselves. At worst, we won't wear this uniform anymore. Although I didn't say anything. It could be seen from my eager eyes that I agreed with Huang's complaint. After a long silence, Ouyang Xiaowei stamped her foot and said, all right. You two wait for me here. Then she walked towards the staircase. In the director's office, Chen Jingyang had just taken off his police uniform and was about to go home when Ouyang Xiaowei walked in with a smile on her face. Come on. What's the matter again? Let me make it clear first. I can't do things that violate the principles. Seeing Ouyang Xiaowei's expression, Chen Jingyang felt sweating all over and put the ugly words first. Uncle Chen, I have something to ask of you. I've told you so many times. Call me by my position when we're at work. 15 minutes later, Ouyang Xiaowei returned to us with a letter of introduction stamped by the Public Security Department. Let's go together. Chapter 31, Shady Village. Early the next morning, the four of us split into two teams and drove on the Yunnan line, one in front and the other behind. After about 4 hours, we finally found the general area where the accident had occurred. After a simple discussion among the four of us, Ouyang Xiaowei and I would go in first to investigate, while Lao Huang and Zhang Yaping would sneak into the village quietly and be ready to provide support at any time. To make it look more realistic, we left the car by the roadside and made it seem like it had broken down. Ouyang Xiaowei also stuffed a wad of dolls in front of her stomach, looking really like a pregnant woman in her several months of pregnancy. I looked at her curiously and exclaimed, I know that there's a wall between people's hearts, but I never thought it would be this thick. Ouyang Xiaowei clenched her small fist and said fiercely, cut the crap. Support me. I'm having trouble walking now. I quickly bowed and said in a funny way, all right, Your Majesty, take your time. Just like this, I supported Ouyang Xiaowei and got off the highway, groping deeper into the mountains step by step. Soon we found a forest that resembled the one described by Zhang Yaping. The towering trees blocked out the sunlight, and the ground was overgrown with weeds, making it impossible to see the path clearly. Every step left a deep or shallow imprint in the soft ground, and one might accidentally step into the wet mud at any time. Moreover, due to the long-term humid environment, there were many unfamiliar small animals on the ground, which made Ouyang Xiaowei exclaim continuously. I helplessly shook my head and picked Ouyang Xiaowei up around the waist. Ouyang Xiaowei then blushed and asked, Hey kid, what are you doing? I said somewhat domineeringly, shut up. If I carry you, we can walk faster. Lying in my arms. Ouyang Xiaowei only then noticed that there was an invisible layer of gas flowing rapidly around me, so small animals like mosquitoes couldn't get close to my body at all. So she closed her eyes and lay down in my arms contentedly. After all, compared to walking by herself, my arms were obviously more comfortable. This forest was very large, and it took me about 20 minutes to walk out of the forest at my speed. I put Ouyang Xiaowei on the ground and carefully examined the scraping marks left on a tree beside me, with a solemn expression on my face. Seeing me in a daze, Ouyang Xiaowei asked nervously, What's wrong? Did you find something? I shook my head and whispered, Sister Wei, there might really be a bear in this place, and its size is much larger than we imagined. Hearing this, Ouyang Xiaowei also felt a bit scared. There really is a bear. Should we call for some backup? But just as she took out her phone, she found that since passing through that forest, there has been no signal, and she couldn't help feeling annoyed. I couldn't help but smile and comfort her, saying, Sister Wei, with me here, what are you afraid of? Can any bear be stronger than me? Right. Thinking of my incredible combat power, Ouyang Xiaowei felt at ease again. After simply making a mark, I picked up Ouyang Xiaowei and continued walking forward. Another dense jungle appeared, compared with the first forest. This one obviously showed signs of human activity, and the environment was much better. At least there was a faint path for people to walk on the ground. As I walked through this forest, we clearly saw some very large animal feces and some huge footprints, even more than 1 meter in size. Ouyang Xiaowei couldn't help but secretly click her tongue and said, The claws are so big. How big is that bear? I shook my head. I've never even been to a zoo, let alone seen such a big bear. After about 30 minutes, we finally walked out of this forest. But at this moment, I was a bit puzzled. At my speed, it would take nearly an hour. So Zhang Yaping with his wife and daughter would at least take an hour and a half, or even longer. In that dim condition, could he really not misremember the direction or have hallucinations? However, soon, two ants who seemed to be nearby villagers suddenly appeared in our sight. Who are you two? The moment these two middle-aged women noticed us, they asked with a full sense of vigilance. And I put on an anxious look and said hurriedly, "Aunties. We are tourists here for travel. Our car broke down on the highway. Look, my wife is still pregnant. Could we stay in your village for one night?" Initially, the two aunties were still full of defensiveness towards us, but upon hearing about the pregnant woman, their attitudes suddenly did a complete 180-degree turn. They said to us warmly, "Sure, then come back to the village with us. Stay first and leave whenever the car is repaired." The attitude change was so drastic before and after. There must be something wrong. I thought secretly in my heart, but on the surface, I followed them calmly, constantly expressing my gratitude. Ouyang Xiaowei kept her head buried in my chest and didn't say a word. Sure enough, after crossing a small hillock, a seemingly peaceful and serene small village appeared in front of us. It seemed to have about 200 households. It was dinner time, and the chimneys of every household were emitting cooking smoke. Obviously, everyone was cooking. Along the way, I chatted with the two aunties off and on. "Auntie, this village of ours is so remote. What's its name?" The aunt didn't have too much suspicion and replied while walking. "Our village is called Inliang Village. Because it's in the mountains, it's cool all year round, hence the name. Although our village is small and remote, the villagers are very hospitable. Every year, there are tourists who get lost in the nearby area and come to our village. They are reluctant to leave after staying for some time." "Really? That's really nice. This time, the two of us will also stay for a few more days." Another aunt said with a strange smile, "Good, good, good. You can stay as long as you want." After walking for another 15 minutes, we finally officially entered the village. At the entrance of the village, 4 or 5 children who looked not very old were playing. When they saw the two of us strangers, they all stopped what they were doing. They stared at us without blinking, or rather, at Ouyang Xiaowei's bulging belly. It's hard to imagine that kind of look coming from the eyes of some children. It's very numb, without emotion, and gives people a very uncomfortable feeling. The leading aunt was afraid of scaring us and quickly scolded, "Shoo, shoo, shoo. Go and play by yourselves." The children at the entrance of the village immediately scattered and didn't know where they ran to. An aunt said to us, "You two wait here for a while. I'll go call the village head, and I'll be back soon." I curiously sized up the village in front of me. Although it looked ordinary, for some reason, it just gave people a very strange feeling. But I couldn't tell exactly what was strange. At this time, Ouyang Xiaowei whispered, "Do you feel that there's something strange?" I nodded. Look closely at the windows of these houses. Under the reminder of Ouyang Xiaowei, I then noticed that none of the houses had windows. Why is that? As I continued to look around with a curious gaze, two aunts led an amiable old man over. "Oh dear, esteemed guests. I am the village head of Inliang Village. I'm truly sorry for the oversight. Do come inside quickly." I nodded and pretended to be polite, saying, "Oh, village head, what are you talking about? We're the ones who came uninvited. We just hope we haven't caused you any trouble." The village head's face always wore a kind smile, and he was very enthusiastic towards us. I casually asked, "Village head," as we walked along, "why do all the villagers' houses seem to have no windows?" The smile on the village head's face froze for a moment. Then he pretended to be calm and said, "Oh, because our village is in the mountains, so wild beasts often appear. There was a precedent of wild beasts breaking into people's houses through the windows in the early years. So later everyone sealed up their windows. That's why it might seem strange to you." I forced a laugh and said, "Those wild beasts are really powerful. They can even break through the windows." The village head smiled and didn't say anything more. Just like this, we walked all the way to the village head's house. The village head's house was very large and looked like a villa. It was a 2-story small building with a separate yard. On the cement ground of the yard, 2 tire tracks were clearly visible. Ouyang Xiaowei and I exchanged a furtive glance without making a sound. There were dozens of luxury cars in Ouyang Xiaowei's garage, so she was naturally no stranger to these tire tracks. And I also knew this was a new model of Land Rover, although I didn't know how much it cost. Since it could be in Sister Wei's garage, the price must be high. Could the head of a village like this one be so wealthy? With such doubts, we entered the headman's house. Although the house still looked shabby, some of the furniture was obviously of high value at a glance. When we came in, the headman's wife had already started preparing the meal. The headman's son seemed a bit simple-minded and dull. His clothes were dirty and he was drooling at the corner of his mouth. Since we came in, his eyes had never left Ouyang Xiaowei. Such blatant stares would inevitably make people feel uncomfortable. So Ouyang Xiaowei frowned and said coldly, "What are you staring at?" I also stared at him with a bad complexion. Seeing this, the headman picked up the shovel beside him and swung it at him desperately, muttering, "You little rascal, making you look around everywhere. You're really shameless. Scaring the guests. I'll skin you alive." It seemed that the headman's stupid son had been beaten quite often. When he saw the headman picking up the shovel, he let out a strange scream and started running away at full speed. The headman chased closely behind, afraid that the headman might really beat him badly. Ouyang Xiaowei and I quickly chased after them and stopped the headman. Hey, forget it, headman. Don't be angry. Only then did the headman give up and put down the shovel, but he was still cursing. This stinky boy is really so worrisome. Chapter 32. The evil statue. After the episode with the village head's stupid son, the atmosphere at the dinner table suddenly became awkward. Although the village head remained as enthusiastic as ever, it was obvious that Ouyang Xiaowei was in a bad mood. So she hardly ate anything and kept saying she wanted to go back and rest. I, on the other hand, was impatiently clinking glasses with the village head nonstop. Stupid woman, don't you listen? Your man is out here drinking. What are you blabbering about? Because of the alcohol, my face turned bright red, and I kept scolding Ouyang Xiaowei. The latter cooperated by pouting her lips, looking like she had been wronged. The village head's wife quickly interceded on the side, saying, hey, young people, there's no couple that doesn't quarrel. Just say less and it'll be fine. The village head also said meaningfully, you young man, finding such a beautiful wife and still willing to scold her. You really don't know how lucky you are. And I said heroically, women, if you don't beat them for 3 days, they'll raise the roof. The village head smiled without saying a word, shook his head, and kept urging me to drink more. A slight arc formed at the corner of my mouth. Although the smell of the drug was faint, my nose is so sensitive that I couldn't fail to notice it. I was just acting along. I guess the village head would never have thought that even the anesthetic that could knock out an elephant wouldn't have much effect on me. Just as we were drinking merrily, a young man who looked sleazy, with red-dyed hair, walked in. Hey, old man, when are you going to pay this month's money? I'm broke. Halfway through his words, he suddenly saw the two of us strangers here. His expression changed and he quickly put on a smiling face and said, oh, there are guests. Why didn't anyone tell me? Let me join you for a meal too. The village head looked at this young man who seemed like a hooligan, frowned and said, Zhao Si, what are you doing here? Get out of here quickly. The young man named Zhao Si just sat down regardless, and his eyes kept wandering on Ouyang Xiaowei. Hey, village head, you're not right. When there are guests in our village, as one of the few young people in the village, don't I have to come and take a look? Just as the village head was about to get angry, I stopped him. Hey, village head, since this brother is willing to stay, let him stay. Just the two of us drinking is boring anyway. The village head still wanted to say something, but Zhao Si directly picked up a pair of chopsticks and started gobbling up. Village head, your aunt's cooking skills are really good. She still cooks so deliciously now. It's a pity that it takes a long time to get to have such a meal again. A thought flashed through my mind and I asked calmly, oh, brother Zhao Si, from what you said, you come to the village head's place for a meal every once in a while? Zhao Si laughed heartily, picked up a piece of chicken and put it into his mouth and said, only when there are guests in the village does the village head's family dare to kill a chicken to entertain. You should eat more too. You won't be able to eat like this in the future. What do you mean you won't be able to eat like this in the future? As long as the guests want to eat, whenever they come back to our Yinliang village, we will entertain them according to this standard. Since Zhao Si arrived, the village head's expression has been a bit nervous, as if he was extremely afraid that he might say something indiscreet. Although I could tell, I still forced a smile and said, it doesn't matter, village head. You are so warm and hospitable. We will definitely come back in the future. The village head nodded with a smile. Zhao Si, however, sneered disdainfully and turned his head to look at Ouyang Xiaowei. His lecherous eyes made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Oh, this is the sister-in-law, right? So fair-skinned. Women in the city really look good. Ouyang Xiaowei rolled her eyes and didn't respond. I also pretended not to hear, not wanting to fall out with them now. Unexpectedly, Zhao Si became even more insatiable. He stretched out his greasy and dirty hand, trying to touch Ouyang Xiaowei's shoulder. How could Ouyang Xiaowei bear this? Subconsciously, she reached out and grabbed Zhao Si's wrist, and with an over-the-shoulder throw, she sent Zhao Si crashing to the ground like a dog eating shit. Oh, you bitch, how dare you hit me? Zhao Si's face immediately showed embarrassment. He took out a dagger from his waist and pointed it at Ouyang Xiaowei and said, today, I'll disfigure you. Seeing that the conflict was about to escalate again, I glared and immediately stood in front of Ouyang Xiaowei, glaring at Zhao Si viciously, and said, if you say another word, do you believe I'll disfigure you first? Zhao Si's eyes showed a fierce light. Without saying a word, he advanced towards me menacingly. At this time, the village head suddenly stepped forward and scolded Zhao Si. Zhao Si, if you dare to make trouble again, I'll break your legs and throw you out directly. Do you believe it? Obviously. What the village head said had a great deterrent effect on Zhao Si. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Si still reluctantly put away the dagger and left resentfully. When passing by me, he didn't forget to threaten me viciously. You'd better get out of the village quickly, otherwise, I'll definitely kill you sooner or later. My expression didn't change at all. I just stared coldly at this rude hooligan. After Zhao Si left, the village head stared at Ouyang Xiaowei suspiciously and said, young man, your woman is really amazing. That Zhao Si is a well-known hooligan in our village. Usually, 3 or 5 people are no match for him. Unexpectedly, he suffered a loss at the hands of your woman. I pretended to be relaxed and laughed, Ha ha ha, village head, to be honest with you. Don't look at my woman being thin and weak, but she has practiced taekwondo since childhood. An ordinary person is really no match for her. Only then did the village head dispel his doubts, but there was still a little suspicion in his eyes. After this commotion by Zhao Si, no one had the mood to continue eating. After saying hello to the village head, the two of us returned to the room. Our room was on the second floor of the village head's house. As soon as we came in, Ouyang Xiaowei pretended to stroll around first. After making sure there were no cameras or recorders, she relaxed. I originally wanted to lie down and rest for a while. But then I saw Ouyang Xiaowei beckoning to me with her finger. I approached cautiously and said, "Sister Wei, what's the instruction?" "You, old lady." Before I could finish, Ouyang Xiaowei grabbed my collar and said with a hostile look in her eyes, "You were quite cocky outside just now, weren't you? Calling every woman a bitch. I gave you face." As she spoke, she slapped my head continuously. I could only say pitifully, "Sister Wei, isn't this for the act? Otherwise, even if you gave me 10 guts, I wouldn't dare to disrespect you." Humph. Hearing me say this, Ouyang Xiaowei let go of me, but still stared at me with an unfriendly expression. "Tell me, do you feel anything strange about this village?" I nodded seriously, opened a bottle of mineral water we brought ourselves, and handed it to Ouyang Xiaowei, saying, "This village is indeed full of eeriness. Moreover, there was enough sleeping potion in the food we had just now. If I'm not mistaken, there's definitely something wrong with this village." Ouyang Xiaowei nodded, took a sip of water, and then said in a low voice, "I guess they'll wait until after midnight when the two of us are asleep and then attack us." I agreed and said, "Yes, that's what I think too. It's 7 p.m. now. At least we still have 2 or 3 hours to explore." Ouyang Xiaowei tied the police gun around her waist, with a serious look between her eyebrows. "What are you going to do next?" I reached out my hand and said, "Sister Wei, hold my hand. Let's go out first." Ouyang Xiaowei didn't hesitate at all. She reached out her hand and grabbed me, then closed her eyes. The space around the two of us blurred for a moment, and we disappeared from the original place instantly. When we opened our eyes again, we had come to a huge square. In the very center of the square was an old locust tree that even 2 adults couldn't embrace. In front of the locust tree was also placed a statue of Guanyin that looked extremely evil, different from the traditional peaceful, serene, and holy statue of Guanyin. This one had 4 heads and 8 arms, holding various weapons in its hands. Especially the eyes of the statue showed a faint scarlet color, exuding an eerie atmosphere everywhere. Ouyang Xiaowei covered her mouth and whispered, "This should be the square that Zhan Yaping mentioned. It actually exists." I didn't say a word and just nodded. For some reason, as soon as I arrived at this square, I felt gusts of gloomy wind. Even though I was dressed warmly enough, I still felt a chill. In this vast space, even though the air circulation was good, there was still a faint smell of blood that couldn't dissipate. I whispered to Ouyang Xiaowei, "Sister Wei, there must be something seriously wrong with this village. What Zhan Yaping saw wasn't an illusion. It should all be real." "What?" Ouyang Xiaowei exclaimed. I told her to stay where she was, and then flashed to the locust tree in a single move. I picked up a slender brown hair. "Sister Wei, look. This is the hair from a brown bear. Judging from this, it should have fallen off for some time." Ouyang Xiaowei frowned and asked, "Are you sure?" I nodded. Then continued, "Sister Wei, contact Huang and Zhan Yaping and ask them to come and meet us. It's probably not enough for just the two of us to find out the truth about this village." Ouyang Xiaowei nodded and took out a police communicator. This was the latest police equipment. Within a radius of 10 kilometers, regardless of whether there was a signal or not, it could determine the approximate location of the other party and make a call. After receiving our signal, Huang and Zhan Yaping crept over quietly. "Hey, that damn forest is really hard to get through. If it weren't for me, Huang, being well prepared, I might have been sucked dry by mosquitoes." Huang started complaining as soon as he met us. Zhan Yaping came to this square again. His eyes glazed over for a moment, and he said excitedly, "It's this square. I saw with my own eyes those villagers perform that evil ceremony here." I sighed. "Sure enough, Huang, the village is really too dangerous. It's not safe for the two of you here. Go and look around in the nearby forest to see if you can find any clues. If you find any signs of a brown bear moving, don't act rashly. Just come back and meet us. Do you understand?" Huang and Zhan Yaping nodded seriously. Next, the 4 of us separated again. Ouyang Xiaowei and I also returned to our rooms. Chapter 33 hints appear after returning to the room. Ouyang Xiaowei and I lay side by side on the bed, quietly waiting for the fish to take the bait. "Sister Wei, your family is so wealthy and you're so beautiful. Why do you want to be a police officer?" When I was bored, I asked the question that had been hidden in my heart. Ouyang Xiaowei was silent for a moment and then slowly said, "At first, perhaps because I thought that after becoming a police officer, I could uphold justice and stand up for the oppressed common people. But after actually becoming a police officer, I found that many of the injustices in this world cannot be solved by the police alone and require the joint efforts of many people." I nodded thoughtfully and said, "However, Sister Wei, you're a good police officer. At least that's what I think." Ouyang Xiaowei's eyes brightened slightly. Do you really think so? I nodded affirmatively. Yes. Take this incident for example. You could have easily not taken the risk to come with us, but you still did. Just for this reason, you're a good police officer. Ouyang Xiaowei let out a soft laugh and said indifferently, after being a police officer for a long time, I've gotten used to doing everything according to the rules and regulations. In fact, I should thank you and Lao Huang. It's your perseverance that made me see the person I used to be, which is why I chose to act recklessly with you. Hiki. I suddenly let out a soft laugh and suddenly thought this world is really quite interesting. A very faint sound came from the stairs. I quickly made a shushing gesture and then closed my eyes, pretending to be completely unconscious. Ouyang Xiaowei also cooperated by closing her eyes and even making her breathing become faint. Sure enough, after a while, the doorknob turned gently, and the village head and his wife tiptoed in. Seeing that the two of us had fallen into a deep coma, the village head and his wife felt relieved. Old man, what should we do with these two people? The village head looked at Ouyang Xiaowei. Or rather, he looked at Ouyang Xiaowei's belly, with greed in his eyes. As usual, sell the man directly and keep the woman. Lock her in the cellar. When the time comes, sacrifice her to the gods. The village head's wife nodded, lifted Ouyang Xiaowei up and put her in a cart. Then she tied me up tightly, locked me in the room and left with the cart. After they left, just as I was about to take action, there came another sound of footsteps. I had to close my eyes and continue to pretend to be unconscious. As a result, I saw the hooligan Zhao Si who had caused trouble at the dinner table tiptoe in. Seeing me tied up, he couldn't help sighing. Took out his dagger and untied my ropes, muttering to himself, Alas, I told you to leave, but you just wouldn't listen. Now, you're going to lose your life here. Hearing his muttering, I couldn't help saying, unexpectedly, not everyone in this village is hopeless. The sudden voice startled Zhao Si. Damn it, who's talking? After looking around, he saw my bright eyes and exclaimed in shock, You weren't knocked out? I sat up on my own and asked curiously, Why did you come to set me free? Although curious as to why I could still remain awake, Zhao Si still said coldly, Although I don't know exactly who you people are, once that woman is taken away, you won't be able to save her. While you can still move, run quickly. Run as far as you can and never come back. I was originally wondering how Zhang Yapeng, an ordinary person invaded by evil qi, could have escaped here alive. Looking at Zhao Si in front of me, I suddenly understood. Since you're not that detestable, stay here a while longer. As the words fell, the rope that had been broken on the ground suddenly appeared in my hand. I tightly bound him up and even thoughtfully tied his mouth shut. I'm going to save someone. Wait for me to come back. After saying that, my figure simply disappeared in front of him. His expression changed from shock to horror, and finally, he even fainted from fright. Young people, such poor mental fortitude. The speed of the village head and his wife was not fast, and I quickly caught up with them. The two of them directly came to an abandoned warehouse at the very depths of the village. Although it looked dilapidated, there was a shed in front of the warehouse door, and two strong middle-aged men were taking shelter from the heat in the shed. Seeing the village head come over, the two of them quickly stood up. Village head, got another job? The village head nodded, bearing a mouthful of big yellow teeth and smilingly saying, That's right. Open the door. The two men circled around Ouyang Xiaowei, their eyes full of lewd light, as if they had never seen such a beautiful woman and were about to drool. When the village head saw their looks, he immediately pulled a long face and scolded, Let's do the main thing first. When have I ever treated you badly, old man? Haven't you had enough enjoyment these years? The two men scratched their heads awkwardly and obediently went to unlock the lock hanging on the warehouse. They smiled embarrassedly and said, The village head is right. But village head, this girl is so beautiful. We've never seen such a beautiful woman in our lives. Can't we have a good time first? The village head gave them a disdainful look, checked the time, took out his pipe, and said indifferently, All right, push her in first. I'll only give you half an hour. Hearing this, the two men were overjoyed and pushed the cart into the warehouse with a lewd smile on their faces. The village head was smoking his dry tobacco and chatting with his wife off and on. Has the person sent to deal with their car gone? The village head's wife nodded and said, Don't worry. Just like before, find an uninhabited area and dump the car. No one will see or find out about us in the village. Only then did the village head feel relieved. He sighed and said, Now this business is getting harder and harder to do. Those things in the forest are getting smarter now. We often can't catch one for months. The buyers are in a hurry. Tomorrow I'll take people and go into the forest myself. We have to catch at least one this month. The village head's wife sighed and said worriedly, Old man, recently I've always had a feeling of uneasiness. Maybe we should stop. The money we've earned these days is enough for several lifetimes. The village head was silent for a moment and gently tapped his pipe. All right. You know the situation of our son. If we don't save more money, what will happen to him when we're gone? Let's do a few more jobs and then leave this place. Find a place where no one knows us and start a new life. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. A sigh suddenly came from beside the two of them, startling them. Who's talking? My figure slowly emerged from the shadows. with a barely concealed murderous intent on my face. Seeing me here, the village head's pupils suddenly constricted, and he asked incredulously, "How did you get here? Weren't you knocked out?" I sneered. "With these little tricks of yours, if you could knock me out, I wouldn't be anymore." Flashed in the village head's eyes. "Kid, no matter who you are, you won't be able to leave here alive." He pulled out a long knife. Even the village head's wife took out a shovel from nowhere and walked towards me. "Don't bother inside. Come out and deal with this trouble first." The warehouse door slowly opened and kicked out two tied together with a clear sound, and said, "Are you looking for these two?" The village head's face changed drastically, and he asked suspiciously, "Who on earth are you two?" Showed her police gun and shouted sternly, "Police, put down your weapons." The village head remained silent for a moment and gently tapped his pipe. "Well, you're aware of our son's condition. Without saving more money, what will become of him after we pass away? He's simple-minded. Let's carry out a few more heists and then depart from this place. Seek a location where no one knows us and commence a new life. I'm afraid you won't have the opportunity." A sigh abruptly emerged beside the two of them, startling them. Who is speaking? My figure gradually emerged from the shadows, with a scarcely concealed murderous intent on my countenance. Upon seeing me here, the village head's pupils suddenly constricted, and he inquired incredulously, "How did you arrive here? Weren't you knocked unconscious?" I sneered. "With these paltry ruses of yours, if you could render me unconscious, I wouldn't be able to make a living anymore." A menacing glint flashed in the village head's eyes. "Lad, regardless of who you are, you won't be able to leave here alive." After saying that, he drew out a long knife. Even the village head's wife retrieved a shovel from somewhere and advanced towards me. "Don't bother inside. Come out and handle this trouble first." The warehouse door slowly opened, and Ouyang Xiaowei kicked out two tied together with a crisp sound and declared, "Are you searching for these two?" The village head's visage changed drastically, and he questioned suspiciously, "Who on earth are you two?" Ouyang Xiaowei brandished her police firearm and shouted sternly, "Police, drop your weapons." Upon hearing the word police, the village head immediately started running away, but I kicked him to the ground with one foot. Maybe it was because of their previous disrespect for Ouyang Xiaowei. So at this moment, I kicked out in anger and instantly disabled his ability to resist, causing him to wail painfully. Meanwhile, Ouyang Xiaowei also subdued the village head's wife, and the four of them were tied together by us. I stared coldly and asked, "Now, answer whatever I ask. Do you understand?" Perhaps because of the heavy kick I gave, the village head's face was full of panic, and he didn't even dare to look directly at me. The first question: a year and a half ago, a couple with their daughter were driving on the highway when they hit a bear with a human face. And then you brought them back to the village. Is there such a thing? The village head lowered his head, thought for a moment, and then nodded. I nodded in satisfaction and continued, "What did you do to them? And what's the deal with that bear with a human face?" The village head hesitated for a moment and was just about to speak when the village head's wife suddenly said, "Old man, you can't say. Once the secret of the village is revealed, the gods will punish us." When it came to the gods, the expressions on the faces of the others suddenly changed greatly, as if they were all very scared, and even the village head who was about to speak closed his mouth. I sneered disdainfully, "Gods? Are you talking about that strange Avalokitesvara statue? The thing that taught you to harm people is hardly a god." Seeing my disrespect for the beliefs in their hearts, several people glared at me angrily. "Even if you are a policeman and dare to disrespect the gods, you will be punished, and you definitely won't live long, huh?" Looking at the crazy looks of these people, I couldn't help but shake my head. These people are really crazy. With Ouyang Xiaowei beside me, I couldn't force a confession, so I could only turn my gaze to the warehouse. "Sister Wei, what's in that warehouse?" Ouyang Xiaowei shook her head and said, "I don't know. The lights are off inside, and I can't see clearly." After subduing those two, I came out. I nodded. My intuition told me that this warehouse was definitely not simple. Let's go over and take a look." When we walked into the warehouse and turned on the lights, both Ouyang Xiaowei and I were shocked by the scene in front of us. Chapter 34: Horrifying in the huge warehouse. There are various kinds of torture tools and iron cages everywhere. On the torture tools, on the walls, and even on the ground, there are still traces of dried blood that have been there for who knows how long. Even in the corner of the warehouse, there is a finger bone of a person. After Ouyang Xiaowei and I exchanged a glance, we could both see the anger in each other's eyes. I whispered, "When the villagers wake up tomorrow, they will discover our actions. If we don't find out the truth of this village tonight, it will be even more troublesome later." Ouyang Xiaowei fell silent. She is such a smart and intelligent person. How could she not understand my implication? "Do as you like. I'll act as if I didn't see anything. After all, you are now a member of the 749 Bureau and are not nominally under the supervision of the police station." I nodded. Since Sister Wei had said so, I then let go and took action. I returned to the four of them once again, my expression even colder. I asked again, "What did you do to that couple a year and a half ago?" None of the four paid any attention to me. In their impression, the police would never use torture on them unless they didn't want to keep their jobs. But unfortunately for them, they met me. I grabbed a man and stabbed the golden short sword in my hand into his abdomen without any hindrance. Once, twice, 3 times. Until there was a big hole in the man's stomach and his intestines and internal organs spilled all over the place before I stopped. I seemed to have done a trivial thing and casually threw the man's body to one side. With a cold expression, I asked, "Do I need to ask again?" The remaining 3 were already scared out of their wits. The village head's wife turned pale and said, "How can you policemen just kill people casually? I'm going to sue you. Do you even understand the law?" I sneered. "It seems you still don't understand what I'm saying." After saying that, I dragged out another man and did the same thing. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. Then I threw the body in front of the other 2 and said coldly, "Who's next?" The village head was already numb with fright, and his wife was trembling all over. A stream of yellow liquid flowed out between her legs. She mumbled absent-mindedly, "You're not a policeman. You're a devil. You're a devil." I shook my head, grabbed the village head's wife and dragged her up, then cut off half of her palm with one knife. She let out a pig-like scream. Only then did the village head come to his senses. Crying bitterly, he said, "Enough, enough. Whatever you want to ask, I'll tell you. Let my wife go." I sneered, threw down the old woman who had fainted from the pain, turned my head and asked, "Same question. What did you do to that couple a year and a half ago?" The village head swallowed his saliva, looked at me in horror, and said tremblingly, "That man happened to see our ceremony. We originally wanted to kill him, but for some reason, he managed to escape. But it doesn't matter. As long as one offends the gods, they will become stupid. So we didn't take it too seriously. As for his wife, we sacrificed her to the gods. His daughter is still alive." I frowned and asked, "What do you mean by sacrificing to the gods?" The village head hesitated and refused to speak. After all, it involved his beliefs, but I didn't give him time to think. With another knife strike, half of the other palm of his wife was also cut off, revealing the village head's eyes bulged with anger, on the verge of shedding 2 lines of bloody tears. He didn't dare to conceal the slightest bit and revealed everything. When we learned the truth, not only me, but even Ouyang Xiaowei showed a murderous intent and almost couldn't control herself from drawing out the pistol at her waist. Our village used to be extremely poor. Almost everyone couldn't get out of this mountain range. The brides from outside were also reluctant to marry into our village. As time passed, the population of our village became even sparser, until one day, a torrential rain poured down from the sky, and a statue of a 4-faced Buddha was washed out from the depths of the mountain. Although everyone had never seen this Buddha statue before, they all thought it looked very mysterious, as if it had some miraculous power. So they placed it under the old locust tree in the village square. Strangely enough, since this Buddha statue was placed there, the roars of wild beasts could always be heard around the village. To protect the safety of the village, several young and strong young men spontaneously formed a team and went out of the village to explore the outskirts, but none of them ever came back. That night, a wild beast rushed into a house at the village head. Her husband was one of those who went out during the day and didn't come back. There was only a pregnant woman at home. When everyone was sound asleep at night, her shrill screams were heard. When we arrived, we were all horrified by the scene in front of us. A brown bear that was fully 3 meters tall had already eaten most of that woman, and only some severed limbs and remnants were left on the ground. The most thing was that this bear actually had a human face, and under the illumination of the dim light, it couldn't have been more. However, a brute is a brute after all. With our large numbers, we quickly cornered it, and it fled to the village square. Just as we were about to kill that man-eating brute, the 4-faced Buddha statue suddenly emitted a burst of red light, covering the mountain where that human-faced bear was. Strangely enough, ever since that brute came into contact with the red light, it let out a painful howl. Then its belly began to swell, and finally, small human-faced bears forcefully burst out of its belly and jumped out. That brute then fell to the ground and died. None of us had ever seen such a scene before and thought it was the Buddha showing its divine power, so we became even more in awe of the Buddha. We didn't know what to do with those small human-faced bears either, but we knew this thing should be a rarity. So we thought of selecting a few young people to take them to the provincial capital to see if we could sell them at a good price. As a result, that day, those young people brought back several well-dressed and seemingly wealthy city people. After hearing the story, they were also secretly amazed and finally bought those small human-faced bears. At that time, they gave us 500,000 yuan for each human-faced bear. None of the people in our whole village had ever seen so much money in our lives. Those people left us their business cards before leaving, saying that if there were such human-faced bears in the future, they would still buy them at this price. Just this sentence made us have evil thoughts. Because our village is far from the highway and there is a no-man's land nearby, many hikers would stray into our village. We would keep them all in our village. The men were directly sold to the underground organ black market, and the women were kept. If they were pregnant, that would be great. If not, there were so many bachelors in the village that they could always get them pregnant. After they were pregnant, we would lock the pregnant women with the human-faced bears and then send them to the village square. After being baptized by the 4-faced Buddha, we would get several little human-faced bears. In recent years, because it has become increasingly difficult to catch human-faced bears, the price has reached 1 million yuan each. So now every family in the village has money. 1.5 years ago, a human-faced bear ate a pregnant woman and then ran out while we weren't paying attention and got onto the highway, where it was hit by a family. We brought that family back to the village. The pregnant woman was fed to the human-faced bear, and the man ran away, but his daughter was left behind. You should know the rest of the story. That's all I know. Please save my wife. Looking at his wife bleeding profusely on the ground, the village head burst into tears and pleaded. I snorted coldly, my voice full of murderous intent. You are really a group of beasts. His daughter is still alive, right? Where is she now? Improved version. Those individuals left us their business cards prior to departing, stating that if there were to be such human-faced bears in the future, they would still procure them at this price. This very statement instigated malicious thoughts within us. Since our village lies at a significant distance from the highway and there exists a no man's land in its vicinity, numerous hikers would inadvertently wander into our village. We would detain them all within our village. The males were directly sold to the underground organ black market, while the females were retained. Should they be pregnant? That would be most fortuitous. If not, given the multitude of bachelors within the village, they could invariably succeed in impregnating them. Once they were with child, we would confine the pregnant women together with the human-faced bears and subsequently convey them to the village square. After undergoing the baptism of the four-faced Buddha, we would obtain several diminutive human-faced bears. In recent years, owing to the increasing arduousness of capturing human-faced bears, the price has soared to 1 million yuan per bear. Hence, every household within the village is now affluent. 1.5 years ago, a human-faced bear devoured a pregnant woman and then managed to escape while we were heedless, making its way onto the highway where it was struck by a family. We brought that family back to the village. The pregnant woman was offered to the human-faced bear as sustenance, and the man fled, yet his daughter was left behind. You should be cognizant of the subsequent events. That is all that I am aware of. Please rescue my wife. Observing his wife bleeding copiously upon the ground, the village head was overcome with grief and pleaded earnestly. I emitted a cold snort, my voice resounding with murderous intent. You are truly a pack of beasts. His daughter is still alive, is she not? Where is she currently? The village head didn't answer directly, but his eyes kept shifting towards the warehouse behind him. A sense of foreboding welled up in my heart. I returned to the warehouse again. After a careful search, I finally found an entrance leading to the underground in a corner. Before entering, a stench hit my nostrils. I gave Ouyang Xiaowei a look, and the latter immediately understood and knocked the village head unconscious. I led the way, and she followed behind. The two of us climbed down along the ladder. Originally, I thought it was just a cellar, but unexpectedly, it was a place full of surprises. The two of us passed through a long and narrow passageway, which was about 50 meters long. Only then did we come to a huge underground square. On the surrounding walls were individual small compartments dug out. Two women with slightly bulging bellies, covered in mud, with their looks unclear and their ages indistinguishable, were locked inside. The ground was full of their excrement, and the smell was extremely pungent and unbearable. Outside the compartments, there were also some eggs and milk, which should have been prepared for these two pregnant women. When we thought these two women were already miserable enough, the following scene was even more unacceptable to us. Several iron cages were joined together, and 3 emaciated naked women were locked inside like animals, eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating all inside the cages. There were spoiled foods hanging above the cages, and some had already emitted. All the women had blank expressions in their eyes, without any luster, and stared numbly at the ground. Ouyang Xiaowei gritted her teeth and said, "These bastards. I really wish I could kill them." I also sighed, having some new understandings of the darkness of human nature. In the eyes of these villagers, these women are no longer regarded as humans, but merely tools for them to amass wealth and satisfy their desires. Sister Wei, let's rescue these women first. Ouyang Xiaowei nodded. We found some tattered clothes and draped them over several women. They didn't offer any resistance. It wasn't until we brought them back to the ground and they inhaled the fresh air that several of them burst into tears. Chapter 35, Shin Tuesday. Back at the village head's villa, after several women had a simple wash and changed into clean clothes, we then noticed that these women all looked very young. After all, the majority of women who can travel to uninhabited areas are young people. After Ouyang Xiaowei showed her police officer's ID, several girls finally realized that they had been saved and hugged each other, crying out loud. I looked at the time. Dawn was just around the corner. Once dawn broke, the villagers would discover that their secrets had been exposed. What they would do at that time was really hard to predict. Ouyang Xiaowei also realized this and said to me, Lin Bai, can you send these people out? I shook my head and said, there are too many of them. You know, my spatial ability is not yet mature. Sending all of them to a safe place will probably take at least a few hours, leaving you alone here. I'm not at ease. After hearing what I said, Ouyang Xiaowei was first stunned, and then a happy smile appeared on her face. I couldn't help pursing my lips and said, Sister Wei, why are you smiling so creepily? Ouch, why did you hit me again? Before I could finish my words, I was slapped on the head by Sister Wei. Ouyang Xiaowei said seriously, Lin Bai, I'm a police officer. I can handle the upcoming dangers. But they are all ordinary people. The meaning of our existence is to protect their safety. Therefore, you must send them out safely. After I pondered for a moment, I suddenly came up with an idea. Sister Wei, send a message to Huang and Zhang Yaping and ask them to come over. Then, I looked at the girls and asked, among you, who is Zhang Yaping's daughter? At this time, a girl with a delicate appearance and who seemed to be just an adult timidly raised her hand. Officer, I am. What's your name? I'm Zhang Tian. I nodded and comforted her softly. It's okay, you don't need to be nervous. The reason we can come to rescue you is that your father found us. He will be back soon, and then he will take you back to a safe place. A glimmer of hope shone in Zhang Tiantian's eyes. Really? Thank you. After saying that, the girls knelt down towards us to express their gratitude. After leaving Ouyang Xiaowei to conduct psychological counseling for them, I went to the guest room alone and brought out Zhao Si. After seeing that these girls were really rescued by us, Zhao Si opened his eyes wide. He thought he was hallucinating and couldn't help shaking his head. I asked these girls, do you know this person? Several of them nodded. Officer, this person is a good man. During the time when we were locked up, different people came to bully us every day. When it was his turn, he never did anything to us and would even give us some clean food and water. Yes, when I first came to this village, he implicitly reminded me to leave. But I didn't understand what he meant at that time. Listening to the descriptions of these girls, I became more firm in my inner judgment. I removed the cloth strip tied to his mouth. Who would have thought that his first words were to stare at Ouyang Xiaowei's flat stomach and say, is your wife pretending to be pregnant? Ouyang Xiaowei's face turned red, but she didn't explain. Instead, she calmly said, we are police officers. Police officers? Zhao Si nodded and showed a relieved smile on his face. That's good. The endless evil here is finally going to stop. I asked puzzledly, judging from their descriptions. You should be a good person. Why didn't you think about calling the police? Zhao Si gave a bitter smile. Call the police? How could I? My mother and sister are in this village. Dare I call the police? I gave him an understanding look and asked, if you were allowed to take your mother and sister and leave this village, would you like to? Zhao Si suddenly looked up and looked at me hopefully and asked, what do you mean? Is it really possible? Before I could answer, his gaze dimmed again as he muttered to himself, it's impossible. My mother has been paralyzed for years and can't even walk, let alone cross the forest. I smiled confidently and said, trust me. Just wait for us at the village entrance with your mother and sister. Zhao Si looked at me dubiously and said slowly, okay, I trust you. I know a small path that can lead us out of the village quickly. That man escaped the village after I lured him to that path back then. Okay, we'll wait for you at the village entrance. Go ahead. After Zhao Si left, Lao Huang and Hu Yongqiang also came here. The moment Zhang Yaping saw his daughter, his tears couldn't be held back any longer and streamed down. The father and daughter hugged tightly, never wanting to be separated again. I said helplessly on the side, guys, I understand your feelings of reunion, but this isn't the time for reminiscing. Sister Wei, Lao Huang, you take them to the village entrance. I'll go find an external aid. Lao Huang stared at me suspiciously and said, Lin Bai, in this deep mountain forest, where are you going to find external aid? I smiled mysteriously and said, the secrets of heaven must not be revealed. When Ouyang Xiaowei and Lao Huang escorted them quietly towards the village head, I returned to in front of that warehouse again. With a thought, a bolt of black thunder flashed in the air. Boom. The Thunder Girl appeared in front of me again, looking at the two corpses on the ground. A disabled old woman and an old man who had fainted. She couldn't help frowning and said, why did you attack ordinary people again? Differently from before. Instead of berating me upon seeing me, she chose to ask me the reason first. I looked at her in some surprise and joked, oh, there's progress. This time you know to figure out what happened first? The Thunder Girl stared straight at me. That cold look left me in no doubt that if she could beat me, the grass on my grave would already be over 2 meters tall. I didn't dare to continue joking and recounted the whole story. The Thunder Girl looked at me strangely. Then what do you mean by summoning me? Do you want me to escort that group of people to safety? Come on, I'm a supervisor in the 749 Bureau. You want me to do this? I looked at the Thunder Girl, who looked disdainful, and frowned. Will you help me with this? The Thunder Girl pondered for a moment and then slowly nodded. I can help you, but there's one condition. Tell me, can you teach me this black thunder of yours? Okay. Really? Really? When the two of us reached the village entrance, everyone was already there. When they saw the Thunder Girl, Old Huang and Ouyang Xiaowei were stunned first, and then gave me a thumbs up. I said to the Thunder Girl, please. The Thunder Girl didn't say a word, picked up Zhao Si's paralyzed mother on her back, and simply said, lead the way. Zhao Si didn't dare to be slow and quickly walked to the front. At this time, I suddenly remembered something and asked him, by the way, do you know who the person is who came to your village to buy the human-faced bear? After Zhao Si seriously pondered for a moment, he shook his head and said apologetically, I really don't know about this. However, they all call the leading person Professor. Professor? I kept this name in mind and waved at them. Let's go. Be careful. After they left, only Ouyang Xiaowei and I remained. Ouyang Xiaowei looked at the sky that was about to dawn and said softly, what should we do next? I shrugged my shoulders and looked in the direction of the villagers' square. Of course, we are going to meet the so-called god in the villagers' mouths. I want to see what kind of thing this is exactly. Returning to the villagers' square again, that strange statue was still under the old locust tree. Looking no different from an ordinary statue, I tentatively picked it up and examined it carefully for a while. I didn't find any abnormalities. Nor was there any fluctuation of spiritual power. Could this be just an ordinary statue? Ouyang Xiaowei beside me asked nervously, how is it? Have you found anything different? I shook my head. Suddenly, bright yellow flames burst out from the palm of my hand, and I used it to burn the statue. But strangely, the statue remained motionless, which undoubtedly piqued my curiosity. The golden short sword reappeared in my hand. Among all my attack methods, the golden short sword is the sharpest and can be said to be indestructible. But to my surprise, even the golden short sword couldn't damage this statue. Damn it. What on earth is this thing? Sister Wei, you step back. I don't believe it. Ouyang Xiaowei naturally knew my destructive power and quickly backed away to one side. I held my breath and concentrated, gathering all the strength in my body on the golden short sword. Swish. A golden light so bright that it was spanned through time and space and struck the statue. Click. A slight cracking sound rang out, and the statue of the four-faced bodhisattva finally shattered. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky instantly, as if some fierce beast was about to be born. Haha, I have finally broken free. A phantom figure about 8 feet tall appeared in front of the two of us. It was shrouded in demonic aura all over, and its voice was like thunder. The villagers who were sleeping were all awakened and walked out of their homes one after another. Seeing such a miraculous scene, they all knelt on the ground and bowed down piously. It was you two who helped me break the seal? Very well, I reward you with eternal life. My eyes grew cold, and I stared at this figure curiously and said, Humph, playing tricks. That figure seemed to be irritated by my attitude and angrily questioned, Mortal, what are you talking about? I snorted coldly and said nothing more. Black lightning flashed all over my body, and black lightning descended from the 9 heavens and struck at this mass of black fog. Ah, damn mortal, stop. How dare you disrespect the gods? Under the attack of the thunder all over the sky, this mass of black fog finally revealed its true face. It had a human head, a beast body. A hideous face held a blood-colored battle halberd in its hand, and there was also a strange birthmark between its eyebrows. This is Shintu. Chapter 36 The 6 Paths of Samsara Sword. Seeing my expression suddenly become serious, Ouyang Xiaowei curiously asked, what is Shintu? Is it very powerful? I pursed my lips and explained. In the ancient times, among Qi Yu's subordinates were 9 great demons, and Shintu was one of them. He was the overlord of all demons and ghosts in the world. If this thing is really Shintu, then it has lived for thousands of years. Do you think it's powerful? Ouyang Xiaowei gasped in surprise secretly. My goodness, an old monster that has lived for thousands of years? How terrifying. After saying that, she quickly found a place to hide, only showing a small head, and still didn't forget to cheer me on. Come on, Lin Bai, you can definitely do it. I shook my head helplessly and asked the crazed figure, are you really Shintu? Shintu was stunned for a moment, then laughed sinisterly, unexpectedly, after so long. There is still someone in this world who knows this seat? Very good. I frowned, and several black thunders fell from the sky again. At this moment, Shintu only had a soul body left, and thunder was its natural nemesis, so he immediately shouted, Hey, mortal, what on earth are you going to do? I sneered disdainfully. You still laugh sinisterly. Do you think you are the villain in a novel? Can you talk properly? Shintu roared angrily. How dare you talk to this seat like this? If it weren't for that kid Huang Di who destroyed my physical body, just you brat. This seat could slap you to death with one palm. I shrugged and said indifferently, what a pity then. Rumble. Another few bolts of black thunder crashed down. Shintu's figure became much weaker once again, yet he still stubbornly said, Stinky brat. Even the Yellow Emperor couldn't destroy my soul. Do you think you can make me yield like this? I was also a bit surprised by the toughness of Shintu's soul in my heart. With only his soul left and being struck by lightning for so long, he was still lively. Hey, I have a question for you. What's the deal with those human-faced bears? Are they related to you? Jia. Why should I tell you? I shook my head. Just because of his uncooperative attitude. I definitely had to teach him a lesson. I circulated the energy in my body to the extreme, and 4 short swords of different colors once again emerged behind me. After this period of nurturing, these 4 short swords were even more solid and emitted a stronger aura. At this time, Shintu suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief, 6 paths of Samsara swords? Mortal, who on earth are you? 6 paths of samsara swords? The names of my short swords sounded quite imposing. Do you know these short swords? Shintu's face changed greatly, looking at me and saying, Mortal, can you tell me where you got these from? I looked at Shintu for a while, without hiding, and told the truth. I don't know either. I lost my memory for a long time. When I regained my memory, these short swords have been in my body. Hearing this, Shintu immediately fell silent. After a long time, he said with a complex expression, Mortal, put away these swords. We can make a deal. I looked at it warily. After all, it was an old thing that had lived for thousands of years, really making it hard to feel at ease. Shintu sighed and said sincerely, Don't worry. I won't hurt you, nor can I hurt you. After thinking for a moment, I slowly said, Tell me first, what's going on with those human-faced bears? Those bears were originally ordinary brown bears. Although I was trapped in the four-faced bodhisattva statue, the aura on my body still couldn't help but leak out. Slowly, because they absorbed my aura, they mutated, gradually growing human faces. These human-faced bears not only had combat power far beyond their kind, but also had human intelligence, being much smarter than their kind. I nodded and continued to ask, after those human-faced bears ate human pregnant women, why did they give birth to human-faced bears? Is it related to you? Shintu shook his head and said solemnly, It has nothing to do with me. As you know, when I still had a physical body, I was the demon god in charge of demons and ghosts. There was originally my aura on the human-faced bears. The child in the pregnant woman's belly had already died before birth, so it naturally carried overwhelming resentment. Combined with the two, the infant spirit would form small human-faced bears in the belly of the human-faced bear. Once they absorbed the aura on my body, they would instantly become powerful enough to break out of the body. These small human-faced bears have overwhelming resentment from birth. Once they grow up, they will definitely be a huge problem. I nodded. Finally, I knew the truth about the so-called human-faced bears. Shintu asked nervously, Can we talk about cooperation now? After I was silent for a moment, I uttered one last question. What is the 6 paths samsara sword? Shintu stared blankly at me. You really don't know? Nonsense. If I knew, would I still ask you? Legend has it that at the beginning of the separation of heaven and earth, 7 innate gods were born. And along with them, 7 miraculously powerful artifacts also appeared in the world. They are the 9 palaces floating shadow disk, the Yin-Yang Chinkoan fan, the starry sky celestial mechanism pagoda, the great void immortal flower mirror, the 6 paths samsara sword, the Xianyuan human emperor banner, and the Panga sky opening axe. This 6 paths samsara sword is one of the 7 artifacts. It is said that there are 6 swords in total for the 6 paths samsara sword. When the 6 swords are drawn together, they can destroy the world and reverse samsara. Although you only have 4 swords on you, but I followed Chiyu, and I saw the artifact in his hand, the Panga sky opening axe. The aura of that innate supreme treasure would never be wrong. After I listened quietly, my expression didn't change at all. Instead, I looked at it curiously. Shintu looked at me blankly and said frantically, Aren't you excited? The 7 artifacts. Innate supreme treasures. I asked seriously, Do you think I'm a fool? No. Then why don't you make up a slightly more believable story to deceive me? Even Ouyang Xiaowei said disdainfully, Still an innate supreme treasure. Could such a thing appear on a human? I'm the Queen Mother of the West. Shintu. To persuade the two of us, Shintu continued, I can prove it to you too. I yawned and said, How can you prove it? Fearing that the two of us wouldn't believe him, Shintu said anxiously, All innate supreme treasures have a unique space. It is said that within the space of the 6 paths reincarnation sword, one can nourish the soul, and even cure the dead, and bring the bones back to life. As long as my soul is taken into your body, all the answers will become clear. Before I could reply, Ouyang Xiaowei stepped in front of me, stared at Shintu with a hostile look, and disdainfully said, Just you? You still want to enter Lin Bai's body? You're dreaming. After pondering for a while, I slowly said, Okay, I agree. What? Ouyang Xiaowei turned around and looked at me in shock. What are you talking about? You said he's a demon god. And he's so powerful that he's hard to control. How dare you let him into your body? Are you crazy? I smiled faintly and insisted, Sister Wei, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Just like he said, this is the simplest way to verify whether what he said is true or not. Ouyang Xiaowei couldn't understand and said, Whether what he said is true or false, what's the significance? It's very important to me, Sister Wei. I always have to know who I am and what I've experienced in the past. Although I'm happy every day now, I always feel like a rootless duckweed. This is my choice. Will you support me? Ouyang Xiaowei stared into Lin Bai's clear eyes. After a moment of silence, she finally said, Okay, I support your choice. Only then did I show a smile and said, Thank you, Sister Wei. I knew you would definitely support me. After saying that, I directly walked up to Shintu and asked in a solemn voice, What do I need to do? Shintu was obviously very excited. You don't need to do anything. Relax your mind and don't resist. Leave the rest to me. Hearing this, I slowly nodded and closed my eyes. Shin-Tu then circled around me continuously, raising a gust of sand and dust, which gradually transformed into a smoky energy and entered through my forehead. At the same time, my soul seemed to come to the world within my body with him. It was a vast and boundless space. 6 huge stone gates stood in 6 directions. Standing under the stone gates, one could feel how tiny one was. Hanging on the 6 stone gates were 6 extremely sacred sky-reaching giant swords. Looking at their styles, they were actually exactly the same as the short sword I usually used. However, these 6 giant swords emitted an astonishing coercion, making people not dare to look directly or approach. This was the first time I knew that there was actually such a space within my body. On one side, Shin-Tu's soul body was also looking at all this in shock, with his mouth wide open, and said in disbelief, "Damn. There is actually a complete 6 paths of samsara sword in your body, kid." Just as I was about to ask Shin-Tu some other questions, a burst of energy storm suddenly erupted from the 6 stone gates, entangling Shin-Tu's soul body, and I was instantly transported back to the real world. Shin-Tu, what happened? I communicated with Shin-Tu with a grim expression. At this moment, Shin-Tu's voice suddenly appeared in my mind. My soul power is too powerful, and the 6 paths of samsara sword has started to automatically protect its master, trying to completely integrate me. Oh, by the way, there's something else I need to tell you. Since your power comes from those 6 stone gates, and now they are fully integrating my power, so for the time being, you won't be able to use your abilities. I sighed helplessly and tried to mobilize the energy in my body, but found that there was no reaction at all. How long will the integration take? If everything goes smoothly, about 2 hours. Looking at the village head who had already led hundreds of villagers over, I suddenly felt like swearing. About 2 hours. With so many people relying on Ouyang Xiaowei alone, she probably wouldn't be able to hold on for even 20 minutes. Chapter 37. The Revenge of the Man-Faced Bear. Looking at the slowly approaching villagers, Ouyang Xiaowei patted my shoulder. "Be gentle, don't kill anyone." I suddenly grabbed Ouyang Xiaowei's hand and asked calmly, "Sister Wei, can you run fast?" Ouyang Xiaowei didn't react. "Huh? What did you say?" There's no time to explain. I took a deep breath and dragged Ouyang Xiaowei up the mountain. The village head led the villagers, chasing desperately behind. He runs, they chase, he can't escape even with wings. Due to unfamiliarity with the terrain, we were ultimately blocked at the edge of a cliff. Gazing at the cliff that was over 100 meters in vertical distance, I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Ouyang Xiaowei had an excellent running physique and didn't even break a sweat after running for such a long time. Wait, why were we running? I blushed as I explained. After absorbing the soul of Shin-Tu, I won't be able to use my abilities for 2 hours. Ouyang Xiaowei was taken aback. Then she drew out her pistol from her waist and said with a cold look in her eyes, "Without your abilities, how many can you take on?" After seriously thinking for a while, I said confidently, "I can handle 3. However, when the village head led a group of strong young men with dark skin and arms thicker than my calves, all holding hoes and surrounding us, I suddenly had a feeling that even taking on one might be a struggle. As a police officer, Ouyang Xiaowei naturally carried an air of confidence that brooked no opposition. Even though outnumbered, she showed no sign of fear. "What are you doing? Look closely, we're the police." "Do you want to assault the police?" The village head spat on the ground and said viciously, "Police? This stinky brat killed 2 people right in front of me and even chopped off my wife's hand. You tell me this is the police? More like bandits." Ouyang Xiaowei's eyes kept darting around as if she was thinking about how to buy time. "Village head, you know that with what you've done, even in court, the end result will be death. How about we talk about terms?" Due to unfamiliarity with the terrain, we were ultimately blocked at the edge of a cliff. Gazing at the cliff that was over 100 meters in vertical distance, I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Ouyang Xiaowei had an excellent running physique and didn't even break a sweat after running for such a long time. Wait, why were we running? I blushed as I explained. After absorbing the soul of Shin-Tu, I won't be able to use my abilities for 2 hours. Ouyang Xiaowei was taken aback. Then she drew out her pistol from her waist and said with a cold look in her eyes, "Without your abilities, how many can you take on?" After seriously thinking for a while, I said confidently, "I can handle 3. However, when the village head led a group of strong young men with dark skin and arms thicker than my calves, all holding hoes and surrounding us, I suddenly had a feeling that even taking on one might be a struggle. As a police officer, Ouyang Xiaowei naturally carried an air of confidence that brooked no opposition. Even though outnumbered, she showed no sign of fear. "What are you doing? Look closely, we're the police." "Do you want to assault the police?" The village head spat on the ground and said viciously, "Police? This stinky brat killed 2 people right in front of me and even chopped off my wife's hand. You tell me this is the police? More like bandits." Ouyang Xiaowei's eyes kept darting around as if she was thinking about how to buy time. "Village head, you know that with what you've done, even in court, the end result will be death. How about we talk about terms?" The village head hesitated, staring at us without blinking. "What conditions?" Ouyang Xiaowei pretended to be calm and said, Village head, you can see that the 5 girls trapped by you have been rescued by our colleagues. Once they are sent to the city, the secret of your village will be revealed to the world. Then how will you have a chance to survive? It's better if you let us go. In exchange, I'll return the 5 girls to you. 1 life for 2, and you can save your own life too. What do you think? This. The village head hesitated. After all, he had earned so much money. But he had been staying in the village all along and hadn't enjoyed the life of a rich man at all. If he just died like this, how unfair would that be? There was no signal in the mountains. How could you contact your colleagues and ask them to send the people back? Ouyang Xiaowei took out the police equipment for contacting Old Huang and said calmly, "This is our police equipment. We can contact our colleagues without signal. At the slowest, they will be able to send the people back in 2 hours." After some hesitation, the village head finally nodded and agreed. "Fine, we'll wait for you for 2 hours. Don't play any tricks." In fact, the village head had his own ulterior motives. The murderer who had harmed his wife, was here. Whether it was to avenge his wife or to bury the secret of the village completely, he wouldn't let us leave alive. As long as the 5 girls returned to the village, everyone would still have to die. Seeing that we had temporarily calmed down these villagers, Ouyang Xiaowei and I finally let out a sigh of relief. While we were on guard against the villagers, we were also rapidly thinking about our next plan in our minds. "Sister Wei, how many bullets are there in your pistol?" Ouyang Xiaowei gave me a disdainful look. "Look at how many villagers are there on the other side. Do you think I can carry that many bullets? And do you think I can just shoot whenever I want? Shooting has strict standards and procedures. It's not as simple as you think." I pursed my lips and thought to myself, "Shin-Tu, you better finish it in 2 hours. Otherwise, I'm going to die." At the same time, I was secretly praying that nothing unexpected would happen. As the old saying goes, whatever you fear will come to you. A villager came running over in a hurry. "Village head, something bad has happened. Zhao Si is gone, along with his old mother and sister. They've all run away." "What?" The village head suddenly stood up and stared fixedly at Ouyang Xiaowei. "Did you do something?" Ouyang Xiaowei shook her head and said, "How could it be us? Their legs are on them. What does it have to do with us? Zhao Si has been acting independently in the village all these years. Once he runs away, he'll never come back." The village head narrowed his eyes, and his tone became extremely cold. "Since you came, so many things have happened in the village. What bad luck. You didn't actually let your colleague bring those girls back just now, did you? You're just stalling for time?" Seeing that she couldn't hide it any longer, Ouyang Xiaowei couldn't help but regain her original righteous air and said to them, "So what? Who among you dares to come up?" The pistol reappeared in her hand. This time, without any hesitation, she directly fired a warning shot into the sky. "Who dares to come up? They will die." Assaulting a police officer is a serious crime. At this moment, the saying "bad people come from poor and backward areas" was vividly demonstrated. All the villagers showed fierce looks and charged towards the mountaintop fearlessly. There was no sign of respect for life in them, so naturally they were not afraid of death approaching. Just as Ouyang Xiaowei was about to fire, a sudden change occurred. A series of jars were suddenly thrown out from behind us. The jars shattered instantly when they hit the ground, and thick yellow smoke billowed out from inside, accompanied by a pungent and stinging smell. In an instant, the entire cliff edge was shrouded in yellow smoke, and everyone couldn't help coughing violently. I and Ouyang Xiaowei were no exception, but soon a familiar voice rang in our ears. "Put this on and follow me." A moist handkerchief was stuffed into my hand. After I put it on, a cool feeling rushed straight to my mind, and that pungent feeling was instantly dispelled. At this moment, my eyes filled with tears instantly. "Old Huang, you are really my dear father." Old Huang said helplessly, "All right, hurry up and go. The conditions are simple, and this smoke can only last for 10 minutes. Just like this, led by Old Huang. I and Ouyang Xiaowei finally got out of trouble from the cliff edge and returned to the village. At this time, Old Huang was out of breath. The scolding sounds of the villagers gradually came from behind and were getting closer and closer. "Old Huang, can you run faster?" Old Huang gasped and said with disgust, "Hey, Lin Bai, do you have a conscience? Without me, you would have been beaten to death by those villagers long ago." I was just about to respond when a mysterious feeling suddenly welled up in my heart. The kind of warning that I had felt when being chased by the masked man appeared again. I quickly grabbed Ouyang Xiaowei and Old Huang and found a safe place to hide. Old Huang asked nervously, "Why don't we run?" I shook my head without saying a word and made a shushing gesture to the two of them. Old Huang and Ouyang Xiaowei naturally trusted me absolutely, so they both held their breath and didn't dare to make a sound. Roar! A howl of a wild beast suddenly sounded not far away. Then, as if the ground was shaking like an earthquake, wave after wave of huge man-faced bears appeared in everyone's sight. They collided head-on with the villagers who had come to chase us. The village head looked at dozens of man-faced bears in horror, his eyes almost popping out. "What's going on? Why are there so many man-faced bears?" And they even rushed into the village. "Run, run for your lives." However, although these man-faced bears were huge in build, they had become extremely agile after absorbing the aura leaked by Shin Tuesday. Their speed was even faster than that of humans. In almost no time, they caught up with the fleeing crowd. Ah! Countless screams rang out. The heavy paws of the man-faced bears slapped on people's bodies, smashing them to pieces. Then they put the human corpses into their mouths and chewed them voraciously. The sound of human bones cracking in the mouths of the man-faced bears was continuous, making people feel numb all over. The once peaceful village suddenly turned into a living hell in the blink of an eye. I attempted to communicate with Shintu in my mind. Could you stop these man-faced bears from killing? Although these villagers were extremely evil and deserved to die, and they almost cost us our lives just now. However, the bloody scene before our eyes still made our hearts ache with. After all, there were women and children among them. They successively lost their lives under the pursuit of the man-faced bears and became the bears' rations. Shinta said helplessly, although these man-faced bears have opened their spiritual wisdom, all their current behaviors still follow their instincts. Like you, I can do nothing now. Well, since that's the case, then don't blame me. The three of us could only watch helplessly as those man-faced bears killed all the villagers. Old Huang was so afraid that these man-faced bears would discover us that he took out a bag of powder from his pocket and sprinkled it on the three of us to cover up our auras. Sure enough, after realizing that there were no living people left in the entire village, those man-faced bears sniffed the air for a while and then spontaneously gathered in the villager's square, facing the broken four-faced Buddha statue. They knelt on their knees like humans and kowtowed. This scene was extremely. Old Huang couldn't help but complain, damn it, these bears have really become spirits. After paying their respects for a while, all the man-faced bears stood up, walked upright, and returned to the mountains. After some more time, after confirming that it was safe, the three of us came out. After feeling the power in my body gradually returning, I finally let out a long sigh of relief. Old Huang, didn't you go with them? Old Huang proudly raised his head and said smugly, I was originally going to go with them, but who am I, Old Huang? How could I leave the two of you alone? When they weren't paying attention, I slipped back. Originally, I didn't even plan to take action. But when I saw that Lin Bai didn't take action but pulled you and started running, I realized something was wrong. Fortunately, you, this girl, are so delaying for some time and giving this old man the time to make those simple smoke bombs. Otherwise, the two of you might really have died here. Ouyang Xiaowei gave a thumbs up and praised. While the two of them were talking, I slowly walked to the village square. Looking at the shattered four-faced bodhisattva statue, I couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. It seems that after I broke the statue and released Shintu, the human-faced bears deep in the mountains sensed its aura and thus swarmed here. The villagers of Yinliang village exploited the power of the four-faced bodhisattva statue and the strangeness of the human-faced bears to amass wealth, even going so far as to harm others' lives and doing all sorts of things that outraged heaven and man. In the end, they also died at the hands of the four-faced bodhisattva statue and the human-faced bears. Isn't this another kind of cycle? The saying justice has long arms and no wrongdoer goes unpunished has once again been verified. Kid, what are you thinking about? Ouyang Xiaowei only then noticed my abnormality and asked with concern. I shook my head, not knowing what to say. At this time, after Lei Nu escorted several girls to a safe place, she also turned back again. Old Huang, didn't you accompany them? Old Huang proudly lifted his head and spoke smugly. I was initially going to follow them, but who am I, Old Huang? How could I abandon the two of you alone? When they weren't paying heed, I stole back. Initially, I didn't even intend to take action. Yet when I witnessed that Lin Bai didn't act, but instead pulled you and began running, I realized something amiss. Fortunately, you, this astute girl, managed to delay for a while, granting this old man the opportunity to create those rudimentary smoke bombs. Otherwise, the two of you might truly have perished here. Ouyang Xiaowei gave a thumbs up and commended, truly worthy of you, Old Huang. As the two of them conversed, I slowly made my way to the village square. Gazing at the shattered four-faced bodhisattva statue, I couldn't help but be filled with a surge of emotion. It appears that after I shattered the statue and released Shintu, the human-faced bears deep in the mountains detected its aura and hence flocked here. Alas, the villagers of Yinliang village exploited the power of the four-faced bodhisattva statue and the peculiarities of the human-faced bears to amass wealth, even resorting to harming others' lives and committing all manner of deeds that outraged heaven and humanity. In the end, they also met their demise at the hands of the four-faced bodhisattva statue and the human-faced bears. Isn't this another form of cycle? The adage justice has long arms and no wrongdoer goes unpunished has once again been validated. Kid, what are you pondering? Ouyang Xiaowei only then noticed my aberrance and inquired with concern. I shook my head, unsure of what to say. At this juncture, after Lei Nu escorted several girls to a safe location, she also turned back once more. Old Huang, didn't you accompany them? Old Huang proudly lifted his head and spoke smugly. I was initially going to follow them, but who am I, Old Huang? How could I abandon the two of you alone? When they weren't paying heed, I stole back. Initially, I didn't even intend to take action. Yet when I witnessed that Lin Bai didn't act, but instead pulled you and began running, I realized something amiss. Fortunately, you, this astute girl, managed to delay for a while, granting this old man the opportunity to create those rudimentary smoke bombs. Otherwise, the two of you might truly have perished here. Ouyang Xiaowei gave a thumbs up and commended, truly worthy of you, old Huang. As the two of them conversed, I slowly made my way to the village square. Gazing at the shattered four-faced bodhisattva statue, I couldn't help but be filled with a surge of emotion. It appears that after I shattered the statue and released Shintu, the human-faced bears deep in the mountains detected its aura and hence flocked here. Alas, the villagers of Yinliang village exploited the power of the four-faced bodhisattva statue and the peculiarities of the human-faced bears to amass wealth, even resorting to harming others' lives and committing all manner of deeds that outraged heaven and humanity. In the end, they also met their demise at the hands of the four-faced bodhisattva statue and the human-faced bears. Isn't this another form of cycle? The adage justice has long arms and no wrongdoer goes unpunished has once again been validated. Kid, what are you pondering? Ouyang Xiaowei only then noticed my aberrance and inquired with concern. I shook my head, unsure of what to say. At this juncture, after Lei Nu escorted several girls to a safe location, she also turned back once more. When looking at the messy floor and the smell of blood pervading the air, one couldn't help but gasp and say, what's going on? Lin Bai, you couldn't have killed all the villagers in this village, could you? Ouyang Xiaowei widened her eyes and said, how could you think like that about Lin Bai? Subsequently, she recounted in detail what had happened after she left. After hearing this, Lei Nu also fell silent. I looked up and asked, what should we do with those human-faced bears? Lei Nu sighed and said, you don't need to worry about this matter. There will be people from the 749 Bureau coming specifically to clean it up. I repeated her words, clean it up? Lei Nu nodded and said, yes, clean it up. After all, they have eaten people, so they can't be allowed to remain in this world any longer. But isn't it their nature for bears to eat people? It was these villagers who provoked them first. After Lei Nu was silent for a moment, she slowly uttered, because humans are the masters of this world. All right. I fell silent again and left this strange village with Ouyang Xiaowei and Lao Huang. I thought that before long, all traces of this village would be wiped out completely, just as if it had never existed. Chapter 38 Lei Nu's invitation after returning home. Ouyang Xiaowei first took a refreshing bath. This round trip took 3 days, and she hadn't had the chance to take a bath, which was simply torture for her who loved cleanliness. After Lao Huang came back, he plunged into the basement. No one knew what strange research he was up to again. I locked myself in the room, and some inexplicable fragments kept flashing through my mind. I began to doubt whether everything I did was for justice or because we are the masters of this world. While I was in a tangle, Shintu's voice sounded in my mind. I can feel that you are very lost and conflicted now. I sighed and said, you've lived for so long, so you must understand a lot of truths, right? After Shintu was silent for a moment, he slowly said, you can tell me your story, and I might be able to help you a bit. For some reason, I actually really wanted to believe him. Maybe because he was now in my body, and we should be considered as one now. I told him about my entanglement and confusion. After listening, Shintu just chuckled softly and slowly said, what's there to be conflicted about? Whoever has the bigger fist and whose words make sense, isn't this the simplest rule in this world? If the is powerful, then your humans will become food and slaves. If your humans are powerful, naturally you can massacre the wantonly. There's nothing unfair about this. The reason you feel conflicted is because you're standing on the moral high ground. So you feel injustice about the situation of the weak, but actually there's no need at all. You just need to do what your heart tells you. Since you are a powerful person, you can do whatever you want. There's nothing wrong with that. Don't be entangled. Young man, life is only a few decades in a hurry. How many things are there that need to consume your emotions? You just need to remember 2 sentences. And nothing in this world can hold you back. His words piqued my curiosity, and I quickly asked, which 2 sentences? If you're not convinced, fight. I'm willing. These 2 short sentences actually made me fall into deep thought. You know, although they are straightforward, they really make sense. Encouraged by these 2 sentences, I regained my vitality again. After taking a bath, I ran to the living room and shouted, Sister Wei, I'm hungry. Let's go eat Sister Zhang's wontons. Soon, Ouyang Xiaowei's voice came from upstairs. Okay, wait for me to dry my hair. I sat on the sofa cheerfully waiting. This was the first time I knew that when a girl said wait for me to dry my hair, it would take 2 hours. During the long wait, I unconsciously fell asleep. When Ouyang Xiaowei came down, looking at me sleeping soundly, she showed a smile. After covering me with a quilt, she turned around and went back upstairs. I don't know when it started. At home, I can sleep soundly with confidence, not constantly worried about what danger might occur. Even when Sister Wei walked beside me, I wouldn't wake up. The sun in the early morning is always very bright, shining warmly on my face. I stretched and saw that there was still breakfast left for me by Ouyang Xiaowei on the table. Glancing at the time, she should have gone to work. I opened the TV listlessly while watching the news and having breakfast. The news was reporting that the female police officer had solved another strange case and rescued 5 imprisoned girls. On TV, The 5 victims had received good treatment and reunited with their families again. Looking at the picture on TV, I also felt a bit relieved. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. I walked over curiously because, except for the 3 of us, it seemed that no one else knew about this villa. Opening the door, what came into view was actually Lain's fairly good-looking face. "Why are you here?" Lain directly pushed me aside and sat down at the table in a familiar manner. "Looking at the sumptuous breakfast," she said. "So much. Can you finish it all?" After saying that, she picked up a fried dough stick and started eating. I stared at her speechlessly, sat down across from her, grabbed a bun, and continued eating, asking, "What do you want from me? Do you want me to teach you how to use the Black Thunder?" Lain shook her head and said, "This can wait. As a friend, can't I come to your place for a visit and have breakfast? We've only met a few times. Are we friends already?" Lain looked at me disdainfully and said, "Hee hee, in the shady village, when you begged me to do something, you weren't like this. Are you crossing the river and demolishing the bridge? I didn't realize you were such a jerk." I couldn't stand her nagging and could only raise both hands and surrender and say, "All right, I was wrong. If you have something to say, just come straight to the point and don't beat around the bush." Hearing me say so, Lain put away her laughing expression and looked at me seriously, saying, "I have something to ask for your help." I looked up and asked, "Is it about you or about the 749 Bureau?" Lain looked into my eyes and said word by word, "It's my own business, not related to the 749 Bureau. You can agree or refuse." After I uttered a no, I continued munching on my bun and said, "Okay, I agree. Go ahead." Lain looked at me in surprise, somewhat unexpectedly saying, "You agreed without even asking what kind of favor it is?" I nodded. "As you just said, we are friends." A trace of emotion unconsciously welled up in Lain's eyes, and then she said seriously, "The favor I'm asking you for is related to my origin. I come from a small tribe by the Badine Lake in Inner Mongolia. In my memory, our tribe has always been peaceful and lived in seclusion, without competing with others. We made a living by herding, and all the tribesmen were enthusiastic and unrestrained. As the youngest child in the tribe, everyone treated me very well. However, this kind of life was broken when I was 7 years old. It was a sunny afternoon, and everyone was lying lazily on the grass to rest. Suddenly, a sudden sandstorm hit our tribe without any warning. What I remember very clearly is that in that terrifying sandstorm, there were actually faint sounds of wind and thunder. Countless tents, houses, cattle, and sheep were swept into the air and torn into pieces. Many uncles I knew vanished into nothingness before my eyes. My last impression was a flash of lightning striking me, and then I lost consciousness. When I woke up again, our tribe had disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed in this world. Later, the people from the 749 Bureau intervened in the investigation, but found nothing. I also inexplicably awakened the ability to control lightning and joined the 749 Bureau. After I grew up, I still went back several times without giving up, but still returned without success. However, I was certain that it was definitely not an ordinary sandstorm. After listening to Lain's narrative, I nodded thoughtfully and asked, "So, you want me to go back with you to see if we can find any clues?" Lain looked at me expectantly and said in an almost pleading tone, "Lin Bai, you are the most powerful ability user I have ever seen. If you can't find any clues, then I will give up. So, although I know this is very presumptuous, I still want to ask, can you help me?" I kept staring at Lain's face. Lain was actually very good looking and should be quite young, with a hint of baby fat. In fact, I could really understand her feelings. All her family members died inexplicably in a strange accident. No matter how much they investigated, there were no clues. This kind of pain is really hard to understand if you haven't experienced it personally. After a brief silence, I suddenly smiled and said, "All right, there's no need to be so serious. I promise you." "Huh." The Thunder Girl was stunned first, and then, after realizing, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Thank you, Lin Bai." I waved my hand and said, "Don't be so polite. You know I'm broke. You have to book the round-trip tickets, and I can't come all this way for nothing. You should at least give me some remuneration, just a token amount." The Thunder Girl gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, name a figure. I'll give it to you." I thought carefully. I should be considered a master of sorts, and the appearance fee definitely couldn't be too low. Every time we went to Sister Zhang's wonton, Wei Jie and I would spend about 40 yuan. That means I should at least earn enough for 50 meals. But would this price be too high? You know, my monthly living expenses in college were only 800 yuan. Well, it's business after all. I can quote a price and she can bargain. So, I just blurted out, "At least 2,000. The Thunder Girl opened her mouth wide and said speechlessly, "Lin Bai, are you crazy with poverty? Where am I going to get 20 million for you? Just sell me off." I looked at her like a fool and said, 2,000, no million. The Thunder Girl looked at me with a complicated expression and asked uncertainly, 2,000. No million, so it's 2,000 yuan? I nodded. Afraid that I would go back on my word, the Thunder Girl directly transferred 5,000 yuan to me and very generously told me, "The extra is for your hard work." I happily received it, secretly delighted in my heart. Sure enough, it's easy for experts to make money. Seeing me grinning stupidly, Lin couldn't help it and reminded me. Lin Bai, you're now a senior investigator in the 749th Bureau. Do you know how much your monthly salary is? I shook my head and said, I don't know. My bank cards are with Sister Wei. Anyway, I don't spend money usually. Lin sighed, patted my shoulder, and left meaningfully. Until evening. When Ouyang Xiaowei came back from work, I told her about my going on a long trip with Lin. Ouyang Xiaowei just told me to pay attention to safety and didn't say much. But thinking of Lin's meaningful expression today, I still asked, Sister Wei, my salary card in the 749th Bureau is with you. Do you know how much my monthly salary is? Ouyang Xiaowei replied casually, I don't know. I haven't used it. I can check it for you tomorrow. Okay, don't forget. Chapter 39. Inner Mongolia branch of the 749th Bureau. Early the next morning, Lin came to pick me up early and took the earliest flight to Inner Mongolia province. Actually, this was my first time taking a plane, so everything was new to me. In the first-class waiting room, I kept looking around. There were few people at this time. Besides me and Sister Wei, there was a middle-aged man working on a laptop and two women wrapped tightly from head to toe. I couldn't see their faces clearly or tell their ages. Lin handed me a bottle of water and asked, Do you want something to eat? I shook my head and whispered, We can't eat at the airport. Lin asked curiously why. I showed off proudly. I did my research in advance. The food at the airport is extremely expensive. Lin was silent for a moment and then suddenly said, Do you know that the food in the first-class lounge is free? I was stunned. And then my expression changed. Are you sure? Lin nodded. I let out a yell, Damn it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? After saying this, I ran over and brought back a bunch of snacks. Sitting on the seat, I ate with both hands. Lin sat at a position far away from me with a disgusted look, as if she didn't know me. Soon we boarded the plane. The first-class seats were at the front. Lin and I sat in the first row. On our right were those two women who were tightly wrapped up. After getting on the plane, they took off layer after layer of their clothes. They were actually two good-looking women. After briefly showing their true appearances, they took out two face masks, laid them on their faces, and began to rest with their eyes closed. The genuine leather seats in first class were very comfortable. I also closed my eyes and slowly fell asleep. At the same time, Ouyang Xiaowei was lost in thought looking at the series of numbers on my bank card. After calling me and finding that I had turned off my phone, she silently took a photo of me and sent it to my WeChat. On the plane, I slept soundly and had a very vivid dream. In the dream, I seemed to see a swamp composed of thunder, emitting a heart-pounding aura. Deep in the swamp, there seemed to be a peerless, fierce beast roaring. Just as I was about to step forward to find out, Hey, wake up, Lin Bai, we've arrived. I opened my eyes and gave Lin a speechless look. Only then did I notice that everyone in first class had left, and only the two of us remained. I stretched and got off the plane with Lin. Do you remember the way? Should we fly there? Lin had a black line on her head. Fly your ass. Come on, I'll take you to pick up the car. Pick up the car? I looked at her curiously. Is the car faster than us? Lin shook her head and seriously admonished me. Lin Bai, you have to remember that supernaturals can't easily reveal their abilities in front of normal people. Got it? Why? Because it will cause their panic. If they find that there are people in this world with far more power than them, they will unconsciously be afraid. And the trouble caused will far exceed your imagination. Although I didn't quite understand, I still nodded. All right, anyway, you're the boss, you call the shots. Lin simply waved her hand and hailed a taxi. We arrived in front of a rather unremarkable building. There was a tattered sign hanging on it, which read the Bureau of Anomalous Celestial Phenomena and Climate Research. Now you're also a formal member of the 749 Bureau. It wouldn't be right if you still don't know the name our bureau goes by externally. I stared suspiciously at this shabby-looking building. This is it? In my impression, every member of the 749 Bureau is highly skilled. It's indeed a bit exaggerated to say they can move mountains and fill seas. But surely they wouldn't end up like this? Looking at my expression, Lin's expression became even more solemn. She said earnestly, Lin Bai, the significance of our 749 Bureau's existence is to protect China and the thousands of ordinary people who make up this world, rather than using our abilities to pursue a luxurious life. Material enjoyment is only temporary, and the pursuit of the spiritual level is our goal. I hope you can be the same in the future. Lin's words touched me deeply. I didn't expect the ideological awareness of the members of the 749 Bureau to be so high, clearly having the ability to obtain a large amount of wealth. They are willing to live incognito in this ordinary marketplace. I couldn't help but give a thumbs up to express my admiration for Lin. The guard at the door is an ordinary-looking old man. He must have met Lin before, so he directly let her in. You girl, still not giving up? Lin bit her lip and didn't say a word. The old man shook his head and looked at me and asked, Are you Lin Bai? Sure enough. A young hero. I asked curiously, Uncle, do you know me? The old man smiled and said, Of course. Who in the 749 Bureau doesn't know you now? Go in. I hope with your help this time, this girl's obsession can be resolved. I followed Lane Nu in confusion and entered the legendary 749 bureau, pushing open the shabby door. There is another metal security door that looks very technological inside. On the right wall, there is a fingerprint lock. Lane Nu pursed her lips. You can give it a try. See if you can open this door. I pressed my hand on it with a try-it-out mentality. Ding. Hello. Agent Lin Bai of the 749th Bureau. Welcome to the Inner Mongolia branch of the 749th Bureau. After the clear system prompt sounded, the security door slowly opened. What came into view was a huge screen, accompanied by a fragrance of wood. Could it be that the whole of this is made of top-quality agarwood? How much would this thing cost? The floor on the ground is also extraordinary. It is entirely produced by the Swiss Big brand Bauwerk. A crystal chandelier from Baccarat in France. A Simmons sofa that is extremely soft to sit on. And a whole wall of precious wines whose names I can't even name. I turned my head to look at Lei Nu. Is this a spiritual pursuit? Lei Nu sat on the sofa on her own and said seriously, we don't pursue extravagance. But we're not stupid either. Why keep the money without spending it? Practicing thrift and being good at managing the household is a virtue. But suffering needlessly is just being crazy. For some reason, I actually thought what Lei Nu said made a lot of sense. I also sat down and enjoyed the softness coming from under my buttocks. At this time, a young man with red hair, wearing a whole body of famous brands, walked straight over. Ouch, Sister Lei, you're here. Lei Nu introduced to me, this is also a member of the 749th Bureau, who has been stationed in Inner Mongolia all year round, codenamed Fire Snake. Hello, my name is Lin Bai. When the Fire Snake heard my name, its tone became significantly more polite. So you're Lin Bai. You're being too. Sister Lei has already made arrangements, and the car is ready. You can leave at any time. If you need any assistance from us, feel free to call. Sister Lei nodded, took the car keys, thanked them, and then pulled me to the underground garage. There were countless luxury cars in the underground garage. Although they couldn't compare with Ouyang Xiaowei's, they were still quite shocking to ordinary people. Recalling the Fire Snake's branded clothing, I was full of fantasies about the luxury car I was about to get into, until Sister Lei stopped in front of an old black Jetta. I pulled a long face and asked seriously, this one? Sister Lei pressed the key in her hand. Bayubiu. The double flash of the Jetta dispelled my last trace of fantasy. Sister Lei suppressed a smile and said, this is the second lesson for you. When you're out, be low-key and don't attract attention. I got in helplessly, and a strong sense of vicissitudes hit me. Sister Lei stepped on the accelerator and took me out of the garage, heading towards the destination. And she casually turned on the music in the car. I drove my black Jetta to the bar. When I got out, I generously gave 2 big sweet potatoes to the 2 doormen. I watched speechlessly as Sister Lei started swaying to the rhythm. I suddenly felt like calling the police. I really couldn't stand this kind of avant-garde music. I picked up my phone and realized that I hadn't turned it on since getting off the plane. Bayubiu, hello, my name is Lin Bai. When the Fire Snake heard my name, its tone became noticeably more courteous. So you're Lin Bai. You're being overly polite. Sister Lei has already made arrangements. And the car is ready. You can leave at any time. If you need any assistance from us, feel free to call. Sister Lei nodded, took the car keys, expressed her gratitude, and then led me to the underground garage. There were numerous luxury cars in the underground garage. Although they couldn't rival those of Ouyang Xiaowei, they were still quite astonishing to ordinary people. Recalling the branded attire of the Fire Snake, I was filled with fantasies about the luxury vehicle I was about to board, until Sister Lei halted in front of an old black Jetta. I frowned and asked seriously, this one? Sister Lei pressed the key in her hand. Beep. The double flash of the Jetta dispelled my last vestige of fantasy. Sister Lei suppressed a smile and said, this is the second lesson for you. When you're out, be discreet and avoid drawing attention. I got in reluctantly, and a strong sense of vulnerability assailed me. Sister Lei stepped on the accelerator and drove me out of the garage, heading towards the destination. And she casually turned on the music in the car. I drove my black Jetta to the bar. When I alighted, I generously gave 2 baked sweet potatoes to the 2 doormen. I watched speechlessly as Sister Lei began swaying to the rhythm. I suddenly felt like calling the police. I really couldn't endure this kind of avant-garde music. I picked up my phone and realized that I hadn't powered it on since getting off the plane. It's time to call Sister Wei to report my safety. As soon as I turned on my phone, Sister Wei's WeChat message came. Looking at the balance in my bank card, I also felt a dizzy spell. Lei Nu. How much is your monthly salary? Lei Nu replied casually while driving. 300,000 yuan. Then what about me? You're worth more than me, 500,000 yuan a month. I suddenly fell silent and confirmed. Do you mean that I, a person with a monthly salary of 500,000 yuan, was hired by you for 5,000 yuan to Inner Mongolia? Lei Nu suddenly explained. Lin Bai, it's not like that. You asked for 2,000 yuan. It's because I'm kind-hearted that I gave you 3,000 yuan more. I let out a long sigh and said, did you pay for the food all the way? Lei Nu nodded, of course. I pointed to the service area ahead and said, stop the car. I'm going to eat. Most of the service areas in Inner Mongolia are in places where few people go, so there isn't much to eat. But I still ordered 2 servings of pilaf with mutton and 2 bowls of beef noodles. Lei Nu pursed her lips. Can you finish all this? I rolled my eyes. None of your business. When I was indulging in the delicious food and feasting heartily, 2 young and beautiful women wearing sunglasses walked in. When they saw me and Lei Nu, they couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and then their complexions turned extremely ugly. They walked straight up to us. Aren't you paparazzi annoying? Following us from the airport until now, aren't you tired? I looked at Lei Nu blankly and asked, what's going on? Your friends? The Thunder Girl also shook her head and said, I don't know. Who are you? The beautiful woman sneered, took off her sunglasses, and revealed her delicate face, saying, don't you know me? Pretend, keep pretending. The 2 of us looked carefully for a long time, and both had a common question. Who on earth is this person? Chapter 40 Zhou Kuer and Xia Shi. When the woman saw our blank expressions, she couldn't help but snort coldly. Are today's paparazzi all so good at acting? They could all become movie emperors. I helplessly shook my head and said, Miss, if you have nothing else to do, please get out of the way. You must have mistaken someone. Unexpectedly, that woman became even more agitated and angrily said, what are you pretending for? Even if you're not a paparazzi, don't you know me? Xiaxi? Xiaxi? Who is that? The Thunder Girl and I just stared at each other blankly again. At this time, some of the woman's companions couldn't stand it anymore, walked over quickly, pulled Xiaxi and started walking out, while comforting her, saying, Xiaxi, let's go. Maybe it's really a misunderstanding. But Xiaxi suddenly broke free from her companion's hand and said arrogantly, Kuer, you don't understand. When dealing with these paparazzi, you just have to be tough. Otherwise, they'll keep pushing their luck. I really couldn't take it anymore, so I directly stood up and took out my police ID. Miss, if you continue to make a scene, come with me. The moment she saw the police ID, Xiaxi was clearly stunned and couldn't help but murmur. How is this possible? You're a police officer? I raised my eyebrows and said bluntly, otherwise? Her companion, that girl named Zhou Kuer, also had a very delicate appearance. But her temper was much better than Xiaxi's. She kept apologizing. I was too lazy to entangle with the 2 of them. So I waved my hand and let them go. Xiaxi still looked at me suspiciously, as if she was doubting my identity. After they left, I couldn't help but be curious and searched online. It turned out that Xiaxi was just an internet celebrity with more than 3 million fans on Douyin and had acted in some online dramas. The other girl, Zhou Kuer, was an actress. She had taken on several roles but hadn't achieved much popularity, so she had fewer fans than Xiaxi. I couldn't help shaking my head. After all that, I thought she was some big shot, but it turned out she wasn't very famous. So arrogant. Did she think she was Louis Fei? How much longer will it take us to reach our destination? Lei Nu calculated the time and said softly, it's about 4 more hours. I stretched and said, all right, then let's set off now. Try to finish this early so I can go home earlier. Lei Nu only then noticed that I had already finished all the food. Why are you so thin after eating so much? Maybe it's a gift. Oh, in the eerie silence, the 2 of us set off on our journey again. Looking at the increasingly desolate scenery outside the car, I couldn't help asking, isn't your home near Diannan Lake? Why are we driving into the desert? The Thunder Girl explained, Diannan Lake is in the desert. This area is called the Diannan Desert. Although there is no rainfall throughout the year, there are hundreds of lakes that never dry up all year round. Diannan Lake is one of them. In recent years, with the rapid development of the tourism industry, this desert has gradually been developed into a tourist area. However, the place we are going to is in the deepest part of the desert, so we probably won't meet many people. I shook my head. The world is really full of wonders. There are actually so many lakes in the desert. I really gained a lot of knowledge on this trip. When we entered the Diannan Desert, the sky was gradually getting dark. But there were still many tourists coming to play, and most of them were taking pictures and checking in. Because our Jetta was too ordinary, it didn't attract anyone's attention. We came to the deepest part of the desert, different from the crowds we saw before. The place where we parked the car was indeed the deepest part of the desert, and there was no one in sight, by a seemingly vast lake. We set up a small tent as our temporary base. Looking at the familiar scenes around, the Thunder Girl couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When I was a child, my father would go out to graze during the day. When my mother and I were waiting for my father to come back at home, we would wash up. So in Mint, the sky was much bluer than it is now, and there weren't so many tourists here. Everything was so wonderful. I didn't know how to comfort her either, so I could only say in a low voice, anyway, you at least have a wonderful memory. I still don't even know who I am until now. Lei Nu looked at me with a hint of emotion in her eyes and said, sorry, I didn't mean to. I shook my head and said indifferently, it doesn't matter. People always have to look forward. Apparently, Lei Nu was also infected by my optimistic mood and nodded as well, saying, that's right. You're right. We always have to look forward. Of course, I didn't forget the purpose of this trip. I stood up and started to look around. Sudan Lake is very large and surrounded by deserts with no obstruction in sight. I carefully looked around, but didn't find any abnormalities at all. Shintu, your mental power is much stronger than mine. Have you detected anything unusual? Shintu's voice sounded in my head. Kid, I haven't detected any abnormalities either. But somehow, there seems to be a familiar aura around. You must be careful. I pursed my lips and my face became solemn. If even Shintu feels familiar, it must be an old monster from at least thousands of years ago. Lainu asked expectantly from the side. How's it going? Did you find anything? Since there was nothing certain yet, I naturally wouldn't say it. I just said lightly, let's see. Lainu nodded disappointedly and went back to the tent in low spirits. I looked at only one tent and asked puzzledly, just one tent. If you sleep in it, where will I sleep? The face of Lainu turned red. You sleep in the car. I put my hands behind my head and said indifferently. All right, who told me to be a gentleman? However, the scenery of Lake Sudan is very beautiful. I flipped over and came to the car roof, lying down quietly, looking at countless stars dotting the night sky. My state of mind was also peaceful as never before. Slowly closing my eyes, the gentle breeze at night brought bursts of coolness, seemingly merging with the whole world. Help! Help! Who are you? Let go! While I was resting with my eyes closed, I suddenly heard a cry for help coming from afar. I opened my eyes and my figure disappeared instantly from the car roof. By the lake not far away, Zhou and Xia were wearing cool swimsuits, clinging tightly to each other, looking at the man approaching them with fear in their eyes. The man was naked from the upper body, bald, with a mutilated black dragon tattooed on his face. There was a lecherous light in his eyes, filled with primitive desire. Two little sisters, there is no one here. Do you want Big Brother to relieve your loneliness for you? Xia was trembling all over with fright, and Zhou was also very scared, but still took out her phone and said sternly, don't come over, or I'll call the police. Call the police? The bald man gave an evil smile and snapped his fingers. A sudden gust of wind blew towards Zhou's right hand holding the phone. Off guard, Zhou's phone was directly blown away. Zhou looked at the bald man in horror. Are you a human or a ghost? The bald man laughed sinisterly and said, little sister, I'm your sweetheart. After saying that, he lunged at the two beautiful women. Ah! The two closed their eyes and let out ear-piercing screams that could almost shatter one's eardrums. Ah! You're not a policeman? Save us quickly. I didn't turn around, but just asked curiously, why are you two dressed like this? Come to the desert to swim? Zhou blushed and explained. We just wanted to find a place with few people and beautiful scenery to take some photos and post them as works. That's why we came to this place. Unexpectedly, we ran into this pervert. I nodded, turned to look at the bald man who had recovered, and asked in a low voice, what about you? What are you doing here? The bald man swallowed his saliva, obviously very shocked by my sudden and mysterious speed. He asked nervously, who are you? Before I could answer, Xia shouted out first, he's a policeman. If you mess around again, he'll arrest you. The bald man was stunned first, and then showed disdain and said, a policeman? What use is a policeman? He stood up again and threatened viciously, kid, get out of the way now. I can spare your life. Otherwise, I won't be polite. With a slight smile on my face, I said indifferently, you? Be impolite to me? Let me see how you can be impolite. Seeing that I dared to look down on him like this, the bald man immediately flew into a rage. His face changed, and he quickly formed seals with both hands in the air. The wind rose. A suddenly emerging strong wind instantly enveloped me, whipping up gusts of yellow sand and forming a cage that trapped me inside. After doing all this, he still said smugly to Xia, little sister, you were the loudest just now. Brother will favor you first. Xiaxi's face changed. She didn't expect this pervert to be so powerful. She immediately wanted to turn around and run away. After hesitating for a while, Zhou picked up a stone on the ground and threw it at the cage that trapped me, trying to rescue me. The bald man laughed and said, it's useless. Little sister, my cage can't be broken even by your bullets. With a flash of golden light, the cage that the bald man was proud of instantly turned into a handful of yellow sand and scattered all over the ground. Chapter 41. The small world at the bottom of the lake. Watching me get out of trouble so easily, the bald man was obviously shocked. I patted the fine sand on my body and looked at him with great interest. Are you a wind-type superpower? Besides the 749 Bureau, are there other superpowers? At this time, the bald man had already realized something was wrong and tentatively said, are you from the 749 Bureau? I shrugged and said, you can understand it that way. Now, can you tell me why you are here? The bald man obviously wasn't giving up. He formed seals with his hands again. This time, he clearly exerted his strongest power. Wind feather arrows. Countless cyan wind blades transformed into arrow shapes and came at me in overwhelming numbers. Sensing the intensity of these arrows, I casually swung out an indestructible golden light and collided head-on. The moment those seemingly extremely powerful arrows collided with the golden light, they were shattered and dissipated into gentle breezes between heaven and earth. And that golden light seemed to be unaffected at all and slashed straight at the bald man. The bald man was extremely shocked. If this golden light really struck him, he might not even be left with a single bone fragment. At the crucial moment, the bald man's feet were lifted by 2 gusts of wind, and he just managed to dodge this attack. However, the golden light showed no sign of abating and left a deep gash in the vast desert. The bald man was sweating profusely and looked at me in horror, still shrieking, "Hey, hey, hey, big brother, don't be in a hurry to attack. I have something to say." I looked at him leisurely and asked faintly, "What do you want to say?" The bald man nervously swallowed his saliva again and said, "Big brother, I haven't seen you before. You should have just joined the 749 Bureau not long ago, right?" I nodded, indicating for him to continue. "Big brother, with your such powerful ability, what are you doing in the 749 Bureau? What can they offer you? It would be better to join us. We can give you everything you want. Money, women, power. All of them." I frowned and asked, "You? Who are you?" The bald man opened his mouth and said in disbelief, "You. Don't you know about us? The Chosen Ones?" Chosen Ones? That name is quite pretentious. Just as I was about to make a sarcastic comment, the Thunder Woman came from afar, her body flashing with lightning, and she was still holding Zhou Kuo, who had run away just now. "Zhou Tong, why are you here?" The bald man looked as if he had seen a ghost when he saw the Thunder Woman. "Damn it, Thunder Woman." After saying that, he turned around and plunged headlong into Sudan Lake. I didn't stop him because, after all, judging from the level of this bald man, he couldn't even compare with the Thunder Woman, so how could he escape from my hands? After that bald man jumped into the lake, I keenly noticed a slight fluctuation in space. By the time I realized it, he had disappeared strangely right under my nose. What's going on? I landed directly in the air on the water surface. Shin-Tu, can you sense his aura? No, he seems to have disappeared abruptly from this world. I frowned tightly and kept thinking, what's going on? Shin-Tu pondered for a moment and then said in a low voice, if I'm not mistaken, there should be another space at the bottom of the lake. Or rather, an independent small world. Small world? This concept is something I've heard for the first time. What is a small world? A space independent of the world we live in? Shin-Tu patiently explained. The Buddhists once said that a single flower contains a whole world, and a single leaf conceals an entire Buddha. Actually, in ancient times, after each god fell, their divine essence would transform into an independent world, namely the so-called small world. The operating rules of the small world are completely different from those of the main world, and they vary in size. The smaller ones might be as small as a single room, while the larger ones could be even bigger than the current Earth. I couldn't help but secretly marvel at Shin-Tu's explanation. So, there were so many secrets in this world. Seeing me standing motionless on the lake for a long time, Lainu thought I was regretting letting that bald man escape. Come back. Let him go. I've already sent a message to the Inner Mongolia branch. He'll surely be brought to justice this time, she said. I shook my head, returned to the lakeside, and asked, do you know that bald man just now? When it came to that bald man, deep loathing appeared in Lainu's eyes. Yes, his name is Zhou Tong, a wind elemental ability user. He's extremely lecherous and has committed several crimes. I almost caught him back then. Unfortunately, due to the interference of another force, he managed to escape. I suddenly remembered what Zhou Tong had said to me just now, and thus pressed, another force? The Chosen Ones? Lainu frowned. Did Zhou Tong tell you about the Chosen Ones? However, it doesn't matter. They're just an organization formed by a group of illegal ability users and won't cause much trouble. I nodded and pointed at Zhou Kuo and Xiaxi. Okay, what should we do with these two? Two beautiful ladies were evidently terrified by those previous scenes and hadn't regained their senses yet, especially Xiaxi, who had already run a certain distance, but was dragged back to the original place by Lainu. At this moment, she also shrieked in a shrill voice. Ah, ghost. I impatiently scratched my ear, then flashed and knocked her out. Subsequently, I looked at Zhou Kuo. Zhou Kuo was evidently much smarter. Immediately, she raised her hand and said, you don't need to do anything. I'll definitely cooperate. I nodded in satisfaction. Lainu also showed her credentials. Hello, madam. We are from a special department of the country. Therefore, what happened today must absolutely not be leaked. Soon, our colleagues will come and take you to erase today's memories. We hope you can cooperate. Zhou Kuo obediently nodded and blinked her two big eyes and said, okay, I'll definitely cooperate. Lainu also let out a sigh of relief. Thank you for your cooperation. Zhou Kuo looked at me and curiously asked, handsome guy, how did you fly over so quickly just now? Also, that golden light of yours looks so cool. Is it the sword Qi written in novels? And also, did that pervert just now have special abilities too? Looking at Zhou Kuo, who kept chattering like a curious little baby, I couldn't help but consider whether to knock her out too. However, Zhou Kuo evidently had already sensed my thoughts, so she obediently closed her mouth. At this moment, I then spared some time to turn to Lainu and said, just now I made some discoveries. If I'm not mistaken, your parents and relatives might still be alive. What? Lainu's complexion suddenly changed drastically. She tightly grasped my arm and said excitedly, Lin Bai, are you telling the truth? Are they really possibly still alive? I nodded seriously and said in a solemn voice, yes, There is an independent space at the bottom of this lake. Just now Zhou Tong hid in this space. I suspect that the others in your tribe were also carried into this space by that gust of wind. Lei Nu's emotions were still very agitated at this time. She said to me seriously, "Thank you, Lin Bai." This had been her obsession all along. Otherwise, she wouldn't have returned to this place many times. After so many years of torment and so many disappointments, finally there was a turning point today. I patted her on the shoulder and said softly, "Don't be too excited first. I'll go down and investigate to see if I can find the entrance to the small world." Lei Nu exhorted worriedly. "Okay, but remember, be absolutely careful and never take risks." I nodded indifferently and directly dived into the bottom of the lake. The lake water was relatively cold at this time of year. Even for me, I could feel the gust of chill. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid they would be frozen until their muscles cramped and they fainted in the lake water. Moreover, although the surface of Sudan Lake was calm, there were undercurrents surging at the bottom and it was bottomless. A layer of golden light covered my body, isolating the water flow. And then I slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. There is no light source at the bottom of the lake. Only endless darkness and many fish I've never seen before. They circle around me, sizing me up curiously, as if they're very curious about this intruder. And I start to explore the bottom of the lake meticulously. To the right, about 150 meters away, Shintu's voice suddenly rings in my mind. Without any hesitation, I swim directly in the direction he points. "The stone under your feet is a bit strange." I follow Shintu's instruction and look. And a strangely shaped stone catches my attention. I stretch out my hand to pick up this stone, but it's as immovable as Mount Tai. I curiously look around this stone from all sides, and the golden light in my hand flares brightly as I swing it down, seemingly sensing the danger. The fish that had surrounded me in a circle immediately scatter in all directions. The golden light that has always been invincible when it touches the stone seems to be absorbed and doesn't cause any ripple. Shintu has never encountered this situation either. After thinking for a while, he says, "Do you want to use the power of space to see if you can open it?" I place my right hand on the stone, and the power of space surges frantically, trying to resonate with this stone. But unfortunately, it's still like throwing a stone into the sea, without any effect. No, the power of space contained in this stone is too strong. It's simply beyond my ability to shake. Shintu has no idea at this time either, but I'm thinking, why was Zhou Tong able to get in with such weak abilities? As my thoughts turn, I place my hand on the stone again, and black lightning surges on my hand as I pour it into the stone. With a rumble, a mighty thunderclap burst forth from within the rock, and a powerful suction force acted upon me. Before I could even react, I was sucked in. At the same time, the sky above Sultan Lake suddenly grew dark and stormy, and a strong suction force acted upon the three people on the shore. The Thunder Girl's eyes were immediately filled with lightning as she shielded Zhou Kur and Xiaxi behind her. However, this suction force was simply too great for the Thunder Girl to resist, and soon, the three of them were also sucked to the bottom of the lake. Chapter 42. The Four Systems of the God of Marshlands. After a dizzying spell of upheaval, my feet finally touched the ground again. Looking around, I had actually been teleported from the bottom of the lake directly into a dense jungle. How miraculous! As I marveled, a strong gust of wind suddenly came from above my head. I looked up and saw the Thunder Girl, carrying Zhou Kur and Xiaxi, plummeting straight towards the ground. I leaped into the air and caught the three of them, then looked around warily. At this time, Zhou Kur had also fallen into a coma due to the spinning of the world. The Thunder Girl floated in midair, looking at the mountains that stretched as far as the eye could see in the distance, and couldn't help but fall into silence. "Is this the independent space you mentioned?" I nodded and asked in my mind. "Shintu, can you sense the size of this small world?" Shintu's tone was also unusually solemn as he said in a deep voice, "I can't sense it. The rules of this small world are very perfect. I can only sense a distance of about 15 miles, but I have a faint feeling that we should head east." Head east? I have no doubts about my judgment of Shintu's day. However, now we still have to bring along two burdensome people. And we are in a dilemma whether to advance or retreat. What should we do with these two? After thinking for a while, Lei Nu whispered, "Take them with us." I sighed helplessly, looking at these two unlucky children, and a sense of powerlessness welled up in my heart. There was no other way. I carried Zhou Kur on my back, and Lei Nu carried Xiaxi on her back. We walked eastward cautiously. The oxygen in this small world is very abundant, and there is also a blue sun hanging in the sky, making the tone of the whole world inclined to blue. The place where we first entered the small world is a forest, but when we reached the edge of the forest, we found that there were mountains upon mountains outside. I frowned and said, "With so many mountains, how long will it take to cross them all?" Lei Nu, on the other hand, looked firmly into the distance and said softly, "No matter how long it takes to climb over, I will persevere." I shrugged my shoulders and could only continue to follow behind Lei Nu, exploring forward from one mountain to another. As we tirelessly climbed over mountains and ridges, the security guard and fire snake from the Inner Mongolia branch also came to the lake. Looking at the mess around, The two of them looked at each other in dismay. Didn't they say we were going to pick up two ordinary people and do memory erasure for them? Where is everyone? The security guard didn't answer but closed his eyes and carefully probed the surrounding atmosphere. After a long time, he opened his eyes and said, "The auras of Lin Bai and the Thunder Woman disappeared here. Besides, there is also the aura of a wind-type ability user here, but it should not be very strong. At most only reaching a level." The face of the fire snake turned solemn, and he confirmed, "You mean their auras disappeared here? But how is that possible? Could something unexpected have happened to them?" The security guard shook his head and said seriously, "Impossible. With Lin Bai's ability, there is absolutely no possibility of an accident. If I'm not mistaken, they probably really found the clue to the disappearance of the Thunder Woman's tribe back then." "What?" The fire snake's eyes widened to the maximum, and he said inconceivably, "Really? Even the director couldn't find the clue when he came here in person. Can Lin Bai really do it?" A strange light shone in the security guard's eyes, and he murmured, "Maybe this Lin Bai can really create a miracle." The fire snake also had some expectations for this, but he was obviously more rational. "What should we do now?" After thinking for a while, the security guard said softly, "Call Lao Chun and ask the entire combat team to come over and cordon off this area. Once an accident occurs, we need to provide support immediately." The fire snake nodded and turned around to start calling people. Of course, we, Lin Nu and I, had no idea what was happening outside. All we knew was that the two burdensome kids had woken up. After Zhou Kuer and Xia Shi regained consciousness and saw the blue sun in the sky, they both thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. After confirming that their eyes were fine, the two of them were plunged into extreme panic. Xia Shi sat on the ground and started crying. "Woo-woo, we're just ordinary people. What does your business have to do with us? Why did you involve us?" "I'm obviously not good at handling this kind of situation, but Lei Nu didn't hold back at all. I said, 'Have you finished crying? Now you two have only two options. First, follow us and keep moving forward as we search for a way out.'" Xia Shi shook her head like a rattle and flatly refused, saying, "We don't want to go forward." "What's the second option?" Lei Nu said calmly. "We leave you two here and you find your own way out." Xia Shi immediately fell silent and looked at Zhou Kuer pleadingly. After Zhou Kuer pondered for a while, she made a decision. "We'll go with you." Xia Shi still wanted to refuse, but Zhou Kuer pulled her aside and whispered, "Think clearly. At least these two are good people and will protect us. What if we run into that pervert again or some other danger? We're done for." Xia Shi slumped her face and nodded helplessly, having no choice but to obediently choose to follow us. Lei Nu said seriously, "You two need to think it through. If you follow us, you must obey orders. You can only do things when we give permission, and you are not allowed to do things we don't agree to. Do you understand?" The two nodded obediently. Then Zhou Kuer and Xia Shi suddenly raised their hands and said, "Well, we're a bit cold. Can you give us some clothes to wear?" I was originally thinking about where to find clothes for them in this place. Unexpectedly, Lei Nu just nodded. 749, 4. 749? Lei Nu said gravely, "You two must deliberate. If you follow us, you must abide by orders. You may only act when we give consent. And you are prohibited from doing things we disapprove of. Do you comprehend?" The two nodded submissively. Then Zhou Kuer and Xia Shi suddenly lifted their hands and stated, "Well, we're rather cold. Could you give us some clothes to don?" I was initially pondering where to procure clothes for them in this locale. Unexpectedly, Lei Nu merely nodded. She brandished the watch on her hand, and with a mental command, two sets of women's long sleeves, sweatpants, and shoes materialized on the ground. I stared in stupefaction at all this. Instead, in the eyes of Zhou Kuer and Xia Shi, we two were no different from celestial beings at present. So they regarded this as normal. While they were dressing, I pulled Lei Nu to one side and asked curiously, "How did you conjure up the clothes just now?" Lei Nu waved the watch and said, "This is a watch distributed within our 749 bureau. It's already the 4th generation. We call it the Zishan 4 series. It has a certain storage function, can tell time, and most importantly, it can monitor the physical condition and location of the wearer in real time. If in danger, one can also use it to seek help." My eyes lit up, and I rubbed my hands and said, "Look, I'm also considered a member of the 749 bureau, right? Then where's my watch?" Lei Nu rolled her eyes and said speechlessly, "When you have time and go to the Capital General Bureau, someone will issue it to you." Hearing that we were going to the capital again, I suddenly felt disappointed. Well, next time for sure. While we were talking, they also changed their clothes. Indeed, no matter what beautiful women wear, they always look pleasing to the eye. The two of them changed into a new outfit that also caught people's eyes. Even Lei Nu couldn't help admiring her own fashion sense. All right, since we've changed our clothes, let's continue on our journey. To increase our speed, just like before, one of us will carry the other on our back. I didn't have any objections and directly squatted in front of Zhou Kuer, patting my back. "Get on." Zhou Kuer blushed, but still, the four of us continued to head east. Along the way, the mountains we encountered were getting taller and steeper, and we were getting closer to our destination. After we climbed over another mountaintop, a familiar figure came into view. I secretly felt happy. After putting Zhou Kuer on the ground, I quietly crept up alone. At this moment, Zhou Tong was still strolling leisurely on the mountain path, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Humph, those bastards from the 749 Bureau are like ghosts, following me even into the desert. I can still run into them. After finishing this mission, I'll slip abroad and let them chase me no more. And that freak, my attacks have absolutely no effect on him. If I catch him again, I'll throw a left hook and then a right hook and teach him a lesson for being so arrogant. I rubbed my nose and muttered to myself secretly. Could the freak he mentioned be me? Lay on my back hearing that we were going to the capital again, I suddenly felt disappointed. Well, next time for sure. While we were talking, they also changed their clothes. Indeed, no matter what beautiful women wear, they always look pleasing to the eye. The two of them changed into a new outfit that also caught people's eyes. Even Lei Nu couldn't help admiring her own fashion sense. All right, since we've changed our clothes, let's continue on our journey. To increase our speed, just like before, one of us will carry the other on our back. I didn't have any objections and directly squatted in front of Zhou Kuer, patting my back. Get on. Zhou Kuer blushed, but still lay on my back. The four of us continued to head east. Along the way, the mountains we encountered were getting taller and steeper, and we were getting closer to our destination. After we climbed over another mountaintop, a familiar figure came into view. I secretly felt happy. After putting Zhou Kuer on the ground, I quietly crept up alone. At this moment, Zhou Tong was still strolling leisurely on the mountain path, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Humph, those scoundrels from the 749 Bureau are like ghosts, following me even into the desert. I can still run into them. After finishing this mission, I'll slip abroad and let them chase me no more. And that oddball, my attacks have absolutely no effect on him. If I catch him again, I'll throw a left hook and then a right hook and teach him a lesson for being so overbearing. I rubbed my nose and muttered to myself secretly. Could the oddball he mentioned be me? It shouldn't be me. After all, I'm so brilliant, heroic, and handsome. How could I be a freak? It wasn't until I appeared in front of him and startled him that he blurted out, "Damn it, freak. How could you possibly track me down here?" I looked at him with a black line on my forehead. Without any unnecessary explanation, I threw a left hook at him, and then followed it up with a right hook. I pounded him repeatedly until he begged for mercy with a swollen head all over. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. What on earth do you want? Only then did I shake my slightly numb arm and drag him back in front of Lei Nu. The moment Lei Nu saw Zhou Tong, she took out something like a collar from the Zacian 4 series and put it around his neck. I could feel the energy in Zhou Tong's body rapidly disappearing in a short time until he became an ordinary person. I thought to myself what kind of high-tech this was. No wonder it was the 749 Bureau. The equipment was so complete. Lei Nu seemed to have guessed what was on my mind and explained from the side. This device is called the Spirit Imprisonment Lock. Once locked, unless there is a key, one can never open it by oneself. As long as it is worn, all superpowers will be sealed and become an ordinary person. If one tries to forcefully break it, the Spirit Imprisonment Lock will activate its self-destruction device and explode. The power of the explosion is enough to shatter the target's head. Sure enough, after being put on the lock, Zhou Tong quickly raised his hands and said, "I surrender. I surrender." What on earth do you want? Lei Nu coldly asked. Zhou Tong, you should know me and my methods. I'm asking you, what are you doing here? How did you enter this space again? Chapter 43, The Chosen One. In the face of Lei Nu's inquiry, Zhou Tong didn't dare to hide anything. I really don't know. You know my status among the Chosen Ones. When have I ever done important work? This time, I just received a notice asking me to bring supplies to the bottom of Sudan Lake and enter another space through a stone to give the supplies to the Chosen Ones inside. But as soon as I arrived at Sudan Lake, I met these two girls. I originally wanted to communicate with them about the true meaning of life. But then I met this freak. The rest you all know. I clenched my fist tightly and slowly walked towards Zhou Tong. Freak, right? Big brother, what are you going to do again? Stop. Ouch, I was wrong. After about a venting, my mood finally eased to a certain extent. And Zhou Tong looked at me with a look of fear and didn't dare to say a word at all. Lei Nu continued to ask, how will you find the other Chosen Ones? How did you enter this space? Zhou Tong took out a card from his bruised and swollen face with a cautious look and said, just stick this card on that stone and you can enter this space. As long as you keep walking east and cross the highest mountain, you can see the other Chosen Ones. I snatched the card and examined it carefully in my hand. It turned out to be an ordinary metal card that could store lightning, and the amount stored each time was fixed. Madam, how did you enter this space again? Chapter 43, The Chosen One. In the face of Lei Nu's inquiry, Zhou Tong didn't dare to hide anything. I really don't know, madam. You know my status among the Chosen Ones. When have I ever done important work? This time, I just received a notice asking me to bring supplies to the bottom of Sudan Lake and enter another space through a stone to give the supplies to the Chosen Ones inside. But as soon as I arrived at Sudan Lake, I met these two girls. I originally wanted to communicate with them about the true meaning of life. But then I met this freak. The rest you all know. I clenched my fist tightly and slowly walked towards Zhou Tong. Freak, right? Big brother. What are you going to do again? Stop. Ouch, I was wrong. After a bout of venting, my mood finally eased to a certain extent. And Zhou Tong looked at me with a look of fear and didn't dare to say a word at all. Lei Nu continued to ask, how will you find the other chosen ones? How did you enter this space? Zhou Tong took out a card from his bruised and swollen face with a cautious look and said, just stick this card on that stone and you can enter this space. As long as you keep walking east and cross the highest mountain, you can see the other chosen ones. I snatched the card and examined it carefully in my hand. It turned out to be an ordinary metal card that could store lightning, and the amount stored each time was fixed. It seems that lightning is the key to activating this space. The amount of lightning stored in this card is the limit that can accommodate the teleportation of one person. Because I didn't master the intensity and quantity of lightning well for the first time, that's why there was such a big commotion. And even the 3 thunder girls by the lake were sucked in. I coughed lightly and asked seriously, after delivering the supplies, how will you leave this space? Zhou Tong said with a bitter face, I really don't know, big brother. My status among the chosen ones is very low. They only asked me to deliver and didn't tell me other things. Looking at Zhou Tong's expression, I roughly had a judgment in my heart. This guy should really not know. I turned to look at the thunder girl and asked, what should we do with this guy? The thunder girl looked at a thick, big tree, had a brainwave, and directly tied him up. You just stay here obediently. Anyway, you are full of evil deeds, and it's your own fault if you starve to death. Zhou Tong's mouth was also blocked, and he could only make a whining sound as he watched us leave in front of him. On the way of continuing to move forward, the thunder girl said to me nervously, Lin Bai, I'm afraid there are not a few chosen ones who came in this time. I just looked at the supplies he carried. It's enough for 10 adults to eat for 2 years. I casually shrugged my shoulders and said indifferently, among the chosen ones, are there very powerful people? The thunder girl nodded and said, of course. Otherwise, they wouldn't have existed until now and even become stronger and stronger. I frowned and said, hasn't the country ever thought about completely exterminating them? The thunder girl said unwillingly, if we could wipe them out, would they still be here today? They originally split from the 749 Bureau and are very powerful. If we fight them head-on, the 749 Bureau will also be severely damaged. At that time, Huagua will lose its confidence in confronting foreign supernaturals on the international stage. Therefore, we have been tolerating them. I nodded. Curious about this so-called Chosen Ones organization. Can you tell me what exactly this Chosen Ones organization is all about? The Thunder Girl sighed and slowly began to tell the origin of the Chosen Ones. In the early days of the founding of the country, the great leader gathered all the supernaturals together and established the 749 Bureau. Since then, the strength of our country's long-established inheritance has been revealed. And no country can surpass Huagua in this field. As the 749 Bureau continued to grow, almost all supernaturals were included. However, extremes meet. Once a thing develops to the extreme, it will inevitably start to decline, and the 749 Bureau is no exception. So 30 years ago, there was an internal strife in the 749 Bureau, which split it into 3 parts. One part remained and still used the name 749 Bureau to continue serving the country. Another part is the Chosen Ones faction you saw. They act completely unrestrained. Although their strength is not as strong as ours, they should not be underestimated. I nodded thoughtfully and curiously asked, didn't you say it split into 3 parts? What about the third part? Lei Nu sighed and recalled. The other part neither chose to join the Chosen Ones nor the 749 Bureau. Instead, they found a place on their own and lived in seclusion. So, it's highly unlikely that you'll encounter them. All right. At this moment, Jokur and Xiaoxi behind me instantly became excited. Wow, that sounds so cool. Can I join you? Lei Nu shook her head and directly refused. You're just an ordinary person and can't join the 749 Bureau. Everyone has their own value in their respective positions. And your value is different from ours. Jokur lowered her head disappointedly. Xiaoxi on the side whispered, are you stupid? We're making several WS easily every day now. More than what those workers earn in a year. How much money can you make with them? Jokur frowned and said, we don't live just to make money. Xiaoxi sneered and said, if not for making money, what else do you do? Jokur and Xiaoxi pouted their lips. Anyway, they just felt that what Xiaoxi said was a bit off. I also had some feelings. 2 people who seemed so similar actually had such a big gap. Although Xiaoxi had more fans and looked better, her mind was full of how to make money, and when faced with danger, she would choose to run away to protect herself immediately. Jokur was relatively ordinary, but she could seriously think about some issues, and when something happened, she would think about how to deal with it instead of just running away directly. This was also the reason why I liked Jokur more. You don't listen to her. Although your memory will be erased after this trip, I still hope that you can maintain your current state of mind and not be like her, a selfish woman who only thinks about money. Jokur nodded seriously and said, I will remember. Don't worry. Xiaoxi's face changed greatly, But after seeing the scene where I beat Zhou Tong violently just now, after hesitating for a long time, she still didn't choose to speak. After all, in this place, she still needs our protection. Sure enough, when we climbed over another mountain peak, a sea of fire with extremely high temperature appeared in front of us. A figure completely red floated above the sea of fire, coldly staring at me and Lei Nu. When Lei Nu saw the red figure, her face turned extremely ugly. Qinyang, it's actually you. My ears twitched. And I put Xiaxi down and asked, who is Qinyang? Is he also a chosen one? Is he very strong? Lei Nu said with a wary face, yes. He is a fire element ability user and is slightly stronger than me. I wasn't very worried. Instead, I curiously looked at the sea of fire under his feet and asked curiously, hey, brother, did you create this sea of fire? It's so cool. Qinyang didn't know me, but he knew that the person following Lei Nu must be from the 749 Bureau, so his attitude towards me wasn't good. Instead, he coldly said, you go back. The people from the 749 Bureau can't handle the things here. The Thunder Girl didn't rush to take action. Instead, she patiently said in a rare manner, Qinyang, you know me. My missing clansman might be in this space, so I won't go back. After hearing what the Thunder Girl said, Qinyang's expression changed slightly, but he quickly concealed it. I'm sorry, but I can't let you pass. The Thunder Girl wanted to say something more, but I patted her on the shoulder and directly rushed into the sea of fire, locking eyes with Qinyang. Although I don't know what you chosen ones are up to, since I promised to help her find her clansman, I can't go back on my word. I also give you two options. One is to dispel this sea of fire, move aside, and let us pass. Or I'll defeat you, and then we'll pass. Which do you think is better? Qinyang snorted disdainfully. Just because of a reckless young fellow like you? No matter how powerful you are. You're the first one who dares to break into my territory and talk to me like this. I shook my head and said impatiently, since that's the case, then you can go down. My figure blurred, directly crossing space and appearing in front of him. My right hand was like an iron claw, hooking his ankle and directly throwing him into the sea of fire below. With a splash, Qinyang, caught off guard, smashed a huge hole in the mountain below. Perhaps feeling humiliated, he flew out of the pit directly and looked at me angrily, saying, do you think space-based superpower users can do whatever they want? Try my strength. Blazing fire to incinerate the sky. The terrifying high temperature has long exceeded the limit that space can bear. Qinyang is really quite capable. The fire element ability he masters is extremely powerful. The temperature around me now is probably reaching an astonishing value. And I don't dodge or evade. I don't even take out my weapon. I just spread my arms directly and start feeling the temperature of the flames. The Thunder Girl below anxiously reminded, don't underestimate the enemy. Qinyang's strange fire is very powerful and can even ignite the void. However, I seem to not hear it and let the flames wrap me up. Seeing this, Qinyang couldn't help sneering, humph, arrogant, being entangled by my flames. Even if you are a god, you will be burned to ashes. But his complacency didn't last long because he found that I, who was wrapped in his flames, didn't get hurt at all. Instead, my aura became even stronger. Chapter 44 Koei Nyo when I felt the endless flames wrapping around me. The voice of Shen Tu came to my mind. Right now, trust me and absorb all the flames into your body. Without the slightest hesitation, I directly removed all my defenses. The boundless fire seemed to see the most delicious thing in the world and drilled into my body. At the same time, the 6 stone gates in my body suddenly emitted different lights at the same time. They were like insatiable beasts, opening their huge mouths and swallowing all the flames into their bellies. As the original sea of flames was completely engulfed, I clearly felt that the aura in my body became even stronger. It seems that Shen Tu really didn't deceive me. This 6 paths of samsara sword can truly absorb all kinds of energy and nourish oneself in return. When I have absorbed enough energy, the seals on these 6 stone gates will gradually dissipate, restoring their former glory. Sensing the surging power within me at this moment, I stretched lazily and showed a smiling face to Qinyang. Thank you. Qinyang's eyes suddenly widened to the maximum, completely unable to understand what had just happened. Where was his sea of flames? How did it disappear in an instant? This was an ultimate formation he had spent several years setting up. Even if the person who came was extremely powerful, he had the confidence to intercept for a while. Even Lei Nu, who was watching the battle on one side, was stunned. She knew that Lin Bai was very strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. Just like that, Qinyang's sea of flames was broken. Even if the director came, it wouldn't be this easy, right? However, I didn't think there was anything strange about it. After all, if Shen Tu didn't deceive me, then what was truly in my body was really the 6 paths of samsara sword, one of the congenital 7 divine artifacts. Dealing with these so-called supernaturals now was naturally a piece of cake. After Qinyang came to his senses, he looked at me with suspicion and uncertainty. But I wouldn't give him a second chance to attack. I directly teleported through space and appeared behind him, feeling the cold touch on his neck. He didn't panic, but said very calmly, "Kill me." Lei Nu exclaimed, "Don't kill him." I frowned and said, "Why? Isn't he the enemy?" "An enemy." Yet not all enemies deserve to die. Qinyang had made numerous contributions to the country before. Even after joining the Chosen Ones, he had never committed any heinous acts. Lei Nu's words made me realize that not all Chosen Ones deserve to die. I put away the short sword in my hand and carried Qinyang back. "Then what are you going to do with him?" Lei Nu put the spirit-binding chain around Chunyang's neck, and in an instant, Chunyang's abilities were completely sealed. He looked at Lei Nu with a complex expression and said disdainfully, "You're still so indecisive. If not for this, the history would have been rewritten by us long ago." Lei Nu shook her head. The difference in beliefs couldn't be eliminated with just a few words. She looked at Qinyang sincerely and said, "I know you don't agree with our beliefs, but could you, for the sake of us being comrades who fought through blood and death and entrusted our lives to each other, tell me what on earth are you doing? Are my people still alive?" Qinyang looked at Lei Nu with a complex expression. After a long while, he uttered, "Sorry, I didn't know they were your people. However, there has always been a group of people around the Thunder Pond. They, like you, have awakened the ability of thunder. As you know, I left the 749 Bureau not long ago and have only been here on a mission for 3 years. But in the 3 years since I came here, many of your people have fallen. I don't know if your parents are among them." "What?" Lei Nu's face showed surprise first, then grief and indignation. "Have you ever stained your hands with the blood of our people?" Qinyang shook his head and said calmly, "You know me. Although I've joined the Chosen Ones, I've never killed innocent people." Lei Nu didn't respond, but her expression softened slightly because she knew Qinyang never lied. "What on earth are you Chosen Ones doing?" Qinyang glanced at me, pondered for a moment, and then told me everything he knew truthfully. "They want to plot the thunder origin on Kuei-Nyo to create a thunder god. As you know, there are only 3 SSS rank grandmasters in Huahua now. If another master of this level emerges among the Chosen Ones, the current balance will be broken instantly, and the Chosen Ones will gain the right to speak in the Huahua superpower world. Kuei-Nyo, the mythical beast in Shanhai Jing that has the innate ability to control thunder. Does this thing really exist?" Lei Nu and I exchanged glances, both filled with deep shock. Qinyang was also as shocked as the two of us when he first learned this news. "When I first came to this small world, more than a dozen Chosen Ones had already entered one after another, all of them being experts. But Kuei-Nyo also has guardians, that is, your people. The two sides have fought in this small world for decades, suffering losses on both sides. However, for your people, each death means one less. While new blood has always been able to join the Chosen Ones over the years, so they have gradually gained the upper hand. My task is to set up a sea of fire on the outskirts to prevent others from accidentally the small world and ruining our plan." Breaking Chunyang shook his head and spoke serenely, "You are aware of me. Although I have joined the Chosen Ones, I have never slain the innocent." Lei Nu did not reply, yet her countenance eased somewhat, for she knew that Chunyang never prevaricated. "What on earth are you Chosen Ones engaged in?" Chunyang cast a glance at me, ruminated for a moment, and then divulged all that he knew truthfully. "They aspire to scheme for the thunder origin within Kuei-Nyo to fashion a thunder god. As you are cognizant, there are currently only 3 SSS rank grandmasters in Huahua. If another master of this echelon emerges among the Chosen Ones, the existing equilibrium will be shattered instantaneously, and the Chosen Ones will commandeer the discourse power in the Huahua superpower realm. Kuei-Nyo, the mythical beast in Shanhai Jing endowed with the inborn capacity to govern thunder. Does this entity truly exist?" Lei Nu and I exchanged looks, both brimming with profound astonishment. Qinyang was equally astounded as the two of us when he initially learned this tidings. When I first arrived in this diminutive world, upwards of a dozen Chosen Ones had already entered successively, all of them being adept. Yet Kuei-Nyo also has guardians, namely your kin. The two parties have clashed in this microcosm for decades, sustaining losses on both fronts. Nevertheless, for your people, each demise implies one fewer. While fresh recruits have consistently been able to join the Chosen Ones over the years, thus they have gradually obtained the ascendancy. My mission is to erect a sea of flames on the periphery to preclude others from inadvertently breaking into the small world and foiling our plan." When Qinyang reached this point, I suddenly interrupted and said, "Wait a minute. It's not that I don't trust you. If what you said is true, with the ability of Kuei-Nyo, with all of you people, perhaps even a sneeze of it could blow you all to death." Qinyang turned his head away, obviously not wanting to look at me. If it was Kuei-Nyo in its prime, we would naturally not have any ideas about it. However, this Kuei-Nyo had been severely injured and was almost completely destroyed in spirit. In the center of this small world, there was a thunder pond, and Kuei-Nyo had been relying on absorbing the energy of the thunder pond to sustain its life. 16 years ago, a Chosen One accidentally broke into this small world and discovered this secret. If it weren't for the guardians of the tribe constantly blocking him, perhaps he would have already succeeded. 16 years ago, that was the day when Lei Nu's tribe suffered a disaster. Everything matched up. That Chosen One passed through the spatial barrier with lightning, thus triggering the lightning sandstorm in Lei Nu's memory. And her people didn't disappear without a trace. Instead, they entered this small world and fought against the Chosen One for several years to protect Coegist. After learning all the truths, Lei Nu's eyes became moist. It turned out that her parents might really still be alive. I walked to Lei Nu's side and said in a solemn voice, "What do you plan to do?" Lei Nu's gaze became clear and regained her former brilliance. "Anyway, the plan of the Chosen One must never succeed. Although I don't understand the contradiction between the Chosen One and the 749 Bureau, since I am Lei Nu's friend, I will naturally stand by her side. This is easy. I'll just kill all the Chosen Ones in this small world, and that'll be that." I clapped my hands and was about to get up. Chen Yang's eyelids twitched involuntarily. If it were someone else, he might have thought this was just empty talk, but obviously, based on the abilities I had demonstrated, it was really possible to kill them all. Although there were still over a dozen powerful experts among the Chosen Ones in this small world, with my own abilities, I would definitely rank among the top 5 among them. Even he himself was defeated so easily in front of me, let alone others. Lei Nu grabbed me suddenly. Although my actions touched her deeply, reason still made her dissuade me, saying, "Don't be impulsive, okay? Killing is always the most helpless way. It might be better to solve things through other means." Hearing this, I could only suppress my murderous intent and said gently, "All right, then what should we do now?" There were originally 2 burdens, but now there are 3.5. Qinyang pouted. It was fine to call himself a burden, but why was it 3.5? Hey, that's going too far. I'm at least a skilled fighter. How can I be a burden? And still 3.5? Lei Nu explained, he wasn't talking about you. He was referring to Zhou Tong who we caught before. That guy is still back there relying on us. Chen Yang's eyes widened, and he said, "So it's that good-for-nothing Zhou Tong. I wondered how you managed to get in." Sure enough, he's more of a hindrance than a help. I sighed and said truthfully, "Although you're a bit stronger than him, the difference isn't that big. It's just the pot calling the kettle black." "You." Chen Yang seemed really angry and completely stopped looking at me. Fuming, he stopped talking. Lei Nu patted me and whispered, "Don't anger him anymore. We still have to ask him how to get out. Otherwise, with 2 ordinary people tagging along, it'll be inconvenient for everything we do." I shook my head and said with full disdain in my tone, "It's not that I don't want to ask him. Look at him. Do you think the top brass of the Chosen Ones would tell him how to get out? I think he's just a nobody." Chen Yang, who had been eavesdropping on our conversation with pricked ears, suddenly burned with anger when he heard me looking down on him like this. The pent-up anger could no longer be contained, and he shouted directly, "You're the nobody. Your whole family are nobodies. There's only one way out of this small world, and it's firmly controlled by us Chosen Ones. You still want to get out? Dream on. If you piss us off, we'll destroy the exit, and you'll stay in this small world for the rest of your life." After Chen Yang rattled off a long string of words, he looked at us smugly, as if waiting for our surprised expressions. But to his disappointment, Lei Nu and I both looked at him in sudden realization. "Oh, I see. So the exit is in the lair of you Chosen Ones." Only then did Chen Yang realize he'd been tricked and once again became fuming and silent. Even Xia Shi and Zhou Ke, who were watching the show from the side, couldn't help covering their mouths and ing. After learning the way out, we weren't in a hurry anymore. We decided to rest in place for a while before continuing our journey. ing snickering you. Chen Yang seemed truly enraged and utterly ceased to regard me. Fuming, he fell silent. Lei Nu patted me and murmured, "Cease provoking him further. We still must inquire of him how to depart. Otherwise, with 2 ordinary individuals in tow, everything we undertake shall be inconvenient." I shook my head and declared with palpable disdain in my tone, "It's not that I'm reluctant to question him. Behold his demeanor. Do you imagine the elite of the Chosen Ones would disclose to him the means of escape? I deem him not but a petty minion." Chen Yang, who had been eavesdropping on our discourse with ears pricked, suddenly seethed with fury upon hearing me disparage him thus. The pent-up ire could no longer be restrained, and he roared forthrightly, "You are the insignificant one. Your entire family consists of such. There exists but a solitary route out of this diminutive realm, and it is firmly under the dominion of us Chosen Ones. You yet aspire to depart? Dream on. Should you incite our wrath, we shall annihilate the exit, and you shall abide within this petite world for the remainder of your days." After Chen Yang spouted a litany of words, he regarded us smugly, as though awaiting our astonished countenances. But to his chagrin, Lei Nu and I both regarded him with sudden comprehension. "Oh, I apprehend. Ergo, the exit lies within the lair of you Chosen Ones." Only then did Chen Yang realize he had been duped, and once more grew sulky and silent. Even Xia Shi and Zhou Ke, who were observing from the sidelines, could not refrain from covering their mouths and snickering. After ascertaining the means of egress, we were no longer hasty. We resolved to in situ for a while before resuming our sojourn. Resuming our sojourn, Chapter 45, The True Face of Xia Shi. During the break, Lei Nu chose to go back and bring Zhou Tong back. After all, that was also a life. And I sat next to Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke's face turned red, and she made a little space for me. "Officer Lin, Thank you for protecting me all the time. I waved my hand and said with a grin, it doesn't matter. Didn't you also help me when I was trapped? We're helping each other like this. Zhou Ke's face turned even redder and she suddenly asked, Officer Lin, do you have a girlfriend? I was stunned for a moment and then answered honestly, probably not. Probably. I looked at the mountains in the distance and said calmly, I lost my memory for a long time, so I'm not sure if I have a girlfriend. Anyway, during the time I have memories, I don't have a girlfriend. In Zhou Ke's look at me, besides admiration, there was also a hint of pity. Many people have said such a sentence. Most of a woman's bad luck starts from feeling sorry for a man. Although this sentence is not 100% accurate, it does make some sense. Feeling sorry for a man often means that this woman has fallen for this man. At this moment, Zhou Ke clearly had a hint of other emotions. I suddenly laughed and said, do you think I'm extremely handsome? So you've fallen in love with me? Zhou Ke snorted and said, how vain. Officer Lin, how didn't I notice your face is so big? I stroked my hair and couldn't help sighing in my heart about my irresistible charm. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the gap when I was chatting with Zhou Ke, she quietly walked to Chen Yang's side. She lowered her voice and said, how about making a deal with me? Chen Yang slightly lifted his eyelids and said listlessly, make a deal with me? What do you have that I would be interested in? Xiaxi secretly took out a card from her upper pocket. Chen Yang's eyes lit up. And then he said incredulously, how did the key to this spirit imprisonment lock end up on you? Xiaxi pretended to be mysterious and said, you don't need to worry about that. Now, are you interested in making a deal with me? Chen Yang pondered for a moment, obviously thinking about whether this was a trap set by us. But Xiaxi was also afraid of being discovered by us, so she urged anxiously, hurry up. If that woman comes back, we won't be able to leave. Chen Yang had no choice but to nod and say, fine. As long as you let me go. What do you need me to do? Xiaxi suddenly smiled and said, it's very simple. I'll let you go, and you take me out of this small world safely. How about that? Chen Yang looked at her strangely, then glanced at me who was chatting with Xiaxi not far away. He directly agreed. Okay, I promise you. But he's still awake, so I can't take you away. Well, there's a small bottle in the left pocket of my upper garment. After you walk to his side, quietly open it. Xiaxi quickly felt for the small bottle. Without even asking what it was, she just walked over. For her, the daily income is an astronomical figure. She doesn't have time to waste here. As long as she can leave as soon as possible, not only me, but she doesn't even consider the life or death of Zhou Ke. My ears twitched slightly, and I secretly sighed in my heart. Then I said to Zhou Ke beside me, Ke, your personalities are so different from Xiaxi's. How did you become good friends? Zhou Ke sent out a cute emoji and said, Officer Lin, you've misunderstood Xiaxi. Her nature isn't bad. It's just that sometimes she worries too much about herself. What a simple little girl. I didn't say more because Xiaxi had already come over. She wore a fake smile and pretended to thank me sincerely. Officer Lin, thank you for taking care of me all the way. After we get out, I'll definitely invite you to a nice meal. I shook my head and said earnestly, no need. What if you poison the food? Wouldn't I die unjustly? The smile on Xiaxi's face immediately froze. Zhou Ke shook my arm and looked at me with pleading eyes, hoping that I could be a bit nicer to Xiaxi. But she didn't see that Xiaxi had quietly opened that small bottle. A very faint strange smell wafted into my nostrils. I immediately blocked my senses and deliberately stood up pretending to be magnanimous. All right, for Ke's sake, I accept your gratitude. Only then did Xiaxi regain her smile and chatted with me a few more words until I covered my chest and slowly slumped to the ground. Zhou Ke looked at me nervously. Officer Lin, what's wrong with you? I stared fixedly at Xiaxi and questioned coldly, what have you done to me? Xiaxi spat on the ground, her maliciousness fully revealed on her face. Humph, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why aren't you talking now? Zhou Ke looked at Xiaxi in disbelief and pounced on her like a madwoman. What on earth are you doing? Xiaxi pushed Zhou Ke away with one hand, then turned around and took out that card and inserted it into the card slot of the spirit binding lock. The spirit binding lock that had been tightly locking Chen Yang opened accordingly. Feeling the power in his body gradually returning, Chen Yang also showed a smile again. He walked up to me and sighed, young man, let me teach you a lesson. The most difficult enemy to guard against is always one's own people. I sighed and said helplessly, truly, the wheel of fortune turns. Xiaxi came back and grabbed Zhou Ke's hand, saying earnestly, Ke, come with me. Let's go back to the real world together. What does their matter have to do with us? After we go back, I'll keep chatting with you on the voice call constantly and share my fans with you. Then we can make money together, okay? Zhou Ke's look at Xiaxi changed from shock to disappointment and then to complete indifference. You go. I won't leave. Xiaxi asked in disbelief. Why? Are you crazy? Zhou Ke shook off Xiaxi's hand and walked to my side, staring at the two of them warily. If it weren't for Officer Lin, we would have already fallen into the hands of that pervert. But what about you? You actually repay kindness with enmity. I, Zhou Ke and Xiaxi, don't have a friend like you. Hatred flashed in Zhou Ke and Xiaxi's eyes again. She looked at Chen Yang and said, What are you waiting for? Why don't you kill him? When Zhou Ku'er heard this, she immediately stood in front of me. Qinyang also sighed and said, although I don't want to admit it, your judgment of people is really accurate. I said in a very relaxed tone, what's the use of having accurate judgment of people? I'm still lying here at your mercy now. Qinyang shook his head and said, don't worry. I won't touch you, since you didn't kill me. I can't do anything to hurt you either. I was a bit surprised and gave a thumbs up and said, sure enough, it's you. You're clear about gratitude and grudges. Xiaxi on the side wasn't happy. She had schemed against me this time. If she didn't kill me, if I got out alive, there would definitely be no good end for her. What do you mean? If you don't kill him now, how could you possibly be his match later? Qinyang gave her a cold look and said, our deal is that you let me go and I safely send you back to the outside world. Other things have nothing to do with you, so you don't need to talk nonsense. Xiaxi opened her mouth wide and finally closed it helplessly. After all, she really didn't dare to offend Qinyang. Finally, Qinyang looked at me again and said, Lain will be back soon. She has the antidote. The gas in this small bottle will only make you temporarily lose your ability and won't harm you. Don't worry. After saying this, he took Xiaxi and walked directly into the distance. It wasn't until their figures disappeared from sight that Zhou Ku'er heaved a sigh of relief. She plopped down on the ground and said with a tinge of guilt, sorry, Officer Lin. I didn't expect Xiaxi to be such a person. I shrugged and stood up directly from the ground, patting the dirt off my body. It's okay. I've been on guard against her for a long time. Zhou Ku'er stared at me in astonishment as I regained my vitality and couldn't help but open her mouth wide and say, you weren't poisoned? I waved my hand indifferently. If I could be outsmarted by Xiaxi, I might as well just go and bang my head against a block of tofu. At this moment, Lain, who was supposed to be still away, suddenly flew out from the bottom of the mountain. Looking at me with a solemn expression, she said, shall we proceed according to the original plan? I nodded and said to Zhou Ku'er, I'll follow them and look for an opportunity to control the exit of this small world. Lain will search for the members of her tribe. You go with her. Once you find her tribe members, you'll be safe. Zhou Ku'er fell silent. Looking at me worriedly, she said, are you really okay on your own? I gave her a confident smile and comforted her, don't worry. I can handle it. Only then did Zhou Ku'er nod and move to Lain's side. And my figure disappeared in a series of ascents and descents. Looking at the obvious loving gaze in Zhou Ku'er's eyes, Lain sighed and said slowly, don't fall in love with him. It won't lead anywhere. Zhou Ku'er pouted her lips and murmured, but I think I already have. The Thunder Girl shook her head. What a fateful bond. Qinyang moved very fast with Xiaxi. Soon they crossed the highest mountain range. After crossing the range, a vast plain came into view. In the middle of the plain, there was a thunder lake emitting a dangerous thunderous aura, and there were some scattered wooden tree houses around it. About 5 kilometers away from the thunder lake, there was a group of tents that were obviously more modern. They surrounded a very strange open space. Why was it said to be strange? Because there was a very eerie circular pattern on that open space. It was very blurred, yet seemed to contain mysterious power. When Qinyang and Xiaxi walked over, a large number of chosen ones stepped forward. The leading chosen one had silver hair, eyes like light, and there were faint thunderbolts shining. With a single movement, she blocked Qinyang's path. Who is she? Weren't you responsible for guarding the perimeter? Why did you come back suddenly? Chapter 46. Caught in a dilemma facing this chosen one's question, Qinyang showed disdain. He was a proud person and his own ability was strong enough, so he rarely took others seriously. Qinlai, do I need to explain my actions to you? Although you are the person in charge of this operation, no one has the right to boss me around except the leader. Qinlai was the person in charge of this operation and also the strongest among the chosen ones present. He was a thunder elemental ability user himself. The so-called God-making plan of the chosen ones this time was to help him break through to the SSS rank. So naturally, he didn't allow anyone to disrupt his plan. Watching Qinyang about to take Xiaxi into the teleportation formation at the exit, he couldn't help but shout harshly, Qinyang, no matter what, I am the person in charge of this operation. If you want to take people away, shouldn't you give me an explanation? In fact, if Qinlai had spoken to Qinyang nicely, Qinlai might have told him all the things. However, his arrogant attitude really aroused Qinyang's dissatisfaction. Give you an explanation? Who the hell do I need to give an explanation to when I'm out in the world? Looking at Qinyang's unyielding look, a suppressed killing intent burst out in Qinlai's eyes. You're courting death. Rumble. Streaks of divine thunder descended from the sky and struck on the road where Qinyang was advancing. Qinyang's advancing steps paused. Looking at Qinlai with an ugly face, he said angrily, Qinlai, what do you mean? Can't I leave if I want to? Qinlai remained unmoved and said, you can leave any time you want, but this woman can't. Without clarifying her origin, she can't leave. Although Xiaxi didn't have much sense, she could still feel the intense killing intent on Qinlai. She couldn't help but nervously grabbed Qinyang's arm. Qinyang knew that he wasn't a match for Qinlai and had also promised Zhou Ku'er, so he could only tell the whole story. Qinlai's eyes flickered. And he repeatedly confirmed, "What you mean is that a new member has joined the 749 Bureau, and he effortlessly destroyed your sea of fire. And you didn't even see how he made a move?" Although this was a bit embarrassing, Qinyang still nodded frankly. This made Qin Lai couldn't help but take a deep breath of cold air. If what Qinyang said was true, then there might very well be another SSS-level Grandmaster in the 749 Bureau, which was simply inconceivable. You know, the number of Grandmasters in the world didn't exceed 10. And each one was a national treasure-level figure. How could one appear in this place? Could it be that their plan had been leaked? When Qin Lai was still immersed in his own world, filled with doubts and uncertainties, Qinyang spoke again. "Anyway, I've promised her to send her out. Can you get out of the way now?" Qin Lai didn't say anything and directly made way. Seeing this, Xiaxi was overjoyed. She could finally return to her world. Those countless designer handbags and cosmetics, and those licking dogs who would always circle around her. She was finally going back. The ideal was plump, but the reality was harsh. Just as she passed by Qin Lai, a piercing pain suddenly spread throughout her internal organs. No, Chen Yang's eyes were on the verge of splitting, and he stared at Qin Lai with wide eyes as he stabbed a thunderblade into Xiaxi's heart. Xiaxi's vital signs instantly disappeared. Her big, beautiful eyes still retained the expectation for a better life until the end. Unfortunately, she would never see it again. Chen Yang stared blankly at Xiaxi's body, and an uncontrollable anger burst out from him. "You clearly knew I promised her to send her out. Why did you make me break my promise?" Qin Lai sneered at this. "Chen Yang, did a donkey kick your brain? Can others know what we're doing now? You still want to send her out? Once she gets out alive and falls into the hands of the 749 Bureau, all our efforts over the past decade will be in vain." Chen Yang shook his head. "These are not reasons. You go to hell." Endless flames burst out from Chen Yang and drifted around. Qin Lai, being the closest, was naturally the first to bear the brunt. With an ugly complexion, he drew a circle in front of himself with his right hand, and a thunder shield appeared before him, blocking all the flames. "Chen Yang, stop, otherwise I won't show any mercy." Chen Yang turned a deaf ear to this and continued to increase the intensity of the flames. The chosen ones around, due to the high temperature, could only stay far away, and Qin Lai's endurance had reached its limit. Purple thunder power surged around his body, and its momentum was far more powerful than that of the Thunder Girl. Thunder piercing through the void. Endless lightning lights sliced through the void and also crossed the distance, directly rushing towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang's reaction was not slow either. A dragon-shaped fire shield immediately appeared in front of him. However, due to the strength gap between the two, and the fact that Chen Yang had consumed a large amount of energy during his battle with me, the lightning light finally shattered the fire shield and also hit Chen Yang. Puffed along with a large mouthful of blood spat out, Chen Yang slumped to the ground listlessly, but his eyes still stared fixedly at Qin Lai. Qin Lai's eyes showed killing intent again. Since Chen Yang joined the Chosen Ones, he had always been independent and not associated with others. Except for the leader, he didn't take anyone seriously. Now it was time for him to pay the price. Watching Qin Lai really about to take action, other Chosen Ones tried to persuade him kindly, saying, "Forget it. After all, we are all on the same side. It's not good to kill, right?" Qin Lai suddenly raised his head, looked around, and asked coldly, "Did he show any mercy when he attacked us just now?" The path is chosen by oneself. One can't blame others. Seeing this, the other Chosen Ones also closed their mouths. As Qin Lai gradually approached, Chen Yang also reluctantly closed his eyes, waiting for the arrival of death. TSK, TSK, TSK. So ruthless even to one's own people. "Chen Yang, you're not doing well among the Chosen Ones either." A mocking voice suddenly reached everyone's ears, and my figure appeared beside Chen Yang. After Chen Yang heard my voice, he slowly opened his eyes. Ignoring his objections, I placed my palm on his shoulder, and a purple chi filled with vitality slowly flowed into his body. His injuries visibly improved. Chen Yang looked at me with a complex expression and asked, "Why save me?" I shook my head, showing 2 rows of big white teeth, and smilingly said, "You didn't kill me just now, so shouldn't I repay your kindness? Save your life." Chen Yang's face turned red. That I could appear in front of him so quickly meant that I wasn't poisoned at all. I was just cooperating with him to act. I curiously examined the empty space at my feet and the miraculous patterns painted on it. "Is this the exit of this world?" Chen Yang nodded. I casually took out a stone containing a trace of thunder power and threw it in. Sure enough, after a flash, the stone disappeared from the ground. At this moment, Qin Lai probed cautiously and said, "Friend, who are you? Are you also an elementalist with the ability of lightning?" I shook my head and said solemnly, "It should not count as that. I can do a little bit of all kinds of abilities. However, judging from the power of lightning alone, I should be a bit stronger than you." Although Qin Lai felt a strong threat from me, it was impossible for him to be scared off just by my words. He winked at the Chosen Ones around him and quietly surrounded me. I sighed and didn't make any movement at all. I just waited quietly until they surrounded me. Then I uttered a sentence. "Do you want to come one by one? Or all together?" This sentence undoubtedly ignited the powder keg. Who isn't the protagonist in their own story? Why are you so arrogant? A middle-aged man with a sallow complexion and short stature directly stepped forward. Kid, have a fight with your grandpa Huang? I waved my hand indifferently and said, come on, let me see what kind of stuff you chosen ones are. At this time, Qinyang suddenly said, be careful. His name is Huang Zheng. He is an elementalist with the ability of earth and is not weaker than me. I just said, so what? When I beat you, I didn't spend much effort either. Qinyang pursed his lips and didn't continue talking. And Huang Zheng got angry when he saw that I didn't take him seriously at all. He slapped his hands on the ground, as if two earth dragons burrowed into the ground and roared towards me. I didn't dodge or evade. I just let the two earth dragons drill out of the ground and tie my legs. After feeling the strength on my legs, I shook my head disappointedly and thought, is this all? After Huang Zheng saw me trapped, he didn't show the slightest carelessness. He stomped heavily on the ground, splashing up countless dust. This dust seemed to completely obey Huang Zheng's command. It continuously solidified and compressed in the air, and finally formed a sharp blade with a density far exceeding that of a diamond. After hovering at high speed in the air, it shot towards my forehead at extreme speed. Sure enough, only by constantly fighting against superpower users can one learn their diverse attack methods. A dazzling golden light radiated from my whole body. The two earth dragons binding my legs were instantly cut into countless segments. After letting out a mournful roar, they scattered into dust. At the same time, a golden short sword appeared in front of me, blocking the earth blade. That earth blade seemed indestructible. But when it encountered the golden short sword, it was like being made of paper and was easily broken. And my figure instantly spanned space and appeared in front of Huang Zheng. Without hesitation, I kicked him in the chest, and he flew out backwards instantly. Lying on the ground, he passed out in a coma. This scene once again deeply shocked everyone. Huang Zheng's strength was even a bit stronger than Qinyang's. Among all the chosen ones participating in this operation, the three strongest ones were undoubtedly Qin Lai, Huang Zheng, and Qinyang. Now Qinyang was standing over there, and Huang Zheng was easily defeated. The remaining chosen ones all looked at Qin Lai, hoping that he could come up with an idea. Qin Lai was also in a dilemma at this moment. If he advanced, it seemed that all of them together might not necessarily be a match for this mysterious young man. If he retreated, what would become of the 16 years of perseverance and hard work? Chapter 47. The dust settles. While Qin Lai was struggling, I stretched and pointed at him somewhat boredly. I heard you're the most powerful here. Why don't you come up and have a fight with me? Qin Lai saw the looks in the eyes of the chosen ones around him and knew this battle was inevitable. So he didn't shy away and directly stepped forward, saying coldly, since you're so determined, don't blame me. If I win, you leave the 749 Bureau and join the chosen ones. How about that? I didn't refuse. After all, I wouldn't lose. What if you lose? Then take these chosen ones and get out of this small world. A fierce light flashed in Qin Lai's eyes. As a well-known veteran, he had never been looked down upon like this by who seemed so young. Fine, I accept your challenge. Let's fight. Immediately, lightning surged around Qin Lai. He seemed to transform into a lightning dragon, hovering in the high sky, charging forward with the power of thunder. Two beams of shot out from my eyes. During these days of battles, I fought either by instinct or by overpowering my opponents with brute force. There were no systematic moves at all. Qin Lai was the most powerful lightning type I had ever seen. So I didn't rush to counterattack, but kept observing. Whoosh. My figure crossed space and just managed to dodge the impact of the lightning dragon. After I dodged, I could clearly feel that the space where I had been just now was damaged by this one. I secretly clicked my tongue in wonder. No wonder this old guy was so confident. He really had some skills. 749 chosen ones. Qin Lai was not surprised to see me dodge his attack. Instead, his gaze sharpened. He raised both hands, and the thunder power within his body erupted to the maximum extent. A vast thunder sea suddenly formed, engulfing both my figure and his. In the boundless thunder sea, Qin Lai seemed to transform into one of the countless thunders and completely disappeared. Suddenly, a gust of strong wind came from behind. I originally wanted to activate the space power to dodge, but I found that in the thunder sea, the space was actually imprisoned. Helplessly, I could only forcefully turn around. The blue short sword instantly appeared in my hand and stabbed towards Qin Lai, who was attacking from behind. There was an undeniable excitement in Qin Lai's eyes. He didn't expect me to be so overconfident, clearly possessing several kinds of special abilities, yet still allowing him to unleash his most powerful move. Thunder-roaring, mountain-breaking fist. With the blessing of the thunder sea, the aura on Qin Lai reached its peak, and the thunder-roaring, mountain-breaking fist concentrated all his strength at one point, bursting out with extremely powerful force. At this moment, Qin Lai felt that he had swung the strongest punch in his life. But soon, he saw the most terrifying scene in his life. The moment it came into contact with the seemingly unassuming blue short sword. His seemingly indestructible fist was actually cut open like a piece of white paper. Then, An invisible suction force suddenly burst out, sucking away all the thunder-based special abilities in his body and the surrounding thunder sea completely clean. Suddenly, the boundless thunder disappeared, and Qin Lai's aura withered to the extreme. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing what had happened. Just now, wasn't Qin Lai imposing and in an absolutely dominant position? Why did we suddenly lose? Qin Lai himself didn't know what had happened. He just stared at me blankly and uttered a word unwillingly. Why? I didn't answer him. Instead, I flung out a bolt of black lightning, which transformed into a thunder dragon like Qin Lai did just now and hovered in the air. Although it wasn't as magnificent as Qin Lai's move, in terms of aura and sense of oppression, it far exceeded his by more than one notch. Qin Lai stared blankly at the thunder dragon in the sky and unconsciously fell into a murmur. In this world, how could there be black thunder? I shook my head and gently reminded, "You've lost. Shouldn't you just leave as per the agreement?" Only then did Qin Lai come to his senses and said unwillingly, "Let us go. We've been here for 16 years. Why should we leave?" "I'm not convinced." I frowned and said speechlessly, "What do you mean? Are you going to renege on your promise?" Although Qin Lai felt a bit embarrassed, he still said coldly, "So what? Unless you kill us all, otherwise, we will never leave." Xinyang spat and cursed angrily. "Qin Lai, have you no shame? Living to such an old age? You're just wasting your life." Qin Lai remained unmoved. All the chosen ones stood behind him, apparently making the same choice as him. I sighed and gripped the short sword even tighter. Just as I was about to strike, suddenly there came a sound of thunder flashing in the distance. I saw Lei Nu arriving with a large group of tribespeople with thunder power on them, surrounding the remaining chosen ones in a circle. Beside Lei Nu stood 2 middle-aged men and women who resembled her about 7 or 8 out of 10. If one had to guess, they should be Lei Nu's parents. Unexpectedly, they were actually alive. All the clan members stared at this group of chosen ones with unfriendly expressions. After years of fighting and killing between the two sides, they had long reached a stage of being mortal enemies. If they could leave all these people behind, they would never hesitate. All the chosen ones also looked gloomy. Just dealing with me was difficult enough, and now with these guardians of the Kuei-Nyo, they might not be able to escape today. Qin Lai's complexion was also not good, but he still had a trump card up his sleeve, so he wasn't particularly nervous. "We have controlled this only exit for over a decade. Do you think we've been doing nothing? We buried dozens of kilograms of explosives nearby. If I press this button, everyone will die together. Even if someone manages to survive by some miracle, they'll be trapped in this small world for a lifetime." Lei Nu cast a probing look at Xinyang, who imperceptibly nodded. It seemed this was true. Apparently, Lei Nu's father and mother were the leaders of these guardians. After exchanging a glance, they looked at me and asked, "Young man, what do you think?" My expression was solemn. Suddenly, I showed a relaxed smile and said, "I think none of you will be able to leave." The smile on Qin Lai's face froze. He said in disbelief, "Aren't you afraid of dying with us?" I shook my head and said, "You can't do it." Suddenly, a yellow figure sprang out from the ground. Qin Lai was startled and blurted out, "Mountain Rat? Why are you here?" Mountain Rat stood beside Lei Nu and chuckled, "You can press it. I've dug out all the explosives you buried. Let's see how you can detonate them now." As Mountain Rat was speaking, countless powerful auras descended here across space. They were all familiar faces: Fire Snake, Security Grandpa, and also Old Chun and his team members whom I had met before. Seeing me, Old Chun laughed heartily. "Long time no see, Lin Bai." I nodded in response. When Qin Lai pressed the remote control in his hand and found no response, he was already desperate. He asked in confusion, "How is this possible? How did you enter this small world?" The exit was clearly firmly controlled by us, and no one has ever gotten out. Old Chun smiled without saying a word and took out a stone from his hand, which was exactly the one I had thrown. Qin Lai completely closed his eyes. The remaining chosen ones still wanted to make a final resistance, but a powerful spatial pressure acted on them, making it impossible for them to resist. As a spatial-type superpower user at the same level as Qin Lai, it was no problem for Old Chun to suppress them. The only one with the ability to break through space, Qin Lai, had also fallen into weakness due to the battle with me. After putting the spirit-binding locks on everyone, everything finally settled down. Lei Nu walked over with her parents. "Young man, thank you. If it weren't for you, perhaps our entire tribe would have gradually declined." The voice of Lei's father was hoarse. Apparently, the experiences of these years had made them all much older. Lei's mother's eyes were even more red-rimmed as she tightly held Lei Nu's hand and didn't let go. "Our tribe has been guarding the Kuei-Nyo for generations and has inherited the ability of the Kuei-Nyo to use thunder. Every child in the tribe, when they reach the age of 8, will be helped by the elders of the tribe to awaken the corresponding ability and be informed of their identity as guardians. However, the accident came so suddenly back then that we didn't have any time to react. We could only leave her alone outside while we had to enter this space reluctantly and start a long battle." I nodded, thus knowing all the ins and outs. Lei's father said with a sincere look on his face, "Young man, You are the great benefactor of our entire tribe. No matter what you want us to do in return, we will agree. After I pondered for a moment, I suddenly said, Uncle and Aunt, I want to see the Coenyo. Is that okay? Lei's father and Lei's mother exchanged glances, although they were a bit embarrassed. After thinking for a while, they still gritted their teeth and agreed. Okay, but you can only look at it from a distance and not get too close. Good. I promise you. For some reason, I was quite curious about this divine beast that mastered thunder. Since Chun Lao and the others had to represent the 749 Bureau to with the Guardians tribe of the Coenyo, and it would also take some time. So I was led by Lei Nu to the thunder pool that their tribe had been guarding around all the time. Lei Nu didn't say a word along the way until we reached the lake. Make contact with only then did I seriously say, Lin Bai, thank you. I waved my hand and said, all right, if you say thank you again, my ears will get calloused. Lei Nu, you go in by yourself. I won't go over. For the next period of time, I probably won't go out. I want to stay here with my parents for a while. I can well understand her current mood. After being separated for so long and finally reunited, naturally, she doesn't want to part. After comforting her for a while, I walked alone towards the Thunder Lake. Just like in my dream, the vast Thunder Lake exuded a terrifying power. Roar. As I approached, a deafening roar spread throughout the small world. A huge mountain-like figure emerged from the bottom of the lake. It was shaped like a bull, with only 1 foot. And its eyes were as bright as the sun and the moon. Its whole body was shrouded in thunder and showed a dark blue color. Looking from afar, it was extremely sacred. Against this backdrop, I at its feet looked as tiny as an ant. Chapter 48. Refusing the gift of the Coenyo. This was the first time I faced the legendary divine beast so directly. That overwhelming sense of oppression came over, making people unable to look directly. This roar attracted the attention of everyone in the small world. Lei Nu's people knelt down towards the direction of the Coenyo and bowed their heads deeply. All the members of the 749 Bureau were also deeply shocked, with endless shock in their eyes. Lin Bai, can you hand over the control of your body to me for a while? Shin Tu's voice sounded in my mind. I didn't refuse. Only then did I seriously utter, Lin Bai, thank you. I waved my hand and remarked, all right, if you express gratitude once more, my ears will become calloused. Lei Nu smiled gracefully and said, you go in by yourself. I won't go over. For the upcoming period, I likely won't venture out. I wish to remain here and accompany my parents for a while. I can thoroughly comprehend her current state of mind. After being separated for such a long time and finally reunited, naturally, she is reluctant to part. After consoling her for a while, I walked alone towards the Thunder Lake. Just as in my dream, the vast Thunder Lake emitted a terrifying might. Roar. As I drew nearer, a deafening roar pervaded the entire small world. A gigantic mountain-like form emerged from the lake bottom. It resembled a bull, having only 1 foot, and its eyes were as bright as the sun and the moon. Its entire body was enveloped in thunder, a dark blue hue. Viewed from afar, it was extremely divine. Against this backdrop, I at its feet appeared as minuscule as an ant. Chapter 48. Declining the gift of the Coenyo. This was the first instance I confronted the legendary divine beast so directly. That overwhelming sense of oppression surged forth, rendering people unable to gaze directly. This roar captivated the attention of everyone within the small world. Lei Nu's people knelt down reverently towards the direction of the Coenyo and bowed their heads deeply. All the members of the 749 Bureau were also profoundly shocked, with boundless shock in their eyes. Lin Bai, could you hand over the control of your body to me for a while? Shin Tu's voice echoed in my mind. I did not decline. Reverently, almost at the moment when I released Shin Tu's soul, that powerful mental force controlled my body. I was like a bystander, watching myself fly to the same height as Coenyo. Doubt filled Coenyo's eyes. Shin Tu, is that you? After Shin Tu was silent for a moment, he slowly said, I thought you had died in that battle back then. Coenyo lowered his mountain-like head, his expression dejected as he said, in this state now? What's the difference from being dead? Shin Tu sighed, filled with unwillingness as he said, the war between Emperor Huang and my Lord Qi Yu lasted for hundreds of years. Emperor Huang lost 9 battles in a row, yet still managed to linger on with the help of all the gods in the sky. If Emperor Huang hadn't listened to the plan of the 9 heavens and killed you, using your cowhide as drums and your cow bones as drumsticks, with 80 big drums sounding together like thunder, scattering the army of my Lord Qi Yu into disarray, the outcome of that battle would have been hard to predict. Hearing these past events, Coenyo began to roar angrily. It took a full quarter of an hour before he calmed down again. Back then, Emperor Huang was also forced into it. If he hadn't done so, perhaps the human race would have been wiped out by the god race. Although Emperor Huang was forced to skin me and remove my bones back then, to save my life, he sent me to this small world, left behind a group of guardians, and built this thunder pool for me. Only then could I linger on. Shin Tu nodded, finally knowing the truth of Coenyo's survival. Since I was sent here, I have never known any news of the outside world. Which tribe, the Yanhuang tribe or the Jili tribe, won the victory? Is the Yellow Emperor still alive? Shin Tu slowly exhaled a puff of turbid air and said with a sad expression, 5,000 years have passed since you were sent here. The Yellow Emperor has long since returned to the dust. At Zhualu, the Yanhuang tribe defeated the Jili tribe in a great battle. Qi Yu was beheaded by Ying Long, and all the warriors under Qi Yu's command, including us, have fallen. I am the only one left with this soul, lingering on in this young body. What? The Yellow Emperor is dead? Kuei Nyo's eyes widened to the maximum and said in disbelief, how is that possible? The Yellow Emperor has already become a saint. How could he have fallen? Shin Tu continued to speak seriously. Today's human race is no longer the one that can compete with the gods and demons. Now the human race has become as vulnerable as the high gods originally imagined, vulnerable to a single blow. The demons have been sealed, the human race has been weakened, and the gods have become the soul masters. Hearing this, Kuei Nyo's emotions fluctuated again, and the thunder filling the sky was triggered. It seemed that the entire small world would collapse at any time. Shin Tu's mental power suddenly erupted and controlled the enraged Kuei Nyo, shouting sternly, Kuei Nyo, calm down. Everything is already a foregone conclusion now. No matter how angry you are, it won't help. For some reason, Shin Tu's mental power far exceeds that of other strange beasts of his era, so he quickly calmed Kuei Nyo down. The Yellow Emperor has passed away. I no longer have any meaning of existence. After struggling painfully for so many years, I can finally continue to follow in the footsteps of the Yellow Emperor. Shin Tu shook his head and suddenly said, the situation may not be without a turning point. Do you know why I chose to attach myself to this young man in front of me? Kuei Nyo looked at my body suspiciously and carefully, then shook his head blankly. Although this body contains powerful energy, it is still far from becoming a saint and will not have any impact on the layout of the divine race at all. Shin Tu smiled faintly and shook his head. You may not believe it, but this young man has the 6 paths of samsara sword sealed on him. After saying that, behind me, 4 colored short swords appeared again, and the aura of that innate supreme treasure could not be faked. Kuei Nyo's eyes showed shock first, then confusion, and finally turned into expectation. The fact that the 6 paths of samsara sword can choose a human indicates that there is still hope for the human race. Shin Tu stared fixedly at Kuei Nyo and said calmly, although the 6 paths of samsara sword in his body is still in a sealed state, once it is unsealed, he can reshape samsara, and the layout of the divine race will be shaken. Kuei Nyo looked at my body with a complex expression and murmured, the 6 paths of samsara sword. 1 sword shatters the void, 1 sword cuts through thunder, 1 sword controls time, 1 sword destroys the 5 elements. 1 sword opens the heavenly gate, 1 sword leads to the underworld. My thunder origin should be able to help him break the seal of the thunder sword. Shin Tu didn't say a word. He understood Kuei Nyo's mood at this moment. If he were in Kuei Nyo's position, he would also make the same choice. But still, he confirmed, if you hand over your thunder origin, you might disappear without a trace. Have you really thought it through? Kuei Nyo closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, I have no other choice. With that said, the thunder power on Kuei Nyo's body burst out suddenly, and countless refined thunder origins floated towards me. Shin Tu didn't refuse and had already relaxed his body, preparing to absorb these thunder origins. At this moment, I forcefully pressed his will back into his body and regained control of my body. Immediately, I avoided those thunder origins. Under the guidance of the blue short sword, they returned to Kuei Nyo's body again. Kuei Nyo opened his eyes, looked at me curiously, and asked in a muffled voice, Human, what do you mean? My eyes stared at Kuei Nyo's huge body and slowly shook my head and said, I don't need your thunder origin, nor can I understand those unclear words you said. I came here just to help my friend find her parents. Now my mission has been completed, and it's time for me to go home. Kuei Nyo asked in confusion. Human, do you know that by absorbing my origin, your strength will reach a certain level? Once your thunder sword breaks the seal, no one in this world will be able to hurt you anymore. I shrugged and said, so what? Kuei Nyo looked at me even more astonished, incredibly saying, aren't you tempted? I didn't answer it. Instead, I turned my head and without any hesitation, turned around and left. Human beings, can you give me a reason to refuse? I shrugged my shoulders and said quite self-assuredly, I'm willing. Kuei Nyo looked at my departing back, with an extremely complex look in its eyes. After a long time, it slowly called out, I'll be here waiting for you, waiting for the day when you need me. After saying this, its huge body once again disappeared into the Thunder Lake, and I returned to everyone. Everyone looked at me with a probing look. Elder Chun, who had met me once before, carefully probed, Lin Bai, what did Kuei Nyo tell you? I yawned and told a rather cold joke. Nothing. It said it wanted to eat beef jerky. Elder Chin curled his lips and said somewhat speechlessly, a cow, eating beef jerky? Can you be any more absurd? I chuckled, waved my hand, and said, if there's nothing else, I'll go home. Elder Chin nodded and said, all right, I'll ask Fire Snake to send you off. Fire Snake came over familiarly and secretly gave me a thumbs up. Awesome. Thunder Girl has come here so many times without any discovery. But you've only come once and completely solved the secret of this Sudan lake. Admire. I smiled and suddenly asked, if you send me, can you not drive that black Jetta? Fire Snake scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly, all right, that's a requirement from Thunder Girl. It's not that I'm deliberately making things difficult for you. I rolled my eyes and ignored him. Soon, led by him, I saw a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The car was quite nice. However, the moment I opened the door, I was stunned on the spot. Zhou Kuer was sitting in the back row. This was Lain News arrangement. After sending you to the airport, her memory would be erased, just to draw a perfect end to this short experience of hers. The voice of the Fire Snake came from behind. I sighed and sat next to Zhou Kuer as the Fire Snake started the engine in front. The vehicle slowly drove towards the airport. Zhou Kuer, with a blushing face, gathered her courage and got closer to me, smelling the nice smell on her body. My heartbeat was gradually accelerating. Well, Zhou Kuer, could you not get so close to me? Zhou Kuer stared at my face and suddenly burst out laughing. Inspector Lin, you're blushing. I looked around. Sure enough, people are always extremely busy when they're embarrassed. After Zhou Kuer looked at me for a while, she suddenly hugged me tightly and buried her little head in my chest. Inspector Lin, don't reject me. I just want to hug you for a while. You know, I'll soon forget you. After I was silent for a long time, I finally reached out my hands and hugged her. Through the rearview mirror, I could clearly see the corners of the Fire Snake's mouth uncontrollably curving upwards. I didn't know what Zhou Kuer was thinking during this journey. I only knew that after I got out of the car, the clothes on my chest were completely soaked. I rolled my eyes and ignored him. Soon, led by him, I saw a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The car was quite nice. However, the moment I opened the door, I was stunned on the spot. Zhou Kuer was sitting in the back row. This was Lain News arrangement. After sending you to the airport, her memory would be erased, just to draw a perfect end to this short experience of hers. The voice of the Fire Snake came from behind. I sighed and sat next to Zhou Kuer as the Fire Snake started the engine in front. The vehicle slowly drove towards the airport. Zhou Kuer, with a blushing face, gathered her courage and got closer to me, smelling the nice smell on her body. My heartbeat was gradually accelerating. Well, Zhou Kuer, could you not get so close to me? Zhou Kuer stared at my face and suddenly burst out laughing. Inspector Lin, you're blushing. I looked around. Sure enough, people are always extremely busy when they're embarrassed. After Zhou Kuer looked at me for a while, she suddenly hugged me tightly and buried her little head in my chest. Inspector Lin, don't reject me. I just want to hug you for a while. You know, I'll soon forget you. After I was silent for a long time, I finally reached out my hands and hugged her. Through the rearview mirror, I could clearly see the corners of the Fire Snake's mouth uncontrollably curving upwards. I didn't know what Zhou Kuer was thinking during this journey. I only knew that after I got out of the car, the clothes on my chest were completely soaked. When Zhou Kuer was on the verge of leaving, she suddenly showed an extremely beautiful smile and said, Inspector Lin, goodbye. Then, the Fire Snake pulled her towards the 749 bureau. After several days, I finally stepped onto the plane from Inner Mongolia back to southern Yunnan again. When I came, Lei was by my side, but now it was just me again. Chapter 49, Ouyang Xiaowei disappeared. When I got home again, I was extremely excited. Old Huang. Sister Wei, I'm back. I kicked open the door and shouted like a banshee. But for some reason, the house was eerily quiet and no one answered me. Meow. When I was wondering where they had gone, Cheese walked up to my feet with its little steps and started rubbing against my trouser legs. I bent down to pick up Cheese and walked into the basement, only to find that Cheese's litter box was already full and there was very little cat food and water left. A faint sense of unease welled up in my heart. You know, although old Huang is slovenly himself, he is very meticulous about Cheese. He would almost shovel the cat litter 2 or 3 times a day and also comb its fur, so Cheese always smelled nice. But judging from the state of the litter box, it had been at least 3 days since anyone had taken care of it. Could it be that Sister Wei and old Huang hadn't been home for 3 days? With this question in mind, after changing the cat litter and adding some new cat food and water for Cheese, I immediately went out, hailed a taxi, and rushed straight to the public security department. When I arrived at the public security department, I still didn't see the two of them. Helplessly, I could only go to the director's office. Upon opening the door, Chen Jingyang was wearing glasses and answering the phone with a serious expression. What? You expect the miasma to completely dissipate in another week? How is that possible? Our police officers can't wait that long. I don't care. You must find a way to organize a rescue as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Chen Jingyang noticed me standing at the door. Lin Bai, when did you come back? I walked into the office and replied with a solemn voice. I just got home this morning. I didn't see Sister Wei and Lao Huang. Are they on some mission? Chen Jingyang's expression changed slightly, and he rubbed his hands awkwardly and said, Lin Bai, the two of them. Seeing Chen Jingyang stuttering, my heart sank suddenly, and I said, did something happen to them? After hesitating for a moment, Chen Jingyang slowly nodded. I stood up abruptly and asked nervously, what exactly happened to them? Chen Jingyang pressed my shoulder and comforted me. Lin Bai, don't worry first. The situation is not as bad as you think. Sit down first, and I'll tell you slowly. Subsequently, Chen Jingyang slowly recounted what had happened since I left. 4 days ago, 3 geological exploration team members entered Ilao Mountain in the uninhabited area of southern Yunnan for geological exploration. The estimated time for this geological exploration was between 6 and 10 hours, but even after 24 hours, the 3 team members had not come out of Ilao Mountain. So the Geological Bureau chose to call the police. Because of the complex terrain of Ilao Mountain, there are also a large number of unknown poisonous insects and snakes in the mountain. For safety reasons, a 12-person search and rescue team was organized by the provincial department, led by Ouyang Xiaowei. Lao Huang is also on the list of the search and rescue team. They are experienced and have figures. So everyone thought they could quickly walk out of Ilao Mountain and find the missing exploration team members. However, no one expected that soon after the search and rescue team entered Ilao Mountain, miasma suddenly rose in the mountain area, and the signal of the search and rescue team has since been interrupted. It has been 48 hours now, and there is still no sign of the miasma dissipating. And the search and rescue team has also disappeared without a trace, and there is no news at all. I slowly exhaled a breath and looked at Chen Jingyang with eyes like lightning. That is to say, Sister Wei and Lao Huang have been missing for 48 hours? Chen Jingyang also nodded with a worried face and said, that's true. However, I have been thinking of all ways to organize a rescue. The search and rescue team also brought a lot of supplies, so there won't be any accidents in a short time. I nodded and didn't say anything more. Instead, I got up and wanted to leave. Chen Jingyang guessed roughly from the look in my eyes. He quickly blocked my way and said, Lin Bai, please don't be impulsive. Okay, I know you were worried about them, but now the mountain is full of miasma. That miasma is highly poisonous and obscures the vision. Even if you go, it won't help. I looked at Chen Jingyang and said firmly, but the 2 of them are in there. I must go. After saying that, I took out my credentials as a senior agent of the 749 Bureau and slowly asked, Director Chen, you surely don't have the right to restrict my actions, do you? Chen Jingyang looked at the credentials in my hand and sighed helplessly, saying, I indeed don't have the right to restrict your actions. But you can't just go directly like this. Well, I'll assign a police officer to you, even if it's just to drive you. Otherwise, how are you going to get there? After thinking for a moment, I still nodded and said, okay, thank you, Director Chen. Chen Jingyang picked up the phone, quickly dialed a number, then nodded at me and said, all right, there's already a police officer waiting for you downstairs. Remember, safety comes first. I didn't say anything and directly turned around and went downstairs. Now, Ouyang Xiaowei and Lao Wang's lives are unknown, and I really don't have the heart to think about other things. At the entrance of the public security department, a police car had already been parked. A familiar figure waved at me and greeted, Consultant Lin, over here. I walked over in surprise. After getting in the car, I asked, Guan Xiaoyu, why is it you? Guan Xiaoyu showed her 2 sweet dimples and asked with a smile, what's wrong? Doesn't Consultant Lin want it to be me? I shook my head and said, you know about Sister Wei's matter? Guan Xiaoyu put away her joking expression and said seriously, I heard. But don't worry, team leader Ouyang will definitely be fine. I sighed and said, I hope so. Let's set off now and try to reach Ilao Mountain before sunset. Guan Xiaoyu nodded and drove quickly towards Ilao Mountain. She was a skilled driver, and since there weren't many vehicles on the way to Ilao Mountain, we soon reached the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a store run by local villagers near the road, so the business was quite good. Guan Xiaoyu parked the car here and prepared to get some supplies before entering the mountain. While she was shopping, I started chatting with the store owner's wife. Madam, your store seems to be doing well. The store owner's wife had been watching TV and eating melon seeds. When she looked up and saw my fairly handsome face, she smiled and replied, yes, tourists passing by and drivers on the road all buy things here for supplies. I nodded and casually asked, do those doing exploration also buy things from you? The store owner's wife grinned and said, you're right. A few days ago, there were 4 workers in Exploration Bureau uniforms who came here and bought a bunch of biscuits, bread, and some water. After I said, oh, I suddenly asked, what exactly did they buy? Can I see? At this time, the store owner's wife also sensed something was wrong. She stared at me suspiciously and asked, who on earth are you? I grinned and took out my police officer's ID. Sorry, I'm a policeman. Now please bring up the purchase records of those 4 people. The store owner's wife spat, but didn't dare not cooperate. She could only roll her eyes and bring up the transaction records. After I carefully looked around, I sneered coldly and said, you're quite greedy. For breads, 8 bottles of water, and 2 boxes of biscuits, and you charge that person over 100 yuan? The landlady forced a smile awkwardly and explained, officer, what you said. I'm in the middle of nowhere. I'm just earning some hard-earned money. I didn't continue to argue with her. At this time, Guan Xiaoyu also finished choosing things and walked over. Landlady, how much are these things? Seeing that I was with Guan Xiaoyu, the landlady didn't dare to raise the price. After calculating at the original price and giving us a discount, Guan Xiaoyu let out a soft exclamation in surprise. So cheap? Then I'll go pick out some more. Watching the landlady's face turn green, I also stopped Guan Xiaoyu and said, forget it, the important thing comes first. Let's go first. Only then did Guan Xiaoyu reluctantly pick up her things and get in the car. Continuing to drive forward, the shopping list kept flashing through my mind. These things were only enough for the 3 prospectors for one meal, but so far, they had been in Ileo Mountain for 4 days. If the search and rescue team hadn't found them, I was afraid their situation would be very dangerous. While I was deep in thought, we had approached the depths of Ileo Mountain. Stop the car. Guan Xiaoyu stopped the car puzzled and looked at me, asking, what's wrong, Consultant Lin? I carried my backpack which was filled with some food and water and said, you wait here for me. I'll go in by myself. Guan Xiaoyu frowned tightly and asked puzzledly, what do you mean? Consultant Lin, we are partners. How could I let you take risks alone? I suddenly stopped in my tracks as if I had just thought of something. I took out a piece of paper and wrote down the name of the Bureau of Abnormal Weather Research, along with my credentials from the 749th Bureau, and handed them to Guan Xiaoyu. Partner, there is another important thing for you to do. After Guan Xiaoyu took my credentials and the note, he said with a solemn expression, Consultant Lin, please tell me. Don't tell anyone about this. After returning to the provincial capital, find this Bureau of Abnormal Weather Research. Tell them about my credentials and the current situation, and they will naturally know what to do. Remember, this matter is very important. Seeing me give such solemn instructions and emphasizing it several times, Guan Xiaoyu also realized the seriousness of the problem and directly nodded and said, understood. Don't worry, Consultant Lin. I will definitely handle this matter well. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and turned back towards the provincial department. I watched the taillights of the speeding police car fade away, slowly exhaled a puff of foul air, turned around, and looked at Ileo Mountain hidden in the miasma. As if a monster hidden in the mist had opened its huge jaws. I tightened my clothes and backpack and resolutely walked towards the depths of Ileo Mountain. Chapter 50. The eerie Ileo Mountain. Ileo Mountain is located in the central part of southern Yunnan province. It is an extension of the Yunling Mountains towards the south, and also the dividing line between the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau and the Hengduan Mountains. At the same time, it is the watershed between the Yuanjiang River and the Amo River. It extends more than 500 kilometers in depth and has a highest altitude of more than 3,000 meters. It is a well-known uninhabited area in southern Yunnan province. Entering the depths of Ileo Mountain, towering giant trees can be seen everywhere, blocking the sunlight that shines down. Coupled with the thick miasma, it makes it almost impossible to see the road ahead clearly. What one steps on underfoot is not a road but land overgrown with weeds. If one encounters a moss-covered rock, one might fall down all of a sudden. Not long after entering Ileo Mountain, I felt a sense of depression in my chest. I wonder if it's because the miasma is poisonous. I can only try to reduce the frequency of my breathing. Sure enough, this discomfort has been alleviated a lot. I wonder how Sister Wei and Lao Huang are doing. However, with Lao Huang around, the poison of this miasma should not harm them. Walking deeper again, the traces of someone passing by are becoming increasingly difficult to identify. Shintu, how far can your mental power detect now? Very close, about a kilometer or so. This miasma is very strange. It not only has strong toxicity, but also has the effect of isolating mental power. I secretly clicked my tongue. It seems that Ileo Mountain is really extraordinary, even able to isolate Shun Tu's mental power. I also wonder how Sister Wei and Lao Huang are. Turn left, about 800 meters. There is a small gully. You can go and investigate, but be careful. There is a viper's nest there, and we need to avoid it. Under Shun Tu's guidance, I avoided most of the dangers and reached the location he described. In a very secluded small gully, a corpse has been covered by weeds. If it weren't for Shun Tu's detection, with such thick miasma, I'm afraid even if I walked by here, I might not notice it. I dragged out the corpse. He was still wearing the uniform of the search and rescue team, but had lost vital signs. Strangely, there were no wounds on his body. Moreover, a strange smile appeared on his face, as if he had seen something he most desired before his death, and that sense of happy satisfaction was hard to conceal. I felt a chill run down my spine, and it was hard to imagine what this policeman had experienced before his death. It was undeniable that those selected into the search and rescue team all had strong wilderness survival skills, and both their psychological qualities and combat skills should be relatively outstanding. For such a person to die here so strangely, it was hard not to instill fear in people's hearts. After making a mark at this place, I put his body back. After all, I had no way to take his body away now. Continuing to walk deeper, the miasma became thicker and thicker, to the point where even I couldn't see anything more than 2 meters away. I could only keep exploring cautiously. Be careful, there is danger in your upper left front. Shintu's warning came in time. I dodged to one side and just managed to avoid the poisonous snake pouncing towards me. I could clearly see its sharp teeth, and I fixed my gaze, and the 5 elements sword in my hand instantly emitted a golden light. The sharpness of gold is indestructible, let alone a single poisonous snake. Almost in an instant, it was broken into several pieces and scattered on the ground. The stench in the splashed blood quickly attracted a large number of poisonous insects, which devoured the body of this poisonous snake. Looking at this scene, I once again sighed with emotion at the cruelty of nature. Shintu's voice began to become increasingly solemn. Lin Bai, don't go any further. The suppression of spiritual power by this miasma is becoming more and more obvious, and I have a faint feeling that there seems to be a strong danger hidden ahead. I shook my head and said firmly, no. Sister Wei and old Huang are in there. I must go in. Shintu knew that he couldn't persuade me, so he could only sigh and say, turn right. About 350 meters, there is a big tree, and there is also a corpse under the tree. Hearing this, I quickly rushed over. The scene in front of me was even more chilling. A member of the search and rescue team had rammed his own head into the tree trunk alive. Strangely enough, with such a painful way of dying, there was still a satisfied smile on his face. I looked around for a while and didn't sense any danger. Helplessly, I could only first pull him out of the tree. Except for the shattered skull, there were no other wounds on his body. I even wondered if they had been poisoned, but after a careful inspection, I found no signs of poisoning on them. This strange phenomenon continued. Not long after, I fished out a body that had been frozen to death in an already frozen lake. And there was also a that had been eaten by some unknown wild beast for more than half. They all had those happy and satisfied smiles on their faces. I secretly calculated in my heart. For the 12-person search and rescue team, I had already found 4 bodies. That is to say, including Sister Wei and old Huang. There were only 8 people left in the search and rescue team now. When my uneasiness grew deeper and deeper in my heart, the voice of Shun Tu sounded again. Straight ahead, at a distance of 300 meters, there was a living vital sign, but it was very weak and might go out at any time. My eyes lit up. This was the first living person that Shun Tu had sensed after I entered Ileo Mountain. I rushed forward rapidly. The 300-meter distance passed in a flash. When I arrived, what met my eyes was a riot of colors of flowers. In the middle of the flowers, a member of the search and rescue team, with his upper body naked, still had that strange smile on his face and was covered in blood. His right hand was still holding a sharp stone and hitting his head one after another with a thumping sound. I shouted coldly, "Hey, comrade, what are you doing?" But this miasma seemed to isolate even the sound and couldn't be transmitted out at all. I could only let a golden light emerge from my whole body, wrap me and directly rush into the flowers and carry out that member of the search and rescue team. A large amount of purple chi emerged from my body. I tried to prolong his vitality. Under the nourishment of my purple chi, that member finally opened his eyes and wanted to say something, but found that he was so weak that he couldn't make a sound. I nervously asked, "Where is Captain Ouyang of your search and rescue team?" That member used up his last bit of strength, pointed in a direction for me, and then completely lost his vital signs. Feeling the body in my arms gradually becoming rigid and icy, my uneasiness grew stronger. This mountain is truly eerie. I must find them as soon as possible. After laying down the body of this team member, I continued my exploration in the direction he had pointed, without daring to pause for a moment. Moving forward, my visible range was compressed to about 1 meter, and for the first time, the panic of the unknown manifested on me. Be careful, there's danger ahead. Although I didn't feel anything, out of trust in Shintu, the thunder sword immediately appeared in my hand. At the same time, my body was instantly enveloped by black thunder. Zila, as soon as an unknown thing appeared around me, it was shattered into powder by the thunder. Just as I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the sound of Zila continued without end. Apparently, a large number of tiny creatures were constantly approaching me, but before they could get close to me, they had already turned into dust. As time passed, I could clearly feel that there were more and more of these tiny creatures. With every step I took, there would be a large number of Zila sounds. Shintu's voice sounded again. "This won't work like this. Narrow down the range of the thunder protection. At least let us see what those things are." I thought Shintu's words made some sense, so I compressed the black thunder to the minimum. Only then did I see what was surrounding me. It was a kind of creature that looked like an ant, but its whole body was yellow, its wings were red, and its eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty fierceness. Shintu exclaimed in surprise at this moment. Blood-winged heavenly locust ants. How is this possible? Gritting my teeth, watching these things getting closer and closer to me, I could only anxiously ask, "What should I do now?" Shintu calmly said, "To deal with these things, other methods are useless. We need to use water." Use water? These things aren't even afraid of thunder that can destroy all things. Will they be afraid of water? Despite my suspicion, Shintu continued, "Use the 5-element sword to form a water ring around you." Immediately, my left hand summoned the 5-element sword. Water has no fixed form and overcomes the rigid with the soft. A circle of light blue water flow formed a water circle around me, protecting my body within. Strangely enough, the originally eager blood-winged heavenly locust ants actually behaved like a mouse seeing a cat when they encountered water and avoided from afar. Only then did I heave a sigh of relief and curiously ask, what were those things just now called blood-winged heavenly locust ants? Where did they come from? Why are they so afraid of water? Shintu explained to me, blood-winged heavenly locust ants are a product of the ancient times. Even in our era, they were very rare and almost extinct. As the name implies, they have blood-colored wings and golden bodies. They live in groups and have extremely strong territorial awareness. Once you step into their territory, it will be a life and death struggle. They are huge in number, their bodies are extremely hard, they like to suck blood, and they are fearless of death. Many powerful divine beasts are reluctant to provoke them. However, they also have a fatal weakness, that is, they are afraid of water. Therefore, their territory is generally in the desert. This is also the first time I have seen them outside the desert. The Ileo Mountains are truly a strange place. After hearing Shintu's explanation, I finally had a general understanding of these blood-winged locust ants. Fortunately, you are here. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would really have encountered big trouble. Shintu is not as optimistic as I am. Do we still have to go deeper? If we encounter something I've never seen before, I'm afraid both of us will end up in trouble here. I slowly stood up without answering Shintu's question, and he didn't ask again. Chapter 51. Hanging by a thread after walking forward for an unknown amount of time, I suddenly stopped because I saw a familiar mark. Without saying a word, I stepped forward and turned over the body in the gully to prove that I had indeed returned to the place where I found the first body. How is this possible? At my speed, after so long, I should have at least walked dozens of kilometers away. How could I have returned to the original place? Shintu has never encountered such a situation either, and for a moment, he had no idea. This mountain is really too strange. It seems that all rules will be broken here. Moreover, I have a faint feeling that there may be a huge secret hidden in this mountain. This time, I didn't rush forward. Instead, I sat down and forced myself to calm down. Since I was concerned about the safety of Lao Huang and Sister Wei, I had been in a very impatient state since entering the Ileo Mountains. I knew very well that if I continued like this, I might really be trapped here. I kept thinking about what means I could use with my current abilities to avoid being affected by this miasma. The Six Paths Samsara Sword is truly powerful and incredibly mysterious, but it's currently in a sealed state. The only abilities I'm relatively familiar with are the Thunder Sword and the power of metal among the 5 element swords. I'm still in the exploratory stage for other abilities and simply dare not use them in this eerie Ileo Mountains. However, these 2 abilities don't seem to be of much use in the current situation and can only ensure my own safety. I glanced at the watch on my hand and only then noticed that since I entered the depths of the Ileo Mountains, the watch had stopped ticking. Great. Now I don't even know how long I've been in here. I cursed, but after that, my mood suddenly improved a lot. After Shintu knew that I would definitely not go out alone, he also started actively thinking of ways to help me. Hey, aren't you a top student from Diannan University? Can you use scientific methods to explain what's going on now? Since awakening various abilities, I've increasingly relied on these abilities to solve problems and have overlooked the knowledge I've accumulated myself. Shintu's words really reminded me. If I'm not mistaken, due to special reasons in this place, the magnetic field has undergone a mutation, which has affected my own magnetic field, and combined with this strange miasma. That's why I keep going in circles. So, does that mean that as long as we figure out a way to keep walking in one direction, we will definitely be able to get out of the Ileo Mountains? Shintu's words instantly woke me up. My eyes suddenly brightened, and the 5 elements sword in my hand instantly appeared. I gently waved it at the big tree beside me, and a sharp golden light flashed. The big tree fell to the ground with a crash. Shintu looked at me in confusion and asked puzzledly, "What are you doing?" As I was cutting the fallen tree trunk into long strips, I explained, "My magnetic field has been interfered with, but this big tree won't be. As long as I use these tree trunks to build a straight path, I can follow this path. This one tree is about 10 meters long. If I take 50 of them, I can ensure that I walk in a straight line for 500 meters. By following the same method, 500 big trees are enough for me to traverse Ileo Mountain." Shintu couldn't help but marvel in my body. "You brat, you're really a genius." Just like this, I carried the cut tree trunks, opening mountains when encountering mountains and building bridges when encountering waters, ensuring that this was a straight line that could cross the entire Ileo Mountain. Finally, when I chopped down the 14th big tree, Shintu sensed the aura of new life again. Continuing forward, about 500 meters away, there were 6 auras of life. Although very weak, they were still relatively stable. 6 living people? That must be the search and rescue team. However, I didn't rush but continued to proceed steadily, ensuring that the path I laid was still straight and slowly approaching the location indicated by Shun Tuesday. Sure enough, 6 figures in search and rescue team uniforms were weakly huddled in a circle, warming each other. Upon seeing my sudden appearance, the 6 team members immediately grew vigilant and drew out their pistols, pointing them at me and asking, "Who are you?" I took out my police ID and simply threw it over. Lin Bai, a junior advisor at the public security department. "Where's your captain, Yang?" Apparently, all of them had heard of my name, so they politely replied, "So it's Advisor Lin." Captain Yang took forensic Dr. Huang to see if they could find some water up ahead. "We've run out of drinking water." I nodded and said, "This place is too dangerous. You wait here and don't move. I'll go look for them." Then I took out the water bottle I carried with me and handed it over. It was filled with fresh water. After the team members thanked me and gave me some more instructions, I left their temporary camp and chased in the direction where Ouyang Xiaowei and old Huang had gone. They had only left not long ago, and there were still traces of their movement on the ground, so I followed their footprints and quickly moved forward. Bang! My ear twitched, and a gunshot so faint that it could almost be ignored suddenly rang out. An alarm immediately went off in my mind. Someone shooting in this place was not a good sign. At the same time, Shintu's voice sounded in my head. "Lin Bai, on the right, 300 meters. 2 living breaths." My face lit up with joy. Finally, I found them. With a few leaps, I appeared at the location Shinta had mentioned. However, to my disappointment, these two figures were not Sister Wei and old Huang, but two strangers fully armed, completely covered from head to toe, and even wearing thermal imaging goggles over their eyes. How could there be other living people in this place? I appeared silently above their heads, attempting to investigate the identities of these two mysterious individuals. Behold, they were holding a map in their hands, pointing and gesturing. Due to the obstruction of the miasma, I could only faintly hear their conversation. That woman and the old man have been lured to that fellow's place and surely won't be able to return. "Let's go back too." The boss said that we should confirm that they are all dead before we go back. All right, the remaining 6 people won't survive tonight either. My brows suddenly furrowed. The woman and the old man they mentioned should be Sister Wei. What on earth did they do? For some reason, the killing intent in my heart suddenly erupted, and I couldn't control it at all. I dove directly in front of the two of them, and before they could react, I had already sliced them in half. Blood and internal organs scattered all over the place. And the strong smell of blood immediately attracted a large number of poisonous snakes and insects to rush here frantically. My eyes were completely scarlet. The 5-element sword. The power of fire, flames burning the sky. Centered around me, a sea of flames suddenly burst out, seemingly about to incinerate everything I could see. At this moment, Shintu's voice suddenly sounded in my mind. "Lin Bai, calm down. Your emotions have been magnified. That map is of great use to us." Subsequently, a powerful mental force instantaneously acted on my mind, restoring a moment of clarity to me. However, due to its instinct to protect the master, the 6-paths Samsara sword emitted brilliant divine lights and suppressed them on Shintu's. Along with Shintu's shrill cry, I finally managed to control the killing intent within my heart. Meanwhile, I manipulated the 6-path stone gate and withdrew the attack on Shintu's. I said guiltily to Shintu's. Although it was only for a short moment, I could sense that his mental force had suffered a heavy blow. Shintu gave a helpless bitter smile and said, "I was really almost killed by you, but fortunately, you finally controlled your killing intent. This miasma is truly too strange. It can not only magnify people's emotions, but even cause hallucinations. I think I know why those rescue team members died in such a strange manner and why there was that happy smile on their faces. Because before they died, they had fallen into their own beautiful dreams and couldn't perceive the pain of their bodies at all. Until the moment they lost their lives. They still hadn't woken up from the dream. I calmed my state and gained a deeper understanding of this strange miasma. I couldn't help but click my tongue and say, "What kind of miasma is this? It's too terrifying. Have you encountered this kind of situation before?" Shintu's tone became even more solemn. "I haven't encountered it before, but I've heard of it. In the distant ancient times, the 3 races of humans, gods, and demons jointly dominated this land. There was a kind of mythical beast called the illusion spirit beast, which was a general under the seat of the former demon lord. It could create miasma and control dreams. It was extremely powerful. Even Shiyu, who had achieved sanctification, was very wary of it when mentioning it. If it is really hidden in the Ileo Mountains, then we're really in big trouble." I sighed, trying not to let my emotions fluctuate too much. No wonder I've been so irritable since entering the Ileo Mountains. Looking at the map in my hand, it showed the entire panorama of the Ileo Mountains. And there were several positions marked with red crosses, presumably meaning extremely dangerous. I curiously inspected this map. There were some densely packed coordinates on it. It's a pity. If I hadn't killed those two, I could have asked them about their identities and the meaning of the coordinates. In this short period of time, the 2 corpses had been eaten completely by the poisonous insects and snakes that had come, leaving only 2 sets of. I found the nearest location marked with a red cross on the map and galloped towards it. On the way forward, I heard another burst of rapid gunshots. My eyes lit up, and I rushed towards the place where the gunshots sounded at high speed. Roar! A huge roar sounded. At the same time, I finally arrived at the scene. I saw a giant python dozens of meters long roaring and opening its huge bloody mouth to bite at Ouyang Xiaowei. At the critical moment, without the slightest hesitation, I swiftly darted forward and scooped up Ouyang Xiaowei, teleporting to a rocky wall. Chapter 52. Purple-scaled golden python initially. Faced with such a gigantic creature, Ouyang Xiaowei had given up resistance and closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. However, after a long while, the anticipated excruciating pain did not come. Instead, a familiar voice rang in her ears. "Sister Wei, are you planning to stay on me forever?" Only then did Ouyang Xiaowei open her eyes, and what met her vision was my self-proclaimed handsome face. "Why did you come so late?" Ouyang Xiaowei bit down hard on my shoulder, causing me to grimace in pain. This wasn't the scenario I had imagined. After venting her frustration, Ouyang Xiaowei then remembered that they were still in danger. Hastily, she jumped off me and asked nervously, "Lin Bai, can you defeat this snake?" I nodded with a smile and said, "Yes." "Where's Lao Huang?" Ouyang Xiaowei pointed to a large tree beside a cold pool. Under the tree, Lao Huang had fainted. When he was fetching water, he was whipped away by that huge snake's tail and ended up like this. After confirming that Lao Huang was not in mortal danger, I told Ouyang Xiaowei to wait for me with Lao Huang on one side, while I flew towards that giant snake. I had never seen such a huge snake. It was nearly 60 meters long and over 2 meters wide. Its entire body was golden, except for 2 purple scales on its forehead. "What kind of snake is this? How many years has it lived?" Shintu said in a solemn voice. "If I'm not mistaken, this is another ancient, the purple-scaled golden python. Without 3,000 years of cultivation, a purple scale will grow on its head. When 9 purple scales grow, it will be time to leap over the dragon gate and ascend through the tribulation." I gasped in astonishment. Looking at the 2 purple scales, there was already a gradually emerging 3rd purple scale beside them. Doesn't this mean that this golden python has lived for more than 6,000 years? While I was sizing up the golden python, it was sizing me up too. For some reason, it sensed a strong threat from my seemingly tiny body. Roar. It let out a roar, seemingly trying to scare me away, but I wasn't the least bit afraid. Thunderous aura burst out from my body. For such wild and strange beasts in the mountains, thunder is naturally their nemesis. "Lin Bai, can you spare it? After all, it's not easy for it to have lived for thousands of years." Shintu's voice sounded in my mind. I shook my head and flatly refused. "No. It almost ate Sister Wei. If I don't kill it, I'll feel extremely bad." Shintu had gotten to know me quite well during this period of time. Once I made a decision, it was very difficult to change, so he just closed his mouth and didn't say anything more, seeing that I had no intention of retreating. The purple-scaled golden python didn't hesitate any longer. Its huge body crushed towards me, and I also activated the power of space and directly appeared above its head. The 5-element sword, the power of gold. A blindingly sharp golden light directly slashed towards its head. However, to my surprise, 2 purple scales on its head suddenly burst out 2 purple lights. While shattering the golden light, they shot towards me. My eyes narrowed, and the power of space was instantly activated. I teleported 20 meters to the left, dodging these 2 purple lights. The purple lights showed no sign of weakening and directly hit the mountain behind me, leaving 2 deep cracks on the mountain body. I secretly marveled. No wonder it's that has lived for thousands of years. It really has some skills. Before I could react, the huge body of the golden python rolled over again. I couldn't dodge in time, and the moves I learned from Qinlai instantly came to mind. The power of thunder surged, and I transformed into a thunder dragon and crashed head-on. Bang! I only felt a huge force hitting me, and I was smashed into the mountain body. A sweet taste welled up in my throat, and a mouthful of blood spewed out violently. The golden python was not feeling well either. A long wound appeared on its body, and blood gushed out, converging into a small stream. Shinto reminded me, "Lin Bai, don't underestimate it." As an ancient, the golden python's strength cannot be underestimated. I spat out another mouthful of blood and said speechlessly, "I don't need you to remind me. I can already see that." After being injured, the golden python became much more cautious. Its huge snake tongue slowly protruded and attacked me again. I dodged again, and the 5-element sword. The power of fire. The sea of fire I learned from Chunyang instantly surged out, and the scorching high-temperature flames swept over the whole body of the golden python, making it let out bursts of wails. After somersaulting several times in the air, it plunged back into the cold pool. The water in this cold pool, nourished by it for thousands of years, was extremely cold. In the blink of an eye, the flames on its body had extinguished. I thought to myself that I really should learn more combat techniques from these people with special abilities. Otherwise, even with great capabilities, I couldn't really make use of them. After the flames went out, the purple-scaled golden python rushed out of the water again. This time, the scales on its head suddenly shone brightly with purple light, and my body seemed to be frozen and couldn't move at all. Damn it, this stinky snake actually had such a trick. Seeing that its attack had succeeded, there was even a hint of smug smile in its eyes as it opened its huge mouth to bite me. At this critical moment, The 6 stone gates in my body suddenly emitted 6 colored light, and my body instantly returned to normal. At the same time, 6 virtual images of stone gates appeared behind me. An ancient and grand aura of senility instantly suppressed the golden python. 4 colored daggers were thrown out simultaneously. Shwa shwa shwa. The huge body of the golden python was cut into more than a dozen pieces and fell from the air, crashing heavily into the cold pool. The originally dark blue lake water turned blood red in the blink of an eye, and I also felt extremely weak. When I fell beside Ouyang Xiaowei, my legs gave way and I directly collapsed into Ouyang Xiaowei's arms. Sister Wei, am I amazing? How dare it bully my sister Wei? If I don't kill it, how can I still get by? Ouyang Xiaowei couldn't help but have her eyes turn red when she saw me in such a miserable state covered in blood. Why do you have to be so brave? What would you have me and Lao Huang do if something happened to you? I chuckled and said, Sister Wei, why are you crying? You know my recovery ability. Give me some time and I'll be bouncing around again. As we were talking, a weak voice came. Hey, you two. Enough already. Can you take care of this old man? Only then did we notice that old Huang had woken up and was looking at us strangely. Ouyang Xiaowei blushed and quickly pushed me away. Old Huang struggled to get up unsteadily, waved his hand, and said, You two continue, don't mind me. Young people these days are really beyond my understanding. I shook my head. I was already used to old Huang's frivolity. Worried that old Huang might have suffered internal injuries from the collision, I simply checked his breath and found that he was not affected at all and was as lively as usual. I saw him jump onto the purple-scaled golden python and dug out the purple scales on its head. I said speechlessly, Old Huang, what are you doing with that? Can you carry it? Old Huang looked at me as if I was a fool. A flash of light passed through his hand, and the 2 purple scales disappeared instantly. Only then did I notice that Old Huang was also wearing a watch like Lain's, but the style and shape were a bit different, so I didn't recognize it. You stupid boy, this is the Zishan 3 series. Don't you even know this? Don't say you know me if you go out in the future. I couldn't help but ask with a black line on my forehead. You even cut its flesh. What are you going to do with it when you take it back? Are you going to roast it and eat it? Lao Huang shook his head and said, You don't know the high cost of living when you're not in charge of the family. This kind of exotic species must have its peculiarities. Whether it's the meat, bones, blood, or scales, they all have great uses. I pursed my lips and stopped looking at him. Instead, I discussed with Ouyang Xiaowei and said, Sister Wei, this Ileo mountain is really too strange. I'll send you out first. The 3 missing team members have been gone for so long. The probability of them surviving is very low. Moreover, 4 of you have sacrificed already. If we continue to go on, I'm afraid we'll pay an even greater price. Ouyang Xiaowei hesitated and said, But if we just go out like this and leave you to come back alone, I'm really worried. I shook my head and continued to persuade, not to brag about myself, but this place is not only terrifying because of the miasma, the magnetic field is disordered, but also filled with various extinct strange beasts. Besides, there is also a mysterious force involved. Then I told her about the things that happened when I met those 2 mysterious people and took out the map I found on them. Ouyang Xiaowei is not a pedantic person. For the safety of the other team members, she finally nodded. I also breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Lao Huang had also collected enough samples and returned to us contentedly. Feeling that my body had almost recovered, I took the lead and walked towards the place where I met those 6 team members before. Ouyang Xiaowei and Lao Huang also followed me cautiously. We chatted with each other off and on. Lin Bai, did you encounter anything interesting when you went out with Lain this time? I recounted the experiences during my trip to Inner Mongolia with a smile, and they listened with great relish. Just as we were chatting and laughing, Shintu suddenly reminded me in my mind, something seems wrong ahead. My expression changed, and I pulled the 2 of them along and walked over. Sure enough, the smell of blood filled the air everywhere. All 6 search and rescue team members had lost their vital signs. Ouyang Xiaowei let out an angry roar. No? Then the 3 of us walked over quickly. Old Huang said with a solemn expression, all of them died from gunshot wounds, and it was a light machine gun. A light machine gun? How could there be a light machine gun in this Ileo mountain? The images of those 2 mysterious fully armed men immediately appeared in my mind. It must be them who did it. At this time, Ouyang Xiaowei also looked up, and our gazes intertwined in the air. Obviously, our guesses were the same. Ouyang Xiaowei said word by word, We won't leave. Let them pay with their blood. I also nodded. That's right. Blood for blood. Chapter 53 The mysterious base on a small path in southern Yunnan province. A 2-story small Western-style building has been standing at the street corner for many years. After years of erosion, it has become somewhat dilapidated. A somewhat shabby sign hangs on the wall. Abnormal Weather Research Bureau. Guan Xiaoyu stared at this small dilapidated building in disbelief, and couldn't connect the mysterious consultant Lin with this place, no matter how hard she tried. But since she's already here, she always has to go in and take a look. Just as she reached the door, she was stopped by a lazy security guard who was sunning himself. Unremarkable little girl. This is not a place where you can just come in casually. Are you here to find someone or to handle some business? Guan Xiaoyu pursed her lips and said, I'm Guan Xiaoyu from the Provincial Public Security Department. It was Lin Bai, the consultant of our Public Security Department, who asked me to come here and give this to you. After saying that, she handed over the certificate that Lin Bai had given her. The security guard's eyebrows twitched. His originally lazy state suddenly disappeared. He looked at Guan Xiaoyu with eyes like knives. What happened? Where is Lin Bai now? Guan Xiaoyu only felt a daze in her mind and involuntarily told him everything that had happened. When the security guard heard about Ileo Mountain, his expression changed significantly. He sighed and said, this ancestor really doesn't stop causing trouble. Why go to that place of all places? Only then did Guan Xiaoyu regain her senses. She looked at this unassuming security guard in horror. Who on earth are you? Looking at the little girl's wary eyes, the security guard shook his head and said calmly, you can go back. We will call Director Chen. This matter will be taken over by our 749 Bureau. After hesitating for a moment, Guan Xiaoyu drove away from here. Not long after she left, two seemingly unremarkable black Jettas slowly drove out and headed in the direction of Ileo Mountain. At the same time, the miasma in the depths of Ileo Mountain was still continuing. Because they had the map in hand, Lin Bai and the other three didn't rush to take action. Old Huang truly lived up to his reputation as a treasure trove. After rummaging around nearby for a while, he also found a kind of herbal medicine. After crushing this herbal medicine, applying the juice on the masks could effectively isolate the miasma. Although the smell was a bit unpleasant, after the three of them put on the masks, they were significantly less affected by the miasma. Ouyang Xiaowei stared at the map and analyzed LY. According to the situation we currently have, all the places marked with red crosses on the map are areas with great danger. I nodded in agreement and pointed to another place marked with a red cross and said, here are the blood-winged locust ants, which are also a kind of ancient strange beast, and the purple-scaled golden python we just encountered. If all the places marked with red crosses are such ancient strange beasts, then this Ileo Mountain is really too terrifying. Old Huang said somewhat suspiciously on one side. There are 9 red crosses marked on it. The Ileo Mountain is only 500 kilometers in total. How could there be so many strange beasts? I sighed. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid it really is. Ouyang Xiaowei pointed to a place with no marks at all and said, there are no marks here. Either it's extremely dangerous and those mysterious people don't dare to approach, or it's their lair. Old Huang frowned and said, then what should we do? We have no way to tell. If it's really extremely dangerous, wouldn't we just be delivering ourselves as food? I chuckled and slapped my chest. With me here, what are you afraid of? The two of you can wait for me on the outskirts. I'll go and explore, and then we'll know what the situation is. Old Huang truly lived up to his reputation as a treasure trove. After rummaging around nearby for a while, he also found a kind of herbal medicine. After crushing this herbal medicine and applying the juice on the masks, it could effectively isolate the miasma. Although the smell was a bit unpleasant, after the three of them put on the masks, they were significantly less affected by the miasma. Ouyang Xiaowei stared at the map and analyzed gravely. According to the situation we currently have, all the places marked with red crosses on the map are areas with great danger. I nodded in agreement and pointed to another place marked with a red cross and said, here are the blood-winged locust ants, which are also a kind of ancient strange beast, and the purple-scaled golden python we just encountered. If all the places marked with red crosses are such ancient strange beasts, then this Ileo Mountain is truly terrifying. Old Huang said somewhat suspiciously on one side. There are 9 red crosses marked on it. The Ileo Mountain is only 500 kilometers in total. How could there be so many strange beasts? I sighed. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid it really is. Ouyang Xiaowei pointed to a place with no marks at all and said, there are no marks here. Either it's extremely dangerous and those mysterious people don't dare to approach, or it's their lair. Old Huang frowned and said, then what should we do? We have no way to tell. If it's really extremely dangerous, wouldn't we just be delivering ourselves as food? I chuckled and slapped my chest. With me here, what are you afraid of? The two of you can wait for me on the outskirts. I'll go and explore, and then we'll know what the situation is. Old Huang truly lived up to his reputation as a treasure trove. After rummaging around nearby for a while, he also found a kind of herbal medicine. After crushing this herbal medicine and applying the juice on the masks, it could effectively isolate the miasma. Although the smell was a bit unpleasant, after the three of them put on the masks, they were significantly less affected by the miasma. Ouyang Xiaowei stared at the map and analyzed gravely. According to the situation we currently have, all the places marked with red crosses on the map are areas with great danger. I nodded in agreement and pointed to another place marked with a red cross and said, here are the blood-winged locust ants, which are also a kind of ancient strange beast, and the purple-scaled golden python we just encountered. If all the places marked with red crosses are such ancient strange beasts, then this Ileo Mountain is truly terrifying. Old Huang said somewhat suspiciously on one side. There are 9 red crosses marked on it. The Ileo mountain is only 500 kilometers in total. How could there be so many strange beasts? I sighed. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid it really is. Ouyang Xiaowei pointed to a place with no marks at all and said, "There are no marks here. Either it's extremely dangerous and those mysterious people don't dare to approach, or it's their lair." Old Huang frowned and said, "Then what should we do? We have no way to tell. If it's really extremely dangerous, wouldn't we just be delivering ourselves as food?" I chuckled and slapped my chest. "With me here, what are you afraid of? The two of you can wait for me on the outskirts. I'll go and explore, and then we'll know what the situation is." Old Huang truly lived up to his name as a veritable treasure trove. After rummaging about in the vicinity for a while, he also discovered a type of herbal medicine. After grinding this herbal medicine into a paste and applying the juice to the masks, it could effectively ward off the miasma, although the smell was somewhat disagreeable. After the three of them donned the masks, they were significantly less perturbed by the miasma. Ouyang Xiaowei fixed her gaze on the map and analyzed solemnly. "Based on the circumstances we currently have, all the locations marked with red crosses on the map are areas fraught with great peril." I nodded in concurrence and pointed to another red cross location and stated, "Here are the bloodwing locust ants, which are also a species of ancient mythical creature, and the purple-scaled golden python we encountered earlier. If all the places marked with red crosses are such ancient mythical beasts, then this Ileo mountain is truly fearsome." Old Huang said somewhat skeptically on the side, "There are 9 red crosses marked on it. The Ileo mountain spans only 500 kilometers in total. How could there be so many mythical beasts?" I sighed. "If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid it truly is." Ouyang Xiaowei pointed to a place completely devoid of any markings and said, "There are no markings here. Either it is extremely dangerous and those mysterious individuals dare not approach, or it is their hideout." Old Huang knitted his brows and said, "Then what should we do? We have no way to discern. If it is truly extremely dangerous, wouldn't we simply be going to our doom?" I laughed softly and slapped my chest. "With me here, what have you to fear? The two of you can wait for me on the outskirts. I'll go and investigate, and then we'll know what the situation is." Old Huang truly lived up to his name as a veritable treasure trove. After rummaging about in the vicinity for a while, he also discovered a type of herbal medicine. After grinding this herbal medicine into a paste and applying the juice to the masks, it could effectively ward off the miasma, although the smell was somewhat disagreeable. After the three of them donned the masks, they were significantly less perturbed by the miasma. Ouyang Xiaowei fixed her gaze on the map and analyzed solemnly. "Based on the circumstances we currently have, all the locations marked with red crosses on the map are areas fraught with great peril." I nodded in concurrence and pointed to another red cross location and stated, "Here are the bloodwing locust ants, which are also a species of ancient mythical creature, and the purple-scaled golden python we encountered earlier. If all the places marked with red crosses are such ancient mythical beasts, then this Ileo mountain is truly fearsome." Old Huang said somewhat skeptically on the side, "There are 9 red crosses marked on it. The Ileo mountain spans only 500 kilometers in total. How could there be so many mythical beasts?" I sighed. "If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid it truly is." Ouyang Xiaowei pointed to a place completely devoid of any markings and said, "There are no markings here. Either it is extremely dangerous and those mysterious individuals dare not approach, or it is their hideout." Old Huang knitted his brows and said, "Then what should we do? We have no way to discern. If it is truly extremely dangerous, wouldn't we simply be going to our doom?" I laughed softly and slapped my chest. "With me here, what have you to fear? The two of you can wait for me on the outskirts. I'll go and investigate, and then we'll know what the situation is." Ouyang Xiaowei also smiled and said, "All right. Then let's give it a try." Old Huang scratched his head and said helplessly, "Why are you all looking at me? Since you two have decided, can I not go?" The three of them exchanged a smile, and, following the guidance of the map, avoided all the dangers and began to grope towards the unmarked area. As we got closer and closer to the target location, the concentration of the miasma became thinner and thinner. I patted the shoulders of the other two, signaling them to stop, while I quietly slipped in alone. Continuing forward, without the obstruction of the miasma, my 5 senses regained their sharpness. What came into view was a base that resembled a research institute. In the middle was a 3-story white building, and on the roof was installed a huge metal sphere, emitting a strong light. This was the reason for this strong light, creating a barrier near the research institute that blocked the spread of the miasma. Around the white building, there were more than a dozen tents scattered. "Shin-Tu, can you sense how many people are inside?" Shin-Tu's mental power instantly spread throughout the entire base. There weren't many people inside, only 13. 6 were resting in the tents, 3 were on guard, and 4 were on the second floor of that white building. I nodded, activated my spatial power, and directly teleported behind the 3 sentries on guard. After knocking them unconscious, I tied them up tightly with a rope. Subsequently, I entered the tent in the same way. At this time, all 6 people were in their sleep. I originally wanted to tie them up in the same way, but when I saw the firearms in their hands, I directly changed my mind. With a single swing of my sword, 6 living lives disappeared from this world. Just because the firearms in their hands were exactly the same model as those used to kill the 6 search and rescue team members. The threats on the periphery had all been resolved, and I sneaked into the white building again. I was originally wondering why the 4 people in the white building had gathered in a small room on the 2nd floor. It turned out that when I came in, they were actually playing mahjong. In this perilous Ileo mountain, filled with poisonous insects, venomous snakes, and ancient exotic species everywhere, they were actually playing mahjong. I was also speechless for a moment. At this time, their conversation caught my attention. Well, you guys say? Can the boss find the treasure this time, with so many brothers? Hey, who knows? You said the boss isn't short of money. And I don't know what he's been up to all these years, making us have to live in hiding here. Yeah, and before, hardly anyone came to the Ileo mountain all year round. Those 3 unlucky fellows stumbled in here by mistake. Not only did they lose their lives, but they also forced the boss to advance the plan. Let's not talk about those 3 unlucky ones. All 12 policemen who came and lost their lives here. What's the point? At this time, a person who obviously seemed to be the leader scolded. All right, shut up. Has the boss shortchanged you guys these years? Afterwards, I entered the tent in like manner. At this moment, all 6 individuals were in slumber. Initially, I intended to bind them in the same fashion. Yet upon beholding the firearms in their hands, I promptly altered my intent. With a single sweep of my sword, 6 vital existences vanished from this realm, merely because the firearms in their possession were precisely identical in model to those utilized to slay the 6 search and rescue team members. The perils on the periphery had all been dispelled, and I clandestinely infiltrated the white edifice once more. I was initially perplexed as to why the 4 individuals within the white building had congregated in a petite chamber on the 2nd floor. It transpired that upon my entry, they were actually engaged in a game of mahjong. Amidst this treacherous Ileo mountain, replete with venomous insects, serpents, and ancient exotic creatures aplenty, they were actually engrossed in a game of mahjong. I was also momentarily rendered speechless. At this juncture, their discourse captured my attention. Well, you fellows assert. Is it possible for the boss to unearth the treasure this time, accompanied by so many brethren? Hey, who can fathom? You averred that the boss is not bereft of funds, and I am at a loss as to what he has been occupied with over these years, compelling us to dwell in concealment here. Indeed, and heretofore, scarcely anyone ventured into the Ileo mountain throughout the year. Those 3 hapless souls stumbled in here inadvertently. Not only did they forfeit their lives, but they also coerced the boss into advancing the plan. Let us not mention those 3 hapless ones. All 12 policemen who entered here lost their lives. What is the purpose? At this instant, a person who evidently appeared to be the leader chided. Enough, hold your tongues. Has the boss shortchanged you over these years? After finishing this job, brothers, we can all retire early. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to live until retirement. Who's talking? The 4 of them cooperated very tacitly and all stood up instantly, looking around warily. I drifted directly in front of them and stared at them coldly. I'll only ask once. Who are you? Did you kill those policemen? The 4 of them exchanged glances, snorted coldly, and said, You're courting death. They immediately took out 4 short guns and pulled the triggers at me without hesitation. I sighed, and my figure disappeared instantly. With a flash of a brilliant golden light, 2 heads flew out in a short time, and the arms of the other 2 holding the guns also dropped to the ground. 2 shrill screams resounded throughout the white building, and even Lao Huang and Ouyang Xiaowei not far away heard them. Lao Huang curled his lips and said, This kid doesn't know his own strength. Did he wipe them all out? Ouyang Xiaowei shook her head and said with a bit of uncertainty, Probably not. The remaining 2 looked at me in horror, as if they had seen a devil, and said, Don't come over. Get away from me. I sighed and asked again. It's still the same question. Whoever answers me will survive. At this time, the hearts of the 2 were completely filled with fear. How could they still answer my question? They crawled out screaming, and I shook my head and sent these 2 to hell as well. After making sure there was no danger around, I brought Lao Huang and Ouyang Xiaowei in. Seeing there were still 3 survivors, old Huang couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said, Not bad. You're no longer that pure brute. Now, you're a brute with a brain. I pursed my lips and stopped looking at old Huang. I was afraid I couldn't help but beat him up too. Ouyang Xiaowei brought a basin of water and splashed it on the 3 of them to wake them up. Then she showed her police ID and started asking, You 3 are now under arrest. Tell me, who are you? What are you doing here? The 3 of them all looked at Ouyang Xiaowei disdainfully, and even more, one of them flirted with a lewd tone and said, Want to know? Sleep with me for one night, and I'll tell you. Ouyang Xiaowei's face turned ashen with anger. I shook my head and said, Sister Wei, asking like this won't work. After saying that, I directly lifted up the guy who was being disrespectful and asked with a smile, It seems your mouth is very mean. So what? Can you police officers still extort confessions by torture? My smile didn't stop. I directly punched him in the mouth with my right hand, instantly shattering his teeth, and then stabbed a sword into his abdomen. The poor guy didn't even have time to let out a scream before falling to the ground. The other two were shocked by this scene. What the hell are these police officers? Is this the way the police in Huagui act now? Ouyang Xiaowei was looking at the ceiling as if she didn't see anything. I turned my head and still had a bright smile on my face and asked, "Do you two have anything to say now?" After a brief silence between the two, they suddenly started speaking one after another. "We are mercenaries, hired by a mysterious wealthy man in southern Yunnan. We have been here for 7 years." That's right. When our boss was talking to that wealthy man, he mentioned that the reason we came here was to search for some treasure. When we first arrived, there were 173 of us. After 7 years of exploration, we have explored 90 of the Ileo Mountains and paid the price of 112 people. Our boss originally decided to take us to dig for the treasure 2 months later. But because 3 geological prospectors discovered our secret, we had to act ahead of schedule. We are just guards. That's all we know. Please let the 2 of us go. Chapter 54 Li Ruinji's treasure. After the 2 of them finished speaking all they knew in one go, I dug my ears and asked Old Huang, if I remember correctly. I don't think I said that I wouldn't kill them after they said all that. Old Huang seriously thought for a while and then nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right. You really didn't say that. Then that's easy." Swish. In the 2 people's unbelievable eyes, there was still great confusion left. Are today's policemen all like this? Since hearing the confessions of these 2 people, Ouyang Xiaowei had fallen into silence, seemingly thinking about something. I couldn't help but ask, "Sister Wei, what's wrong with you? Did you think of something?" Ouyang Xiaowei heaved a sigh and said with a complex expression, "Have you heard of this person named Li Ruinji?" Lao Wang and I exchanged glances and both shook our heads, apparently having never heard of this name. Ouyang Xiaowei continued, "Li Ruinji was once the overlord in southern Yunnan. He had a deep connection with the once powerful Kuomintang. He even served as a high-ranking officer in it. At that time, with wars raging across the land of China, Li Ruinji took advantage of his power to amass wealth wantonly. He not only founded the Fuchanglong commercial firm, but also controlled the textile industry, firearm factories, and the issue of silver dollars in southern Yunnan. Moreover, he secretly trafficked opium and salt, accumulating a large amount of wealth. To expand his influence, he also established private Ruinji schools in various places. In those days, any official coming to take office in the Ileo mountain area had to pay him a visit first. Otherwise, they couldn't assume their posts, which was sufficient to show how powerful he was at that time. However, everything has 2 sides. As the process of national liberation accelerated at that time, he knew clearly that, given what he had done, he would surely not escape being held accountable. So he converted all his life savings into 300 boxes of gold and hid them in the Ileo Mountains. Sure enough, as he had expected, after liberation, he was escorted to the capital and executed by firing squad. With his death, no one knew whether the 300 boxes of gold were real or fake, nor where they were hidden. After listening to the story of Li Ruinji, I faintly had a bold speculation. The person who hired these mercenaries might really be after the legendary treasure. Old Huang marveled and said, "According to what you said, if Li Ruinji's treasure really exists, wouldn't anyone who gets it soar into the sky?" Ouyang Xiaowei nodded and said, "Yes. So we must find this batch of treasure one step ahead of them to avoid losses to the country's property." I shook my head and said, "Things might not be that simple. They have been here for 7 years for this so-called treasure, and at the cost of more than 100 lives. They have only explored roughly. If I'm not mistaken, they should have guessed the specific area where the treasure is located, but haven't finally confirmed it. Because of the accidental intrusion of those 3 geological exploration team members, they had to start planning ahead and take the risk to enter the area that hasn't been fully explored." Ouyang Xiaowei's face also became extremely solemn, and she whispered, "That is to say, those 3 geological exploration team members are most likely already dead?" I didn't answer her question directly but sighed. They even dared to kill the search and rescue team composed of the police. How could they show mercy to the members of the exploration team? Ouyang Xiaowei angrily clenched her hands and said indignantly, "These damned mercenaries actually dare to act willfully on the land of Huagua. They must not be allowed to leave alive." I nodded in agreement. Old Huang started studying that map, pouring cold water on the 2 of us, saying, "But now we don't even know where they've gone. How can we stop them? Are we going to rely on luck and wander around blindly outside, hoping to run into them? Ileo Mountain is so vast, and everywhere is filled with miasma. If we rely on luck, the probability is really incredibly small." We once again focused our gazes on the map. "You say, if it were us, what marks would we make at the suspicious locations of the treasure?" Old Huang thought for a moment and muttered, "If it were me, I'd just draw a treasure sign. Wouldn't that tell everyone that there's treasure here? Who would be that stupid?" Ouyang Xiaowei's words hit the nail on the head. That's right. The employer and the mercenaries are just in an employment relationship. It's impossible to have complete trust. To avoid attracting attention, most likely they'd use some means to hide it. What means could be more effective than a red cross? No one would think of exploring the area marked with a red cross. After all, no one would risk their lives like that. After I carefully inspected it, My finger stopped at the upper left corner. This place is a bit strange. Look at the other red crosses. They're distributed relatively evenly. These ancient strange beasts generally have a very strong sense of territoriality, so the chance of two red crosses being next to each other is not big. Ouyang Xiaowei showed an approving expression, while old Huang said hesitantly, "Little Lin Bai, it's not that the old man doesn't trust you. After all, this is just your speculation. If you're wrong, the three of us might all die here." I spread out my hands and said helplessly, "These are the only things I can think of. If they're not in these two places, then I can't guess any other places." Ouyang Xiaowei gritted her teeth and stamped her foot suddenly, saying, "Fine, then let's give it a try." Anyway, most of Lin Bai's guesses have been correct. Old Huang looked at the two of us and sighed. "Xiaowei, you stepped on my foot." Only then did Ouyang Xiaowei notice that the touch under her feet was a bit soft and quickly moved her foot away. She said embarrassedly, "Sorry, I was too excited." Old Huang grimaced in pain. "If you're excited, slap your own thigh. Why did you step on my foot?" The originally very depressing atmosphere immediately became relaxed under old Huang's antics. "All right, stop fooling around. They set off a day earlier, and we should catch up too. Otherwise, it'll be too late." Old Huang sighed. "Let's go. At my age, ever since I started hanging out with the two of you, I've been living on tenterhooks every day." Ouyang Xiaowei raised her pink fist and threatened, "What do you mean? You're not willing?" Old Huang quickly waved his hand and said, "That's not it. Such a life is interesting. Then what are you talking nonsense for? Hurry up and catch up. You two wait for me. Don't you know to wait for an old man?" Just like this, amidst the bickering and noise, the three of us walked towards the unknown area again. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Ileo Mountain, two black Jettas quietly drove up. I extended my hands, uttering helplessly, "These are the sole things that occur to me. If they are not in these two locales, then I am unable to conjecture any other places." Ouyang Xiaowei clenched her teeth and stamped her foot abruptly, stating, "Fine. Then let us give it a try." Anyhow, the majority of Lin Bai's speculations have been accurate. Old Huang regarded the two of us and sighed mournfully, "Xiaowei, you trod on my foot." Only then did Ouyang Xiaowei become aware that the sensation beneath her feet was somewhat soft and promptly withdrew her foot. She said bashfully, "Sorry. I was overly excited." Old Huang grimaced painfully. "If you're excited, strike your own thigh. Why did you step on my foot?" The initially rather somber atmosphere instantly turned relaxed under Old Huang's antics. "All right, desist from jesting. They embarked a day earlier, and we ought to catch up as well. Otherwise, it will be too late." Old Huang sighed. "Let us proceed. At my age, ever since I began associating with the two of you, I have been living in a state of trepidation daily." Ouyang Xiaowei lifted her pink fist and menaced, "What do you imply? You're not willing?" Old Huang rapidly waved his hand and said, "That's not the case. Such a life is fascinating. Then what are you prattling on about? Hasten to catch up. You two await me. Don't you know to wait for an elderly person?" Just like this, amidst the squabbling and clamor, the three of us made our way towards the unknown region once more. Meanwhile, on the periphery of Ileo Mountain, two black Jettas stealthily drove up. 6 people got out of 2 cars. Besides the security guard, there were 3 men and 2 women, with different temperaments and ages. But each of them exuded a powerful aura. These were all the combatants of the Yunnan South branch of the 749 Bureau, namely the security guard Lao Chui, a psychic ability user, Xia Ada, a water element ability user, dressed in a suit and looking gentle and scholarly, Lu Hui, a blood element ability user, with dark red hair and a melancholy temperament, Wang Xinyang, a wind element ability user, a sunny and cheerful big boy wearing headphones and sportswear as if immersed in his own world, and finally 2 women. One was an elegant woman with rimless gold glasses, exuding an intellectual aura, Lin Qiqi, a star element ability user. The last one was a young girl who looked harmless, but was actually extremely dangerous, Li Ying, a dark element ability user, wearing a black lace short skirt like a loli. The 6 of them stood in a row, looking solemnly at Ileo Mountain shrouded in miasma. Lao Chui took the lead and said, "Everyone, Lin Bai has been in this miasma for 48 hours. Whether for our comrade or for those 12 policemen, we have no reason to stand by." Lin Qiqi's voice was steady but very pleasant to hear. "Lao Chui, it's been several years since we last came here, right?" Lao Chui seemed to be lost in memory and didn't speak until a long time later. "It's been 5 years." Lu Hui's temper is as fiery as the color of his hair. He took a deep puff on a cigarette and said disdainfully, 5 years ago. I said that we might as well fight that thing. Now, on our own turf, we still have to go around. It's so humiliating." Xia Ada, dressed in a suit, pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose and shook his head, saying, "Lu Hui, if I remember correctly, if it weren't for old Chui holding you back then, you might have died in Ileo Mountain." Lu Hui snorted and turned his face away. "You're not much better than me." Ling laughed gigglingly on one side. "Hee, you two, one kissing a tree and the other swimming in a mud pit. I still have that video. It's Xian Yang who's good." He curled himself up and insisted that he was a stone. At this time, Wang Xinyang also took off his headphones, his face blushing, and said, "Who knew that that ghost thing only targets us boys? Why aren't you girls affected at all? If you were also under its illusion, you might be even more embarrassing than us." Liang made a mischievous face. Lulu, so shameless. Lin Qiqi interceded on one side. "All right, stop making trouble. Anyway, Lin Bai is one of our own in the Diannan branch. Now that he's in trouble, let's go in quickly to help him out." Everyone nodded in unison. Although they had suffered a great loss in Ileo Mountain before and knew that they were no match for the old monster hiding in Ileo Mountain, they still came because of Lin Bai. Lao Chui gave his final instructions. "Remember, our mission this time is to rescue Lin Bai. Try not to provoke any other trouble if you can. Do you understand?" The other 5 people nodded seriously. Under Lao Chui's leadership, 6 figures gradually disappeared into the thick miasma filling the sky. Chapter 55. The old man Li Shan. The miasma in Ileo Mountain had been lingering for a full 5 days. Although Chen Jingyang outside received a call from Lao Chui and learned that the 749th Bureau would take action, he still couldn't help but worry. With a thud, the door of the office was pushed open, and Guan Xiaoyu rushed in anxiously. "Director, I think there might be danger for Consultant Lin and Captain Ouyang." Before Guan Xiaoyu could finish speaking, she saw Chen Jingyang staring at her unkindly. "I'm asking, can none of you people in your team learn to knock on the door? My door has been broken several times in the past few months." Guan Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue awkwardly. "Sorry, Director, I'm just too anxious." Chen Jingyang shook his head and said, "All right, you don't need to worry about this matter. There will be specific people to follow up." Guan Xiaoyu was a bit stunned. Chen Jingyang repeated again. "I said, you don't need to take care of this matter anymore. Do you understand?" Only then did Guan Xiaoyu confirm, "Yes." Subsequently, he retreated and before leaving, he deliberately closed the door. Chen Jingyang sighed, picked up the teacup on the table, and sighed helplessly. These young people nowadays, TSK. The location marked on the map is not actually far from the mercenary base. But we walked very carefully every step of the way. Before reaching the position marked with a red cross, the 3 of them had successively discovered several bodies of mercenaries wearing complete equipment. After Lao Huang carefully inspected them, he also shook his head in surprise and uncertainty. "It's really strange. This set of equipment comes with an oxygen system, doesn't absorb miasma, and has strong defense and heat preservation properties. There are no obvious external injuries on their bodies. How on earth did they die?" Even Lao Huang couldn't figure out the cause of death, let alone me and Ouyang Xiaowei. "Shintu, can you tell?" After Shintu used his mental power to sense for a while, he shook his head helplessly and said, "I can't find out. It's as if their souls were suddenly annihilated." Because of these strange bodies, the 3 of us groped forward even more carefully. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out in succession. I suddenly reached out to stop Lao Huang and Sister Wei. Because of the obstruction of the miasma, neither of them heard the gunshots and looked at me in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" I made a silencing gesture and pulled the 2 of them and instantly appeared on a tree branch. Below our feet, there were 4 fully armed mercenaries, constantly firing at their companions. 4 people stood in a circle, constantly pulling the triggers until the bullets in their hands were all gone. And then the 4 of them fell down together. Blood flowed all over the place. And the 4 corpses that had been shot dozens of times lay there bloodily in front of us. Ouyang Xiaowei's beautiful eyes widened. "What's going on?" "Infighting." Lao Huang shook his head and said, "Where's there infighting like this? You shoot 1 shot, and I shoot 1 shot. So slow. Moreover, the people are all dead. What's the need for infighting?" What Lao Huang said made a lot of sense. They seemed to be controlled by someone and had no idea what they were doing at all. This couldn't help but remind me of those several search and rescue team members who died strangely in the dream. You guessed right. There was still a very strong dream aura remaining on them. If I guessed correctly, they were all in their own dreams just now and had no idea what was happening in the real world. Shintu's words undoubtedly verified my conjecture. This ability to manipulate dreams was something I had seen for the first time. Although I had great confidence in myself, mental power was really not my forte. If I was manipulated in my dream and caused any harm to Sister Wei and Lao Huang, I would never forgive myself for the rest of my life. After pondering for a moment, I suddenly looked up and looked at the 2 of them. Ouyang Xiaowei also saw my worry from my eyes. "Well, Lao Huang, and I will go back to the base and wait for you first." I nodded. Lao Huang was still a bit confused. "Didn't we say we were together? Why are we going back to the base again?" Ouyang Xiaowei didn't have the mind to explain to him now. She grabbed Lao Huang's collar and dragged him backward. "Alas, at my age, please give me some face and don't drag me. I can walk by myself. Xiaowei, let's talk. Please let go of me first." The voices of their conversation grew fainter and fainter, and their figures became farther and farther away. Only now did I truly feel at ease. Without the fetters of old Huang and Sister Wei, my speed naturally increased a lot. Along the way, I encountered many corpses in succession, with strange death postures. I don't know if it was my illusion, but the concentration of the miasma seemed to be even thicker as I went forward. The distance that I could originally see clearly about 1 meter was constantly shrinking, and even I could only see things within half a meter. Even so, guided by Shin 2, I was still able to quickly shuttle through the jungle. Lin Bai, there is danger ahead. There are 6 vital signs, and they are holding guns. Holding guns in their hands. It seems they are mercenaries. My heart skipped a beat, ignoring Shin 2's reminder. I rushed in and bumped right into the muzzles of the mercenaries' guns. Freeze. The cold and hard touch on top of my head made me exclaim in panic. Who are you? The other party didn't answer my question, but said coldly, don't resist. Then my hands were tied up and a sack was put over my head. Actually, in this miasma, I don't think it makes much difference whether the sack is put on or not. But now I can only cooperate obediently and try to play the role of a captive well. After walking for about 20 minutes, the big hands that had been shoving me finally stopped. The sack on my head was also removed. To my surprise, I was actually in a cave. Inside the cave, there was no miasma. On the cave walls, there were more than a dozen torches hanging, illuminating the originally dark cave brightly. In front of me was an old man with a kind face, wearing a traditional Chinese robe and leaning on a cane. Behind him was a who seemed to be about 2 meters tall, with a black dragon tattooed on his face. And a dangerous aura was revealed in his narrow eye slits. I moved my neck and shoulders and curiously looked at the old man in front of me. The old man was also looking at me. He wasn't as sinister or as I had imagined. He had a kind smile and asked the mercenary behind him to untie my hands. Young man, hello. My name is Li Shan. Nice to meet you. Looking at the right hand extended towards me, I couldn't help but curl my lips and say, Mr. Li, if I remember correctly, we don't seem to be friends. Do we? Li Shan wasn't angry because of my reckless words. He still said kindly, young man, when you reach my age, you'll find that the relationships in this world aren't just friends and enemies. Just like these people behind you, they aren't my friends, but they're more trustworthy than friends. His tone was full of sincerity. I reached out my hand and gave it a gentle shake. Mr. Li, isn't it a bit sad if you can't even trust your own friends? After trudging on for approximately 20 minutes, the hefty hands that had been jostling me finally came to a halt. The sack covering my head was removed as well. To my astonishment, I found myself within a cave. Inside the cave, there was no miasma. On the cave walls, more than a dozen torches were hanging, casting a bright glow over the once dark cave. Before me stood an old man with a benevolent countenance, attired in a traditional Chinese robe and supported by a cane. Behind him was a brawny figure who appeared to be around 2 meters in height, adorned with a black dragon tattoo on his face. And a menacing aura emanated from his narrow eye slits. I flexed my neck and shoulders and regarded the old man in front of me with curiosity. The old man was also observing me. He wasn't as malevolent or forbidding as I had envisioned. He wore a kind smile and instructed the mercenary behind him to untie my hands. Young man, greetings. My name is Li Shan. Delighted to make your acquaintance. Gazing at the outstretched right hand, I couldn't help but pout and say, Mr. Li, if my memory serves me right, we don't seem to be friends, do we? Li Shan wasn't perturbed by my imprudent words. He still spoke amiably. Young man, when you attain my age, you'll discover that the relationships in this world are not merely confined to friends and enemies. Just like these individuals behind you, they aren't my friends. Yet they are more dependable than friends. His tone was replete with sincerity. I extended my hand and gave it a gentle clasp. Mr. Li, isn't it rather lamentable if one cannot even place trust in one's own friends? Li Shan sighed and a trace of reminiscence flashed across his face. He said, everyone has a soft spot. Those with soft spots have concerns and weaknesses, and such people cannot be truly trusted. Well, although I didn't think what he said was right, his tone and attitude really made it hard for the listener not to nod. Sir, I don't know what you've been through, but judging from your appearance, you don't seem like a bad person. How could you get mixed up with these scum? The big guy standing behind Li Shan took it to heart. He had disliked me since I came in. Seeing me still chatting away in this situation, he became even more angry. Kid, Mr. Li has a good temper, but I can't stand your casual look. If you dare to say such things again, I'll send you to hell right now. Looking at the muzzles of the guns, I didn't show the slightest bit of nervousness. Instead, I continued to look at Li Shan. Waiting for his answer, Li Shan shook his head and pushed down the muzzles of the guns of the big guy behind him. Put it down. The gun is useless against him. After staring at me fixedly for a while, the big guy slowly lowered the gun. Li Shan looked at me and said calmly, I've said that everyone has a soft spot, and I'm no exception. Since you could find this place, I assume you already know our purpose. The legendary treasure of Li Ruinji is in Ileo Mountain, and I also. I exclaimed in surprise. Are you a descendant of Li Ruinji? Li Shan nodded and said, although the descendants of the ancestors' treasure do miss it, they wouldn't be so obsessed. However, as fate would have it, the old man has a granddaughter with a tragic life. She was born with an incurable disease and only has a lifespan of 10 years. The old man searched everywhere for famous doctors, but to no avail. Later, the old man accidentally learned that there was a medicine master pearl in the ancestors' treasure that could cure all diseases. In desperation, He had to painstakingly plan and must obtain this medicine master pearl. I sighed and stared intently as I questioned, to save your granddaughter's life. You regard other people's lives as worthless? Li Shan's eyes flickered for a moment, and then returned to normal as he said, sorry. I have no way to take everyone into account. For me, to save my granddaughter, I can sacrifice my own life, and naturally, I won't care about other people's lives either. Yes, people's obsessions are often so crazy that they can do many things they themselves can't even imagine. Regarding the old man in front of me, I couldn't say what kind of emotion it was. In short, it was very complex. Then did you get the medicine master pearl? Li Shan pointed to the depths of the cave. There was a strange stone door there, and on both sides of the stone door stood two extremely evil stone statues. The ancestors' treasure should be inside, but we can't get in. Once ordinary people approach that stone door, they will involuntarily fall into madness and die painfully. But you're different. You're a strange person and extraordinary talent from the 749 Bureau. Presumably, you must have a way to get in. Chapter 56 The Secrets of Ileo Mountain. My identity having been revealed, I remained calm. The old man before me gave an unfathomable impression, and it was not surprising that he knew my identity. Yet, I still curiously asked, sir, how did you know my identity? Li Shan smiled, sized me up from head to toe, and then slowly said, I'm sure you've personally experienced how fierce the mountain miasma is. If you weren't a remarkable person from the 749 Bureau, how could you have come this far dressed in just a set of sportswear? I nodded and asked even more curiously, since you clearly know my identity and still dared to bring me here and tell me everything, what gives you the confidence? These mercenaries? Li Shan shook his head. Of course not. I know they're no match for you. Facing my disdain and the boss's distrust, the big guy finally couldn't take it anymore. He drew out his pistol and pulled the trigger directly at me, but my figure blurred and disappeared from the spot. Then, a sharp pain shot from my wrist to the big guy's mind. The right hand that held the gun dropped to the ground, accompanied by a shrill scream. Seeing this, the surrounding mercenaries all aimed their guns at me. However, Li Shan gently tapped his walking stick on the ground twice, and all the mercenaries put down their firearms. The big guy lying on the ground, still shouting in confusion, said, what are you waiting for? Shoot him. All of you, together. But no one around listened to his command. Li Shan cast a pitying glance at the big guy and said in a calm tone, you have good skills, but you can't see the situation clearly. Do you think they will listen to you now? The big guy looked at his subordinates and found that each of them had cold and distant looks in their eyes. You actually dared to betray me? Li Shan slowly got up and said earnestly, a good bird chooses the right tree to perch on. This can't be considered betrayal. Following you, one has to live with one's head on the line every day and earn less money than what I offer. Following me, as long as you help me find the medicine master pearl, I can provide them with luxurious clothing and delicious food that will last a lifetime. So, who do you think they will follow? A trace of despair appeared in the big guy's eyes. He still wanted to say something, but Li Shan didn't give him the chance. Daring to disrespect my honorable guest naturally comes with a price. Hearing this, a mercenary squatted in front of the big guy and said guiltily, sorry, big brother. With a gunshot, the big guy finally closed his eyes unwillingly. I watched this scene impassively and sneered. So, you want me to help you get the medicine master pearl? But why should I? Hearing this, Li Shan was first stunned, and then said bitterly, just consider it helping a poor old man fulfill his last wish, okay? As long as you help me get the medicine master pearl and cure my granddaughter's illness, I will surrender myself. How about that? I shook my head and firmly refused, saying no. Although I can understand that you would stop at nothing to save your granddaughter, you killed more than a dozen policemen. Of course, this has little to do with me. However, you almost got Sister Wei and Huang killed here. This matter is serious. I won't help you, and you will all die here. After hearing my words, Li Shan didn't show any panic. Instead, he showed a faint smile and said, it seems that Sister Wei and Huang in your mouth are very important to you? I nodded and replied, they are indeed very important. Li Shan chuckled softly and still said calmly, I've said that everyone has a soft spot, and you're no exception. What do you mean? A strong sense of unease suddenly welled up in my heart. Sure enough, four mercenaries came up with Huang and Ouyang Xiaowei, who were under control. My eyes were blazing with anger as I glared at Li Shan. Li Shan sighed and said, don't blame me, young man. As long as you agree to my conditions, I definitely won't harm the two of them. On the contrary, I will protect their safety. Huang and Ouyang Xiaowei's mouths were gagged, and they couldn't say a word. After I pondered for a moment, I slowly asked, it seems that I don't have much choice? Li Shan showed a victorious smile, and the mercenaries around made way for a path. After I looked back at Ouyang Xiaowei and Huang, I resolutely walked towards those two evil statues. Before even approaching that door, two overwhelming pressures, as heavy as mountains, descended upon me. My body began to tremble involuntarily, and I knelt on one knee directly on the ground. No wonder Li Shan said that ordinary people couldn't enter under such heavy pressure. I'm afraid ordinary people would have already been crushed into minced meat. Just as I was about to resist this pressure, the 6 stone gates in my body, as if provoked, suddenly burst out with streaks of colorful light, completely eliminating the pressure acting on me. I slowly got up under Li Shan's expectant gaze and walked into that strange stone gate. I wasn't worried that Li Shan would do anything to Ouyang Xiaowei and Lao Huang. He's a wise man and clearly knows what he wants to do. Sure enough, after I entered the stone gate, Li Shan waved his hand, and the mercenaries who had been controlling the two of them removed the cloth balls tied to their mouths and said amiably, "I'm very sorry. As long as the two of you are willing to cooperate, this old man won't make things difficult for you." As soon as the words fell, 2 mercenaries brought up some food and water and placed them in front of the two of them. Lao Huang wriggled his body and said discontentedly, "Is this any way to show sincerity? How can we eat while being tied up?" Li Shan chuckled and said, "It was indeed my oversight as an old man, but I really can't untie you. After all, bullets are merciless. If something happens to you too when that young lad comes out later, I, this old man, won't be able to explain it. Whatever you two want to eat, just say so. There will be someone to serve you too." Ouyang Xiaowei turned her head away, obviously not interested in Li Shan's proposal. However, Huang didn't care about those things. He shouted at the mercenary standing beside him, "Did you hear that? You have to serve me well, or your boss won't agree. That banana, well, right, it's comfortable. That pomelo, you peel it cleaner. Not a single white fiber can be left, or it will irritate my throat when I eat it. And that pitaya, I can't eat the seeds. You pick out all the seeds for me." The mercenary who was peeling the pomelo couldn't hold back anymore. He scolded Huang, "You bastard, if you don't eat the seeds, I think you'd better eat my slap." Seeing this, Huang quickly shouted, Hey, look, the person under your command wants to hit me." Li Shan still remained calm and said, "Don't be rude. If this gentleman wants to eat, just do as he. Anyway, we have plenty of time." When that mercenary saw Li Shan getting angry, he then endured his temper, took the pitaya sulkily, and walked to one side, watching Huang eating heartily there. Ouyang Xiaowei couldn't help frowning and said, "You really can eat it? You're really desperate for food." Huang shook his head and said, You just don't know how to enjoy. We may not even survive and leave here. We can't just set off on an empty stomach, can we?" Li Shan smiled slightly and nodded at Huang. "Sir, although it seems absurd, it's actually incisive." Huang didn't pay attention to him anymore but continued to stare at the food in front of him. I couldn't feel what was happening outside the stone door because I was surprised to find that inside the stone door was actually another world. How should I describe the world in front of me? Different from the small world where Kuei-Nyo is. The first impression of this world is small. Very small, probably only about 500 square meters in size. Maybe many villas are larger than this space. The second feeling is darkness, endless darkness. But in the darkness, there is a coffin. You can clearly see that it is right in the middle of this world. That coffin seems to have a kind of magic that makes you uncontrollably want to walk towards it. My consciousness begins to become blurred, and an irresistible drowsiness surges. When my consciousness becomes groggy, Shen Tu's voice suddenly rings in my mind. "Lin Bai, wake up, don't sleep, or you'll never wake up again." I can clearly hear his voice, but my eyes start to close uncontrollably. Boom. A huge sound rings in my, and the 6 stone gates simultaneously make a loud noise. This irresistible drowsiness instantly dissipates. When I open my eyes again, a soft exclamation resounds in my ear. My eyes suddenly shoot out 2 beams of divine light. And I also quickly retreat, being on guard around me with a vigilant look. "You don't need to be afraid, young man. As long as you don't disturb my master's slumber, I won't attack you again." My eyes scan the surroundings again, but there is no discovery. "Shen Tu, can you sense where the person speaking is hiding?" Shen Tu helplessly says, "Can't find." His voice seems to come from all directions, and the fluctuation of mental power is also unpredictable. Improved version. How ought I to depict the world before my eyes? Distinct from the diminutive world where Kuei-Nyo resides. The initial perception of this world is minuscule, extremely so, perhaps merely around 500 square meters in dimension. Conceivably, numerous villas surpass this expanse. The second sentiment is one of darkness, boundless and fathomless. Yet within this darkness, there stands a coffin. You can plainly observe that it is precisely in the midst of this world. That coffin appears to possess a certain enchantment that compels you to irresistibly gravitate towards it. My consciousness commences to grow hazy, and an overpowering drowsiness surges forth. When my consciousness becomes befuddled, Shen Tu's voice abruptly resounds within my mind. "Lin Bai, rouse yourself. Refrain from slumbering, for if you do, you will never awaken again." I can distinctly hear his voice, yet my eyes commence to close involuntarily. Boom. A deafening sound reverberates within my mental realm, and the 6 stone gates simultaneously emit a thunderous noise. This overwhelming drowsiness promptly dissipates. When I reopen my eyes, a soft exclamation echoes in my ear. My eyes suddenly blaze with 2 beams of divine radiance, and I also swiftly retreat, maintaining a vigilant stance and on guard all around. "You need not be afraid, young man. So long as you do not disrupt my master's slumber, I shall not assail you again. My eyes once more scan the surroundings, yet there is no discernible discovery. Shintu, can you detect where the person speaking is concealed? Shintu replies helplessly, unable to find. His voice seems to emanate from all directions, and the fluctuation of mental energy is also enigmatic and unpredictable. It was the first time I had encountered such a situation, so I couldn't help but speak out and ask, "Who are you? Is your master the person in the coffin?" "Yes, my master lies in that coffin. As for me, too much time has passed, and I can't remember my name anymore." Suddenly, I remembered the illusory spiritual beast that Shintu had mentioned to me before, so I probed, "Senior, are you perhaps the illusory spiritual beast from ancient times?" "Illusory spiritual beast?" He repeated the name and murmured to himself, "It seems that a very long time ago, I did have this name." It seemed that I had guessed correctly. I continued to probe, "Senior, so many years ago, you came to live in seclusion in Ileo Mountain with this coffin, right?" It seemed that I had asked a question that the illusory spiritual beast didn't want to answer, so it was silent for a long time before slowly saying, "It wasn't me who came to live in seclusion in Ileo Mountain, but after I came, there was Ileo Mountain. After it came, there was Ileo Mountain." What did this mean? Could it be? A bold speculation appeared in my mind. Sure enough, the next words of the illusory spiritual beast verified my guess. "Because after I came here, I have been guarding my master. Slowly, some birds and beasts thought I was a rock and began to build nests on me. And I didn't stop them. As the sun set and the moon rose, and spring came and autumn went, there was soil, trees, and weeds on me. I don't know how much time had passed, and slowly I turned into a big mountain, which is the Ileo Mountain you mentioned. No wonder we've been unable to find the trace of this illusory spirit beast. Even Shintu's mental power couldn't detect it. It turns out that the entire Ileo Mountain is the body of the illusory spirit beast. The place where I am is not some small world, but the interior of the illusory spirit beast." Chapter 57. There is no such thing as the medicine master pearl in the world after learning that the entire Ileo Mountain is the illusory spirit beast. I took a deep breath. "Senior, why are you telling me these things?" "Because there is the same aura as my master in your body. Therefore, I won't harm you or deceive you. Presumably, the six paths samsara sword is in my body. This is a congenital treasure that came into being with this world. What on earth is the origin of the master of the illusory spirit beast? But thinking about it, even the illusory spirit beast has lived for endless years, let alone its master." For some reason, an inexplicable emotion suddenly welled up in my heart. "Senior, do you still remember how long you've been here?" The voice of the illusory spirit beast was filled with the vicissitudes of history and sighed deeply. "I can't remember. Sometimes, when one has experienced too much and seen too much, one will overlook the passage of time. However, I witnessed with my own eyes the birth of the first human on this land in southern Yunnan. Your current historical records call him the Yuanmo man." "What?" My heart was shocked again. As a top student who could be admitted to Yunnan University, I naturally had some knowledge of history. Counting from the beginning of the recorded history of human civilization, it has only been more than 5,000 years so far. And the era when Yuanmo man lived was far beyond this time. The name Yuanmo man was obtained because the site of this ancient human was discovered on the small hill northwest of Shangnabang village, Yuanmo County, Yunnan. According to the determination of numerous historians using the method of paleomagnetism, it was finally determined that Yuanmo man lived about 1.7 million years ago. That is to say, the illusory spirit beast has lived here for 1.7 million years. What a long period of time it is. The thoughts of the illusory spirit beast seemed to be taken by me to that distant era, and there was some emotion in its voice. At that time, Yuanmo man was still very weak. It was I who entered their dreams and taught them the methods of using tools and fire, which enabled them to survive under such harsh conditions. I slowly exhaled a puff of turbid air. During such a long period of time, no one could talk, and no one knew of my existence. Watching the sun set and the moon rise alone every day, how lonely it is. I think any words to describe this loneliness are powerless. "Senior, since your master has fallen, why do you still insist on staying here?" The voice of the illusory spirit beast became a bit fluctuating. "My master has not fallen. One day, he will reappear in this world, just like you." "Like me? What does this mean?" Just as I was about to open my mouth to ask, the illusory spirit beast directly interrupted me. "There are many things that I cannot give you answers to. You need to explore them by yourself. However, I believe that time will not be too long." Subsequently, I felt my consciousness become blurred. When I opened my eyes again, I had returned to the cave. Seeing me suddenly appear in front of him, Li Shan was also startled. Then, seeing that I was empty-handed, he couldn't help but say disappointedly, "Little friend, didn't you find the treasure in there?" I honestly shook my head. The space behind this stone door was so small that it was all in plain sight. Except for a coffin, there was nothing. Li Shan's expression suddenly became crazy. He paced back and forth in place, trying his best to control his emotions. Finally, he even sat on the ground and started crying like a child. How could this be? Without the medicine master pearl, what will happen to my granddaughter? For the life of his loved one, this old man had spent the last period of his life. In this eerie Ileo mountain, he endured danger and despair every day. In the end, the feeling of falling short after all his efforts was really easy to make people collapse. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he crawled in front of me, grabbed my arm, and pleaded, "Little friend, the map of my ancestors can't be wrong. It must be that you didn't look carefully. Old man, please, go in again and look carefully, okay?" I shook my head and said solemnly, "Grandpa Lee, I can understand your current mood, but there is really no so-called treasure in there. Let go of my friend, and I'm willing to go with you to see your granddaughter. Maybe I can do something to help." Hearing this, Li Shan's eyes became dead silent. The originally faint light also disappeared instantly at this moment. "Too late, young man. Since you didn't bring back the medicine master bead, this old man has no more motivation to keep living. Let you and this old man lie in eternal slumber in this heartbreaking place together." I frowned, looking at the old man in front of me who had completely lost the will to survive, and a dangerous aura quietly descended in my heart. "What are you going to do?" Li Shan's face changed from the original kindliness to extremely ferocious. "Let's go to hell together." Shintu's voice suddenly sounded not good. "There are a large amount of explosives buried underground, which is enough to level an area of 5 kilometers in radius, and it's about to explode. Lin Bai, you must leave immediately." My expression became solemn. This madman has made all the preparations. If he could find the medicine master bead this time, his granddaughter would be saved. If not, he would let everyone be buried with him. It's too late. I flashed to Ouyang Xiaowei and Lao Huang and tightly protected them under me. At the critical moment, a strong wind suddenly blew in the airtight cave, blowing everyone off balance. At the same time, a layer of dark matter like a shadow spread throughout the cave and tightly wrapped the bombs buried underground. Boom! A loud noise came from above, and a bright star power directly blasted a huge hole in the cave. Here, a charming shout sounded, and the dark matter wrapped around the explosives was directly thrown out from the hole above. Hula! A huge water dragon appeared out of thin air, swallowed the explosives in one gulp, and then soared into the sky. Finally, a violent detonation occurred in midair. Although the water dragon was countless droplets and scattered across the land, it also withstood the vast majority of the explosive force. Countless droplets flowed down from the cave entrance on the mountaintop, as if a heavy rain was falling. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, leaving people unable to react. It wasn't until this moment that the fierce wind inside the cave stopped, and all the mercenaries came to their senses. They quickly picked up their firearms and kicked Li Shan. "Damn it, old bastard, we risked our lives for you, but you actually buried explosives and wanted to us." There was a moment of absent-mindedness on Li Shan's face. He didn't expect the explosives not to go off under such circumstances either. But for him, it no longer mattered. At this time, old Shui, dressed in a security uniform, slowly walked in, and the figures of the other 5 members also emerged from various corners. All the mercenaries were on high alert and warned vigilantly. "Who are you? Don't move." Old Shui's face was like a pool of spring water, calm without a ripple. Just by slightly shaking his head, all the mercenaries felt a sharp pain in their heads and fell to the ground, clutching their heads. Shintu quietly reminded me, "Lin Bai, this old man has extremely powerful mental power, hundreds of times that of ordinary people. He should be a psychic-type superpower user." I nodded, already guessing their identities. "This Guan Yu is really quite reliable. It seems I have to invite her to dinner when I get back." Subsequently, Li Ying raised her right hand, and numerous dark substances burst out from her body, turning into chains that bound all the mercenaries. After finishing everything, Li Ying turned to look at me with a beaming smile and said, "Hello, Lin Bai. Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Ying, the dark loli from the 749th Bureau." The others also showed kind smiles and introduced themselves one by one. "I'm Xia Ada, the water dragon from the 749th Bureau. I'm Lu Hui, the blood fiend from the 749th Bureau. I'm Wang Xinyang, the wind demon from the 749th Bureau. I'm Lin Qiqi, the star girl from the 749th Bureau." Finally, there was only old Chui left. He adjusted his security cap and grinned, saying, "I'm already retired and don't use my code name anymore. Now I'm a security guard at the Southern Yunnan branch of the 749th Bureau. Just call me Old Chui." I scratched my head, thinking that since they all had their own titles, it was about time for me to come up with a cool one too. It would be so impressive when going out. But for now, "Hello, I'm Lin Bai." After a simple greeting, Old Chui walked up to Li Shan and said with a complex look in his eyes, "You're the descendant of Li Ruanji, right? The treasure left by your ancestor was discovered by us many years ago and handed over to the country, including the medicine master pearl you've been looking for." "What?" Li Shan's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and he growled viciously, "That's my ancestor's stuff. What right do you have to take it? Are you bandits?" Old Chui snorted. "Your ancestor's stuff? Li Ruanji trafficked people and sold opium back then, with a trail of blood on his hands. Those so-called treasures were nothing but the hard-earned money of the people in southern Yunnan. How could such ill-gotten wealth be considered the property of your ancestors? However, you can rest assured that the property converted from this treasure has not been misappropriated by anyone. Instead, it has taken on another form and become a support fund, returning to the hands of the people in southern Yunnan. It can be regarded as doing a good deed for your Li family. Li Shan seemed to suddenly think of something and struggled to get up and ask, "What about the medicine master bead? You can take away all the assets, but could you return the medicine master bead to me?" Old Chui shook his head again and said, "Li Shan, you are also a smart person. How could you believe that there is such a thing as the medicine master bead that can reverse fate in this world? To tell you the truth, there is no so-called medicine master bead in the treasure, so it was all in vain." Li Shan's eyes widened suddenly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He was already old, and after experiencing such great ups and downs, great joys and sorrows, his body couldn't bear it anymore. On his deathbed, he was still muttering a sentence, drawing water with a bamboo basket, fishing for the moon in the water. It was ultimately just a fantasy. After Li Shan's death, the miasma that had shrouded Ileo Mountain for many days miraculously dissipated, and the long-lost sunlight shone deep into Ileo Mountain. Chapter 58. The Yunnan branch of the 749 Bureau. After coming out of Ileo Mountain, we directly returned home. The moods of the three of us were a bit gloomy, so we didn't talk much along the way. Returning home, Cheese darted out, waving its pink furry paws and pitifully gesturing its flattened. This broke Lao Huang's heart so much that he picked up Cheese and went back to the basement. Ouyang Xiaowei whispered, "I still need to go back to the Public Security Bureau to write the closing report. Do you want to come with me?" I shook my head and said, "I won't go. I'm a bit tired these days and just want to rest at home." Ouyang Xiaowei nodded. After a simple wash, she picked up her bag and was about to go out. Before leaving, as if suddenly remembering something, she turned back to me and said, "Well, I didn't expect your salary to be so high before, so the pocket money I gave you was a bit less." Hearing this, my eyes lit up and I immediately got excited. "Are you going to increase my pocket money?" Ouyang Xiaowei nodded and then closed the door and walked out. And I started to fantasize about how to squander the money after the increase in pocket money. Ding dong. The pleasant WeChat notification sound rang. I picked up my phone and my smile froze on my face. Transfer waiting to be received, 2,000 yuan. The note below said, pocket money for 2 weeks. Spend it sparingly. I was suddenly filled with grief and indignation. I, Lin Bai, a senior agent of the 749th Bureau and a special advisor to the Provincial Public Security Department. Only 1,000 yuan of pocket money a week? Are you kidding me? But looking at my total balance, which only had the 5,000 yuan transferred by Lei Nu, I still forcibly endured the humiliation and pressed the receive button. "Lao Huang, I'll treat you to hot pot tonight." Returning home, Cheese sprang out, brandishing its pink furry paws and piteously gesturing its flattened abdomen. This wrung Lao Huang's heart so severely that he scooped up Cheese and retreated to the basement. Ouyang Xiaowei murmured, "I still have to return to the Public Security Bureau to compose the closing report. Would you care to accompany me?" I shook my head and declared, "I shan't go. I've been rather fatigued these days and merely wish to relax at home." Ouyang Xiaowei nodded. After a simple ablution, she retrieved her bag and was on the verge of departing. Prior to leaving, as if suddenly recollecting something, she turned back to me and stated, "Well, I hadn't anticipated your salary to be so substantial previously, hence the pocket money I bestowed upon you was somewhat meager." Hearing this, my eyes glistened and I instantly grew exuberant. "Are you about to augment my pocket money?" Ouyang Xiaowei nodded and then shut the door and stepped out. And I commenced to fantasize about how to squander the funds after the increment in pocket money. Ding dong. The agreeable WeChat notification resounded. I picked up my phone and my smile congealed on my countenance. Transfer awaiting receipt, 2,000 yuan. The annotation below read, pocket money for 2 weeks. Expend it frugally. I was abruptly inundated with grief and indignation. I, Lin Bai, a senior agent of the 749th Bureau and a special advisor to the Provincial Public Security Department. Merely 1,000 yuan of pocket money per week. Are you jesting? But beholding my total balance, which only contained the 5,000 yuan transferred by Lei Nu, I still forcibly endured the ignominy and pressed the receive button. "Lao Huang, I shall treat you to hot pot tonight." Old Huang curiously asked, "Hey, did you win the lottery, you brat?" I dismissed it with a disdainful look and said, "What's my identity? Do I care about that for a hot pot meal?" Old Huang smacked his lips and said briskly, "All right, I'll go change into a set of clothes. I mustn't embarrass you." Soon, both of us changed into the clothes we thought were the most handsome and walked out of the house. Not long after, we arrived at the destination. Looking at the small hot pot in front of us with a sign saying 59.9 yuan per person hanging beside it, Old Huang pursed his lips and looked at me disappointedly, saying, "This is it?" I lowered my voice and said, "There's a group purchase on the mini program. It's 117 yuan for 2 people, and we can still save 2.8 yuan. Old Huang shook his head helplessly and followed me in. For some reason, this meal was very dull. Old Huang gritted his teeth and chewed the meat slices in his mouth. Then he sighed and said, Lin Bai, have you ever heard such a sentence? I swallowed the fried chicken leg in my mouth and asked, what sentence? Old Huang's eyes were deep and full of emotion as he said, true disappointment is not making a big fuss, but having short words and shallow looks. After I casually replied with an O, I showed my payment code and said, for such a disappointing statement, transfer your share to me. After Old Huang was silent for a moment, he suddenly showed a bright face and said, what are you talking about? My best buddy, hurry up and eat. Come on, try this pink hamburger. It suits your temperament better. Sure enough, when people are speechless, they just don't want to talk. After having a sumptuous meal, the two of us returned home and had a wonderful sleep. When I woke up the next day, it was already past 9 o'clock in the morning. I rubbed my sleepy eyes and walked into the living room. There was breakfast on the table. I knew at a glance that it was left for me by Sister Wei. After all, Old Huang wouldn't have a sandwich for breakfast. Fried dough sticks and soy milk are his favorites. I opened my phone. There were only a few people in my WeChat now. At the top was Ouyang Xiaowei. Seeing that I didn't get up, she didn't wake me up and went to work by herself. The second one was the WeChat message sent by Old Shui, asking me to come to the 749 bureau when I had time. As a person with supernatural abilities, I really should go and have a look. Since I was issued the certificate of senior agent, I haven't been to the 749 bureau in Yunnan yet. Looking at the time, I casually hailed a taxi and told the driver a location very close to the Abnormal Weather Research Bureau, then strolled over there. Good morning, Old Shui. Old Shui was originally basking in the sun lazily. When he saw me, he just opened his eyes and then slowly closed them again. Lin Bai, go in. Lin Qiqi is inside. She will take you and let you get to know the 749 bureau first. As a senior agent, you have many privileges and she will tell you about them too. I nodded and suddenly leaned over and whispered, Old Shui, I see that they all have a cool title. Do I have to come up with one too? Old Shui slightly lifted his eyelids and asked curiously, have you come up with one for yourself? Why not say it and let me hear? I showed a smile that was 3 parts aloof, 3 parts mocking, 3 parts nonchalant, and 1 part crazy. What do you think of the title The Drifter in the Wind? Lao Chui struggled to hold back his laughter and looked at me as if I were a fool. It was only after a long time that he slowly said, Lin Bai, the title can indeed refer to personal opinions, but it also needs to be approved by the headquarters. Do you think they will agree to such a title for you? Oh. I showed a disappointed look and stared at Lao Chui suspiciously. Are you laughing at me? Lao Chui shook his head and said seriously, you misunderstand, Lin Bai. I admire your sense of humor, and I have received professional training. No matter how funny it is, I won't laugh. I withdrew my scrutinizing gaze and said in a concentrated voice, are you sure? Lao Chui asked back with a solemn expression, don't you trust me? All right. I turned around and walked in. Lin Qiqi was wearing a pair of black high heels today, dressed in a white coat, and with her imposing height, she was definitely the queenly type. At this time, my ears twitched, and suddenly I heard Lao Chui's extremely suppressed laughter. Ha ha ha, the drifter in the wind. Ha ha ha, it's killing me. My expression changed, just as I was about to turn back, but seeing that Lin Qiqi was already waiting for me at the elevator entrance. I gave up this thought and walked towards the elevator entrance. After seeing me coming, Lin Qiqi gently tossed her hair and said softly, I have entered your information into the system, and you can give it a try. Similar to the Inner Mongolia branch, there are the same security doors. One needs to swipe the ID and then undergo facial recognition. However, different from the Inner Mongolia branch, although the Southern Yunnan branch also appears luxurious. It follows a low-key and luxurious style without being so exaggerated. At this time, only Xia Ada and Li Ying were in the branch. After seeing me, they greeted me warmly. Subsequently, Lin Qiqi began to introduce some common knowledge of the 749 bureau to me. Lin Bai, this is the area where we usually work. The working hours are very flexible, as long as you can arrive in time when there is something to do. Because our abilities are rather special, the tasks we need to handle are generally quite special as well. Therefore, the principle of confidentiality must be strictly observed. Once ordinary people know that there are people with supernatural powers in our world, it will cause great panic. So, during the execution of tasks, if our supernatural powers are discovered by ordinary people, we must take them back to the bureau to have their memories erased. I nodded, and involuntarily, Xiaoxi's face appeared in my mind. I wondered if she had already forgotten me and how she was doing now. Lin Qiqi led me forward and passed by an archive room. Here are all the files processed by our branch. If you want to see them, you can check at any time. After passing the archive room, there is a very large area, like a training ground. Here is the training room. Usually, to improve our teamwork and combat capabilities, everyone chooses to train here. Of course, to avoid causing too much damage, everyone tries to restrain their abilities. Otherwise, with your ability, you might directly demolish the entire sub-bureau. Passing by the training room, what catches the eye is an area similar to a monitoring room. On the 7 screens in the center, 6 are lit, which respectively record the vital signs of 6 members of the Diannan Sub-Bureau. This is one of the greatest inventions of the 749th Bureau this century. We call it the position system. It can real-time monitor the vital signs and positions of every 749th Bureau member wearing position Series 4. In this way, once a team member is in danger, nearby members can provide support immediately. Moreover, the Zushin Series 4 is also equipped with a storage space function, and the style is quite nice. After saying that, she deliberately waved the Zushin Series 4 on her hand. I shrugged and said, speaking of which, I'm also a formal member of the 749th Bureau. Where's my Zushin Series 4? Lin Chi smiled charmingly and suddenly took out a delicate box from behind. Here, this is from Lain. We all need to go to the Capital General Bureau for filing before it can be issued. However, with Lain vouching for you, the General Bureau directly sent over your Zushin Series 4. My expression visibly brightened. Ha, great. After I opened the package, I couldn't wait to put it on my wrist. After waiting for some time, the 7th screen finally lit up slowly, showing my vital signs. Just as I was about to continue researching other uses of the Zushin 4 series, Lin Chi interrupted my actions with a smile. Lin Bai. That can wait until you get back. You have more important things to do today. I nodded and obediently said, all right. After passing by the monitoring center, a strange instrument appeared in front of me. Lin Chi's expression also became serious at this moment. Lin Bai, this is an instrument to detect your ability level. You can try using all your abilities once. According to the rating, you will have an intuitive control of your own abilities. This is also the thing I'm most curious about currently. Although I know I'm very strong, I don't have an intuitive feeling of exactly how strong I am. Now that I have this opportunity, I have no reason to miss it. So, following Lin Chi's guidance, I lay into the instrument. Chapter 59 8 System Supernatural Abilities SS Rank. Lying in the instrument, I felt as if all my senses had been sealed. In front of my eyes, an endless void suddenly appeared. In this void, different elements were floating, and I seemed to be the master of this void. I reached out and grasped, and a large amount of lightning elements lingered around me. Then, when I opened my hand again, the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, were like a 5-color compass, swirling in my palm. Subsequently, the time and space around me seemed to distort, time stopped, and space shattered. The 6 stone gates in my body suddenly burst out, hanging above my head, projecting a million zhong of glorious light. It seemed like an instant had passed, yet also as if tens of thousands of years had elapsed. When I opened my eyes again, I had emerged from the instrument and was sitting on a sofa, while Lin Chi was keeping watch beside me. Perhaps due to waiting for me to wake up for too long, Lin Chi had fallen into a light slumber. Sensing her even breathing, I didn't disturb her. Glancing at the time on my phone, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. If I remembered correctly, it should have still been noon when I entered the instrument. Unexpectedly, the test result that was originally thought to be simple had actually lasted for such a long time. You're awake? Lin Chi had a very light sleep. Just a very slight movement from me, and she woke up. I nodded and asked nervously, has the result of my test come out? Lin Chi looked at me with her pair of beautiful eyes, hesitating as if not knowing how to start. What's wrong? Is there something difficult? Lin Chi let out a sigh and said with a complex expression, Lin Bai. Actually, I know that your understanding of this world is not complete, and you've been constantly seeking your lost memories. So before telling you the test result, I want to first tell you about the current system of supernaturals in this world. Is that okay? I could clearly feel the kindness from Lin Chi. So I didn't refuse but softly said, okay, you can talk. I'm listening. Lin Chi's voice was very pleasant and gentle. In the current supernatural world, Huagua is indisputably at the top of the world. As the official organization of Huagua in the supernatural world, the 749 Bureau's ruling power is naturally beyond doubt. Just like the Diannan branch in front of you, besides you, there are 6 other superpower users. Among them, Lao Chui and Li Ying are the most powerful S-rank superpower users in the Diannan branch, while the other 4, including me, are A-rank superpower users. Superpower users below A-rank are not allowed to independently accept tasks or work in the branch. They can only receive training at the headquarters or hold some auxiliary positions. Branches like ours exist in all provinces and municipalities across the country, and the number of people in each branch ranges from 5 to 8. In addition, there are 8 special operations teams at the headquarters, all composed of superpower users with relatively strong combat capabilities. Each team leader is a top-notch S-rank superpower user or an SS-rank superpower user, specifically dealing with matters that local branches cannot handle. Furthermore, there are supervisors at the headquarters to monitor whether the behavior of superpower users is during the handling of special events. The entry requirement for supervisors is S-rank, and they hold a high position in the 749 Bureau. The full quota is 20 people, and currently, there are only 12. The Thunder Girl you know is one of the supervisors. After hearing these figures, I was only shocked. I never expected there to be so many superpower users in this world. Lin Qiqi seemed to have guessed my thoughts and explained solemnly. Our Huahua has 1/5 of the world's population, but the total number of all superpower users is less than 500. Do you think this ratio is high? Calculated like this ratio really isn't high. However, I immediately frowned, feeling that these data didn't seem to have a direct relation with me. Sister Qiqi, but what's the relation between these data and my test results? Lin Qiqi looked at me with eyes as bright as stars, showing a pure and clear look. What I want to say is that in the whole Huahua now, it's extremely rare for a superpower user to master 2 superpowers at the same time, and those who can reach the SS level are even rarer. And you, Lin Bai, according to the test results, you actually possess 8 abilities of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, time, and space, and all of them have reached the SS level. But you just can't use them yet. This is simply impossible, so I suspect that you're not a superpower user at all. I frowned and asked puzzledly. Not a superpower user? What do you mean? Didn't you say I possess 8 superpowers? Lin Qiqi's tone became more solemn and she explained seriously. Yes. But the energy in your body far exceeds the limit that the human body can bear. Moreover, the 5 elements generate and restrain each other. And it's simply impossible to appear in one person's body at the same time. Time and space are also 2 extreme forces. And the probability of appearing on one person is close to 0. After hearing what Lin Qiqi said, I completely fell into silence. I have to say that what Lin Qiqi said makes a lot of sense. I had always had doubts before. As a congenital divine weapon, would 6 paths of Samsara sword really choose an ordinary human as its carrier? I looked up, with eyes full of panic and confusion about the unknown. Sister Qiqi, then what do you think is the reason for my situation? Lin Qiqi has never encountered a situation like mine either, so she is equally at a loss. However, after a moment of contemplation, she still shared her thoughts. I don't know what kind of situation you will face once others find out about this, so without your consent, I tampered with your test report. I only filled in 3 items: gold elemental ability, lightning elemental ability, and spatial ability, and all were marked as S rank. Although such results have been greatly reduced, they are still too eye-catching. Therefore, when you are on missions in the future, you must be careful. If you can avoid using other abilities, don't use them. Do you understand? I nodded, indicating my agreement. But I also knew that there is no kindness for no reason in this world. So immediately afterwards, I asked, Sister Qiqi, you have helped me so much. How can I repay you? Lin Qiqi's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said excitedly with some emotion, it's very simple. As a reward, you need to provide your blood as a sample for my research every once in a while, and when I need your cooperation, you can't refuse. I pursed my lips, as if returning to the time when I was trapped in the cave by Lin Kane. What do you want me to cooperate with? I only sell my skills, not my body. Lin Qiqi's face turned red, and she spat directly. What kind of messy things are you thinking in your head? I'm just curious about how these conflicting abilities are perfectly integrated. If I can figure out the secrets of your body, then perhaps I can change the history of the entire supernatural world. Lin Qiqi became increasingly excited as she spoke, and even her face turned slightly flushed. I quickly intervened to stop Lin Qiqi from continuing her frenzy. All right, I promise you, but I have one more request. Lin Qiqi took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress the excitement in her heart. Fine, go ahead, what's your request? I lowered my voice and said, I see that you're well versed in the situation of the branch and have all the data of the entire Huahua at your fingertips. Do you have all the data of the southern Yunnan branch? Lin Qiqi looked at me warily. What do you want to do? Although I'm interested in your body, I won't do anything too excessive for you. I immediately had a black line on my forehead. What did she mean by being interested in my body? How could that sound right if it got out? I quickly explained, you're thinking too much. As you know, my fighting style is basically instinctive and lacks any technique. If possible, I hope you can find some combat videos for me to study, so as to fill this gap. Oh, I see. Lin Qiqi pretended to think for a while before reluctantly nodding. After all, as a senior agent, Lin Bai has the right to view combat videos. Just like that, the 2 sides quickly reached an agreement. I also stretched. By this time, it was already past 11 o'clock at night, and it was naturally impossible to take a taxi back. Sister Qi, you can drive, right? Lin Qiqi gave me a strange look. Of course, what do you want? Take me home. It's so late. I can't walk back, can I? Lin Qiqi rolled her eyes and said, fine, let's go. I'll take you home. Lin Qiqi's car is a silver-white Tesla. There is a faint smell of lilac in the carriage. I opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat confidently. Lin Qiqi had never seen such a cheeky person before and couldn't help but say speechlessly, I never realized before that you have such a thick skin. I just smiled without saying a word and reached out to click the music playing button on the screen. As a result, a chaotic and extremely noisy sound suddenly popped up, shocking me instantly. This is a piece of music from North America created by a group of down-and-out black rock bands. The general theme is to vent their dissatisfaction with the world through sex and violence. This is completely different from the intellectual and elegant image Lin Qiqi presents. Could it be that Lin Chi is just on the surface, but actually? While I was lost in wild thoughts, Lin Chi quickly switched the playlist and said casually, "Are you cold? Do you want to turn up the temperature?" I didn't say a word, to avoid embarrassing her. I just calmly shook my head. Just like this strange silence lasted until we reached home. After saying goodbye to Lin Chi, I tiptoed to open the door, afraid of disturbing Sister Wei and old Huang's rest. But unexpectedly, Sister Wei wasn't resting. She was sitting in the living room playing with her phone waiting for me to come back. "What are you sneaking around for? Coming back to your own home seems like being a thief." I gave an embarrassed smile. "This is not to avoid disturbing your sleep." When I approached, Ouyang Xiaowei's complexion suddenly changed. "Was it a girl who sent you back?" I nodded truthfully and said, "Yes, it's just my colleague, Lin Chi whom you've met." "Let me tell you, Sister Wei." Before I could finish my words, Ouyang Xiaowei snorted coldly and turned her head directly to go upstairs. I stood there stunned, wondering what was going on. Why did she get angry just like that? Chapter 60. Approaching the little new year. The next morning when I got up, there was no breakfast left for me on the table. It seems Sister Wei was really angry, but why? Before I could figure out the reason, my phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed it was Lin Chi. "Hello, Lin Bai. Didn't you want to watch the video to improve your combat skills? What time is it now? Why haven't you come yet?" I looked at the time and said speechlessly, "Isn't it just 9 o'clock?" On the other end of the phone came Lin Chi's voice. "It's already 9 o'clock and you still haven't come? Are you a pig?" I hung up the phone helplessly, waved for a taxi, and like yesterday, slowly arrived at the 749 bureau. Lao Chui still wore a very old-fashioned pair of sunglasses and was leisurely sunning himself. I remembered his ridicule of my title yesterday and couldn't help but rub my fists and walk over. "Yo, Lao Chui, sunning yourself? Lin Bai, you're here early today. Young people should be full of vitality. Hey, what are you doing? To let you laugh at me?" Ouch. Moments later, Lao Chui's 2 eyes were as black as a panda's, and I left contentedly humming a tune. Lao Chui said angrily behind me, "Young man, you have no bullying an old man like me who is 63 years old." At this time, Liang walked by Lao Chui with a lollipop in her mouth and asked curiously, "Did Lin Bai do this?" Lao Chui's old face turned red, and he forced an explanation. "Humph, that was because I was careless and didn't dodge. Otherwise, how could he be my match?" Liang nodded seriously. "Lao Chui, I believe you, really believe you." Hearing this, Lao Chui walked away with his hands behind his back. He wanted to cover the bruise on his eye before no one else saw it. Lin Chi didn't disappoint me. Since the real test results were in her hands, she knew more about my abilities in some aspects than I did myself. So the videos she selected were all very beneficial to me, and my combat skills also improved rapidly during continuous observation. In return, I also tried my best to cooperate with Lin Chi's research. Time flew by, and half a month passed in a blink of an eye. When I got home this day, I happened to see Lao Huang carrying boxes in one hand and another in the other into the house. I quickly stepped forward and asked, "Lao Huang, what are you doing?" Lao Huang sighed and said, "It's almost the little new year. Don't you know? I don't know what you and Xiao Wei are busy with every day. I can't even see you two celebrate the little new year." Actually, in my concept, I really have no concept of celebrating the new year. However, people of Lao Huang's age care a lot. He kept whispering in my ear, "You young people these days, I don't know what you're busy with every day. You even forget the most important event of the year." I opened my phone and found that the day after tomorrow is the little new year. I thought Sister Wei was still angry, and this was a good time to placate her. "I thought what you said was very right. Well, the night after tomorrow, I'll cook a meal for you two myself. What do you think?" Lao Huang narrowed his eyes and sized me up. Then he asked suspiciously, "Can you cook?" I confidently lifted my head and said, "Lao Huang, I just look young. If we compare ages, I'm decades older than the sum of you and Sister Wei." Lao Huang curled his lip. After thinking it over, it was really the case. However, the scene of the breakfast I made before was still fresh in my memory, so he really couldn't believe me. But after my repeated requests, Lao Huang finally relented. "Then you'd better cook it deliciously. Don't waste all these ingredients of mine." I slapped my chest and promised, "Lao Huang, you can rest assured about what I do." I took out my phone and sent a message to Lin Chi. "These days are almost New Year's. I won't go there. I wish you a happy new year in advance." Soon, Lin Chi replied with an OK emoji. After setting an alarm clock very early, I then returned to my room and fell into a deep sleep. Some people say that they hope what wakes them up every morning is their dream, not the alarm clock. However, from a scientific perspective, when you are in deep sleep, no one can remember their dreams. Ding-ling-ling-ling. Annoyedly hitting the alarm clock. Washing my face with cold water, I then became a bit more refreshed. I walked into the kitchen full of confidence. 30 minutes later, Ouyang Xiaowei pushed open the door. Just as she walked to the kitchen, she heard a strange sound. She walked over and happened to meet me coming out. At this moment, I was disheveled and covered in oil. Carrying a plate of sandwiches that looked presentable, I walked out and said dejectedly, "Sister Wei, frying eggs is really too difficult. Ouyang Xiaowei looked at the embarrassed me with a somewhat complex expression and said, "Is this for me?" I scratched my head and said awkwardly, "Yes. Otherwise, would you like to have a taste?" Although Ouyang Xiaowei seemed very disgusted on the surface, the joy in her eyes couldn't be concealed. After grabbing a sandwich and taking a bite, she nodded and said, "The taste is not bad. Thank you. Having one's made food recognized by others is a very happy thing. At least I'm very happy now." After eating the sandwich, Ouyang Xiaowei took out a tissue and wiped her mouth, then said lightly, "Don't you need to go to the 749 bureau today?" I shook my head and stretched, saying, "I'm not going today. I've already informed them." Ouyang Xiaowei said in a deep voice, "Okay, then there's something today. You can go with me." I thought for a moment. Anyway, today's task was to search for cooking tutorials, and it didn't matter where I was. So I nodded and agreed. Arriving at the underground garage, I found that Ouyang Xiaowei had somehow gotten a pickup truck with countless bags of rice, flour, cooking oil, etc. hanging at the back. I couldn't help asking Sister Wei, "Are you going to visit the nursing home?" Ouyang Xiaowei didn't say a word and her expression remained solemn all the time. So I put away my joking attitude and sat in the passenger seat. Along the way, I kept carefully observing Sister Wei's profile. Her high-nose bridge, big eyes, and long eyelashes were really beautiful. It would be great if she could smile more often. However, Ouyang Xiaowei seemed to have something on her mind and was thinking about something all the way. I didn't interrupt again. Just like this, the vehicle drove all the way to Sister Zhang's wonton shop. It was only then that I found out who these things were for. "What are you still standing there for? Move them." Only then did I come to my senses, picked up a large barrel of oil and 2 bags of flour, and sent them into the shop. It was still early at this time. Sister Zhang was cleaning the shop. Seeing me come in with so many things, she quickly stepped forward and asked, "Officer Lin, what are you doing?" I smiled and gestured with my mouth towards the back. Ouyang Xiaowei explained with a smiling face, "Sister Zhang, these are all the welfare applied for you by Officer Xiao at the police station. We're just here to help deliver them." Sister Zhang was stunned for a moment, then said somewhat embarrassedly, "But this is too much. We don't know either. We're just here to help. But since it's Officer Zhao's kind intention, you just take it." Hearing this, Sister Zhang could only accept these gifts. "All right, have you and Officer Lin had dinner? I'll make 2 bowls of wontons for the 2 of you. You can leave after finishing them." Ouyang Xiaowei shook her head and declined politely. "No, thank you, Sister Zhang. We have other things to do. We'll definitely come next time." After putting down all the things, Ouyang Xiaowei pulled me and left directly. Just as we sat down, Ouyang Xiaowei's phone rang. "Hello, Director, what's the matter?" "Oh, okay, I'll go right over." After hanging up the phone, Ouyang Xiaowei asked me, "I have to go back to the department immediately now. Where are you going?" I thought for a while and said, "I'll go with you. I don't have anything to do today. Maybe I can help by following along." "Okay." Ouyang Xiaowei didn't say much and took me directly to the Public Security Bureau. When we arrived at the Public Security Bureau, Chen Jingyang was pacing back and forth anxiously. When he saw the 2 of us coming, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiaowei, you're finally here." I was a bit puzzled and said, "Director, I haven't seen you this anxious before. What exactly happened? How big of a deal is it?" Chen Jingyang coughed lightly and said somewhat embarrassedly, "This incident isn't that big, but it's rather special. So, Xiaowei, you have to handle it personally." Ouyang Xiaowei was also full of questions. "What on earth is it? So mysterious?" Chen Jingyang lowered his voice and said, "You should have received the news that a leader came to the capital recently and is inspecting the tourism environment in our southern Yunnan. This is crucial for the future development of the whole southern Yunnan and can't be taken lightly at all." Ouyang Xiaowei nodded and said, "That's right. I've heard about this. But what does it have to do with our public security department? I heard that the second-ranked official in the province personally received them. Could it be that we are responsible for the security work?" After Chen Jingyang confirmed that there was no one around, he slowly said, "No. The son of that leader also came to our Yunnan province. He got together with several local young people from wealthy families and organized a party. Since they are all young people, they played a bit more freely." Ouyang Xiaowei had a black line on her forehead and said speechlessly. Chen Jingyang clicked his tongue and said earnestly, "Pay attention to your words. How can that be called wiping someone's ass? This is all contributing to the development of Yunnan. Your ideological awareness still needs to be improved." I gave a thumbs up and said admiringly, "No wonder you can be the. Your ideological awareness is really high." Chen Jingyang snorted and said, "Don't make excuses. You two will handle this matter. Remember, don't let the impact of the incident expand and don't make things difficult for the leader. Do you understand?" Under helplessness, Ouyang Xiaowei directly pulled me away. "Let's go. Solve the troubles of these rich second generations earlier so that we can go home for the new year earlier." Chapter 61. The person is already dead. Tianhai Yunjian is the most famous and most expensive villa in Lijiang City, Yunnan Province. It is located at the foot of Yulong Snow Mountain, with the snow mountain behind and a bottomless cliff in front. The only way in and out is a suspension bridge. Above the suspension bridge hangs a huge clock, implying that once one enters here, time no longer matters. Living here gives people a sense of being isolated from the world. So many are eager to come. The owner of the villa is said to be a mysterious wealthy man. And the purpose of building Tianhai Yunjian is to provide a place for entertainment for the top dignitaries in southern Yunnan. Therefore, when the leader's son came to southern Yunnan, he directly settled on this place. Subsequently, he and his so-called brothers brought some female internet celebrities and models here and started his dreamy journey. However, this morning, one of the children of the dignitaries suddenly showed some abnormalities, seemingly symptoms of drug overdose. Those who can come here are all people of status and position, and naturally don't want this matter to affect themselves. So the leader's son had to call his father. And this task was passed down through layers and finally fell on me in Ouyang Shaowei. Lijiang is a well-known tourist city in southern Yunnan province, with pleasant climate. Signature scenic spots such as Jade Dragon Snow Mountain, Blue Moon Valley, and Lijiang Ancient City, which attract a large number of tourists every year. Along the way, what we saw most was not the beautiful scenery, but the continuous stream of people. The closer we got to Tianhai Yunjian, the fewer tourists we saw. By the time we crossed the suspension bridge, it was almost dinner time. In the first-floor hall of the villa, more than a dozen people of various kinds had gathered. 3 young masters were sitting silently on the sofa. Opposite them were 4 female companions dressed in revealing clothes, and there were 4 villa staff members around. After Ouyang Shaowei and I came in, one of the young masters showed a hint of joy. "You're finally here. The person is in room 502 upstairs. Hurry up and go take a look." Ouyang Shaowei frowned and asked, "Are you the person who reported the case?" The young master's face darkened, and he scolded. "What are you asking these for? Didn't your superior tell you my identity when you came?" Ouyang Shaowei shrugged and said disdainfully, "Not really. Otherwise, why don't you tell me now?" The young master just felt that he had lost face and roared angrily, "My name is Zhou Tao. My father is the top leader of the political and legal committee of Yunnan province and your immediate superior. How dare you talk to me like this?" Ouyang Shaowei dug her ear and said with a hint of disdain, "All right, young master Zhou. I got it. Get out of the way." Seeing Ouyang Shaowei's attitude, Zhou Tao couldn't help but fly into a rage and wanted to continue venting, but was stopped by another young master. "All right, Tao. Let the police officers handle the matter first." Strangely enough, with Zhou Tao's arrogant and domineering personality, he actually obeyed this person obediently and got out of the way. I had a thought in my mind. It seems this is the son of a capital leader. Ouyang Shaowei remained calm and led me into the elevator and came to room 502. Suddenly pushing open the door, a man wearing only underwear was lying quietly on the bed, his face ashen, with several tiny needle marks on his arm. And there were also some contraband beside the bed. Ouyang Shaowei took one look and knew what they were. "Lin Bai, take the person away. Let's call it a day." I nodded, just about to step forward to wake up the man when my expression suddenly changed. "Sister Wei, something's not right. He seems dead." "What?" Hearing this, Ouyang Shaowei quickly walked and felt his pulse, then shook her head. "That's right, he's dead, and not long ago." I sighed and said it seems I can't go home to celebrate the new year with Huang. Ouyang Shaowei also sighed and said I'll call and ask the provincial department to send someone over. "You go and calm down those young masters downstairs. No one can leave until the truth is found out." I nodded, turned around, and walked downstairs. In the lobby on the first floor, 3 young masters had already dressed and were about to leave first. But I stopped them. "Sorry, you guys can't leave now." Zhou Tao said angrily, "What do you mean can't leave? The person is upstairs. Just take him away. What does it have to do with us?" The young master who had spoken before also walked up to me and politely offered me a cigarette. "My name is Hejiong, brother. Let's be friends. You know our identities are special and not suitable to be here. Do me a favor." I didn't reach out to take the cigarette, but looked at him calmly and said, "Mr. He, I'm afraid it's really not that I'm. The guest in room 502 is dead." Without confirming that his death was an accident, none of you can leave. Hejiong was stunned and the hand holding the cigarette froze in midair and said in surprise, "Dead? How is this possible?" I nodded, on the verge of stepping forward to rouse the man when my countenance underwent an abrupt transformation. "Sister Wei, something is amiss. He appears deceased." "What?" Upon hearing this, Ouyang Shaowei hastened in, felt his pulse, and then shook her head. "Indeed, he is deceased and not long past." I heaved a sigh and remarked, "It seems I shan't be able to return home to celebrate the new year with Huang." Ouyang Shaowei likewise sighed and stated, "I shall make a call and request the provincial department to dispatch someone. You go and pacify those young masters downstairs. None of them can depart until the truth is unearthed." I nodded, turned about, and descended the stairs. In the lobby on the first floor, 3 young masters had already donned their attire and were on the verge of leaving first. However, I barred their way. "Sorry, you gentlemen cannot leave at present." Zhou Tao exclaimed wrathfully, "What do you mean by cannot leave? The person is upstairs. Just take him away. What has it to do with us?" The young master who had spoken earlier also advanced towards me and courteously proffered a cigarette. "My name is Hejiong, brother. Let us be friends. You are aware that our identities are distinctive and not befitting to be here. Do me a kindness." I refrained from extending my hand to take the cigarette, but regarded him serenely and declared, Mr. He, I'm afraid it truly isn't that I'm being discourteous. The guest in room 502 is deceased. Without ascertaining that his demise was an accident, none of you can leave. He Ji-young was taken aback. And the hand holding the cigarette remained suspended in midair as he exclaimed in astonishment, Dead? How is this conceivable? I am a policeman. You should know that I won't joke about such things. He Ji-young nodded. Suddenly, he asked, Comrade policeman, even if he's dead, it's his own doing for taking illegal drugs. It has nothing to do with us, right? I shook my head and said word by word, before the forensic doctor gives the autopsy report. We can't confirm the cause of his death. After hearing that someone had died, He Ji-young was relatively calm. But Zhou Tao and another young master visibly panicked. Young master He, there's a death. It's hard for us to explain. How about we leave first? I sighed and reiterated again, I've said that none of you can leave. Zhou Tao immediately flew into a rage and pointed at my nose and cursed. Kid, are you crazy? Do you know who I am? Yes. The son of our immediate superior. Then get the hell out of the way. Do you believe I can make you take off that uniform? I touched my nose and said uncertainly, Did you just scold me? Zhou Tao reached out and pushed my shoulder, viciously saying, If you don't get out of the way, I even dare to beat you. I sighed, with the corner of my eye. I glanced at the surveillance camera and thought to myself that since he made the first move, it wouldn't count as causing trouble for Sister Wei. Whoosh. Before Zhou Tao could react, the whole person was grabbed by me and thrown to the ground. Everyone was stunned. No one expected that I would really dare to lay hands on Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao's mind went blank too. But soon the excruciating pain from his body made him even angrier. You fucking want to die? I shook my head and said in a cold tone, Young Master Zhou, you should be grateful that the Harmonious Society saved you. Although I can't kill you directly, giving you a little is still possible. After all, we're all people in the Jianghu, and it's inevitable that there will be some bumps and bruises. I walked up to Zhou Tao indifferently and stepped on his arm. Young Master Zhou, why do you have to make things difficult for yourself? The intense pain in his arm made Zhou Tao's face turn deathly pale instantly. The moment he met my eyes, he wisely chose to shut up. He saw in my eyes a disregard for life and a haughty indifference. Seeing that he had obediently closed his mouth, I turned to look at the staff member beside. It was an aunt in her 40s who was probably in charge of the cleaning work here. Hello, could you please trouble yourself to bandage him up? How could that aunt dare to say no? She immediately turned around, took out the bandage and gauze, and started bandaging Zhou Tao. He Ji-young watched all this coldly from the side. Anyway, Zhou Tao was considered his subordinate. Since this policeman had beaten Zhou Tao, it was naturally an insult to his face. You're quite good. What's your name, and what's your position? I acted as if nothing had happened, blocked the door again, and replied calmly, My name is Lin Bai, a special advisor to the Provincial Public Security Department. If you have any problems, you can always file a complaint with my superior at any time. He Ji-young snorted coldly, Fine, I hope you can always be this tough. Teach SB. A lesson at this time, Ouyang Xiaowei also came down from upstairs with a similarly ugly complexion. Lin Bai, let them leave. I shrugged and indifferently gave way. He Ji-young snorted, Ahua, drive the car over. Let's go. The one called Ahua was the fourth young master who had been silent all the time. Compared with the other three, this Ahua was obviously much more. When passing by me, he also gave me a complex look, but his words were still as unpleasant as ever. Officer Lin, can you get out of the way now? I didn't answer but showed my fist. The scene just now was still vivid in my mind. Ahua couldn't help shivering and ran out in a hurry. He Ji-young also walked to Zhou Tao's side and whispered comfortingly, Hold on. When we get out, there will be plenty of opportunities to torture him to death. Zhou Tao secretly looked at me with eyes full of venom. I ignored all this and walked to Ouyang Xiaowei's side and curiously asked, What's the situation? Just let them go like this? Ouyang Xiaowei showed a bitter expression and helplessly said, There's no way. It's a special period now. Just bear with it if you can. These young masters are all children of officials, and they can't escape. If we need their cooperation later, we can summon them at any time. I yawned and grinned, saying, Forget it. They were so arrogant even in front of us. If we let them leave, the summons probably won't be of any use. Ouyang Xiaowei patted my shoulder and whispered, All right, stop complaining and go take a look at the body. I nodded. Just as I was about to leave, there was a sudden loud noise outside. Ouyang Xiaowei and I exchanged glances and rushed out of the villa together. We only saw that when Ahua drove the car to the middle of the suspension bridge from outside the drawbridge suddenly broke. Ahua, along with the car, fell into the abyss with the drawbridge. We stared in shock at all this. At the same time, the sky suddenly began to snow heavily, with gusts of strong wind. Chapter 62 Inquiry. There is nothing more shocking than watching a fresh life pass away right in front of one's eyes. Even Ouyang Xiaowei and I didn't react. When the others came out, they only saw a broken floating bridge. The air still lingered with the screams of that young master named Ahua. Zhou Tong supported his arm, his face ashen, and couldn't stop trembling all over. He really couldn't figure out why the four of them came here yesterday to relax, and now two of them were dead just after one night. Although He Zhiyong seemed calm, the clenched fists also showed that his heart was equally uneasy. Autumn, call your father now. We can't stay in this place any longer. Hearing this, Zhou Tong quickly took out his mobile phone. However, soon, he said with a gloomy face, "It won't work, Brother Yong. There's no signal on my phone." "How could this happen?" "There's no signal on my phone either." He Zhiyong's face became even uglier. He rolled his eyes and still fixed his gaze on me and Ouyang Xiaowei. "Two police officers, you must protect our safety." Ouyang Xiaowei snorted coldly, "Rest assured. As a police officer, I know better than you what I should do." As the wind and snow grew stronger, Ouyang Xiaowei gathered everyone together and, together with me, conducted individual interrogations. The first target of interrogation was naturally He Zhiyong, who seemed relatively calm. "Mr. He, how many of you came to Tianhai Yunjian? What was the purpose?" Although He Zhiyong looked down on the two of us to some extent, but now that a murder had occurred, he was fairly cooperative and confessed everything he knew in detail. "Four of us came to Tianhai Yunjian together. There's Shou Tong, the son of the top official of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee of Yunnan Province." This police officer even stepped on his hand and broke it. "The one who took illegal drugs is Jin Biao, the son of the director of the Office of the Development and Reform Commission of Yunnan Province. God knows when he got hooked on this stuff. What bad luck. The one who just fell down with the suspension bridge is Lin Hua, the son of the top official of the Investment Promotion Bureau of Yunnan Province. Because my father came to inspect this time and had some interaction with his father, that's why I brought him along too. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened." Ouyang Xiaowei recorded He Zhiyong's confession in detail, her complexion maintaining absolute calm all the time. I was yawning beside her. This made He Zhiyong, who originally wanted to overwhelm us with a long list of names, a bit disappointed. After Ouyang Xiaowei finished recording, she continued to ask, "What's the relationship between those ladies and you?" He Zhiyong shook his head and said indifferently, "I really don't know those women. They were all called by Lin Hua. Lin Hua has been working in the Investment Promotion Bureau all year round and has plenty of resources of this kind of women. They are all princesses. With our status, there are as many such women as we want. How could we possibly remember their names?" Ouyang Xiaowei's eyebrows slightly frowned and then relaxed again, but the hand holding the pin was obviously more forceful. "Who called the police this morning?" He Zhiyong raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "I don't know. We were still sleeping at that time. It was the princess who accompanied Jin Biao. When she got up in the morning and saw that Jin Biao's condition was a bit off, and there were a bunch of contraband beside him, so she was a bit scared and called the police. But Jin Biao still had breathing at that time. And Lin Hua said that he just took too much drugs and there was nothing serious, so we didn't take it seriously. I called my dad and wanted this matter to be handled low-key. Then the two of you came, and you all know the rest of the things." While He Zhiyong was speaking, Ouyang Xiaowei's two eyes were constantly fixed on the micro-expressions on his face. "All right, you can go out first. Just stay in the hall on the first floor. I'll call you if there's anything." However, He Zhiyong didn't obediently go out. Instead, he lowered his voice and said, "Officer Ouyang, Officer Lin, don't you think this is an accident? The suspension bridge just broke over there, and all our mobile phones lost signal here. Is there such a coincidence in the world?" Ouyang Xiaowei frowned and asked, "Do you suspect this is an organized and premeditated murder?" He Zhiyong nodded solemnly and said, "Yes. I feel this is a murder targeting the few of us." At this time, I, who had been a bystander, suddenly spoke up and asked, "Murder always requires a motive, right? Have any of you offended anyone together?" Hearing my question, He Zhiyong's face suddenly became a bit stiff, but soon returned to normal. "Isn't it the job of you police to investigate the motive for killing? However, I have a hunch that Zhou Tong and I are the next targets of the murderer. You must protect us well." I replied casually, and only then did He Zhiyong leave reluctantly. After he left, Ouyang Xiaowei said with certainty, "What he said earlier was true. But when you asked him that question, he clearly showed signs of lying." I nodded. Although I didn't know what He Zhiyong was hiding, I always felt it had something to do with these two murder cases. The second person to be questioned was Zhou Tong, different from He Zhiyong's calmness. Zhou Tong was in a very poor mental state and kept shouting that he wanted to leave. "Two police officers, I know nothing. Two people have already died. If we don't leave now, we'll be in danger too. Can you send us out first? As long as we leave here, I'll tell you whatever you want to ask." "Okay." Ouyang Xiaowei pounded the table heavily and scolded, "Please calm down, okay? With us here, we'll do our best to ensure your safety." However, Ouyang Xiaowei's words didn't calm Zhou Tong down. Instead, they made him even more agitated. He suddenly stood up. "What can you guarantee? I can't calm down now. I want to leave here. I'll say it again, I want to leave." Before he could finish speaking, I flashed behind him and struck the back of his neck with a karate chop. He fainted right away. Thump. My already injured arm was pressed under him again. Ouyang Xiaowei covered her forehead and said somewhat speechlessly, "When will you change this temper of yours?" I scratched my head and said, "Definitely next time." When I carried Shou Tong out, the way the others looked at me became extremely strange. He Zhiyong even whispered, "Is your Yunnan Provincial Public Security Department a proper one?" I nodded seriously and said, of course. It's genuine. Ma'am, could you bandage her up again? He Jiong just felt a chill run through his body and unconsciously tightened his clothes. My eyes swept over the four heavily made-up women, pursed my lips, and said, you four, come in with me. Four women exchanged glances and obediently followed behind me as we entered the room. Ouyang Xiaowei noticed that the four women were a bit nervous, so she asked in a gentle voice as much as possible, you all can introduce yourselves first. My name is Xiaohong. My name is Xiaoqing. My name is Xiaolan. I'm Wang Gang. Ouyang Xiaowei's hand making the paused, and she looked up at Wang Gang in surprise. Wang Gang's expression was a bit coy, his legs unconsciously clamped together, and he was biting his lower lip. Ouyang Xiaowei asked awkwardly, well, Wang Gang, what's your gender? Wang Gang spoke in a shrill voice, report to the officer, I just came back from Thailand in August this year. Now, we're all good sisters. I sized Wang Gang up from head to toe. With a graceful figure and delicate skin, who would have thought? Were you the one who called the police this morning? Wang Gang nodded nervously. I waved my hand and said, all right, you three go out first, and Wang Gang stay. The other three heaved a sigh of relief and quickly walked out. Wang Gang, left alone, became even more nervous and looked at the two of us at a loss. I deliberately put on a serious face and directly asked, Wang Gang, why did you call the police this morning? What did you see? Wang Gang said ly. We played quite late last night, and I slept deeply. But when I woke up this morning, I saw the young master Jean twitching continuously in his own bed. And there were a bunch of syringes and some unknown powder beside him. Haven't eaten pork, but haven't I seen a pig run? I was afraid that he would die in the same room with me. I couldn't explain it clearly, so I called the police. Ouyang Xiaowei stopped writing and asked sharply with a sudden change in her look. What happened after you called the police? Wang Gang said with a bit of grievance. After I called the police, those three young masters, he and the others came to room 502 and drove me out. Then you and Officer Lin arrived. I had a thought and asked in a deep voice. That is to say, when you called the police, Jean Biao was still alive. Then you left the room, and those three, He Jiong and the others, walked into Jean Biao's room, and they stayed there until we came, right? Wang Gang shook his head and said no. Soon after I went out, the three of them came out. Then we just sat in the hall on the first floor and waited for you to come. I nodded. Good. The clues you provided are very useful. Call in the staff of the villa. Wang Gang pursed his lips and left the room as if fleeing. At this time, Ouyang Xiaowei asked in a low voice, Lin Bai, how did you know that Jean Biao would choose Wang Gang to accompany him at night? I gave a mysterious smile and analyzed seriously. Think about it. Most people who take drugs are doing it for the thrill. What thrill-seeking man can resist Wang Gang? Ouyang Xiaowei looked at me suspiciously. As if suddenly remembering something, she covered her mouth and exclaimed, you usually seem to like seeking thrills too. Don't tell me you also like. Looking at her expression as if she had discovered a huge secret. I couldn't help but get a black line on my forehead and said, what are you thinking? I'm the flower of our motherland. How could you think of me like that? However, recalling Wang Gang's appearance just now, I suddenly felt that a friend of mine might be interested. Chapter 63 The 6th floor of Tianhai Yunjian. There are only 4 staff members in Tianhai Yunjian. Compared with its reputation, such a small number of people is really pitifully few. The person in charge that day, that is, the front desk manager, is called Zhang Milan, a woman in her 30s who looks relatively capable. Wearing a set of well-tailored suits, she didn't look very nervous when she came in, but instead kept explaining. Officers, our floating bridge's construction quality and acceptance standards are far higher than the qualified level. Therefore, young Master Lin's death must have been caused by someone deliberately damaging the structure of the floating bridge. It is definitely not an accident. You two must conduct a detailed investigation. Of course, Tianhai Yunjian has to shift the blame after something happened. After all, Lin Hua's father is not someone they can afford to offend. Ouyang Xiaowei nodded and said in a calm tone, we understand what you mean. Whether it is an accident or a murder, we will have professional technicians to appraise it. If it is not due to your construction, our police will not wrong you. Please rest assured. Only then did Zhang Milan heave a sigh of relief, and then she realized and said, officers, all our staff members are here. If you have any questions, you can ask directly. After Ouyang Xiaowei sorted out her thoughts, she slowly opened her mouth and asked, Manager Zhang, from yesterday to today, are there only the 4 of you staff members in the entire Tianhai Yunjian? Zhang Milan nodded, with some difficulty in speaking, and said, Officer, you don't know. These rich young masters all have some special hobbies. So many people don't want too many staff to serve them. The 4 of us were insisted on staying by the boss. Otherwise, the 4 of us would also have to leave. Ouyang Xiaowei showed a suddenly enlightened expression and then looked at the other 3. What aspects of work are these 3 in charge of? Zhang Milan introduced them to the 3 employees behind her one by one and said, this is the aunt in charge of cleaning. Her surname is Zhao. She has been working here for 10 years. She is very careful and a very nice person. This is the security guard in charge of security. His surname is Chu. Don't look at his young age, but he is very agile. He graduated from a martial arts school. Ordinary 3 or 5 people really can't get close to him. This is Master Lu in charge of the kitchen. He mainly cooks for the guests in the kitchen, no matter what time it is. As long as the guests want to eat, they must be served their favorite dishes in the shortest time. The so-called small but complete is specifically reflected at this moment. Since the several staff members got the news in advance, unless it is the request of the guests, they must never disturb the guests' mood. So the 4 of them basically don't appear in their activity area. Especially since last night, the guests haven't put forward any requests. So the 4 of them are basically on the first floor or in the basement and have never been upstairs, so naturally there is no clue. After asking everyone. In fact, the information we can obtain is pitifully little. After Ouyang Xiaowei sorted out the information she had collected, she asked in a solemn voice, "It seems that everyone has said a lot, but actually there is very little information that can be used. We still can't get Lin Hua's body for the time being. We can only see if Jin Biao's body will provide some clues." I nodded and said, "Then it depends on Lao Wang." Ouyang Xiaowei shook her head and said with narrowed eyes, "Now there is no signal on my mobile phone. And the only floating bridge leading to the island has been broken. Coupled with such heavy snow, the helicopter can't get in. And it's even more impossible for Lao Huang to get in." I was stunned for a moment first, and then sighed and said, "It seems that we still have to rely on ourselves. Jin Biao's body is still in room 502. No matter how many people surrounded him during his lifetime. Now he still has to lie here alone. Although I haven't had systematic study, Ouyang Xiaowei graduated from a proper police academy, and it's natural for her to conduct a post-mortem examination with ease. The eyes are bruised and the pupils are dilated, which are in line with the symptoms of respiratory failure caused by excessive use of prohibited drugs. There are no other wounds on the whole body. Only traces of needle injections on the arm. While Ouyang Xiaowei was conducting the post-mortem examination, I began to search around the room. Each room in Tianhaiyunjian is very large, with an independent bathtub, cloakroom, washroom, and balcony. Through the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony, one can see the beautiful scenery of the snow-capped mountains. If the wind and snow weren't so heavy now, sitting on the balcony, drinking red wine and chatting about life while looking at the snow-capped mountains would also be a good choice. In the washroom, all the toiletries are neatly placed together. And even the trash can next to the toilet is empty. The bathtub is very large and can accommodate 3 people without any effort. At this moment, it is also wiped clean and not even a single hair can be seen. The life of the rich is really luxurious. After I let out a sigh, I returned to Ouyang Xiaowei's side. "Sister Wei, have you found anything?" Ouyang Xiaowei shook her head and held the syringe placed on the bed in her hand. "Your eyesight far exceeds that of ordinary people. Take a look at the needle hole of this syringe. Is it the same as the mark on Jin Biao's arm?" The syringe in Ouyang Xiaowei's hand uses a very common number 6.5 needle, which is often used for intravenous injection and venipuncture. Many drug addicts choose this kind of syringe when taking prohibited drugs and inject the prohibited drugs into their muscles and veins. This seems to be nothing abnormal. But in order not to miss any clues, I still carefully compared it with my superhuman eyes. After the wound on my arm was infinitely magnified in my eyes, I still found something wrong. The needle hole on Jin Biao's arm seems to be a little larger than this number 6.5 needle. However, this difference is very subtle, and even the most experienced forensic doctor might not be able to tell. It's like the same needle hole was inserted twice by a needle. Although it seems there is no change, the needle hole will still become slightly larger. I told Ouyang Xiaowei about my discovery, and she let out a soft sound of surprise after hearing it. "That is to say, Jin Biao might have been killed?" I nodded and continued, "Also, this room is really too clean. According to what Wang Gang said, they played until very late last night. But there are no signs of use in either the washroom or the toiletries. Is this reasonable?" Ouyang Xiaowei's pair of beautiful eyes were tightly locked, and she said, "Ly. That is to say, Wang Gang must have lied. They didn't stay in room 502 at all last night. Jin Biao's cause of death was indeed an overdose of drugs, but it wasn't an accident. After he injected the drug himself and his consciousness fell into a coma, someone injected him with a lethal dose of drugs again, which was his real cause of death." Ouyang Xiaowei's analysis coincided with my thoughts. We glanced at each other and returned to the first floor hall. Everyone was waiting anxiously in the hall. Of course, Zhou Tong was not among them. He was still sleeping soundly. We called Wang Gang in again. This time, Wang Gang was obviously more nervous. "Yesterday evening, did you really rest in room 502 with Jin Biao?" Wang Gang's eyes dodged a bit and he nodded hesitantly. Ouyang Xiaowei's eyes were like 2 sharp swords, stabbing directly into people's hearts. "You said you played until very late last night, and then rested. Exactly what time was it? What did you all play?" Wang Gang said somewhat coyly. "I can't remember clearly. Probably around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. With a man and a woman, what else could we play? Just the things between men and women." Ouyang Xiaowei's expression hardened, and she slapped the table hard, her aura bursting out instantly. "Liar." I nodded and continued, "Moreover, this room is truly immaculate. As per Wang Gang's account, they stayed up late last night, yet there are no traces of usage in either the washroom or the toiletries. Is this plausible? Ouyang Xiaowei's pair of exquisite eyes were tightly fixed, and she spoke gravely. That is to say, Wang Gang must have been lying. They didn't stay in room 502 last night at all. Jin Biao's cause of death was indeed an overdose of narcotics, but it wasn't an accident. After he injected the drug himself and lapsed into a coma, someone administered a lethal dose of drugs to him again, which was the actual cause of his demise. Ouyang Xiaowei's analysis aligned perfectly with my thoughts. We exchanged glances and returned to the first-floor hall. Everyone was waiting anxiously in the hall. Of course, Zhou Tong was not among them. He was still sound asleep. We summoned Wang Gang in once more. This time, Wang Gang was evidently more nervous. Last night, did you really rest in room 502 with Jin Biao? Wang Gang's eyes evaded, and he nodded reluctantly. Ouyang Xiaowei's eyes were like two piercing swords, penetrating directly into people's souls. You stated that you played until late last night, and then retired. Precisely what time was it? What did you all engage in? Wang Gang replied somewhat bashfully. I can't recall precisely. Probably around 2 or 3 in the morning. With a man and a woman, what else could we do? Just the matters between men and women. Ouyang Xiaowei's expression turned stern, and she struck the table forcefully, her aura erupting instantaneously. Liar. I nodded and continued. Moreover, this room is truly immaculate. As per Wang Gang's account, they stayed up late last night, yet there are no traces of usage in either the washroom or the toiletries. Is this plausible? Ouyang Xiaowei's pair of exquisite eyes were tightly fixed, and she spoke gravely. That is to say, Wang Gang must have been lying. They didn't stay in room 502 last night at all. Jin Biao's cause of death was indeed an overdose of narcotics, but it wasn't an accident. After he injected the drug himself and lapsed into a coma, someone administered a lethal dose of drugs to him again, which was the actual cause of his demise. Ouyang Xiaowei's analysis aligned perfectly with my thoughts. We exchanged glances and returned to the first-floor hall. Everyone was waiting anxiously in the hall. Of course, Zhou Tong was not among them. He was still sound asleep. We summoned Wang Gang in once more. This time, Wang Gang was evidently more nervous. Last night, did you really rest in room 502 with Jin Biao? Wang Gang's eyes evaded, and he nodded reluctantly. Ouyang Xiaowei's eyes were like two piercing swords, penetrating directly into people's souls. You stated that you played until late last night, and then retired. Precisely what time was it? What did you all engage in? Wang Gang replied somewhat bashfully. I can't recall precisely. Probably around 2 or 3 in the morning. With a man and a woman, what else could we do? Just the matters between men and women. Ouyang Xiaowei's expression turned stern, and she struck the table forcefully, her aura erupting instantaneously. Liar. You didn't rest in room 502 at all last night. Say, what on earth are you hiding? Wang Gang was startled by Ouyang Xiaowei's sudden outburst. His face turned deathly pale, and he didn't dare to say a word. I timely walked to her side, handed her a bottle of water, and said in a relatively gentle voice, Wang Gang, we believe you have nothing to do with this case, but you have to tell the truth. It's also illegal not to cooperate with the public security organs. Do you understand? Only then did Wang Gang's complexion ease a bit. But he still said with difficulty, if I tell, can you guarantee my safety? Ouyang Xiaowei's expression changed. It seems this Wang Gang really knows something inside. Immediately, she said, don't worry. We police will protect the legitimate rights and interests of every citizen, as long as you are willing to cooperate. Officer Lin and I will definitely protect your safety. Only then did Wang Gang loosen his lips and slowly say, yesterday we really didn't rest in 502. Instead, we were on the 6th floor. 6th floor? Ouyang Xiaowei's pen for recording paused, and she asked, isn't there only 5 floors in Tianhai Yunjian? How could there be a 6th floor? Wang Gang quickly explained, only 5 floors are open to the public, but there is also a room on the 6th floor, which is also the largest room. As you know, some powerful and influential people have some strange quirks and don't want to be known. So they need a place that can satisfy their desires and is also hidden. The 6th floor of Tianhai Yunjian is such a place. There, 8 of us played until after 2 o'clock in the morning. By the end, the 4 men were simply too exhausted to carry on, so they let us go back. As soon as I returned to room 502, Zhou Tong followed me down. He took out a pile of contraband and forced me to be with him. I was so scared that I broke free and ran out to call the police. After I called the police, young master, he came down with the other 2 young masters. First, he threatened me to keep my mouth shut, and then he told me to get out. Then the 3 of them went into room 502 and didn't come out until 10 minutes before you arrived. After you came, you said that Jin Biao was already dead, and only then did I start to feel something was wrong. But this really has nothing to do with me. As Wang Gang was telling her story, big tears were streaming down her face. I shook my head and handed her a tissue. Can you take us to the 6th floor to have a look? Wang Gang was crying so pitifully that she said intermittently, to go to the 6th floor, you need an access card, and only manager Zhang can open it. Chapter 64 Hidden Cameras. After sending Wang Gang out, Zhang Meilan reluctantly accompanied us to a stairwell on the 5th floor. Different from other stairwells, the door in front of us looked stronger and also had an electronic lock. Before swiping to open the stairwell, Zhang Milin kept admonishing us repeatedly. Two police officers. The content on the 6th floor may involve our business secrets. As law-abiding citizens, we can cooperate to let you two go in and investigate. But you two cannot take any photos or videos. Is this okay? Ouyang Xiaowei said with a straight face. Don't worry, if it involves your business secrets. We won't disclose them. After getting the guarantee, Zhang Milin swiped the access card to the 6th floor. What came into view was a long and narrow, upward corridor, with only a row of small lights on the wall emitting weak light. After passing through the corridor, there was a super-large space of more than 300 square meters. In the middle was an infinity pool. Surrounding the infinity pool were more than a dozen large beds and various strange, including the tiger bench, pepper water, small leather whip, and delicate little candles. There were also some rough ropes scattered on the ground. Ouyang Xiaowei blushed and turned to look at Zhang Milin. Zhang Milin smiled awkwardly. This is all to meet the needs of the guests. I coughed lightly and probably had a new understanding of what Wang Gang described as playing until very late. Because the incident happened suddenly, Aunt Zhao, who was responsible for cleaning, hadn't had time to clean up. Looking at the mess on the ground, I frowned and tried my best to hold back the discomfort in my heart and looked around. Above the chandelier on the dome, a faint red light attracted my attention. Under the cover of the chandelier, that red light was almost imperceptible, but in front of my eyes, it still couldn't hide. A hint of arc formed at the corner of my mouth as I asked casually, Manager Zhang, it must be quite expensive to rent this place for a day, right? A proud look appeared on Zhang Milin's face. Of course, Officer Zhang. This is one of the top-notch villas in southern Yunnan. The rental price is around 1 million yuan a day. Oh, so people who come here are all either rich or powerful, right? Zhang Milin nodded matter-of-factly. Suddenly, I showed a harmless smile and whispered, if these people knew that you had installed cameras here at Tianhai Yunjian, what do you think would happen to you? Cameras? Hearing this, Ouyang Xiaowei also looked over with great interest. Zhang Milin's face changed drastically, and she immediately said nervously, Officer Lin, what do you mean? Even if you're a police officer, you can't just make unfounded accusations. Otherwise, we'll definitely hold you legally accountable. I shrugged and didn't say a word. Instead, I pointed in the direction of the chandelier. When Zhang Milin saw the direction I was pointing at, her last glimmer of hope vanished. I smiled and shook my head, then changed my tone. Don't worry, Manager Zhang. I'm not interested in your shady business. As you know, we can't solve this murder case and we can't close it. How about we cooperate? Are you interested? Zhang Milin looked at me with a complex expression. How do you want to cooperate? Please be straightforward. It's very simple. We want to check the footage from last night. In exchange, we'll act as if we never saw these cameras. What do you say? A trace of curvature emerged at the corner of my lips as I inquired nonchalantly, Manager Zhang, it surely isn't inexpensive to rent this place for a day, correct? An air of pride manifested on Zhang Milin's visage. Indubitably, Officer Zhang. This is one of the premier villas in southern Yunnan. The daily rental fee hovers around 1 million yuan. Oh, thus those who come here are all either affluent or influential, yes? Zhang Milin nodded matter-of-factly. Abruptly, I donned a harmless smile and murmured, were these individuals to discover that you've installed cameras here at Tianhai Yunjian, what do you suppose would befall you? Cameras? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xiaowei also cast a look of great intrigue. Zhang Milin's countenance altered drastically, and she promptly stated nervously, Officer Lin, what are you insinuating? Even if you're a police officer, you can't make baseless allegations. Otherwise, we'll most assuredly hold you legally liable. I shrugged and remained silent. Instead, I gestured in the direction of the chandelier. When Zhang Milin beheld the direction I was indicating, her last vestige of hope evaporated. I smiled and shook my head, then modulated my tone. Rest assured, Manager Zhang, I'm not intrigued by your underhanded dealings. As you're aware, we're unable to resolve this murder case, and we can't close it. How about we collaborate? Are you interested? Zhang Milin regarded me with a complex mien. How do you wish to collaborate? Pray be forthright. It's quite straightforward. We wish to examine the footage from last night. In reciprocation, we'll feign as if we never detected these cameras. What say you? Zhang Milin didn't agree immediately. Instead, she said with a look, I can't directly agree to this. I need to ask my boss for instructions. I stretched out my hand, indicating that she could go and ask for instructions right away. Then I took Ouyang Xiaowei and walked out. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Milin came out. With a complex expression on her face, she said, Officer Lin, our boss has agreed. Please come with me. Behind Zhang Milin, Ouyang Xiaowei secretly gave me a thumbs up. The video taken by the camera was on the 2nd floor. Zhang Milin took out the most recent tape from the full cabinet of videotapes and put it into the player. Soon, the scene of last night appeared on the computer screen. The absurd postures and the harmonious scene made both ladies blush. But I remained calm as if nothing had happened and watched the whole process. Finally, I got something. In the video, Jean Biao seemed drunk and staggered up to He Zhiyong. I couldn't hear what he said. After He Zhiyong heard it, He got extremely angry and had a fierce quarrel with him. Only with the mediation of Lin Hua and Zhou Tong were they separated. Then, Wang Gang supported Jin Biao and left. He Jiong drove away the remaining female companions. Only the 3 men were left. I don't know what they murmured about until He Jiong received a call and then left cursing. The video ended here. According to this video, He Jiong and Jin Biao had a conflict in the early morning. Said with a look on her face. Zhang Milin didn't agree immediately. Instead, she said with a look on her face, "I can't directly agree to this. I need to ask my boss for instructions." I stretched out my hand, indicating that she could go and ask for instructions right away. Then I took Ouyang Xiaowei and walked out. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Milin came out. With a complex expression on her face, she said, "Officer Lin, our boss has agreed. Please come with me." Behind Zhang Milin, Ouyang Xiaowei secretly gave me a thumbs up. The video taken by the camera was on the 2nd floor. Zhang Milin took out the latest tape from the full cabinet of videotapes and put it into the player. Soon, the scene of last night appeared on the computer screen. The absurd postures and the harmonious scene made both ladies blush. But I remained calm as if nothing had happened and watched the whole process. Finally, I got something. In the video, Jin Biao seemed drunk and staggered up to He Jiong. I couldn't hear what he said. After He Jiong heard it, he got extremely angry and had a fierce argument with him. Only with the mediation of Lin Hua and Zhou Tong were they separated. Then, Wang Gang supported Jin Biao and left. He Jiong drove away the remaining female companions. Only the 3 men were left. I don't know what they murmured about until He Jiong received a call and then left cursing. The video ended here. According to this video, He Jiong and Jin Biao had a conflict in the early morning. Zhang Milin did not consent immediately. Instead, she remarked with a troubled countenance, "I am unable to give my direct assent to this. I must seek instructions from my boss." I extended my hand, signifying that she could go and obtain instructions forthwith. Subsequently, I escorted Ouyang Xiaowei and exited. After approximately 10 minutes, Zhang Milin emerged. With a complex expression on her visage, she stated, "Officer Lin, our boss has consented. Please follow me." Behind Zhang Milin, Ouyang Xiaowei surreptitiously gave me a thumbs up. The footage captured by the camera was located on the 2nd floor. Zhang Milin retrieved the most recent tape from the fully stocked cabinet of videotapes and inserted it into the player. Shortly thereafter, the events of the previous night materialized on the computer screen. The absurd postures and the convivial scene caused both ladies to blush. However, I remained composed, as if nothing had occurred, and observed the entire sequence. Eventually, I unearthed something of significance. In the video, Jin Biao appeared inebriated and lurched towards He Jiong. I could not discern what was said. After He Jiong heard the words, he became exceedingly enraged and engaged in a vehement altercation with him. It was only through the mediation of Lin Hua and Zhou Tong that they were separated. Subsequently, Wang Gang supported Jin Biao and departed. He Jiong dismissed the remaining female companions. Only the 3 men remained. I was unaware of what they whispered until He Jiong received a call and then left while muttering curses. The video concluded at this juncture. According to this video, He Jiong and Jin Biao had a confrontation in the early hours of the morning. However, no one mentioned this matter. Presumably, they were all threatened by He Jiong. After all, with his status, really no one dared to easily offend him. Now it seems that He Jiong is highly suspected of Jin Biao's death. I turned my head and asked, "Sister Wei, what should we do? Should we interrogate He Jiong again?" Ouyang Xiaowei shook her head and said solemnly, "He Jiong has a strong psychological quality. Just based on this video, it's not enough to make him talk." I clenched my fist and said eagerly, "Otherwise, let me have a try? I want to see if his bones are really that hard." Ouyang Xiaowei gave me a disdainful look and said helplessly, "What are you going to do? You're a policeman now, okay? Can you stop solving everything with your fists? Use your brain a little, okay?" I sighed and said, "All right, then leave it to you to figure it out." Ouyang Xiaowei looked disappointed and poked my forehead with her finger and said, "Think about it. To find out the truth about Jin Biao's death, what's the most important time node?" I thought for a moment and replied, "It's the period from when Wang Gang left the room to when He Jiong and the other 2 left room 502. Ouyang Xiaowei nodded and said, after reporting the case, "For staff members of Tianhai Yunjian arrived at the 1st floor hall to wait for the police. Then came these 4 women. That is to say, in Jin Biao's room. The only people who had the opportunity to approach him were He Jiong and the other 3. Now that Lin Hua is dead, there are only He Jiong and Zhou Tong left. Compared with He Jiong, Zhou Tong's psychological defense line is much lower. We can break through from him. You know." Ouyang Xiaowei's analysis really surprised me. "Sister Wei, you're amazing. Just do as you said." Without delay, the 2 of us directly returned to the 1st floor and walked straight towards Zhou Tong, who was still unconscious on the sofa. At this time, He Jiong's face suddenly became visibly tense. "Stop. What are you going to do?" Looking at He Jiong blocking our way, I sneered, "Young Master He? When we police handle a case, do we still need your permission? We have something to ask young Master Zhou. That's not right." He Jiong stretched out his hand to block me and said in a somewhat hasty tone, "No, Zhou Tong is still unconscious. You can't forcefully interrogate him." I frowned and turned around and asked, "Sister Wei, in this situation, can I take action?" Ouyang Xiaowei patted my shoulder, stepped forward, and said in a deep voice, "Young Master He, please don't interfere with our police handling the case. Please get out of the way." He Jiong snorted coldly, "I just won't get out of the way. What can you do to me? Do you really dare to do something to me?" Ouyang Xiaowei didn't say a word but directly gave me a look. I immediately understood and stepped forward to grab He Jiong by the collar of his clothes, then threw him over with a back throw. "Are you crazy?" He Jiong shouted angrily. I shook my head and pointed at Zhou Tong, saying, "Young Master He, the last one who scolded me is still lying there. Do you want to think twice before opening your mouth?" Hearing this, He Jiong hesitated for a long time and finally closed his mouth. Ouyang Xiaowei walked directly up to Zhou Tong, patted him, and said, "Zhou Tong, wake up, don't sleep." After patting him several times in a row, Zhou Tong didn't respond at all. Ouyang Xiaowei immediately realized something was wrong and quickly turned Zhou Tong over. For a moment, everyone present felt a chill down their spines. Chapter 65. Someone outside the window. In a short period of time, 3 murders have occurred in Tianai Cloud City in succession. And all of them are the sons of the powerful and wealthy. Zhang Milan's face looked as ugly as if she had eaten a dead mouse. Ouyang Xiaowei's expression was cold. She directly took a step forward and pinned him to the spot, shouting sternly, "Don't move, He Jiong. You are now suspected of being involved in a murder case. Don't resist." He Jiong struggled violently and roared incessantly, "I didn't do it. You've got the wrong person." However, Ouyang Xiaowei didn't give him a chance to explain. In a few quick moves, she cuffed him. I walked over to Zhou Tong's side and carefully examined his body. There were still no obvious external injuries on the surface of the body. Judging from his death condition, it was highly likely that he had been poisoned. I stood up and walked towards the cleaning aunt who had bandaged him. "Hello, Aunt Zhao, right? After you bandaged him, was there anyone else who approached him?" Aunt Zhao shook her head nervously. "I don't know. After I applied the medicine to him, I was called in by you for questioning, and then I knew nothing." Looking at Aunt Zhao's state, I knew that I couldn't get anything useful from her. I could only find Zhang Milan again, and Manager Zhang. "Could you please show us the surveillance footage on the first floor?" Zhang Milan naturally wouldn't refuse. Now she was eager for us to solve the case as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the reputation of Tianhai Yunjian would be ruined. Soon, the content of the surveillance was projected onto the big screen. After An Zhao bandaged Zhou Tong had been lying on the sofa, and no one had approached him during that time. Only He Jiong had walked in front of Zhou Tong when no one was paying attention. At that time, his back had blocked the surveillance, and no one knew what he had done during that period. Seeing this scene, He Jiong's face instantly turned ashen. Ouyang Xiaowei frowned and asked coldly, "He Jiong, do you have anything else to say?" Disgust. He Jiong struggled violently and roared incessantly, "I didn't do it. You've got the wrong person." However, Ouyang Xiaowei didn't give him a chance to explain. In a few quick moves, she cuffed him. I walked over to Zhou Tong's side and carefully examined his body. There were still no obvious external injuries on the surface of the body. Judging from his death condition, it was highly likely that he had been poisoned. I stood up and walked towards the cleaning aunt who had bandaged him. "Hello, Aunt Zhao, right? After you bandaged him, was there anyone else who approached him?" Aunt Zhao shook her head nervously. "I don't know. After I applied the medicine to him, I was called in by you for questioning, and then I knew nothing." Looking at Aunt Zhao's state, I knew that I couldn't get anything useful from her. I could only find Zhang Milan again and discussed, "Manager Zhang, could you please show us the surveillance footage on the first floor?" Zhang Milan naturally wouldn't refuse. Now she was eager for us to solve the case as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the reputation of Tianhai Yunjian would be ruined. Soon, the content of the surveillance was projected onto the big screen. After Aunt Zhao bandaged Zhou Tong had been lying on the sofa, and no one had approached him during that time. Only He Jiong had walked in front of Zhou Tong when no one was paying attention. At that time, his back had blocked the surveillance, and no one knew what he had done during that period. Seeing the scene, He Jiong's face instantly turned ashen. Ouyang Xiaowei frowned and asked coldly, "He Jiong, do you have anything else to say?" He Jiong shook his head frantically and kept saying, "It's not like this. It's not like this." I added beside him, "We've already obtained the evidence. Jin Biao died of murder. There were only the 3 of you in the room at that time. Now Lin Hua and Zhou Tong are both dead, and only you are left. You were already the prime suspect. Now when Zhou Tong died, you were the only one who approached. Can you explain it clearly now?" Ouyang Xiaowei also cooperated with me and continued to put pressure on him. "We even suspect now that the accident of Lin Hua was also caused by you to silence him." "Silence him?" He Jiong suddenly looked up and said in a crazy state, "Why would I want to silence him? I didn't kill anyone at all." Ouyang Xiaowei sneered and said, "Really? Didn't Lin Hua and Zhou Tong kill Jin Biao under your coercion? Then you were afraid that the matter would be exposed. So you designed an accident to get rid of Lin Hua and poison Zhou Tong?" After hearing what Ouyang Xiaowei said, He Jiong kept arguing even more. "What are you talking about? I didn't kill Jin Biao at all, and their deaths have nothing to do with me. You crazy woman. Ouyang Xiaowei's gaze was firmly fixed on He Zhiyong's face, and she coldly questioned, then tell me, why did you quarrel with Jin Biao last night? What did the three of you do in room 502 for so long? Just now you deliberately approached Zhou Tong again. What did you want to do? Facing this series of questions, He Zhiyong was completely speechless. After holding back for a long time, he still couldn't say a word. Ouyang Xiaowei shook her head and said, since you don't want to say anything, then sorry. She cuffed one end of the handcuffs to He Zhiyong and the other end to the iron railing on the window before leaving with confidence. And I searched He Zhiyong's body carefully for a long time, but finally found nothing and could only leave disappointed, shaking my head. Ouyang Xiaowei saw that I didn't come out until a long time later and asked curiously, what were you doing? I rubbed my head and asked puzzledly. If Zhou Tong died of poisoning, there should be poison on He Zhiyong's body. After all, he never left the lobby on the first floor. So where did his poison go? Ouyang Xiaowei pondered and said, what do you mean? I sighed and said, it seems that things are not as simple as we thought. Either the remaining people still have his accomplice who helped him hide the poison, or he really isn't the murderer. Ouyang Xiaowei also fell silent. For some reason, the originally clear situation once again became confusing. Sister Wei, should we search their bodies? If He Zhiyong really has an accomplice, he must be among them. Ouyang Xiaowei gave me a look and directly refused, saying, no. Without any evidence, even the police don't have the right to search others' bodies. After saying this, she said earnestly again, Lin Bai, the police have great power in the eyes of many people. However, correspondingly, one has to bear more constraints. Just like your 749 bureau. Although everyone is extremely powerful, the constraints they face are even greater. What you are doing now completely disregards the rules. Continuing like this may not necessarily be good for you. I pursed my lips and retorted, I'm not disregarding the rules. Instead, I have my own code of conduct. What's your code of conduct? I seriously recited the 8-character guideline taught to me by Shin Tu. If you're not convinced, fight. I'm willing. Ouyang Xiaowei gave me a strange look. Instead of refuting, she nodded and said, you know what? These 8 words really suit you. But people like you have another name. I curiously asked what name. A brute. Since He Zhiyong was controlled, the atmosphere in Tianhai Yunjian has relaxed. Several women gathered together, chattering about something. 3 staff members of Tianhai Yunjian were also surrounding Zhang Milan. After seeing the 2 of us come out, Zhang Milan quickly walked over and said with a smile, officers. Since the murderer has been caught, can we leave now? I smiled oddly and said, Manager Zhang, we don't really want to stop you, but right now. With such heavy snow and the suspension bridge broken, even the police rescue can't get in. Where can you go? Zhang Milan's smile froze for a moment. And then she said, then can we and all the guests go back to our rooms to rest? Everyone had been bustling about for a day and was feeling rather fatigued. Ouyang Xiaowei didn't decline but nodded. Glancing at the sky outside, it had completely turned dark. Her stomach also started rumbling. Zhang Milan, the public relations manager of Tianhai Yunjian, was as shrewd as a fox. To avoid awkwardness, she proactively suggested, officers, you've been busy for a day, and the guests have also been cooperating without eating. Seeing that the snowstorm won't stop for a while, how about our chef prepares some food to fill everyone's stomachs? Ouyang Xiaowei said a bit sheepishly, okay, won't it be too much trouble? Zhang Milan replied courteously, what are you talking about? Isn't this the kind of business we do at Tianhai Yunjian? Go and cook a few dishes to fill everyone up. The chef surnamed Liu was about 175 centimeters tall. Looking not very tall, but because of years of stir-frying, his arms were full of muscles, giving an impression of being very strong and honest. He showed a simple smile, thumping his chest, and saying, Manager, don't worry. We'll start dinner on time in 40 minutes. Hearing Master Lu's words, everyone was jubilant. They each returned to their respective rooms, waiting for dinner to arrive. Since the bodies of Jin Biao and Zhou Tong were placed in room 502 by us, none of them wanted to continue staying on the 5th floor. Naturally, I and Ouyang Xiaowei moved into room 501. I stayed in the 2nd bedroom, and Sister Wei in the master bedroom. However, neither of us had the inclination to rest. A question had been where on earth did the poison that killed Zhou Tong go? 40 minutes passed by quietly. Master Lu called out from the 1st floor, and then everyone came out one after another. As soon as we reached the 1st floor, a smell of delicious food assailed our nostrils, making everyone's appetite soar. Wang Gang and the other 4 women had only slept in the early morning, didn't get a good rest today, and hadn't eaten anything. Now they didn't care about their image anymore, and just sat down and started eating. Ouyang Xiaowei and I also sat down, while Master Lu and Manager Zhang stood aside. You two should also have some. Can't we eat while you just watch? Zhang Milan shook her head and said, there are rules in our Tianhai Yunjian. The service staff can't have meals at the same table with the guests. You eat first, and we'll have ours later. Ouyang Xiaowei shook her head, grabbed Zhang Milan's arm, and said, there aren't that many rules. This is a special situation today. You can just eat with confidence. If anyone dares to give you trouble, I'll handle it for you. Only then did Zhang Milan reluctantly sit down. Seeing everyone eating happily, Master Lu was also very glad and said with a smile, "You eat first. There's still a soup in the kitchen. I'll go and bring it over." I asked curiously, "Where are Aunt Zhao and that security guard?" Zhang Milan shook her head with food still in her mouth and said, "I don't know why Aunt Zhao hasn't come out yet. For safety reasons. I arranged for Xiao Chu to do a round of patrol." I joked with a smile. With such heavy snow and only a few of us here, is there really any need for patrol? It seemed to coincide with my words that a sharp shout suddenly reached our ears. "Who's there?" "Stop." It was the voice of the security guard, Little Chu. A clattering sound of broken glass rang out, and my figure instantly disappeared from where I was and reappeared on the second floor. The others also rushed over one after another, and everyone was shocked by the scene before their eyes. Aunt Zhao had already fallen in a pool of blood. The window on the second floor had broken, and the curtain was fluttering in midair in the cold wind. Security guard Little Chu was standing at the broken window, staring fixedly out of the window with a somewhat panicked look on his face, and saying, "Look, there's someone outside." Chapter 66. Security guard Little Chu. Little Chu's words immediately gave everyone present goosebumps. In such a ghastly weather, how could there be someone outside? I walked directly over, pushed Little Chu aside, and looked out of the window. A row of footprints was clearly visible on the snow, starting from the broken glass and stretching all the way into the distance until they disappeared into the snowstorm. I didn't chase after him, but turned my head and asked Little Chu, "Did you see what that person looked like?" Little Chu shook his head and said, "I didn't see clearly. His whole body was covered by a white robe, and his face couldn't be seen. But his figure was somewhat similar to that of young Master He. Is he young? Isn't he locked up?" The others' faces changed greatly. Ouyang Xiaowei turned around and went downstairs. After a moment, she came back again, holding in her hand the pair of handcuffs that should have been used to He Zhiyong. He Zhiyong had escaped. He should still have an accomplice, a master at picking locks. By the time I arrived, there was only this pair of handcuffs on the ground, and the person was already gone. I touched my nose and didn't say much. Instead, I lowered my head to examine Aunt Zhao's body. The fatal wound on the body was on the neck. A long and narrow cut was still continuously gushing out blood. The cause of death was that a sharp weapon had cut through the trachea, resulting in asphyxiation. Ouyang Xiaowei was asking Xiaochu what exactly she had seen beside. Manager Zhang asked me to patrol one more time before dinner. As soon as I reached the second floor, I heard a sound of something falling. I quickly walked over to check and found Aunt Zhao lying on the ground. There was snow all around. A figure appeared right in front of the window. I was very scared at that time, so I shouted to boost my courage. As soon as that figure saw me, it directly jumped out of the window and ran into the distance. Ouyang Xiaowei recorded Xiaochu's words word by word. My eyes, however, gradually became confused. Xiaochu's words didn't seem to have any problem. With the heavy wind and snow as cover, no one could go out to investigate. Where had that so-called figure gone? What he didn't expect was that my eyesight hadn't been affected by the snow and wind. That figure was clearly visible in my eyes and very familiar. It was someone no one would think of. "Manager Zhang, is there a surveillance camera in this corridor?" Zhang Milan said awkwardly. "Sorry, Officer Ouyang. This is the end of the corridor and also a blind spot for the surveillance camera." Ouyang Xiaowei sighed and didn't continue to ask. When several girls gathered together, they speculated, saying, "It must be young Master He. After he was rescued by his companions and wanted to hide, he happened to be seen by Aunt Zhao, who came up to clean, so she committed such a heinous act." This speculation seemed reasonable, and even Ouyang Xiaowei nodded in agreement. I slowly stood up and said to the remaining people, "For now, the accomplices of He Zhiyong haven't been found yet. For everyone's safety, let's make do for tonight and all stay in the hall on the first floor." Everyone had no objections. There were many sofas on the first floor, and staying there for one night wouldn't be a big deal. After settling down the remaining people, I pulled Ouyang Xiaowei to the utility room where Aunt Zhao usually worked. Tian Haiyunjian was truly magnificent, and even the room for the cleaning aunt was about 60 square meters. Ouyang Xiaowei curiously asked, "Why did you think of searching in her room?" My eyes flickered and I said mysteriously, "If I'm not mistaken, we should find something here." Ouyang Xiaowei pouted and said helplessly, "Fine, why are you starting to talk in circles now?" I walked into the room with my hands behind my back, swaying. "The secret must not be revealed," Ouyang Xiaowei said with a cold face. "Humph, I think you're going to get beaten up." Aunt Zhao's room was very simple, with a wardrobe, a bed, a table, and a refrigerator. There were only some personal items on the table, and the refrigerator was also very clean. The freezer was empty, and there were only 2 bottles of water and some fruits in the fresh-keeping layer. Ouyang Xiaowei came out of the bathroom, apparently showing no abnormalities either. I cast my gaze upon the thick mattress. Sure enough, after lifting the quilt, there was an inconspicuous plastic bag between the mattress and the headboard. Inside the plastic bag was a seemingly precious necklace and a yellow ring. Ouyang Xiaowei looked solemn. After taking them in her hand and examining them repeatedly, she said in a low voice, "The ring is made of gold, about 15 grams or so. The necklace is also genuine and of great value. It should not be affordable for Aunt Zhao. A smile played on the corners of my mouth, further verifying my thoughts. How did you know there were these things in Aunt Zhao's room? I shook my head and said, I don't know either. I just always felt that there would be something to gain. Sister Wei, if nothing unexpected happens, we will be able to find out the truth before this snowstorm stops. Ouyang Xiaowei looked at me, who seemed mysterious and couldn't hold back any longer. She reached out and grabbed my ear and said fiercely, You're something, Lin Bai. Acting mysterious with me? Just say it clearly now. I rubbed my ear, gritting my teeth in pain, and said, Sister Wei, just ask whatever you want to know. Do you need to resort to violence? Right now, immediately, tell me all your speculations. I had to whisper in Ouyang Xiaowei's ear. Ouyang Xiaowei covered her mouth, looking utterly astonished. When the two of us returned to the first floor hall again, Master Lu had already boiled a pot of steaming ginger soup. He served each person a bowl and said very politely, The cold air is heavy on the first floor at night. Drinking a bowl of ginger soup can warm up your body. After I said thank you, I picked up the ginger soup and gulped it down. The warm, sweet and slightly spicy ginger soup really gave me a feeling of warmth after it went down my stomach. However, Ouyang Xiaowei waved her hand and refused, saying, Sorry. I don't like the taste of ginger, so I won't drink it. Master Lu scratched his head and said with some guilt, Then what does Police Officer Ouyang like to drink? I'll go and make some more for you. If you don't drink something hot, you won't be able to hold up at night. At this time, Zhang Milan also walked over and kindly advised, Yes, Police Officer Ouyang, what Master Lu said is right. Drinking some hot soup will always make you feel much better. Ouyang Xiaowei frowned and said helplessly, All right, then I'll just take a sip. Don't trouble Master Lu anymore. After saying that, she picked up the ginger soup and took a sip. Seeing this scene, Master Lu then smiled with satisfaction and didn't forget to tell us to cover ourselves with the quilt well when sleeping at night. Maybe because the temperature on the first floor was really a bit low, so everyone was lying rather closely together. Only that security guard moved a chair and sat at the door. Looking at his back, he seemed rather lonely. I couldn't help but walk over and greeted him. Little Chu, why aren't you lying on the sofa? Little Chu shook his head and said seriously, I'm a security guard, so of course I have to protect everyone's safety. Police Officer Lin, you go and rest quickly. I pulled out a chair and sat beside him and started chatting with him. Where are you from? I'm a native of Lijiang. Judging from your appearance, you shouldn't be very old this year, right? Xiao Chu was silent for a moment before slowly saying, I'm exactly 20 years old this year. I repeated it in a murmur and curiously asked, 20 years old. Why aren't you at school? Why did you choose to come out to work? Xiao Chu's tone was somewhat dejected. There's no money at home. My dad has a leg disease and can't work. My mom couldn't endure the hardships and ran away. So if I start working earlier, I can still help support the family. This might be a true portrayal of many ordinary families, filled with sadness and helplessness. I patted his shoulder and comforted him, saying, Everything will get better, right? Xiao Chu didn't answer, but showed a bitter smile. Are there any other children in your family besides you? When I asked this question, Xiao Chu's expression changed significantly. I have an older sister. She's the most beautiful person in the world. She really hoped that I could continue my studies. So she dropped out of school and started working very early. As you know, in today's society, for a beautiful girl without an education and no special skills, she can only choose some jobs that others look down upon. I lowered my head and after a long time, I asked, Then what about now? Where is your sister? Xiao Chu took a deep breath and said with a desolate expression, She's dead, died in an accident. If my sister were still alive, I should still be at school. Maybe everything would be different. The two of us looked at the snowstorm outside the door and neither of us said a word. I didn't know how to comfort him, and he didn't need my comfort. Your elder sister surely hopes that you can live well. Xiao Chu nodded, her pair of eyes becoming even more profound. There was her sick father, her gambling-addicted mother, her studying younger brother, and she herself was broken. Most of the time, people just regarded this sentence as a meme and talked and laughed about it. But isn't this also revealing the exhaustion and sadness towards life? She sighed. Perhaps it was because she had been tossing around for so long that she was a bit tired, or maybe it was because she felt some emotion upon hearing others' experiences. Suddenly, I felt a wave of sleepiness, so I slowly got up and went back to lie on the sofa. As I turned around, I could clearly hear a sentence coming from behind me. Thank you, Officer Lin. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. As the hour hand kept, everyone sank deeply into slumber. At this time, a black figure came to the entrance of Tianhai Yunjian quietly, and Xiao Chu expressionlessly opened the door. The two looked at the people sleeping soundly in the room, and the coldness in their eyes could no longer be concealed. The two didn't have any extra movements and dragged Zhang Milan out. After they left, I and Ouyang Xiaowei, who were supposed to be sleeping soundly, opened our eyes simultaneously. Chapter 67 Surfacing in front of Tianhai Yunjian. Although the suspension bridge had broken, the abyss under the suspension bridge still made people feel terrified. Xiao Chu and that mysterious figure dragged Zhang Milan to the edge of the cliff. Splashed. A basin of cold water was directly poured onto Zhang Milan's body. In the extremely low outdoor temperature, Zhang Milan woke up suddenly. Xiao Chu, what are you doing? Coming over, turning before she could finish her words, Zhang Milan's eyes suddenly caught sight of that mysterious figure, and her face instantly changed drastically, as if she had been greatly frightened. Young Master Lin, how is this possible? You're not dead? The bright moonlight reflected off the snow and shone on his face, revealing it to be none other than Lin Hua, who had fallen off the suspension bridge. Lin Hua's expression was extremely ferocious at this moment. He said coldly, Manager Lin, it's time for you to pay your debt. Pay debt? What debt? Zhang Milan visibly panicked and quickly pleaded, Young Master Lin, is there some misunderstanding? Please give me a chance to explain. Xiao Chu was holding a dagger in his hand and said impatiently, why talk to her so much? Just kill her directly. Seeing Xiao Chu getting closer, Zhang Milan started shouting hysterically, you can't kill me. I'm someone under Young Master He. If you kill me, he won't let you go. Young Master He? Lin Hua sneered, with a tone full of mockery in his words. Your young master, he has already atoned for his sins before you. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. Following the direction Lin Hua pointed, a body that had been frozen into an ice sculpture was clearly visible not far from her, and it was none other than He Zhiyong. Impossible. What on earth are you going to do? Facing Zhang Milan's, Xiao Chu had lost his patience and stabbed at her with the dagger. Hey, stop for now. A helpless sigh suddenly sounded in the ears of the three of them. Alarm bells immediately went off in Xiao Chu and Lin Hua's minds, and they looked around warily. My figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Ouyang Xiaowei, in another direction, had already raised her pistol and pointed it at them, shouting, hands up, don't move. Xiao Chu looked at me with a complex expression and slowly said, Officer Lin, you are a good person. Why do you have to get involved in this mess? I shook my head and said with a smile, can you stop being so nervous? I don't think you're a bad person either. How about considering continuing to tell me the story you didn't finish? Xiao Chu looked at Zhang Milan, his eyes filled with extreme hatred. After I kill this bastard, you can do whatever you want to sentence me. With that said, ignoring Ouyang Xiaowei's warning, he lunged directly at Zhang Milan, who shouted frantically at us, Officer, save me quickly. Xiao Chu indeed had some skills and was much faster than an ordinary person, but no matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than me. With a flash, I blocked in front of Xiao Chu and punched him directly in the lower abdomen. He curled up on the snow like a cooked shrimp, bending over and covering his stomach. I turned my head and looked at Lin Hua, saying, Young Master Lin, with your small arms and legs, don't bother trying to fight. Okay. Lin Hua looked at me with an ugly expression. He didn't have Xiao Chu's fighting skills, so he didn't dare to make the slightest move. Seeing that the biggest threat had been subdued by me, Zhang Milan immediately stood up and hid behind me, shouting excitedly, Officer, you saw it too. They just tried to kill me and also killed Young Master He. Quickly arrest them all. I yawned and retorted, are you teaching me how to do things? Zhang Milan stared at me blankly as if she couldn't believe those words came from a policeman's mouth. Do you know what you're talking about? You're a policeman and your duty is to protect the safety of us taxpayers. Before she could finish her chattering, I grabbed her arm and threw her over. Ouch. Finally, the world became quiet, and now Zhang Milan could only let out painful moans. Lin Hua swallowed his saliva and murmured this. You seem to be different from other policemen. At this time, Ouyang Xiaowei also walked over, gave me a disdainful look without saying much, and then took out a pair of handcuffs and walked towards Chu, who was still immersed in pain. Lin Hua immediately blocked in front of Chu, frowned, and said, Officer Ouyang, can you give us a chance to explain? Ouyang Xiaowei said in a deep voice, we will listen to your explanation, but not now. When Ouyang Xiaowei was gradually approaching the two of them, 5 figures gradually emerged from behind us. Master Lu, Wang Gang, Xiao Hong, Shutxing, Xiao Lan. The 5 of them lined up in a row, said nothing, helped Chu up, and together with Lin Hua, faced us. I sighed and pulled Ouyang Xiaowei behind me. I really didn't expect that. The 7 of you are in cahoots. What I'm curious about is, among you, who planned all this? Lin Hua coughed lightly and said solemnly, it was I who gathered everyone together. I nodded and said calmly, let me guess your plan. The first victim in this case, Jin Biao, was your doing. When the 3 of you were in room 502, taking advantage of He Zhiyong and Zhou Tong's inattentiveness, you injected him with a large amount of contraband, causing him to be overly excited, resulting in cardiac arrest and the loss of vital signs. Subsequently, using my perspective, you tied a safety rope to yourself in advance and sabotaged the structure of the suspension bridge, creating the illusion of your own death. After all, no one would suspect a dead person, which is also you. When going to drive, you damaged the nearby signal tower, which led to the loss of signal throughout Tianhai Yunjian. The second victim in this case is Zhou Tong. I couldn't find the poison that caused his death because you had already put a highly toxic substance in the iodophore for disinfection. When Aunt Zhao disinfected him, the toxin was applied to his wound. In this way, there were naturally no other wounds on Zhou Tong's body, and it was impossible for us to find the poison elsewhere. The third victim, namely Aunt Zhao, is you, Lin Hua. Under their cover, You sneaked into Tianhai Yunjian and cut Aunt Zhao's trachea with a sharp blade, causing her to suffocate to death. And with the help of Xiao Chu, you managed to escape smoothly. The fourth victim, He Zhiyong, after you drugged him and dragged him out of Tianhai Yunjian, tied him here and froze him to death. Your ultimate target is Manager Zhang Milan. If I'm not mistaken, Master Lu, you put sleeping pills in the ginger soup. But you were afraid that she would wake us up by shouting, so you chose to drag her outside, creating the illusion that He Zhiyong killed her and then accidentally fell off the cliff. In this way, all the targets you wanted to kill were completed, and all the suspicions were shifted to He Zhiyong. I have to say, your layout really shocked me. As I told their plan in detail, everyone's expressions were quite interesting. Even Lin Hua couldn't help applauding for me. He also praised, Officer Lin, you really impressed me. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really couldn't believe there would be someone like you in this world. However, I really don't understand where we showed our flaws. I touched my nose, covering up my current nervousness. I couldn't say that my eyes saw through the snowstorm and saw your back, so I knew that Xiao Chu was lying. Nor could I say that because my nose is very sensitive. Although there were a lot of seasonings in that ginger soup, I still detected something unusual. So I could only say, seemingly showing off but actually very sincerely, I have to say, your plan is perfect. If it weren't for me, your plan might really have succeeded. Lin Hua heaved a sigh and pleaded in an almost beseeching tone, Officer Lin, since you already know everything, I won't hide it from you anymore. However, I'm the one who killed everyone. They just assisted me. Can all the blame be borne by me alone and the others be given a lighter punishment? Ouyang Xiaowei glanced at the others with a troubled look. Due to the principles of a police officer, she still shook her head and said, sorry, assisting others in committing a crime is also a crime. How to sentence specifically still needs to be left to the court. But if you can confess and be lenient, it will definitely be helpful during the sentencing. Hearing Ouyang Xiaowei say this, a trace of unwillingness flashed in Zhang Milan's eyes. These people had almost killed her together. She wished she could throw them all into prison. But seeing me standing beside her, she ultimately didn't dare to say more. I looked at Lin Hua curiously and asked puzzledly, logically speaking, you are a noble-born son. There's no need to do such a thing at all. What on earth is your motive? Lin Hua let out a bitter laugh, took out a photo from his bosom. The photo showed a pure and innocent young girl. When looking at that photo, Lin Hua's expression became extremely gentle. But when he turned to look at Zhang Milan, that gentleness disappeared, and he said viciously, bitch, do you remember her? Zhang Milan glanced at the photo and shook her head. I've never seen this woman at all, and have no idea what you're talking about. Puzzledly puzzled, have never seen at all, have no idea. Lin Hua heaved a sigh and pleaded in an almost beseeching tone, Officer Lin, since you already know everything, I won't hide it from you anymore. However, I'm the one who killed everyone. They just assisted me. Can all the blame be borne by me alone and the others be given a lighter punishment? Ouyang Xiaowei glanced at the others with a troubled look. Due to the principles of a police officer, she still shook her head and said, sorry, assisting others in committing a crime is also a crime. How to sentence specifically still needs to be left to the court. But if you can confess and be lenient, it will definitely be helpful during the sentencing. Hearing Ouyang Xiaowei say this, a trace of unwillingness flashed in Zhang Milan's eyes. These people had almost killed her together. She wished she could throw them all into prison. But seeing me standing beside her, she ultimately didn't dare to say more. I looked at Lin Hua curiously and asked puzzledly, logically speaking, you are a noble-born son. There's no need to do such a thing at all. What on earth is your motive? Lin Hua let out a bitter laugh, took out a photo from his bosom. The photo showed a pure and innocent young girl. When looking at that photo, Lin Hua's expression became extremely gentle. But when he turned to look at Zhang Milan, that gentleness disappeared, and he said viciously, bitch, do you remember her? Zhang Milan glanced at the photo and shook her head puzzled. I have never seen this woman at all, and have no idea what you're talking about. Lin Hua heaved a sigh and pleaded in an almost beseeching tone, Officer Lin, since you already know all, I shall conceal it no more. Yet I am the one who slew them all. They merely aided me. Can all the blame fall solely upon me while the others receive a lighter penalty? Ouyang Xiaowei cast a troubled glance at the others. Adhering to the principles of a police officer, she still shook her head and stated, sorry, assisting others in crime is also an offense. How to mete out the sentence specifically still requires referral to the court. However, if you can confess and show leniency, it will surely be beneficial during sentencing. Hearing Ouyang Xiaowei's words, a glimmer of unwillingness flickered in Zhang Milan's eyes. These individuals had nearly killed her jointly. She longed to cast them all into prison. But beholding me standing beside her, she ultimately refrained from speaking further. I regarded Lin Hua curiously and inquired perplexedly, logically, you are of noble birth. There is no need to engage in such deeds. What on earth is your motive? Lin Hua emitted a bitter laugh, retrieved a photograph from his bosom. The photo depicted a pure and innocent young maiden. When gazing upon that photo, Lin Hua's visage became exceedingly gentle. But when he turned his gaze towards Zhang Milan, that gentleness vanished, and he snarled malevolently, Vixen, do you recall her? Zhang Milan glanced at the photo and shook her head, bewildered. I have never laid eyes on this woman and have no inkling of what you're babbling about. Immediately afterwards, the other 6 people all took out a photo, without exception. On it were young girls with different forms but equally beautiful. Zhang Milan's face changed color, as if suddenly thinking of something. Her expression became extremely terrified. Impossible. This is impossible, absolutely impossible.